Chapter 1 My home can automatically upgrade. In the suburbs of Jinling, in front of a dilapidated house in the mountains, Chen Tian was lying on a mat, holding a piece of dogtail grass in his mouth and looking up at the sky. Looking back on the past 18 years, Chen Tian felt that he was beaten to a pulp by God's well-trained straight whip kick and left jab. Logically speaking, shouldn't parents' sacrifices to heaven have boundless magical powers? When it came to him, his parents passed away, leaving behind only a small shabby house in the mountains. I thought this was a sign that he was the son of destiny. I thought that even if he would be surrounded by young models and clubs and all kinds of beauties, he should be able to find a good partner and live a happy life. What a result! Single since birth. Now, with his conditions, no one would pay attention to him when he goes on a blind date. If he continues like this, let alone beautiful women with fair skin and long legs, I'm afraid he will have to find someone as beautiful as Ruhua in the future. Chen Tian stood up and glanced at the small shabby house behind him. The first thing I'll do when I have money is to replace you. Then he walked inside. But, the next moment, boom! There was a loud bang, and Chen Tian was so scared that he ran out immediately. Then, a light curtain popped up. Your home has sensed your disdain, and has activated the God-level automatic upgrade system. Your house feels so small and ashamed of itself, and automatically upgrades to a villa. You think that the garage where you store your electric car is not suitable for storing a small electric donkey, so you are trying to expand it and give the owner a Ferrari 812 sports car and God-level driving skills. The small puddle at your door is not to be outdone, it is turning into a white marble fish pond, and is offering top-quality koi and various types of dragonfish. Your wardrobe will be automatically upgraded, and 10 sets of high-end suits will be contributed. Your mirror feels that the host's appearance is not good enough to be reflected by it, so it will improve the host's appearance to 99 points, complete the transformation within a year, and immediately contribute a God-level figure. Chen Tian. Stop cursing, stop cursing. Just upgrade automatically if you want, why are you scolding me? Chen Tian was stunned for a moment, and suddenly, he felt a vibration under his feet. He subconsciously lowered his head and saw that the land beneath his feet had begun to evolve. The land seemed to be swept by an invisible wind and its nature had completely changed. It soon turned into a marble floor and rushed towards the location of the house. Oh shit, what's going on? Chen Tian widened his eyes. His previous shabby thatched hut had now turned into an exquisite large villa. The originally bare yard has turned into a garden. Even the small puddle at the door has been turned into a white marble fish pond. Rare fish of various colors swim freely in the fish pond. The swing of their beautiful big tails stirs up waves, which is a beautiful sight. It was as if they did not appear suddenly at all, but had been living here for who knows how long. Chen Tian let out a long breath, stretched out his hand and stirred the water in the fish pond. The golden arowana was not afraid of people at all. Instead, it moved close to Chen Tian's fingers and appeared very intimate. Such a real touch made Chen Tian's eyes flash with excitement. At this moment, a light curtain popped up again in front of Chen Tian. Name, Chen Tian. Age, 22. Appearance, 90 reaching 99 within 1 year. Height, 183 centimeters. Reward, God-level figure. Looking at the light screen in front of him, Chen Tian was obviously stunned for a moment. Does this mean that I have truly activated the cheat? Chen Tian's heart was filled with shock. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he walked towards his house, no, his villa. The gate is no longer a rusty iron gate, but a biometric door lock with the latest technology. Chen Tian gently raised his hand, a pleasant music sounded, and the door was opened. As soon as he opened the door, a magnificent sense of luxury instantly enveloped Chen Tian. As you actually step into the villa, you will see a huge modern abstract painting, which instantly makes the entrance look extremely elegant. Looking to the left, you can see the lobby of the entire villa. The huge and gorgeous crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling, and when illuminated by the sunlight, it shines with a special 7-color glow. Everything in the room became magnificent, without any trace of its former glory. A set of car keys were neatly placed on the coffee table in the living room. Chen Tian walked over and picked it up. Looking at the huge Ferrari logo, his heart was beating fast. The system just reported that the garage replaced the electric scooter with a Ferrari in order to show off its status? It's time to go and take a look at your new car. Through the kitchen is the utility room, where there is an exquisite wooden door that opens directly to the garage. The garage was brightly lit. As soon as Chen Tian stepped through the door, he saw a silver-gray Ferrari 812 sitting quietly in the garage. Even though it is so quiet, the smooth curves and the Ferrari logos everywhere reflect the owner's nobility. Chen Tian directly pressed the car key, and 812 flashed two big eyes, indicating that it had been unlocked successfully. Looking at the cool super sports car in front of him, Chen Tian didn't hesitate and just opened the door and got in. The dashboard is a classic Ferrari style, and it lights up majestically once the car is unlocked. Because it is a supercar, Ferrari's seats can perfectly wrap the human body, giving people a comfortable and safe experience. Deep down, all men love cars. Chen Tian was stroking his chin gently, and was considering whether to go out for a run when his cell phone started ringing. I took out my cell phone and saw that it was a call from my childhood friend Lu Ruyan. Looking at the familiar name, Chen Tian couldn't help but smiled and answered the phone. As soon as the call was connected, a pleasant female voice came from the other end, like a secluded orchid in a valley. Chen Tian, are you in Jiling? Chen Tian smiled faintly and replied. Yeah, what? Are you coming back from the Demon City? You're right. You guessed it right. Lu Ruyan joked with Chen Tian familiarly, I'm at the Magic City airport now and will take off soon. It will take about 40 minutes to reach Jiling. Lu Ruyan paused here and said to Chen Tian on the other end of the phone. Let's have dinner together when I get back. I just happened to bring you some local specialties. After hearing what Lu Ruyan said, Chen Tian spoke directly. How about I pick you up at the airport? Lu Ruyan laughed out loud on the other end of the phone, her eyebrows curved as she smiled, and said. That's so embarrassing. Hey! Miss Lu, stop pretending. You have never been embarrassed to me. Chen Tian was not polite and directly exposed Lu Ruyan's words. Lu Ruyan snorted coquettishly and said with a smile. I'm just being polite. I'll wait for you at the airport. After saying that, Lu Ruyan hung up the phone. Chen Tian put down his phone and suddenly saw a message from customer service. Sorry, your phone bill is insufficient. To ensure smooth communication, please recharge in time. Chen Tian took a look and recharged his phone account with 100 yuan. Just after recharging his phone bill, a light screen popped up in front of Chen Tian's eyes. Your piggy bank detects that the owner's balance does not match the homestyle, automatically upgrades and increases the owner's balance by 10 billion, while contributing a tenfold rebate skill. Chapter 2, the piggy bank thinks its owner is poor and contributes 10 billion. Chen Tian looked at the information on the screen, but before he could react, his mobile phone had already received a notification of the deposit of funds. Looking at the reminder message on the mobile phone screen, Chen Tian just stood there in a daze. 10 billion. A full 10 billion. There is also a tenfold rebate? Just as Chen Tian thought of this, the light curtain popped up again. It is detected that the host has just spent 100 yuan, triggering the 10x rebate skill, and the rebate is 1000 yuan. As long as you make purchases, you will receive a tenfold rebate? Chen Tian was very excited when he saw the new account arrival information. After looking at the time, Chen Tian prepared to leave directly for the airport. If we go from here to the airport, Lu Ruyan will almost have landed as well. After all, the distance between Shanghai and Jiling is not far, so it is still very fast. Shen Yun went back to his room and picked out a set of clothes from the closet. One look at the cut of this suit and you'll know it's a custom-made, handmade piece from a top brand. After changing his clothes, Shen Yun walked to the dressing mirror and looked at himself carefully. It is true that clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. Is this still me? Coupled with the improvement in his appearance, Chen Tian can now be said to be a peerless young man in the world. With this temperament alone, if he goes to high-end places, he will probably be mistaken for a top young master. Shen Yun looked at himself in the mirror with satisfaction. After fixing his hair, he went to the garage again and drove outside. As soon as the silver-gray Ferrari 812 hit the road, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Many passers-by also looked sideways, showing envy at such a cool sports car. This car is so beautiful. It's driving so fast, it feels like a beam of silver light rushing out, just like a special effect. Are you uneducated? This is a Ferrari 812. The price of the car is around 4 or 5 million. If you want to drive it home, you'll need 5 or 6 million. Wow, this little beast is out of the cage. This car is equipped with a 6.5L V12 engine with a horsepower of 800. While everyone was talking, Chen Tian had already driven towards the airport. As soon as the passing drivers saw the Ferrari logo, they immediately made way. For a car of this price range, if the paint gets scratched a little, you will probably have to pay for it. This kind of avoidance makes Chen Tian's driving experience very comfortable. He leisurely enjoyed the refreshing feeling and turned on the car stereo. Ferrari is equipped with JBL audio system. As the world's largest speaker manufacturer, its quality is naturally first class. This kind of music is like a massage for the ears, which lifts Chen Tian's spirits. It's really different when you have money. The originally long road seems to pass by very quickly under such an extreme experience. Soon, Chen Tian arrived at the airport. He parked the car directly in front of the airport gate and walked into the hall. At this time, a plane just landed in Jinling. A beautiful woman in a white dress closed the magazine in front of her. It was Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan looked at the watch on her wrist. The time was just right, not late. As if she had thought of something, Lu Ruyan smiled sweetly. Her long eyelashes cast a silhouette on her face, forming a not-so-obvious shadow on her fair skin. Such a smile made the man sitting next to her who was secretly glacéing at the beauty open his eyes wide. This girl is so pretty. Against the backdrop of a white gauze dress, she looks even more ethereal, like a fairy who is not of this world. Lu Ruyan took out her cell phone and turned off the flight mode. Sister, did you send a message to brother Chen Tian as soon as you landed? A voice sounded beside the beautiful woman. Next to the beauty, there was a girl who was also wearing a white dress and looked exactly like Lu Ruyan. She spoke with a gentle smile. A pair of eyes flashed with a unique light, as if there were stars hidden in the eyes, sparkling. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at her twin sister, looking helpless. This little girl always talks nonsense. Lu Ruyu. Sister, what are you looking at? Lu Ruyu pouted, and suddenly her eyes turned and a good idea came to her mind. She leaned half of her body towards Lu Ruyan and said in a low voice. Sister, I want to discuss something with you. After a while, on the roadside outside the airport, a beautiful woman was looking at the busy road. She had her hands behind her back, looking eagerly. Behind the beauty, there was a small box, and it was obvious that she was waiting for someone. Why haven't you come yet? The beauty's posture was like that of a girl next door, stamping her feet and muttering to herself coquettishly. She stood on tiptoe from time to time and looked into the distance. Such a little beauty instantly attracted a lot of people's attention. The beautiful girl was already accustomed to everyone's gaze. She looked around as if no one was around. Suddenly, she looked to the other side and was attracted by a figure. She looked at Chen Tian who was walking towards her and was stunned. Isn't this so cool? Look at this perfect appearance, not to mention her temperament, she is even more elegant and charming. A curve appeared at the corner of the little beauty's mouth, and then began to deepen. She waved in the direction of Chen Tian and said loudly, Chen Tian, here. Chen Tian took a few quick steps and came in front of the beautiful girl. He looked her up and down with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. A cunning flashed across the eyes of the beautiful girl. She looked at Chen Tian and said with a smile, Chen Tian, what's wrong? It's been such a long time since we last met, and you don't recognize me? Chen Tian looked at the pretty little beauty in front of him and smiled faintly. He stretched out his hand and moved towards her face. When the beautiful girl saw Chen Tian's actions, she was obviously stunned and subconsciously closed her eyes. Before she could completely close her eyes, the beautiful girl felt a pain and covered her forehead with her hands. This. I was actually hit on the head. This is completely different from the script she designed. The beautiful girl rubbed her forehead, looked at Chen Tian angrily, and said lightly, What are you doing, Chen Tian? Is it polite to hit someone on the head as soon as you meet him? Chen Tian looked at the cute little beauty, looked at her with a displeased look, and said, Now you don't even call me brother anymore, you just call me by my name, right? The little beauty was obviously a little guilty when she heard Chen Tian's words. She waved her hands and said, Chen Tian, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Don't know? Chen Tian raised his eyebrows, but without explaining, he just raised his hand and another head blasted over. The beautiful girl pursed her lips, looking like she would rather die than tell a word. Chen Tian looked at her and pretended to raise his hand, ready to play again. Seeing that Chen Tian was really going to do it, the beautiful girl couldn't stand it anymore. She raised her hand to protect her forehead and shouted, Sister, brother Chen Tian is addicted to beating me, and you don't care about it? If you keep doing this, you will have the same big forehead as the birthday boy. Hearing the shout, an equally beautiful woman slowly walked out from behind. It was Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was dragging a piece of luggage, and the bags in her hands were filled with specialties of the Magic City. As soon as she walked out, Lu Ruyan's eyes fell on Chen Tian. She looked at Chen Tian, tilted her head and smiled, "Wow, so handsome." As she spoke, Lu Ruyan handed the specialty in her hand to Chen Tian and said with a smile, "Here, I brought you some specialties." Chen Tian took it and looked at the beautiful face in front of him, and said helplessly, "You're also playing along with her." Lu Ruyan lowered her eyes and smiled. She looked at Lu Ruyu and said, "What did I say? Brother Chen Tian, can you not recognize me? Accept the loss and transfer the 500 yuan to me." After saying that, Lu Ruyan looked at Chen Tian, looking at his stunned face, and explained with a smile, "Doesn't this give me money to treat you to a meal?" Chen Tian. "Wow, your upper and lower parts are connected, right?" Lu Ruyu reluctantly transferred the money to her sister. She put away her phone, held Chen Tian's arm, and asked angrily, "Brother Chen Tian, how do you know that I am not your sister's?" Chen Tian glanced at her little bun, then looked at Lu Ruyan's uproar, shook his head, and said, "No way, the gap is too big." Lu Ruyu was confused. Was the gap too big? Not big, she looks a lot like her sister. Also, the height and clothes are the same, so why is there such a big difference? Chapter 3 Why can't you open the bottle cap if you don't have a boyfriend? The most important thing is that I was just imitating my sister's tone of voice, so how is it different? Lu Ruyu was like a primary school student who was not ashamed to ask questions. She looked at Chen Tian eagerly and asked, "Brother Chen Tian, can you tell me in detail what is the big difference between us sisters?" Just as they were talking and laughing, a young man drove over in an Audi A6L and muttered to himself, "I looked at Lu Ruyan's circle of friends and she should be back at this time. How come I haven't seen her for such a long time?" This young man came here to try his luck and see if he could pick up Lu Ruyan. After all, Lu Ruyan was the school belle in the high school, she was so beautiful. Whether it's appearance, figure, or temperament, they are all excellent. He had long coveted such a beautiful woman. While the young man was thinking about Lu Ruyan's beautiful face, he suddenly saw Lu Ruyan not far away, and Lu Ruyu beside her. This pair of sisters look exactly the same. If we could pick them together, we would definitely reach the peak of our lives in an instant. The young man's heart was beating fast, and he was so happy that he felt full of energy. However, when he saw clearly that the person standing next to the sisters was Chen Tian, his face fell instantly. Why is it this kid again? He also knew Chen Tian. After all, they used to be in the same high school, and he had heard at that time that Chen Tian's family was not well off and his parents died early. A man from such a family always shamelessly stays by his goddess side. He is simply like a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. The young man became angrier and angrier. He drove his car directly in front of the three people, got out of the car, and said in a gentlemanly manner, "What a coincidence, I actually ran into you here. Where are you going? Why don't you take my car and I'll give you a ride?" Lu Ruyan felt the young man's gaze, which kept moving between herself and her sister, and her brows slightly frowned. She knew at a glance that this was not a coincidence at all, it was clearly a deliberate attempt to block her. The young man in front of her had been rejected by her several times, but he obviously didn't give up. She had just got off the plane and he came to block her. Such behavior would not only fail to please her, but would only make Lu Ruyan more disgusted. Lu Ruyan glanced at the young man coldly and rejected him calmly. "No need, I'll just follow Chen Tian." Lu Ruyu didn't need anyone to ask and directly stated, "I'll follow brother Chen Tian too." She didn't want to share a car with a strange man. What's more, she looked at the young man in front of her and knew at first glance that he was not a good person. Unexpectedly, Chen Tian looked at Lu Ruyu apologetically at this time and said, "I'm sorry, Ruyu, my car can only take one person." Lu Ruyu, at $%. This. What does brother Chen Tian mean by this? Are you partial to one and neglect the other? There is the opposite sex but no humanity. The young man was listening to the music nearby, but he could only take one person with him? Motorcycle, electric car, or shared bicycle? The young man felt very disdainful. How could such a Chen Tian compare with himself? Just a stinky loser. Chen Tian, you are really something. If you come here to pick someone up, you should at least take a taxi. The young man said with a tone full of contempt. Why don't you take a look? We're still picking people up, so what about the luggage? Right? As the young man spoke, Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyu's faces suddenly turned gloomy, and just as they were about to speak, Chen Tian glanced at the young man, took out the car key and pressed it. As the headlights of the Ferrari A12 flashed to him next, the young man was interrupted before he finished speaking. For a moment, the young man was completely stunned. How is this possible? This is the Ferrari A12, which he has been dreaming of for a long time. But because the price was too expensive, a family like him could not afford it, so he had to give up. Didn't Chen Tian's parents die and his family was poor? How could he afford such a car? Even the Lu Ruyan sisters stood where they were, looking at Chen Tian in disbelief. This is a Ferrari supercar. Just based on its design, it must cost at least several million. When did Chen Tian drive this car? Chen Tian, is this yours? Lu Ruyan suppressed the shock in her heart and asked. Chen Tian nodded, waved to Lu Ruyan, and said, "Get in the car, let's go." Lu Ruyan stood there in a daze, and only nodded after Chen Tian called her the second time. She looked at the box behind her and pushed it directly in front of Lu Ruyu. She patted her sister's shoulder gently and said earnestly, "Ruyu, thank you for your help. By the way, don't forget the $500. Lu Ruyu. I want to curse. Is this still my biological sister?" At this time, Lu Ruyan had already gotten into Chen Tian's car. Looking at the flirty red interior and the detailed Ferrari interior, I was shocked. No wonder cars like this cost millions, they are so beautiful. Especially as the car starts, the huge touchscreen inside the car lights up, giving it a full sense of technology. Just when Lu Ruyan was immersed in the interior decoration, she suddenly felt a masculine scent coming towards her. Then Lu Ruyan saw Chen Tian leaning towards her. Lu Ruyan felt her brain go blank in an instant when she was overwhelmed by the male hormones. She subconsciously thought what Chen Tian was going to do, and her pretty face turned red. What is Chen Tian going to do? For a moment, she felt a panic in her heart. A crisp click woke up Lu Ruyan, who was still struggling. Only then did she realize that Chen Tian was only helping her fasten the seatbelt. The young man was watching outside, with an extremely complicated expression on his face. There is embarrassment and fear, but more of it is jealousy, envy and hatred. By sending this person away, isn't it possible to give away hundreds of millions of your own children? Heartbroken. But there is no way. Not only does he drive a better car than himself, but Lu Ruyan also likes Chen Tian much more than he does. In this situation, I could only watch the two of them leave. The young man looked at the disappearing taillights with regret, looked at Lu Ruyu beside him, and asked tentatively, "How about I take you there?" After all, Lu Ruyu has the same beautiful face as Lu Ruyan, so it would be the same to seduce her. Lu Ruyu sneered, looked at him and said, "Who are you? Do I know you?" After saying that, Lu Ruyu picked up a small suitcase with one hand, walked to the side, hailed a taxi, and headed towards home. The young man was left alone, lonely and hanging there. I can only silently sing a song for myself. At this time, Chen Yun was already speeding on the road with Lu Ruyan. At this time, they happened to be driving past the Yangtze River Bridge. Lu Ruyan lowered the car window, feeling the wet wind blowing on her face. Some of her unruly hair would occasionally fly onto Chen Tian's face. Just like a disobedient little naughty kid, it inadvertently disturbed Chen Tian's skin. It made his heart itch as well. Lu Ruyan faced the light and gently closed her eyes. The golden sunlight cast a golden edge on her face, which was very beautiful. Looking at Lu Ruyan like this, Chen Tian, who was driving, felt emotional. No wonder those young masters love to take girls for a ride, it turns out there is a special charm to it. It has another kind of interest. At this moment, a curtain of light floated in front of Chen Yun's eyes. The garage was very pleased to see the owner invite a beautiful lady to ride with them, so they offered an Aston Martin 111. Aston Martin 111? Chen Tian looked at the light screen and was obviously stunned for a moment. This car is a limited edition worldwide and is famous all over the world. The price of the bare car is 45 million. To actually launch it, you'll need a top-of-the-line supercar worth more than 50 million. That car is much more expensive than 812. Or rather, there is no comparison between these two cars. It was a top-of-the-line sports car equipped with a 7.3L V12 engine that could accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.5 seconds. Chen Tian slowly withdrew his thoughts and his gaze fell on Lu Ruyan again with admiring eyes. I didn't expect that there would be such a reward for riding in a car with a beautiful woman. Lu Ruyan also opened her eyes at this time, and her eyes unexpectedly met Chen Tian's. Why are you staring at me? Look at the road. Lu Ruyan blushed and said coquettishly. Look at the beauties, no? Lu Ruyan couldn't help but widen her eyes when she heard what Chen Tian said, and asked jokingly. You've become smooth talking now? Explain yourself, how many girlfriends did you have to become so smooth talking? When she came back this time, she found that Chen Tian was not only eloquent, but his fashion sense had also greatly improved. Lu Ruyan subconsciously thought that Chen Tian must have a girlfriend. Chen Tian looked helpless when he heard this. This is so heartbreaking. He is now single from birth. Lu Ruyan saw Chen Tian's expression change, and suddenly became happy, and asked with a smile. What's wrong? Have you never been in a relationship before? Chen Tian listened to Lu Ruyan's joking tone and said with a sneer. Who doesn't know who? Aren't some people single from birth? They've been single for so many years and haven't even seen blood. You're a single dog waiting for the government to assign you a boyfriend. Come on, let's hurt each other. We are all single anyway, there is no need to show any mercy. Lu Ruyan. You keep scolding. However, after hearing what Chen Tian said, Lu Ruyan became obedient in an instant. She subconsciously looked out the car window, her little face was red, like a ripe red apple, tempting enough to make people want to take a bite. After all, she had never seen blood before, and the first blood was still there. Lu Ruyan was daydreaming when she suddenly thought, why was she blushing in front of Chen Tian? This guy must be feeling proud again. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan turned her head and looked at Chen Tian. When she looked at Chen Tian's handsome profile and the faint smile on the corner of his mouth, the words that were suppressed in her chest instantly turned into flying smoke. Are you thirsty? I bought you some water, help yourself. Chen Tian turned his head, glanced at Lu Ruyan, and spoke softly. Lu Ruyan nodded. She took the bag and found that it was full of her favorite juice. Seeing Chen Tian being so attentive, Lu Ruyan felt warm in her heart. She picked up one of the bottles and tried hard for a long time, but the cap was so tight that she couldn't unscrew it at all. Chen Tian looked at Lu Ruyan's struggling appearance, and suddenly laughed, and asked. Do you have a boyfriend? No, what's wrong? Lu Ruyan answered casually as her attention was focused on unscrewing the bottle cap. The curve of Chen Tian's mouth became bigger and bigger, and he looked at Lu Ruyan and joked. As a single person, what right do you have to not be able to open the bottle cap? Lu Ruyan. Chapter 4. My sister treated others to a meal for free using my money. Waiting for me here? Lu Ruyan then sighed, opened her phone, looked at the WeChat chat box, and said with a smile. Okay, the money has arrived, let's go and have a feast. Chen Tian was driving the car, looking at Lu Ruyan who was full of joy, and laughed. Then I won't be polite. Lu Ruyan waved her hand in a very casual manner and said. Just come find a place, and I promise to give you a good meal today. Chen Tian looked at Lu Ruyan, giggled, and took her straight to the King Yanju Club. This is a famous private club in Jinling, especially its private dishes, which are well known in Suzhou and Hangzhou. After parking the car, the two got out and saw millions of luxury cars parked next to the car. If I were an Audi S6L, I would probably be embarrassed to park here. Looking at the ancient appearance of the entire building, with the huge plaque reading King Yanju and the surrounding areas carefully painted with gold edges, Lu Ruyan took a breath of cool air. Although she had been in the Magic City before, Lu Ruyan had heard of the name of King Yanju. My classmates have also recommended this place to her several times, saying that the average consumption per person here is not low, almost 3,000 to 4,000 yuan per person. Now seeing the high-end building with her own eyes, Lu Ruyan swallowed secretly. Lu Ruyan. It's okay, it's just King Yanju. I just received my scholarship, I can handle it. As Chen Tian led Lu Ruyan inside, he said to her. You should call your sister Ruyu over as well, or else it will be pitiful. I just went to pick up the two sisters. The little girl took a taxi home by herself and also helped carry the luggage. If this girl knew that they came to eat without inviting her, she would probably explode on the spot, right? Lu Ruyan listened to Chen Tian's words and thought that it was indeed true, so she took out her cell phone and called Lu Ruyu. At this time, Lu Ruyu had just walked into the house carrying 2 suitcases with difficulty. Lu's father and mother were both resting at home today. When they heard a noise at the door, they quickly got up to check. Seeing her daughter Lu Ruyu standing at the door in a pretty manner, Lu's mother was visibly stunned, and then hurried over to greet her. "Girl, why are you back?" Lu Ma's face was full of surprise. The two children came back without even telling her in advance. As she spoke, Lu's mother looked at the two suitcases in front of Lu Ruyu and asked in confusion. "Why are you still carrying two suitcases? Where's your sister?" When Lu Ruyu heard her mother mention the word sister, she became like a cat whose tail was stepped on and her fur instantly stood up. She threw the box on the ground and said aggrievely, "My sister ran off with her boyfriend and paid me 500 yuan for prostitution. It would have been fine if he just took her money, but he also asked her to carry two people's luggage and take a taxi home. The two of them got in the Ferrari and left in great love." Lu Ruyu was filled with anger and wanted to vent her anger through these few simple words. Looking at their furious daughter, Mr. and Mrs. Lu were stunned. What is going on? How could he make his precious daughter so angry? But the next moment, Lu Ruyu's cell phone rang. Lu Ruyu glanced at the caller ID and answered the phone reluctantly. What? The little girl was really angry and her tone was terrible. But a few seconds later, Lu Ruyu's face was filled with a sweet smile, and her tone became softer. Sister, King Yeonju, right? Okay, I'll be there right away. I know you love me the most, and I love you the most too. That's the famous King Yeonju. I made a fortune today. Lu's father and mother were completely confused. The speed of their facial changes was almost as fast as Sichuan opera. Mom and Dad, please help me take my luggage in. I'm going to go out and have dinner with my sister first. I love you. Lu Ruyu looked at her parents with a smile, made a heart shape with her hands, picked up her small bag, and skipped out of the house. Only Lu's father and mother were left standing there, staring at each other. Mother Lu grabbed Father Lu's arm, her brain started to work rapidly, and she asked quickly. Did you hear what your daughter said just now? Did Ruyan find a boyfriend? Lu's mother looked incredible. You're talking about male friends, right? Father Lu shook his head and said with certainty. Ruyu was talking about a boyfriend. I heard it clearly. My daughter has a boyfriend? She hasn't had a boyfriend for so many years. How come she suddenly got it? Lu's father and mother are not old-fashioned. When they heard that their daughter found a boyfriend, they looked very happy. Mother Lu looked at her husband and said with a stern face. I'm telling you, when my daughter comes back, you have to cooperate with me and interrogate her properly, understand? My daughter has found a boyfriend. This is a big event in the family. At this time, Chen Tian and Lu Ruyan were already walking towards King Yeonju. The marble floor is well maintained and shines with a translucent light. The solid wood door exudes an original wood fragrance, which mixed with the aroma of food and rice, makes people feel happy. The waitress was wearing a plain cheongsam. When she saw the two people come in, she hurried over to greet them, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. These two have extraordinary temperaments and are all outstanding in appearance, so pleasing to the eyes. Hello, both of you. Do you have a reservation? The waiter asked respectfully. Chen Tian shook his head slightly. Seeing this, the waiter asked. Okay, which floor do you two plan to eat on? If it's the second floor, the minimum consumption for the private room on the second floor is 10,000. Otherwise, you need to provide a 1,000 private room fee. Most stores nowadays are no longer allowed to charge box fees and do not allow such hidden consumption. King Yeonju directly changed the rules, making it clear what customers should pay for before they enter. When Lu Ruyan heard the waiter's words, her beautiful eyes widened instantly and she was completely stunned. So expensive? Chen Tian was very happy to hear that. Now, he could make more money. Looking at the elegant environment around him, Chen Tian thought for a moment and said directly. Let's go to the box on the second floor. This was his first time at King Yeonju. Since the price of the private room was clearly marked, he believed it must be worth the money. When the waiter heard Chen Tian's words, he immediately took the two of them to the second floor. At this moment, a light flashed before Chen Tian's eyes. Your kitchen detected that the owner was eating out. The kitchen was sad and took the initiative to contribute god-level cooking skills and royal kitchen recipes. I hope the host can eat at home more often. Chen Tian looked at the prompt on the screen and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Chen Tian felt a warm current flowing through his brain, and something in his mind seemed to have changed. Feeling the changes in himself, Chen Tian couldn't help but feel happy. Can this trigger? Quite interesting. Just when Chen Tian was stunned, the waiter had already taken them into the private room. The door of the room was a round arch with some crystal accessories hanging on it. When people turned them by hand, they made crisp tinkling sounds, which was very pleasant to hear. The private room is decorated in pure Chinese style, and the layout of each place is very exquisite, reflecting the style of the restaurant. Chen Tian walked forward and first helped Lu Ruyan pull out a chair. After she sat down, he walked to his own seat and sat down. The waiter handed over the menu, and Chen Tian turned directly to Lu Ruyan and said with a smile, "See what you like to eat?" Lu Ruyan picked up the menu and looked at the prices of dishes that often amounted to thousands of yuan, and she felt dizzy. She put the menu back in front of Chen Tian and said, "You order, and I'll pay the bill later." Chen Tian looked at Lu Ruyan's distressed expression and said with a deliberate chuckle, "Then I won't be polite." Chen Tian picked up the menu and randomly selected a few items with his fingers. The waiter wrote them down carefully and then left the private room. Soon, the waiter came back. On the tray in her hand was an extremely exquisite fruit plate. Placed on top are some top-quality fruits. It looked very fresh, and was much prettier in size and shape than what they usually ate. Chen Tian turned the fruit plate in front of Lu Ruyan and said softly, "I remember you like eating cherries. These are Aomori cherries. Try them. Do you like the taste?" Lu Ruyan listened to Chen Tian's words and looked at the bright red cherries with water droplets on the plate in front of her, and suddenly she was moved. At this moment, the door of the box was pushed open from the outside, and a pretty figure in a white dress walked in. It's Lu Ruyu. As soon as Lu Ruyu came in, she found a seat and sat down with a smile, and said to Lu Ruyan, "Sister, you are so generous to host a banquet for brother Chen Tian here." As she spoke, Lu Ruyu smiled sweetly at Chen Tian. If it weren't for brother Chen Tian's blessing, how could she have such a good fortune? As Lu Ruyu was talking, she had already noticed the fruit plate. She picked up a piece of watermelon and ate it in small bites. Seeing her sister's impolite look, Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes, smiled like an ant, and said, "Good sister, why do you think I called you here? Kindness?" When Lu Ruyu heard her sister's words and looked at the smile on her sister's face, she immediately felt creepy. She blinked her eyes gently, and said loudly with a look of desperation, "I don't care, I paid for the meal. 500, I'll eat 500. As she spoke, Lu Ruyu felt that the watermelon she had just eaten tasted good, so she quickly ate a few more pieces. Lu Ruyan looked at her sister with a smile and said directly, "All right." Lu Ruyu was stunned when she heard this. What's the good thing? What does sister mean? Lu Ruyan looked at her confused sister and explained kindly, "Didn't you say you only wanted the 500 yuan one? Have you finished it?" Lu Ruyu, at #%. Chapter 5 The Most Luxurious Villa Area. The little girl took the menu angrily. It's true. Chen Tian, who was standing by, found Lu Ruyu very interesting, so he started teasing her. "Your sister told me that we will leave first and you can stay here to pay the bill." Lu Ruyu was about to get angry, but Chen Tian stopped while he was ahead and kept talking. "Okay, I'm just kidding. Just eat as much as you want later, I'll pay for it." Lu Ruyan listened to Chen Tian's words and quickly stopped him. "How can this be possible? We agreed before coming here that I would pay for myself. Besides, it's so expensive here, how can I let Chen Tian treat me?" Before Lu Ruyan could finish her words, she was interrupted by Chen Tian. After all, he still needs to make money. Looking at the two identical tool beauties in front of him, Chen Tian said with a smile, "Listen to me. You can invite me again if you have the chance in the future." While they were talking, the dishes began to be served on the table one after another. This is Matsusaka Wagyu beef. It was airlifted in early today. It tastes best when cooked now. After the waiter served the dish, he stood by and introduced it in a low voice. Her voice was not loud, but it was enough for the people present to hear it clearly. When the Lu Ruyan sisters heard the word air transport, they knew the price would be high. They gently took a piece with their knife and fork and took a bite. In an instant, a scent of oil and meat exploded in the mouth. With a burning feeling, the taste buds of the whole person are burning. Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyu looked at each other subconsciously. This taste is too delicious, right? Next, black truffles, top-quality French foie gras, rich caviar. Global delicacies were served on the table in an endless stream. The Lu Ruyan sisters spent the meal in shock and confusion. I don't know if it was because I was too shocked or the food was too delicious, but my head was dizzy and my brain seemed to be at a standstill. How much does such a perfect meal cost? Each dish has its own unique flavor, fragrant but not greasy, making people's mouths water and their eyes light up. Have you finished eating? Chen Tian had already put down his cutlery and was looking at Lu Ruyan and the others with a gentle expression. The sisters nodded vigorously. This meal could be said to be the most sumptuous meal they had ever had in their lives. Seeing that the two had finished their meal, Chen Tian called the waiter and went downstairs with him to pay the bill. Hello, sir. Your total consumption today is 358,000 yuan. The waiter looked at Chen Tian respectfully and spoke loudly. Chen Tian nodded, handed over his card directly, and said calmly, "Swipe the card." As the POS machine made a feedback sound, another light screen popped up in front of Chen Tian's eyes. It was detected that the host just spent 358,000 yuan, triggering the 10x rebate skill, and the rebate is 3.58 million. As I was swiping the card, I heard two gasps behind me. Chen Tian turned around and saw Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyu, who had walked down from the scene at some point and were looking at him in shock. Are you stupid? Your eyes are so wide open. When Chen Tian saw the two sisters, his eyes softened instantly, and he directly reached out and flicked Lu Ruyu's head. Lu Ruyu. Why play me? Not only did you let me eat dog food, but you also hurt me when you attacked me? The cashier looked at the three people in front of him and was visibly stunned. As a person working in the service industry, she has met a lot of customers. But it is rare to see such a beautiful girl with such a good temperament. Especially such identical sisters, it is simply dazzling. Sir, please sign your name. The cashier quickly looked away and handed the receipt to Chen Tian. Chen Tian signed his name, put the receipt in his pocket, looked at the two of them and asked, "Come on, I'll take you back?" Lu Ruyan thought about it, then shook her head and refused. No need, we can just go back by ourselves. After all, he had already abandoned his sister once before. If he kept leaving the little girl behind, she would probably be really unhappy. Anyway, we're done eating, so we can just take a taxi home together. Chen Tian nodded and didn't say much. He escorted the two little girls out of King Yanju. Lu Ruyan turned around and told Chen Tian, "By the way, when you go back, you should eat those specialties quickly. They have a short shelf life, so don't let them go bad." "Okay, I'll eat when I get back." Chen Tian agreed with a smile. "Send me a message when you get home." After sending the two girls into the taxi, he walked towards his Ferrari. Chen Tian got into his car. He didn't plan to go home directly. Instead, he took out his mobile phone and searched for houses for sale nearby. After all, he now has the skill of 10 times rebate, so naturally he needs to make money. Speaking of the fastest way to make money, isn't it buying a house? Chen Tian drove directly towards the nearby Tianfu City Villa area. Tianfu City Villa District is a relatively luxurious villa community in the vicinity and is also quite famous in Jinling. Nearly half of the road advertisements nearby are recommendations for it. The Tianfu City Villa District is on the other side of Jinling. It is in the stage of full development and is a new district of Jinling. The roads along the way were all brand new, smooth, and without any potholes, and his Ferrari ran very comfortably. Chen Tian doesn't come to the new district often. He drives while observing the surrounding environment. There are mountains behind here and water in front. The Tianfu City Villa District is built halfway up the mountain. From the perspective of feng shui, it is a good place. The surrounding environment is also well protected. Chen Tian can see that in order to make the road look more beautiful, a lot of flowers have been transplanted here. The gentle breeze blowing through the sea of flowers is a unique experience. Chen Tian admired the scenery along the way and felt that the environment here was quite good. The environment here is so different from what it is at home. Chen Tian muttered to himself. However, Chen Tian suddenly thought if he bought a house, with so many property certificates, more and more assets would be at home. Would it be unsafe? The moment Chen Tian had this thought, a curtain of light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Detecting that the owner is worried about the safety of the home, the owner voluntarily contributes a home guarding pet, a ferocious bulldog. Looking at the contents on the screen, Chen Tian was obviously stunned for a moment. Is this even possible? Even this kind of thing can be contributed by the family? Quite interesting. After repeatedly looking at the words on the light screen, Chen Tian suddenly felt relieved about the safety of his home. It seems that everything is ready now. There were not many vehicles on the straight road, and Chen Tian had already seen the gate of the Tianfu City villa area from afar. The gate of the community is majestic and luxurious, exuding an extremely upscale atmosphere. Chen Tian looked at the gate here and immediately thought it was pretty good. After all, Chen Tian has lived in Jinling for many years, so he has some understanding of the villa area in Tianfu City. When it comes to villas in Tianfu City, everyone gives a thumbs up. It is the most luxurious villa area in Jinling. After all, it is a newly built new residential area. In order to create the highest level of luxury, it has almost everything going for it, including time, location and people. What Chen Tian just saw was just the first phase of the villa area of Tianfu City. There are also phases 2 and 3 here, all of which are nearby famous school district houses and houses in other good locations. It's just that the sales offices are all here and all sales are unified. Chen Tian drove the car directly to the courtyard outside the sales office and parked the car at the door. Chapter 6 It's Too Cheap. After finishing his meal with Lu Ruyan and her sister, Chen Tian drove directly to Tianfu City. However, when he arrived, he found that it was still lunchtime. Near the gate, there were only a few sales staff, talking and chatting in low voices. Although they are the salesperson in the most upscale residential area in Jinling, they cannot avoid forming small groups in their spare time. Or it should be said that the larger the company, the more fierce the fighting will be when it comes to interests. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open and Chen Tiankai walked in. However, none of these veteran salesmen came forward to greet them. As soon as they saw Chen Tian's face, they knew that he was only in his early 20s, and the light in their eyes dimmed. This guy is really pleasing to the eye, but unfortunately, he is too young. If you come with your parents, you will definitely be a good customer. It's a pity that I came here alone, so I guess I can only be an informed person at best. As for doing useless work, they would never do such a stupid thing. The experienced salespeople saw it clearly, and they all avoided eye contact with Chen Tian and pretended to look at the documents in their hands. Seeing Chen Tian coming in, a young beauty next to him happily stepped forward to greet him when she saw that there was no old man to greet him. "Hello sir, would you like to see the house? Is this your first time here?" The other salesman watched as Chen Tian, led by the young beauty, walked towards the sand table. They were suddenly happy and whispered, "He is indeed an inexperienced newcomer. How can he go up there? How can such a young kid afford a house in Tianfu City? Let alone the villas in Phase 1, even the small apartments in Phase 2 and Phase 3 are probably unaffordable." A saleswoman next to her immediately covered her mouth and said, trying to suppress her smile, "Sister Meng, she is just a college student who has just arrived. How can she understand these things? People like her can only survive on the basic salary. For a newcomer like this, it is usually not her turn when guests come." With these sharp-eyed veteran salespeople around, they would have rushed over when they saw a client with strong financial strength. That means she can only get this kind of unwanted customer, but it's just for practice and it's impossible for her to really close a deal. Among the crowd, there was also a salesperson who had a better heart and sighed silently in his heart. They have all gone through this stage and know the pain best. I secretly thought that I should teach her later. After all, it's useless to do such useless work. Most of the salespeople just wanted to watch the fun and gathered together to laugh at this silly behavior. At this time, Zhang Shuyao was greeting Chen Tian enthusiastically and introducing herself. "Hello sir, my name is Zhang Shuyao. Next, I will introduce the house to you." Chen Tian nodded and looked at the beautiful saleswoman in front of him generously. They were all wearing the uniform skirts distributed by the real estate company, which perfectly outlined Zhang Shuyao's figure. The seats that other people would easily have were empty, but Zhang Shuyao's were filled to the brim, almost to the point of bursting. However, the waist, where fat is most likely to accumulate, is slender and can be grasped with one hand. Coupled with Zhang Shuyao's perfect face, there is a hint of damn sweetness in her purity, which makes people feel happy. Chen Tian looked at this memorable face and was stunned for a moment. He exclaimed and said, "Is it you?" Chen Tian has recognized the other person. This is none other than the president of the student union when Chen Tian was in college. He remembered very clearly that Zhang Shuyao was a year older than him and was famous for her beauty and ability when she was in school. When she was in college, there were many rich second generations pursuing Zhang Shuyao, both inside and outside the school. But Zhang Shuyao has never been seen in a relationship, and she always keeps a proper distance from everyone. Originally Chen Tian thought that such a gifted girl would have a good future, so why did she come here to sell a house? However, this is the highest-end real estate project in Jinling, and the people hired are highly educated, so there is nothing wrong with it. Zhang Shuya was also stunned for a moment after listening to Chen Tian's words, and then asked with a smile. Sir, do you know me? Who are you? She didn't remember knowing such a handsome and elegant man, otherwise she would have been impressed. Chen Tian smiled in his heart. 2. After all, to be frank, Chen Tian was just a poor loser during his college years. Although I have spoken to Zhang Shuya a few times, it was just a small talk during events, and I guess she just responded politely. At that time, Zhang Shuya was a celebrity in the school. She was so beautiful that she was almost the goddess of all the boys in the school. Chen Tian is not on the same level as her at all, so she can only look up to him. But now, it's completely different. Chen Tian slowly withdrew his thoughts, his eyes quickly swept across Zhang Shuyao's face, and said in a light tone. It's okay, my name is Chen Tian, please introduce me to him. As he spoke, Chen Tian's eyes fell on Zhang Shuyao and he said casually. Well, you will definitely achieve great things. Zhang Shuyao. What is going on? This handsome boy can also tell fortunes? Zhang Shuyao had no idea that from Chen Tian's angle, she could just see the long and narrow cleavage. Isn't this a sign of great success? Okay, sir, I'll take you to the sand table for an introduction. Zhang Shuyao looked confused, but still led Chen Tian towards the sand table. The two of them walked to the front of the sand table and stood still. Just as Zhang Shuyao was about to introduce them, she heard a voice behind her. Chen Tian? Hearing someone calling him, Chen Tian turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that they were actually my high school classmates. Chen Tian looked at the young man standing in the front row. This man was called Huang Jun. He came from a wealthy family and was a typical second-generation rich. Also because he had some money, Huang Jun had a lot of bad problems and had caused trouble for several girls in high school. Chen Tian has no good feelings towards such boys. In particular, Huang Jun is a typical person who flatters others and bullies others, and can be said to have no character at all. Huang Jun and others looked at Chen Tian, their eyes constantly sizing him up, and they were also amused. This kid is dressed quite decently. But this appearance may deceive others, but not yourself and others. After all, they were quite clear about Chen Tian's situation. Because his parents died, he became an orphan. You can imagine his family situation, so there is no need to go into details. When several classmates thought of this, they looked at Chen Tian with teasing eyes. This Chen Tian, let alone compared with Huang Jun, even compared with those from ordinary families, there is no comparison. Are you still here to see the house? Or is it the best villa area in Jinling? This person is really shameless. Several students looked at each other and saw disdain in each other's eyes. Huang Jun looked like a smiling tiger. He hid the contempt on his face, looked at Chen Tian with a smile and said, Chen Tian, are you here to see the house? Without waiting for Chen Tian to answer, Huang Jun looked at Chen Tian without any concealment. Looking at his current appearance, Huang Jun sneered in his heart. Huang Jun remembered that when Chen Tian was in high school, his academic performance was quite good and he looked okay. But what's the use of being good at studying and looking good? Can it be eaten as food? Can it be spent as money? Your family is so poor, yet you still dare to come here to look at houses today. I'm afraid you're not here to eat and drink for free, right? Men like this are getting worse and worse. I don't like them at all. Chen Tian nodded slightly on the opposite side, looked at everyone and asked. You guys are here to see the house too? So many people? Hearing Chen Tian's words, several young men nearby quickly explained. We are here to accompany Jungu. Jungu wants to buy a house and asked us to help look around. Don't you know the financial situation of Jun's family? If they want to buy a house, they must buy the best house in Jinling. Speaking of the best, we will come directly to Tianfu City. I took a quick look here and it seems to be barely worthy of Jun Ji's conditions. But you won't find anything better in Jinling. Ha ha. Several young men seized every opportunity to flatter Huang Jun. In their opinion, a rich second generation like Huang Jun will definitely achieve great success in the future. They just wanted to build a good relationship with Huang Jun, maybe it would be useful in the future. Listening to everyone's flattery, Huang Jun waved his hands, looking as if nothing happened, but the raised corners of his mouth still revealed his true mood at the moment. What does this mean to me? I just rely on my family. I just go back to inherit the family business and do the family business. Jun Huang said with a smile, but his words implied that he was bragging about his identity as a rich second generation. Huang Jun is not one of those people who always want to get rid of the title of rich second generation. In his opinion, the fact that he is a rich second generation means that he has accumulated virtue and done good deeds in his previous life. Of course, you have to enjoy your life. After hearing Huang Jun's humble words, the others immediately spoke up. It's mainly because you're awesome, brother Huang. If my family had the conditions, I wouldn't necessarily be the one to inherit the family business. That's natural. Look, we are the same age, let alone a house in Tianfu City, we can't even afford a second-hand house. But our brother Huang is the best. Let's not compare ourselves with brother Huang, we are lowering his standards. We are just ordinary people, it's better to be down to earth and not show off casually, it would be bad if people recognized us. Huang Jun burst into laughter when he heard this, with pride in his eyes and eyebrows. He followed Chen Tian's gaze and his gaze landed on a house type. When the salesperson was introducing the property just now, Huang Jun also took a look. He remembered that it was the smallest house in the entire Tianfu City community. A trace of contempt flashed across Huang Jun's eyes, and he said loudly to Chen Tian, "Don't look at these low-end ones. If you want to buy a house, buy a bigger one. Even if it costs a little more, you can live comfortably, just like me." After saying that, Huang Jun looked at the salesperson walking behind him and asked, "How's it going? Can we go see the house now?" The salesperson came over quickly and answered with a flattering look on his face. "Sure." While answering Huang Jun's question, the salesperson handed the floor plan to Huang Jun and said respectfully, "Mr. Huang, please take a look at the floor plan first." "Let's go and see the house now." Huang Jun hummed, glanced at the floor plan, took it in his hand and shook it towards Chen Tian, saying, "Take a look at this one I'm looking at. It's about 150 square meters. What do you think?" Looking at Chen Tian's good-looking appearance, Huang Jun frowned slightly, and the words he said became more and more sour. "I have always liked grand things since I was a kid. My family can afford it, so I like bigger houses. You are different from me. You don't need to buy such a big one, but the ones that are around 80 or 90 yuan should be enough." Huang Jun finished speaking and deliberately looked at the salesperson beside him and said pretentiously, "Don't you have those small apartments of 80 or 90 square meters here? Take them out and show them to this old classmate of mine. Those who can do sales in Tianfu City are all shrewd people." At a glance, she understood the relationship between them. The salesperson actually went to get the floor plan of a house of about 80 to 90 square meters and handed it to Chen Tian. Chen Tian just glanced at it and didn't answer it. Huang Jun didn't care whether Chen Tian was unhappy or not, and continued to chatter. "Chen Tian, we are old classmates, please don't be polite. The manager is my father's friend, he can give you a discount, why don't you just place the order?" When the lackeys nearby heard this, their eyes lit up instantly. "No way? Uncle actually knows the manager of Tianfu City? This is amazing." Of course. If Uncle Huang didn't have some interpersonal relationships, how could he be so successful in Jinling? "I know Uncle Huang is awesome, but I didn't expect him to be this awesome. This only shows that Jun is too low-key. Brother Jun, we are brothers. If anything happens in the future, you have to help me." These young men surrounded Huang Jun and licked him in various ways. Huang Jun just likes the feeling of being sought after, and he feels very good for a while. Chen Tian looked at them, shook his head slightly, and said directly, "It's too cheap, forget it. How much does such a small house cost? If he is given a discount, will he still spend the money? Isn't this delaying your ability to make money?" Huang Jun had no idea what Chen Tian was thinking. He had a sneer on his face and thought that Chen Tian didn't buy it because he had no money. The other young men had similar ideas and they were too lazy to even say anything to Chen Tian. If you are so good at showing off, be careful or you might get struck by lightning when you go out. Everyone just felt a lack of interest and turned around to follow the salesperson to see the house in person. Although there was a small incident, it did not affect Chen Tian's mood for house viewing at all. Zhang Shuyao accompanied Chen Tian to look at the sand table, then took him to the reception area and found a sofa to sit down. Chen Tian looked at the information about the property, and suddenly looked at Zhang Shuyao beside him and asked, "Your villa number 1 hasn't been sold yet, right?" Chapter 7. The beauty said she could provide door-to-door service. Villa number 1? Hearing Chen Tian's question, Zhang Shuyao was obviously stunned for a moment, and then replied, "No. Are you interested in Villa Number 1? Let me give you a brief introduction first. With Chen Tian's tacit approval, Zhang Shuyao cleared her throat and began to introduce. As you know, the location of our Tianfu city has flowing water in front and green mountains behind, which is a very good location for feng shui. Our Villa Number 1 can be said to be the best in the entire villa area in terms of both feng shui location and landscape. Precisely because of all the advantages, the price of this building is truly sky high. It costs a full 800 million. Although it is expensive, it is worth it. Not only does it occupy the best location, but because of the name of Tianfu City Number 1 Villa, it will also become a symbol of the owner's noble status. In order to show the advantages of Villa Number 1, the real estate company also put a lot of thought into it and directly invited top designers to design the entire Villa Number 1. Whether it is indoor or outdoor garden swimming pool, it is the best design. All the items used in it are from the world's top brands and are absolutely the epitome of luxury. Although the price is expensive, it is definitely a top-notch experience with ready-to-move-in experience, and it is worth the money. Zhang Shuyao introduced it proudly, while Chen Tian opposite her did not say a word. He seemed to be thinking about something with his eyes lowered. Zhang Shuyao looked at Chen Tian in front of him and thought that he was frightened by the price of 800 million yuan for Villa Number 1. However, Zhang Shuyao did not feel disappointed at all. She adjusted her mentality and asked Chen Tian, "Mr. Chen, if you are not satisfied with Villa Number 1, how about I introduce you to the small high-rise building over there?" Unexpectedly, Chen Tian suddenly showed a smile on his face and said in a calm tone, "No, buy this first. 800 million, although the price is not very expensive, it is barely acceptable." After that, Chen Tian took out a card from his clothes, handed it to Zhang Shuyao, and said, "Swipe the card." Zhang Shuyao looked at Chen Tian's nonchalant movements, her beautiful eyes widened instantly, and her little heart was beating fast. The look he gave Chen Tian was filled with shock. Villa Number 1 worth 800 million yuan, buy it directly with full payment? This. Zhang Shuyao looked at the handsome face in front of her again. This man, who seemed to be younger than her, actually had such financial strength. It's so powerful that it's a bit scary. "Beauty, aren't you going to swipe the card and prepare the contract?" Chen Tian looked at Zhang Shuyao with a smile on his face and asked with raised eyebrows. Zhang Shuyao finally reacted, her pretty face turned red, and she immediately said, "Please wait a moment. Villa Number 1 is for sale. I need to report it to our manager. After all, Villa Number 1 is the king of buildings in Tianfu City, and the manager needs to be notified if it is to be sold." As Zhang Shuyao went to the manager's office, the news of the sale of Villa Number 1 spread instantly. When the experienced salesmen nearby heard the news, they exploded on the spot. "No way? The handsome young man just now actually bought the most expensive Villa Number 1 with just one bid? That's a price of 800 million. With such a large amount of money in mind, the commission that the salesperson can get must also be a huge sum." The bunch of veteran salesmen instantly regretted their decision so much. Who could have imagined that such a young man could be so extraordinary with this move? For a moment, all the sales staff looked in Chen Tian's direction. They could clearly see that Chen Tian's card was placed on the small table in the reception area, which hurt their eyes. If the card is swiped, the commission will belong to Zhang Shuyao. At this time, Chen Tian took out his ID card and prepared the documents for signing the contract. Just when the salesmen were regretting their decision, one of the women came out. In the sales industry, if you want to last long, you have to be willing to take risks. The woman took out her lipstick and touched up her makeup, then gently unbuttoned a button on her chest under everyone's gaze. Not only that, the woman also used her hands to adjust the position of the collar to make the opening more precisely positioned. A gleam of determination flashed in the woman's eyes. The more you reveal, the greater your chances of success. Zhang Shuyao is indeed beautiful, and in the entire sales team, there are very few people with such high looks as her. But this girl is too young and always acts pretentiously. How can she get big clients? After making all the preparations, the woman walked towards Chen Tian gracefully. She sat directly under the armrest of Chen Tian's chair and leaned down gently. The woman was indeed an expert. She found the perfect angle so that she could see everything clearly. "Mr. Chen, Zhang Shuyao is new here and doesn't have much experience. I'm afraid things will be a little slow." The woman deliberately spoke in a coquettish voice, rubbing Chen Tian's body in some places, and said in a somewhat artificial way, "Not only am I efficient, but, if you need anything in the future, I can provide door-to-door service." When talking about the words door-to-door service, the woman deliberately emphasized the words and threw a coquettish glance at Chen Tian. The implication of this is already quite obvious. The woman's idea was very simple, she clearly wanted to grab the order. After all, the commission you can get from selling this villa is equivalent to the commission from selling hundreds of small houses. Not to mention, Chen Tian looks so handsome and cool. No matter how you look at it, I'm making a profit by getting such a big client. The people around also gasped when they saw the woman who took the initiative. This is simply a big move. After all, the commission of villa number 1 is so high, it's too tempting. When Zhang Shuyao saw the woman's appearance, her heart tightened. Seeing such an obvious act of stealing the order, Zhang Shuyao was also alert and looked at Chen Tian with a little nervousness. Chen Tian looked at the white things in front of him and understood what the other party meant. He shook his head and said, "No." As he spoke, Chen Tian stood up, looked at Zhang Shuyao who was relieved, and said with a smile, "Come on, take me to go through the formalities." The two people walked towards the office area of the sales office, one in front and one behind. The woman looked at Chen Tian walking away, stomped her feet in anger, and spat angrily. "It's just being rich, what's so great about that? There are so many people who are good-looking and rich. Chen Tian looks down on me. He has no taste." At this time, a middle-aged man walked up to the woman, looked at her unbuttoned clothes with a lewd look, and said with a smile, "Beauty, I want to buy a house, can you provide door-to-door service?" This woman is pretty good-looking, and most importantly, she has a nice figure and is quite open-minded. When the salesperson heard the middle-aged man's words, she came back to her senses immediately. A flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. She smiled very charmingly and asked, "Do you want to buy a villa too?" Although the other villas are not as prestigious as villa number 1, their commissions are much higher than those of other houses. The man was obviously stunned, and said with an embarrassed look, "No, I want to buy a house in the school district." Although it's just a school district house, the housing prices in Tianfu City are so high, so the total price is not low, right? Going to the door, is that too much? The salesperson sneered and said directly, "Sorry, I don't have time. You can look for those salespeople who are new to the industry." The subtext is, get lost, I don't have time. With such a small amount of money, you have the nerve to ask for door-to-door service? Are you worthy? The middle-aged man stood there in a daze, looking embarrassed. Didn't they agree that you could provide door-to-door service? Chapter 8, They're all bought? At this time, Chen Tian had already completed the procedures for the villa with Zhang Shuyao. The moment the card was swiped successfully, a light screen flashed in front of Chen Tian's eyes. Detected that the host just spent 800 million, triggering the 10x rebate skill, rebate 8 billion. Looking at the rebate arriving, Chen Tian showed a satisfied smile on his face. Zhang Shuyao looked at Chen Tian and said respectfully, "Mr. Chen, shall I take you to see the house now?" Chen Tian looked at Zhang Shuyao doubtfully, frowned slightly, and said, "Who said I'm done shopping? This is how much money we spent, of course it's not enough." In the face of Zhang Shuyao's shocked gaze, Chen Tian did not hesitate and asked directly, "How many houses do you have left?" Zhang Shuyao was stunned. She checked the system information and then replied, "We still have over 200 sets." More than 200 sets? Chen Tian thought about it and handed the bank card directly to Zhang Shuyao. "Zhang Shuyao. What does this mean? Should I take it or not?" Chen Tian looked at Zhang Shuyao's slightly red cheeks and said helplessly, "What are you standing there for?" "I want them all." "Swipe your card." "Want them all? Bought it all?" Zhang Shuyao just felt a loud bang in her brain, and it completely crashed. If there are more than 200 sets, that would be tens of billions. Zhang Shuyao did not dare to delay and quickly informed the manager of the news. The manager didn't care at first, as selling villa number 1 already made him very happy. When he heard Zhang Shuyao say that the owner of villa number 1 was going to buy out all their houses, he jumped up from his chair instantly. "What did you say? You bought them all?" After receiving Zhang Shuyao's affirmative answer, the manager hurriedly came out and received Chen Tian in person. With everyone's joint preparation, all the house procedures are being sorted out. Chen Tian looked at their busy figures, frowned, and said directly, "We can take our time with the formalities. How about you swipe the card first?" He is still anxious and waiting for the rebate. Everyone present. This was the only guest they had ever seen in their lives. How rich does a person have to be so eager to pay as soon as he opens his mouth? The news that more than 200 houses were packed up spread among the sales group in an instant. The salesman's eyes widened at the shocking news. They had heard of such things, but they were all in the news. It's just like a fairy tale. I never thought it would happen right beside me today. But unfortunately, it didn't happen to me. The sales staff were regretting their decision so much that their intestines turned green. Who would have thought that this client, whom they thought was too young, would be more straightforward than the big client they valued? Tell me, isn't it just lunchtime? What is there for them to rest for? With such a handsome guy, isn't it nice to just chat with him? Now, I am watching helplessly as tens of millions of commissions become someone else's. What else can I say? And with so many sold at once, Zhang Shuyao became the absolute sales champion. Her future is definitely bright. If they only paid a little more attention, these things could be theirs. The more they thought about it, the more regretful they felt. They wished they could find a place where no one was around and slap themselves in the face. Zhang Shuyao took Chen Tian directly to the finance office and swiped the money for more than 200 houses. As the card was swiped, a light curtain immediately appeared. Detected that the host just spent 3.2 billion, triggering the 10x rebate skill, rebate 32 billion. After learning that all the properties were sold, Sun Deji, the general manager of the real estate company, rushed to the sales hall in person. Hello, Mr. Chen, welcome to our Tianfu city. As soon as Sun Deji walked into the sales hall and saw Chen Tian, he immediately greeted him warmly. When Chen Tian heard the voice, he looked up and saw a middle-aged man walking towards him, with a mature and steady aura. The two people greeted each other, and then they realized that the person in front of them was the general manager of Detian Real Estate. Sun Deji came over, firstly to meet this big client, and secondly to help with the formalities. After all, such a big client is rare even for Sun Deji, the general manager of a real estate company. When he actually stood in front of Chen Tian, a hint of surprise flashed quickly in Sun Deji's eyes. This big client looks a little too young, doesn't he? If the money had not actually been transferred into the account, Sun Deji would not have believed it. Especially when he saw Chen Tian's mysterious aura, he developed a favorable impression of him. Sun Deji looked at Chen Tian and said enthusiastically, "Mr. Chen, your paperwork has been completed. Why don't we go look at the house together?" It was a good idea for him to take this opportunity to develop a good relationship with this young man. Such young people have a bright future. Unexpectedly, Chen Tian's answer was beyond Sun Deji's imagination. Chen Tian waved his hand gently and said directly, "No, I won't look at the house." After all, for Chen Tian, these houses are just tools for him to make money. No matter how good the house is, it is not as good as his automatically upgraded home. Seeing Chen Tian's nonchalant look, everyone present was stunned. Who is this person? You spent billions of dollars to buy this house, but you're too lazy to even take a look at it? Even if he didn't care about the more than 200 houses, then why did he not care about villa number 1 which cost 800 million yuan? This. Everyone at the scene was instantly in chaos. Everyone looked at Chen Tian with shock and disbelief in their eyes. Chen Tian didn't care at all. He looked at Zhang Shuyao, who was staring blankly at a pile of information, and said, "Please help deliver the property certificate to my house. After all, my car is too small to fit it." The general manager saw that Zhang Shuyao was a little dazed, so he quickly came to her side and said in a low voice, "You have to grab this big client, no matter what method you use, understand? The benefits to you will be limitless." Zhang Shuyao listened to the general manager's words and instantly understood what he meant. She also blushed. After the general manager finished speaking, he immediately saw the staff behind him and led them to start moving the property certificates. Zhang Shuyao drove her car over and watched the piles of property certificates being moved into the car. The visual effect shocked Zhang Shuyao so much that she felt a little dizzy. Chen Tian walked straight to the front of the Ferrari A12, waved at Zhang Shuyao, and said, "Just follow me." After saying that, Chen Tian got into the car without waiting for Zhang Shuyao's reply, stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Zhang Shuyao. My car can't keep up at all. Looking at her own small commuter car, and then at the supercar of which only the taillights could be seen, a wry smile appeared on Zhang Shuyao's face. What else could she do in the face of such a situation? Zhang Shuyao greeted the manager and others, then quickly got into the car and chased in the direction Chen Tian left. General Manager Sun Deji looked at the direction Zhang Shuyao left and said to the manager directly, This girl has a future, we must keep her, understand? With such sales in the company, will selling houses still be a problem? The manager nodded vigorously behind Sun Deji. Even if the general manager didn't say it, he was planning to give Zheng Shuyao a promotion and a raise. This is a lucky general. At this time, Huang Jun and others who went to see the house in person walked back to the sales hall under the guidance of the salesperson. The eyes of the young men looking at Huang Jun were full of envy. Just now they accompany me to see the houses that have been opened. It is indeed the most upscale residential area in Jinling. Both the residential area and the house layout are very good. Everyone looked at Huang Jun and started to flatter him. Brother Jun has reached the pinnacle of his life right after graduation. Look at the house he bought, it's directly in the best community in Jinling, it's really enviable. The houses here are not only good in layout and location, but most importantly, they are in the school district. What a winner in life! From now on, Jun Ji's children will be enrolled in key schools as soon as they are born. I wish I could become a woman now, find a man like Jun Gu, and save myself decades of hard work. Just give up now. If you were a woman, you wouldn't even dare look in the mirror in the middle of the night. How could you want to find someone like Jun Gu? You must be crazy. Huang Jun listened to what everyone said, the smile on his face never faded. The most refreshing thing is being with these old classmates. In a good mood, Huang Jun looked directly at the salesperson beside him and waved his hand. Okay, since everyone agrees, I'll just order this one. When the salesperson heard this, a happy smile appeared on his face, and he quickly said, Okay, then please wait a moment, I will prepare the contract now. The salesperson said this as he walked towards the office area. When he checked his computer, he found that the house Huang Jun had just looked at was no longer available. What's going on? Is the internet down? The salesperson was confused and quickly restarted the computer. However, after this restart, the sales staff discovered that all the properties in the system had disappeared. Huang Jun also came over at this time. He was getting a little impatient and asked directly, What's going on? The contract hasn't been finalized yet? The salesperson looked puzzled and quickly replied, Please wait a moment. My sales account shows that the house is no longer available. No more? Huang Jun was confused, his brows furrowed tightly, and he said, Weren't there so many sets just now? How come they are all gone? Is your system broken? Tianfu City is the best residential area in Jinling. Huang Jun doesn't believe that such a large group can raise the price arbitrarily. The other young men also looked incredible. They just went to check the house, how could all the things be gone? The salesperson had the same idea. At this moment, a colleague happened to pass by. She quickly stopped the colleague and asked, Is there something wrong with our system? Why are all the listings not showing up? The colleague looked at the salesperson with a strange look and replied, Weren't you here just now? Our house was bought by a big guy. All? Package? When everyone heard this, they all gasped. I bought them all. How much does it cost? Seeing that they really didn't know, the colleague excitedly explained to them. That tycoon first bought Villa number 1, and then he bought all the houses directly, spending billions in one go. And guess what, they didn't even see the house, they just took the property title deed and left. Everyone's eyes widened as they listened to what the colleague said. Isn't this too rich? What kind of boss is this? Billions were spent in one go without even blinking an eye. Huang Jun and the others looked at each other, their faces filled with regret. It would be better if they came out earlier, at least they could meet the boss. The other young men also looked helpless. If they had known earlier, they would not have wasted so much time. When the colleague saw the distressed look on Huang Jun and others' faces, he was obviously stunned for a moment and said strangely, That is Mr. Chen who was talking to you earlier. Mr. Chen? Are you talking about Chen Tian? Huang Jun felt his throat tighten and asked in a slightly nervous tone. No way? How could Chen Tian have bought so many houses? That's billions. You know, even Huang Jun, the richest among them, only has tens of millions in his family. Even if I wanted to buy a 150 square meter house, I decided to do so only after discussing it with my family. But Chen Tian, the person they looked down upon, actually took them all in one go? Chapter 9 They are just poor. The gap between them is simply too big. Not to mention, the faces of those students whose families were already very ordinary were already extremely ugly. It's only been a few years since we last met, and we all went to college, so how come the gap is so big after a few years? My colleague nodded gently and said. Yes, it was Mr. Chen. Moreover, he paid in full and has left now. Pay in full? Billions of dollars in cash flow? Just bought a bunch of houses like this? They just felt their brains were confused and had no idea what to say to express their feelings. Now Chen Tian is soaring into the sky, and they can't even see the slightest trace of him. Did I say something unpleasant at that time? The expression on a young man's face looked like he was about to cry. No one answered him. Everyone was immersed in their own thoughts, and their faces became increasingly uglier. They spoke so harshly before, they must have offended this old classmate badly. Especially Huang Jun, he suddenly remembered what Chen Tian said at that time, that it was too cheap. It turns out that they are not pretending, nor are they too poor to buy it. Chen Tian is telling the truth. That little money, such a small house. How could someone of his status possibly be interested in her? It's just me, who takes chicken feathers as a token of authority and brags in front of others. The more they thought about it, the more embarrassed they felt, and they all wilted. Especially those young people from ordinary families, they feel very uncomfortable. The reason why they came out with Huang Jun was because they were attracted by the fact that his family was rich and they felt that he could help them in the future. However, because such a small grass directly offended such a big tree, they felt more and more at a loss. The person who can directly come up with billions of liquid funds, the strength and financial resources behind him are absolutely terrifying that they can't even imagine. Although they don't know how this happened and it is completely different from high school, does it matter? Everyone walked outside like eggplants hit by frost. Seeing Huang Jun and others leave in disgrace, the salesman present no longer had any interest in gossiping. They also just missed the opportunity to rise to prominence, and now it's too late to regret. At this time, Chen Tian was driving his Ferrari 812 and speeding on the road. Zhang Shuyao had a hard time chasing after him, but she had no idea that Chen Tian was waiting for her on purpose. Otherwise, if he stepped on the accelerator, Zhang Shuyao would have disappeared from sight, and there would have been no chance for her to slowly wander behind. Chen Tian was watching in front, watching the changes on both sides of the road, and couldn't help humming a little tune. It seems that my home is really nice. Not only has the house been upgraded, but even the road leading to the home has become wide and flat, very high-end. Especially on both sides of the road and in the flower beds in the middle of the road, the trees and flowers planted there are all world-famous rare species. Chen Tian has long been accustomed to it. After all, his home will be upgraded automatically, and repairing the road is not difficult at all. On the contrary, Zhang Shuyao, who was following behind, was stunned when he saw the scenery on both sides of the road and the road that was wider than the main road. She had no idea about this road and today was her first time walking on it. I didn't expect it to be so well maintained. Especially not far away, you can see the beautiful river view, which is simply too beautiful. Living in a place like this, it's no wonder that Mr. Chen has such a good temperament. The feng shui here is so nourishing. From a distance, Zhang Shuyao saw a large single-family villa at the end of the road. It is said to be a single-family villa, but its floor area seems to be much larger than that of an ordinary house. From a distance, it looks like a huge castle that has just been built and exudes a modern atmosphere. Zhang Shuyao's heart almost jumped out as she drove. Her eyes subconsciously looked towards the silver-gray Ferrari in front of her, and she thought to herself, could the house at the end be Mr. Chen's home? If it is true, then who is this Mr. Chen? Isn't this Tu Tycoon? Just as Zhang Shuyao was in disbelief, she saw Chen Tian driving the car into the house. Chen Tian parked the car directly in the yard. The fish in the white marble fish pond seemed to sense the return of their owner. They swam happily in the pond and wagged their tails towards Chen Tian. At this moment, Chen Tian's cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was Zhang Shuyao calling. This made Chen Tian obviously stunned. He was the only one at the end of the road, so how could he get lost? What's wrong? Chen Tian picked up the phone and asked. Soon, Zhang Shuyao's sweet voice sounded from the other end of the phone, but no matter how you listened, you could feel a hint of trembling in her voice. Mr. Chen, can you come out for a moment? There's a dog here, it's so fierce. As she spoke, Zhang Shuyao's voice became noticeably weaker, and she was obviously frightened by the vicious dog at the door. She didn't have the courage to drive the car directly into the yard. After all, Chen Tian's villa looked too luxurious. Just standing at the door, Zhang Shuyao saw the super luxurious decoration in the yard. Even the small fish pond is made of white marble. Originally, Zhang Shuyao was thinking of taking out the property certificate from the car and delivering it directly to the villa. But as soon as he got off the car, he saw a vicious dog lying at the door, looking at him viciously. The look on his face made it seem like if he moved anymore, the other person would pounce on him and bite his neck off. So Zhang Shuyao could only remain in a stalemate with the vicious dog, and no one wanted to move first. Being able to call Chen Tian for help was the biggest breakthrough Zhang Shuyao had made, relying on her survival instinct. When Chen Tian received a call for help from Zhang Shuyao, he suddenly remembered that his family had given him a vicious bulldog. Thinking of this, Chen Tian hurried out and saw the confrontation between a man and a dog from a distance. When Zhang Shuyao saw Chen Tian coming, the tense nerves in her head instantly broke, and she pounced towards Chen Tian without thinking. The bulldog didn't seem to expect that the woman opposite would be so arrogant and actually rushed straight towards her owner. In anger, the bulldog ran after Zhang Shuyao without saying a word. Unfortunately, before he caught up with Zhang Shuyao, he saw Zhang Shuyao crash directly into Chen Tian's arms. Chen Tian was afraid that Zhang Shuyao would fall, so he subconsciously took the opportunity to hug her. He only felt a unique fragrance, with the sweet scent unique to girls, rushing straight into Chen Tian's nostrils. What follows is a full heart of softness. This was the first time that Chen Tian was embraced by someone after being alone for many years. Especially the unique softness of a girl, when it brushes against his arm and bumps into his arms. It's like being hit head-on by a huge wave. The comfortable feeling is refreshing. Chapter 10. Am I my biological child? Zhang Shuyao came to her senses when she bumped into Chen Tian's arms, and her pretty little face turned red instantly. She could feel her bear rubbing against Chen Tian's arm and crashing into his arms. Zhang Shuyao felt her heart fluttering. This was the first time in all these years that she had such close contact with a boy. At this time, Chen Tian saw the bulldog approaching and waved his hand gently at it, driving the dog away. Although bulldogs are vicious dogs, they are very obedient to their owners. Seeing Chen Tian's gesture, the bulldog wagged its tail at Chen Tian, then obediently moved aside, lay on the ground, and panted heavily. Chen Tian and Zhang Shuyao continued to maintain their ambiguous postures, and neither of them took the first step. At this moment, Chen Tian suddenly saw a flash of light in front of him. The owner was detected to have brought a girl home. The family was very pleased, and rewarded the owner with God-level T art skills. God-level T art? Chen Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This contribution was quite interesting. Slowly collecting his thoughts, Chen Tian lowered his head and looked at Zhang Shuyao in his arms. Zhang Shuyao was really frightened, and her body was still trembling slightly. But maybe it was because Chen Tian's body was too hot, but Zhang Shuyao's pretty face couldn't help but blush, making her look very cute. Chen Tian sighed silently in his heart, and looked at the vicious dog that had already laid back in its original position. It really can't be blamed on Zhang Shuyao for being too timid. After all, the bulldog contributed by the family was indeed too fierce. Just looking at its face and its sharp teeth would make people want to stay away from it. If someone with ulterior motives comes to the house, he will probably be scared to death, or even be bitten by the dog and sent to the ICU. It's okay, don't be afraid. Chen Tian patted Zhang Shuyao's back gently and comforted her softly. Feeling Chen Tian's actions, Zhang Shuyao's body stiffened. Even though she knew that Chen Tian had no such thoughts about her, Zhang Shuyao had never had such contact with a boy. She could clearly feel how hot Chen Tian's hands were. The heat seemed to be burning her young heart, making Zhang Shuyao a little overwhelmed. Zhang Shuyao lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a silhouette on her face. She whispered, "My legs are still shaking a little bit." Chen Tian looked at her, thought for a moment, and suggested, "Can you still walk? Do you want me to carry you in?" Hug. Zhang Shuyao's face turned red again when she heard this. She waved her hands quickly and said haltingly, No, I can still walk, but my legs are a little weak. I'll drive into the yard." Zhang Shuyao withdrew from Chen Tian's arms. At this moment, she seemed to feel her body empty and a little lost in her heart. She quickly got into the car, drove into Chen Tian's yard, and unloaded the pile of property certificates directly. Looking at the whole box of property certificates, Zhang Shuyao looked at Chen Tian and asked, "Do you need me to help you move in?" Chen Tian shook his head and decided to just take these things in himself. "Look at Zhang Shuyao's thin arms and legs, you'd better do it yourself." "Mr. Chen, is it convenient for me to exchange WeChat with you?" Zhang Shuyao said to Chen Tian, biting her lips slightly. Chen Tian took out his mobile phone, opened his QR code, and asked Zhang Shuyao to add him directly. Zhang Shuyao sent a friend request and said, Mr. Chen, if you go to see the house, please call me. Having said that, Zhang Shuyao looked around Chen Tian's house. With such a beautiful villa, it's no wonder that he has no interest in looking at villas worth 800 million yuan. It turns out that it's not that I don't care, it's that I really don't think highly of it. After coming to this realization, Zhang Shuyao looked at Chen Tian with eyes full of curiosity and exploration. What kind of young man is this? He feels very mysterious, but as soon as I saw him, I knew that this person must have an extraordinary identity. A person's temperament cannot be deceived. Chen Tian sent Zhang Shuyao away from the villa, and he took a box of property certificates and placed them on the table. Looking at the specialties on the table, Chen Tian once again thought of Lu Ruyan's sweet smile, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Reaching out to open the bag, Chen Tian looked at the well-packaged special Shanghai snacks inside and shook his head slightly. The packaging was so fragile that it was obvious that Lu Ruyan carried it very carefully on her way back. Even the crab shell yellow is intact and very beautiful. There are also pork ribs and rice cakes, pickled snails, and pounded rice balls. They are even slightly warm. No wonder he stuffed the local snacks into my hands as soon as we met. Thinking of this, Chen Tian felt a warm feeling in his heart. Chen Tian picked up the fork and tasted it briefly. It tasted very good. After eating something, Chen Tian picked up another car key on the table and walked towards the garage. This should be the new reward Aston Martin. I suddenly opened the garage door and saw a white supercar parked inside. Under the illumination of the incandescent lights in the garage, the Aston Martin emits a bright white light, which is very dazzling. Chen Tian looked at the soft streamlines, a smile flashing in his eyes. It is truly a global limited edition super sports car. Even if it just sits there quietly, it still exudes a unique charm. Chen Tian directly pressed the car key, got into the car, and felt the atmosphere inside the car. At the same time, Lu Ruyan and her sister also returned home. Seeing two charming figures appear at the door, father and mother Lu looked at each other, and immediately rushed over in 2 steps, smiling and saying, "Ruyan, do you have a boyfriend?" Lu Ruyan. "Mom and Dad, what are you looking at?" As if realizing something, Lu Ruyan turned her head and looked at Lu Ruyu beside her. Lu Ruyu felt her sister's gaze, so she simply turned her head away and even whistled softly. Although she blew for a long time without making any sound, Lu Ruyu was not embarrassed at all. I tried hard to act as if it was none of my business. Lu Ruyan, who was standing aside, was so angry that she almost laughed out loud. This little girl must be full of resentment and said something without thinking in front of her parents. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes and stretched out her hand. Her delicate little hand, as white as scallion, began to rub Lu Ruyu's little face. Lu Ruyu's beautiful face was transformed into various shapes by her sister's deliberate manipulation. "Sister, I was wrong." Seeing that the situation was not good, Lu Ruyu immediately begged for mercy. Her face was being kneaded, and her speech was a little unclear, so she could only keep casting pitiful glances at her sister. Lu's father and mother were a little confused watching from the side. Lu's mother directly grabbed Lu Ruyan's hand and asked, "Don't try to fool me, you two. Tell me what's going on. Who did you go out to eat with?" Chen Tian. Seeing that her parents looked like they were interrogating a criminal, Lu Ruyan confessed obediently. When Lu's father and mother heard this, they looked at each other and asked, "Xiao Chen?" Of course they knew Chen Tian. After all, Chen Tian and Lu Ruyan had been playing together since childhood, and they knew each other well. Moreover, Chen Tian has been a good kid since he was young, but his family. Thinking of this, Lu's father and mother sighed in their hearts. However, family conditions are not a big problem, after all, they are not short of money. There are no adults at Chen Tian's home, so it's the same with them taking care of him. As if she understood what her parents meant, Lu Ruyu said loudly, "Mom and Dad, let me tell you, Brother Chen Tian is very rich now. He spent hundreds of thousands on that meal just now." "A meal, hundreds of thousands?" When they heard Lu Ruyu's words, Lu's father and mother's eyes widened instantly. Mother Lu was filled with disbelief and looked at Lu Ruyan inquiringly. Lu Ruyan nodded slightly. Ruyu was not exaggerating. The cars Chen Tian drives now are all super sports cars. Amidst Lu Ma's exclamation, Lu Pa, who was standing by, smiled and said kindly, "I've seen this kid before. He's a golden fish that can't be kept in a pond. Once he encounters wind and rain, he'll turn into a dragon. He is indeed the child I have chosen. He has a promising future." "Not bad. Mother Lu saw Lu Ruyan's shy and timid look and understood immediately. She grinned and said to her eldest daughter, "You kid, they treated you to such an expensive meal. How about this? You invite Xiao Chen to your home for a meal tomorrow." As young people, if they want to be together, they naturally need to spend more time together. As a mother, my role is just to help out and give some assists. When Lu Ruyu, who was standing next to him, heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up and she said loudly, "That's a good idea. Then I'll also cook for brother Chen Tian myself." When Lu's father and mother heard Lu Ruyu's words, they turned their heads almost at the same time, looked at Lu Ruyu, and scolded her lightly. "Why are you joining in the fun? Come and watch the store with us tomorrow." Lu Ruyu. "Mom and Dad, am I still your biological daughter? I feel like I'm being treated differently." Chapter 11. How capable are you? Lu Ruyan also thought that her mother's suggestion was good. She took out her cell phone and sent a message to Chen Tian. "Do you have time tomorrow? My parents are not here, I'll show you my skills." Chen Tian replied quickly, "I didn't expect you could cook. I remember your dream wasn't to be a chef." Question. Lu Ruyan looked at the expression sent by Chen Tian, and a smile appeared on her face involuntarily, and she replied with a smile, "My dream is to learn painting and become an artist." "What's your dream?" "My dream? Of course, to be an illustrator." Chen Tian typed a line of words without hesitation and sent it out quickly. Lu Ruyan was obviously stunned. "Illustrator? I don't think I've heard that Chen Tian has any interest in painting before." The next moment, Lu Ruyan had a flash of inspiration in her mind and instantly realized that Chen Tian was driving. The car was driving so fast that it almost hurt her old waist. This bad Chen Tian looks serious, but unexpectedly he is actually a veteran driver. The more Lu Ruyan thought about it, the angrier she became, and she directly replied to Chen Tian with a picture of a ferocious face. After replying, Lu Ruyan put down her phone and sat in front of the computer. "After all, this is my first time cooking for Chen Tian at home, so I have to prepare a menu in advance." Lu Ruyan took out an A4 paper and started looking up the menu online. When Lu's mother came in, Lu Ruyan had almost finished writing and happened to lean in to take a look. Looking at the densely packed dishes, 3 black lines instantly appeared on Lu Ma's forehead. They are all hard dishes. Even Lu Ma herself couldn't guarantee that she could cook all the dishes on the menu. "Ruyan, can you do all these?" Mother Lu took a deep breath and asked. Lu Ruyan looked relaxed, smiled at her mother, and replied, "Aren't there recipes all over the internet? What's so difficult about this? Just do it yourself." After hearing what her daughter said, Mother Lu stopped talking and returned to her room worriedly. Looking at her husband leaning against the bed reading a book, Lu Ma said directly, "Old Lu, what should we do? Won't your daughter scare Xiao Chen away with this move? Once the black thing comes out, I'm afraid it's M." When Lu Ma said this, she couldn't help but sigh. "I also have to blame myself for this. I have 2 daughters. I hold them in my hands for fear of them dropping, and I hold them in my mouth for fear of them melting. I have spoiled them terribly since they were young. I have never taught them cooking." The 2 daughters' cooking skills are still at the stage where they can only make instant noodles. As a result, as soon as the eldest daughter made a move, she had to cook a table full of delicious dishes. This was like an egg or a stone, and she was just waiting to show her weakness. Father Lu didn't seem to be worried. He put his arm around Mother Lu's shoulders and said with a smile, "Children and grandchildren have their own blessings, so don't worry so much. Besides, maybe your daughter is really a hidden talent." "Hidden deep?" Mother Lu snorted coldly and couldn't help but complain. "You're someone who has trouble making instant noodles, and now you want to cook for others. Isn't that ridiculous?" At this time, Chen Tian had put down his mobile phone. He stood up and stretched his stiff body, ready to go to the massage room to enjoy the massage machine. In the huge massage room, Chen Tian chose a massage chair. As soon as he sat down, he immediately felt a little uncomfortable. "This seat seems a bit hard?" Just as Chen Tian had this thought, suddenly, a light screen flashed before his eyes. If the owner is not satisfied with the massage machine will automatically upgrade and contribute the owner's god-level massage technology. Looking at the feedback from his family, a helpless smile appeared on Chen Tian's lips. This compensation is a bit strange. What's the use of this god-level massage technique? Can you give yourself a massage? Just as Chen Tian was complaining in his heart, the massage machine had completed the upgrade. As the upgrade was completed, Chen Tian suddenly felt a sense of comfort. The soft touch completely surrounded his body. Not only that, the massage chair also automatically adjusted to zero gravity mode. Chen Tian felt comfortable and relaxed immediately. After enjoying a comfortable massage for half an hour, Chen Tian felt a little sleepy and went upstairs to rest. The next day, Chen Tian slept until he woke up naturally. He walked to the window and pressed the remote control. The curtains opened automatically, and suddenly the room was filled with sunlight. Chen Tian closed his eyes, breathed in the fresh air, and felt refreshed. Feeling the good weather today, Chen Tian went to the bathroom to wash up. Looking at himself in the mirror, he seemed to have become a little more handsome. After a simple breakfast, Chen Tian prepared to set off for Lu Ruyan's home. He looked at the things in his house and prepared to pick out a porcelain vase to take as a gift. Just as Chen Tiancheng had this thought, another light screen flashed before his eyes. It was detected that the owner brought a porcelain vase from home as a gift, and the family felt very relieved and took the initiative to contribute a Gigo Xiaoshan porcelain vase worth 300 million. Is this possible? Chen Tian was suddenly happy. He picked up the Gigo Xiaoshan bottle and took a look at it. An ancient breath came straight to his face. Looking at the priceless ancient vase, Chen Tian was also surprised and gently put it back to its original place. After everything was ready, Chen Tian walked to the garage and got into the Aston Martin. I went out today and had the opportunity to test the performance of this car. Chen Tian pressed the start button, and in an instant, the Aston Martin was like a behemoth that had awakened, revealing its domineering side. Feeling the roar and sound of the engine, Chen Tian felt that the blood in his body was burning. Only at this moment did he deeply understand what it meant to be as quiet as a virgin and as swift as a rabbit. Chen Tian felt like he just lightly pressed the accelerator and the car rushed out like a cheetah. Enjoying the performance of the top sports car, Chen Tian suddenly had an impulse and lowered the window. With one hand operating the steering wheel, Chen Tian stretched out his left hand out of the car window and held it facing the wind, as if he was feeling something. 20 miles per hour is A, 40 miles per hour is B, 60 miles per hour is C. Chen Tian muttered to himself, feeling a little regretful in his heart. But now we are in the city and can't feel what D feels like. The cars on the road saw the Aston Martin and instantly chose to avoid it. Moreover, the treatment is obviously much better than when I was driving a Ferrari 812. After all, with one Aston Martin, you can buy 9 or 10 Ferraris. Soon, Chen Tian arrived downstairs of Lu Ruyan's house. When Chen Tian went upstairs and rang the doorbell, he heard a dazed voice coming from inside the door. Soon, the door was opened. Lu Ruyan rubbed her eyes gently, looking like she had just woken up, and said, "You got up so early, come in." Chen Tian nodded and looked over Lu Ruyan. The girl was still wearing Pikachu pajamas and was probably woken up by Chen Tian's doorbell. The light yellow cartoon pajamas made Lu Ruyan's skin look even whiter and brighter. There was a pair of Pikachu ears on the hood of her pajamas, covering Lu Ruyan's hair, making her look cute and lovely. Especially Pikachu's big eyes, which were puffed up by Lu Ruyan, making him look very energetic and very cute. I didn't know what to bring, so I just bought something casually. As he said that, Chen Tian handed the things he brought to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan took it with one hand and scolded lightly. "We are all so familiar with each other, why do you need to bring gifts? Why are you being so polite?" Although he said this, when he saw the beautiful vase that Chen Tian brought, his eyes lit up and he put it on the table. Lu Ruyan picked up the tablet from the coffee table, stuffed it into Chen Tian's hand, and said with a smile, "Let me play with your tablet first. I'm going to change my clothes." Chen Tian opened a small game on the tablet and suddenly saw a WeChat message pop up on the screen. Looking at the content above, Chen Tian shouted loudly, "Ruyan, someone is looking for you on WeChat. Should I reply for you?" Lu Ruyan was still changing her clothes, and her voice came from inside the room. "What did you say?" Chen Tian recalled the content of the message and replied with a puzzled look. "I'm not sure, I think she was asking about medical supplies? She said they just got some new tampons in their store, they're very useful, and asked if you needed any." Tampons? When Lu Ruyan, who had just changed her clothes, heard this, her eyes widened instantly and a blush rose on her cheeks. How come Chen Tian saw such a private matter? Isn't this too embarrassing? Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan quickly ran out and confiscated the tablet. Chen Tian looked at Lu Ruyan and immediately understood. Is it the sanitary napkin or tampon? Looking at Chen Tian, who looked like he had learned to answer a question quickly, Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes. What a super straight man. If you can guess that this is medical supplies, no wonder he is single. Chen Tian shrugged helplessly. After all, how could he understand all this? Look, let me play Iron Man for you. Lu Ruyan looked at Chen Tian with a wicked smile and turned on the TV. After saying that, Lu Ruyan put down the remote control, walked into the kitchen, washed some fruit for Chen Tian and brought it out. You eat first, I'll go cook. When Chen Tian heard that Lu Ruyan was going to cook for him, he raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Okay, then I'll wait for your masterpiece. Lu Ruyan walked into the kitchen with high spirits. Chen Tian was also happy and comfortable, eating fruit while watching TV. After a while, Chen Tian suddenly heard a scream coming from the kitchen. It's Lu Ruyan's voice. Chen Tian frowned and ran into the kitchen. As soon as he walked in, he saw Lu Ruyan frying something. She must have not drained the water, and when Chen Tian came in, the oil was still splattering everywhere. Lu Ruyan must have been hit by the oil splashing. She was pinching her ear with one hand and staring at the oil pan with a confused look on her face. Chen Tian turned his head and looked at Lu Ruyan's pink earlobes, and found her extremely cute. Lu Ruyan is now so cute that Chen Tian's mouth corners slightly raised. When Lu Ruyan saw Chen Tian coming in, she immediately said in a show of strength. It's okay, you can go out, I can do it. Can? Chen Tian looked at Lu Ruyan jokingly, with his hands crossed over his chest, looking like he was ready to watch a show. Lu Ruyan made a face at Chen Tian. She opened the cupboard and actually took out a hood, gloves, and sleeves. It was obvious that she had made preparations long ago. Seeing Lu Ruyan putting on the tools with familiarity, and then looking at the same hood as the bank robber, Chen Tian laughed out loud. He covered his stomach with his big hands and laughed until he was out of breath. This girl, is she going to cook or release biological weapons? Lu Ruyan saw Chen Tian laughing at her. She pouted and said encouragingly. Just get out of here. Don't look at me like this. As long as I have my equipment on, I'm still very capable. Isn't it just blowing something up? With the equipment, you can definitely do it with ease. Chen Tian looked at Lu Ruyan's confident expression. Capable? How can it be done? Chapter 12, slamming the door and leaving. Then he shook his head helplessly and said. Okay, let me do it. This girl is fully equipped, but if she continues like this, I'm afraid the kitchen will be destroyed. When Lu Ruyan heard Chen Tian's words, she said with disbelief. You must be busy making money, how can you cook? You are not planning to make me instant noodles, are you? Seeing that Lu Ruyan was still resisting, Chen Tian simply grabbed Lu Ruyan's arms with both hands, carried her out, and then closed the kitchen door. Lu Ruyan only felt her body lighten, and then she was standing at the kitchen door. Looking at the locked door in front of him, he stomped his feet in anger. Oomph, let's see what you can do. Lu Ruyan sat on the sofa and heard the intensive sound of cutting vegetables coming from the kitchen. The sound of disdain is very frequent. One can imagine how fast the people in the kitchen are cutting vegetables. When Lu Ruyan heard the sound in the kitchen, her eyes widened instantly, her face full of horror. Could it be that Chen Tian really can cook? This rhythm sounds like that of a master. A hint of anticipation flashed across Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes. She sat comfortably on the sofa, waiting for dinner to be served. After a while, the kitchen door was opened by Chen Tian from the inside. Hearing the sound, Lu Ruyan stood up quickly. As the kitchen door opened, a scent of fragrance floated out inadvertently through the gap. Lu Ruyan subconsciously took 2 deep breaths and suddenly widened her eyes. This smell is so fragrant. Just at this moment, Chen Tian walked out of the kitchen with a tray of food. Dishes exuding rich aroma were placed on the table. For a moment, the whole restaurant was filled with the aroma of the dishes, which was intoxicating. Lu Ruyan watched Chen Tian bring out the dishes one by one, her cherry-like mouth opened. She was simply astonished by his beauty. Isn't the dish cooked by Chen Tian a little too good? Not only is the food delicious, but the presentation is also very pretty. In order to match the colors, Chen Tian also carved some decorations and placed them on the outside of the plate. It looks exquisite and beautiful. Lu Ruyan picked up a small pink flower and discovered that it was carved from a heart-shaped radish. It was so lifelike. Just by smelling the aroma of the various dishes, Lu Ruyan felt her mouth watering. A pair of beautiful eyes seemed to be fixed on the delicious food, and she was reluctant to look away. Looking at Lu Ruyan's greedy look, Chen Tian smiled faintly and said softly to Lu Ruyan, "Are you hungry? It's time to eat. He has already cooked the rice, so we can eat it any time. Okay, you sit down first, I'll go get the chopsticks." Lu Ruyan was very happy and jumped to get the chopsticks. Chen Tian looked at it trembling, and his eyes trembled up and down as well. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, it was really like the raging waves, very imposing. Lu Ruyan hurriedly went to get the chopsticks. She suddenly thought that Chen Tian had worked so hard cooking and must be thirsty, so she thought of pouring a glass of water for Chen Tian. As a result, when I was walking back with the water, I didn't notice the water stains under my feet and I slipped instantly. Fortunately, Lu Ruyan was still flexible and quickly stood up, but she still twisted her ankle. Lu Ruyan only felt a sharp pain in her ankle and let out a gasp with a hint of pain. Because of the pain, the water in Lu Ruyan's hand spilled out and splashed onto her gray tights. Chen Tian saw Lu Ruyan standing there with a trace of pain on her pretty face. He quickly walked over, supported her shoulders, and led her to the chair next to him. When sitting down, Lu Ruyan accidentally bumped into Chen Tian. With this collision, Lu Ruyan's little face turned red instantly. Chen Tian was so busy taking care of Lu Ruyan, afraid that she would be hurt again, that he didn't pay any attention to her blushing face. But Lu Ruyan knew that Xiong had just bumped into Chen Tian's elbow. After making sure that Lu Ruyan was seated properly, Chen Tian sat directly on the floor opposite Lu Ruyan. From his position, he could see Lu Ruyan's long and beautiful legs. I have to say that Lu Ruyan's legs are really straight and long. Chen Tian looked at her like this, and suddenly his eyes darkened. He looked at Lu Ruyan's thighs, as if he had the ability to see through them, as if he saw the glowing white spring scenery inside. Slowly collecting his thoughts, Chen Tian directly grabbed Lu Ruyan's long legs. Such an action directly frightened Lu Ruyan, and she subconsciously wanted to pull it back. Chen Tian glanced at him and said without question, "Don't move." After saying that, Chen Tian looked at Lu Ruyan, whose face was flushed, sighed, and explained in a slower tone, "You sprained your ankle? Let me give you a massage first, or it will get swollen." As Chen Tian spoke, he took off Lu Ruyan's shoes and socks and gently massaged her ankles. Lu Ruyan felt her mind go blank, and her whole body was like petrified. She stood there in a daze, not daring to move. After all, no boy had ever touched her legs. Chen Tian found a small medicine box from under the coffee table, took out an emergency ice pack and applied it to Lu Ruyan while massaging her. Hiss. Lu Ruyan hissed softly and said coquettishly, "It hurts, Chen Tian, can you be gentler? Be gentler." Chen Tian curled his lips helplessly and patiently comforted. "It will be fine after the pain stops, otherwise it will continue to hurt." Lu Ruyan knew that Chen Tian was doing this for her own good, so she nodded and tried her best not to scream. But girls are still very sensitive to pain, and Lu Ruyan still lets out a slight hiss from time to time. At this moment, a pretty figure appeared outside Lu Ruyan's door. It was Lu Ruyu. Lu Ruyu came back with a bag of large abalone in her hand, muttering, "My mom is such a jerk. She asked me to come back to deliver something and didn't let me eat at home. I'm afraid it wasn't given as a gift for recharging my phone bill." While muttering, Lu Ruyu took out the key and opened the door. As soon as the door was opened a crack, Lu Ruyu clearly heard a soft hissing sound. That voice was indeed her elder sister Lu Ruyan's. As soon as she heard her sister making a strange sound, Lu Ruyu immediately stuck her head out and looked towards the sofa in the living room. From Lu Ruyu's perspective, she just saw brother Chen Tian sitting on the ground, holding his elder sister's legs. The position of his head was self-evident, and his elder sister was also making a slight hissing sound. Lu Ruyu's eyes widened instantly. She gently shifted her gaze and saw the tissues scattered on the ground. Also, my sister's pants seem to be a little wet. This. For a moment, Lu Ruyu thought of something and her pretty face turned red instantly. She uttered an ah and said repeatedly, "I'm sorry, I didn't see anything." After saying it several times, the little girl seemed to react and slammed the door and walked out. Chapter 13. Did she misunderstand? Only Lu Ruyan and Chen Tian were left at home, staring at each other. Lu Ruyan looked at the closed door, then looked at the ambiguous posture between herself and Chen Tian, and instantly understood. Like jade, like jade? Lu Ruyan shouted towards the door a few times but heard no response. She knew that the little girl must have run downstairs. Call. Lu Ruyan let out a long breath, looked at Chen Tian and said, "Tell me, Ruyu, did you misunderstand something?" Chen Tian looked at Lu Ruyan, blinked, and said, "What do you think?" Lu Ruyan. "What should I do?" The little girl ran so fast that she didn't even have a chance to explain. "That's great. What else is there to say? It will definitely get worse the more you smear it." Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan was speechless and gently stroked her forehead. Chen Tian didn't think too much about it and continued to massage Lu Ruyan diligently. After a while, Chen Tian looked at Lu Ruyan and said calmly, "Okay, get up and feel it." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan tried to stand up. However, because of the painful memory just now, he was still hesitant to use force on his ankle. After carefully moving her ankle, Lu Ruyan realized that her ankle was much better. In addition, Lu Ruyan has been practicing yoga, so her body is still very flexible, so the previous sprain was not serious. After Chen Tian's treatment, there was only a little pain left, which was almost negligible. Chen Tian went to the bathroom to wash his hands. He sat back at the dining table, looked at Lu Ruyan and said, "Come and have something to eat. These dishes are better eaten while they're hot." Lu Ruyan also sat back in her chair, looked at the food on the table, sniffed quickly, and said with a smile, "It smells so good." Chen Tian looked at Lu Ruyan, pointed at the dishes on the table and said, "I don't know if your eating habits have changed in the past few years living in the Magic City. Let me try it." Chen Tian remembered that Lu Ruyan used to like fish the most, so he picked up a large piece of fish with chopsticks and put it into Lu Ruyan's bowl. "The Xinjiang fish that Auntie bought is quite fresh. I will make it into steamed fish for you. Please try it." Lu Ruyan nodded obediently, gently picked up the fish and put it into her mouth. The delicious smell of fish instantly fills the entire mouth, without any fishy smell. The fish meat is not only firm and chewy, but also very delicious. This feeling made Lu Ruyan squint her eyes. She looked at Chen Tian and said in shock, "This fish is steamed very deliciously, and the time is just right, it is very fresh." Sometimes, such simple home-cooked dishes test a person's cooking skills even more. No matter what kind of fish you choose, the steaming time should be just right. Lu Ruyan looked at Chen Tian in surprise and asked curiously, "You can do it now, your skills are so good. Isn't it a bit early to praise me after just one bite?" Chen Tian picked up some other dishes for Lu Ruyan, "Try them all." As he spoke, Chen Tian began to peel the shrimps very skillfully. "This is braised prawns, covered with red oil from frying, very bright and beautiful." Chen Tian knew that these girls hated peeling shrimps the most, and he also knew that Lu Ruyan didn't like eating shrimp heads, so he started peeling them himself. In just a few seconds, a whole big shrimp appeared in Lu Ruyan's bowl. Seeing that Chen Tian was so attentive, a hint of warmth flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes. She gently picked up the shrimp and found that the shrimp meat was firm and chewy, and the taste was fresh with a hint of sweetness, which was really mouth-watering. While eating, Lu Ruyan observed the delicious food made by Chen Tian. She discovered that Chen Tian's knife skills were really great, and the vegetables he cut were almost the same thickness, as if they had been measured with a knife. Lu Ruyan had a big appetite and ate half a bowl of rice more than usual. "No, if I eat any more, I'll die of overeating." Lu Ruyan slumped in the chair and raised her hands in surrender. It was all because Chen Tian's cooking skills were so good that she couldn't stop eating. She had originally been thinking about controlling her weight, but after eating forgot about it completely. Chen Tian sat in his seat, looking at Lu Ruyan's lazy look, and suddenly laughed, saying, "I want to lose weight, isn't that easy?" After saying that, Chen Tian looked at Lu Ruyan's perfect figure. He looked very frankly and would not arouse the other party's disgust at all. Lu Ruyan felt that Chen Tian's gaze was like a flame, burning her and making her feel a little uncomfortable. "What? Why does the look in your eyes give me a bad feeling? What do you want to do?" Lu Ruyan coughed lightly, sat up straight, and stared at Chen Tian with a stern face. It's a pity that she is pretty, and when she makes such movements, she looks like a kitten pretending to be a tiger, which is indescribably cute. If there wasn't a table between the two of them, Chen Tian would have wanted to reach out and help Lu Ruyan tidy up her hair and smooth out the kitten's fur. Chen Tian smiled and shook his head slightly. How could it be good to look at a tool like this? Come on, let's go shopping. Since you're here, you can help me choose something, Chen Tian said. He had already stood up and extended an invitation to Lu Ruyan. When Lu Ruyan heard Chen Tian say he wanted to buy something, she also stood up and nodded in response. Okay, I'll go change my clothes. It's a good time to go out for a walk and burn off some excess fat. Lu Ruyan went back to her room to change clothes. She seemed to be afraid that Chen Tian would be bored, so she asked loudly towards the living room. Chen Tian, what do you want to buy? Lu Ruyan was thinking, see what Chen Tian wants to buy, she can also recommend a shopping mall to him so that he can do one-stop shopping. Chen Tian thought about it and answered casually. Go and have a look. I also need to buy some things for my cousin. After all, she is also studying in Jinling University. Then I will buy some for you. It would be a waste of resources not to make use of such a beautiful tool. Besides, after all, I have received other people's specialties, so I have to give something in return, right? Lu Ruyan was in the room. When she heard Chen Tian's words, she quickly stuck her head out and said very seriously. I don't want to, really. Although Chen Tian is rich now, it was earned by Chen Tian through hard work. I am not a gold digger, so I naturally cannot spend it indiscriminately. Looking at Lu Ruyan's appearance, Chen Tian strode over, grabbed her hand and walked outside. I was secretly thinking in my heart, how come this little tool has no awareness at all? Lu Ruyan let Chen Tian pull her, and the two of them went downstairs one after the other and walked straight towards the Aston Martin. Looking at the Aston Martin in front of her, Lu Ruyan's eyes widened instantly, and shock was written all over her pretty face. Chen Tian actually changed his car again? And the super sports car in front of him looked even more beautiful. The white paint radiated a bright glow under the reflection of the sun. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes kept looking at the car in front of her. She clearly felt that this car was much better than the previous Ferrari. Although she doesn't know much about cars, she can still feel it. She had specially checked yesterday and found out that the Ferrari 812 that Chen Tian drove before also cost more than 5 million. In that case, the price of this car is higher? Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but smack her lips. Chen Tian is indeed different now. Just when Lu Ruyan was daydreaming, Chen Tian, who was sitting in the car, honked the horn and urged Lu Ruyan to get in the car. Lu Ruyan then got into the car. As soon as she sat in, she was shocked by the luxurious interior in front of her. The interior uses a contrasting black and red color scheme, which looks domineering and high profile. A true top-level luxury car, in addition to using top-quality materials, the most important thing is to keep everything simple while still looking classy. Lu Ruyan took out her mobile phone, took a photo and searched, only to find out that this was the Aston Martin 111 supercar. This is a global limited edition, and the selling price is 45 million. And this is just the official price, which does not include all the fees such as luxury car tax. Looking at the quotation on the mobile phone screen, Lu Ruyan's mouth opened wide instantly. A car worth more than 50 million? This is too tycoon. Chen Tian didn't care at all. He drove quietly towards his destination. Not long after the two of them set off, a pretty figure appeared outside Lu Ruyan's house. It was Lu Ruyu who had sneaked back. There was a gossipy look in Lu Ruyu's eyes. She leaned her head against the door carefully and listened carefully. But after listening for a long time, she found that no sound came out. Lu Ruyu frowned slightly. She knocked on the door directly, but there was no response from inside the house. Could it be that there is no one in home? Or did the two of them move to another room? While thinking about something, Lu Ruyu took out the key and opened the door. The little girl came in quietly, like a thief, and shouted in a low voice. Sister? Brother Chen Tian? Where are you? Lu Ruyu searched the house for a long time before she found that her sister and Chen Tian had left. When she walked to the balcony, Lu Ruyu saw the wet pants hanging on the balcony and her face suddenly turned red. I didn't expect that my sister and brother Chen Tian are so open-minded. Chapter 14, Spending a Lot of Money. At the same time, Chen Tian drove Lu Ruyan to Jinling Century City. There is still a large flow of people in Century City, and many passers-by who come here for shopping have seen the white Aston Martin. As soon as this top-level sports car appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Many passers-by even walked directly to the side of the road, staring at the Aston Martin, not wanting to miss a single second. Many people took out their mobile phones and kept taking photos and videos. After all, such top luxury cars are rare to see, so they took photos and videos first. If such photos and videos were posted on social platforms or moments, wouldn't they be popular if they were liked? Some enthusiasts even had their eyes shining and were discussing in low voices on the roadside. Wow, I didn't expect to see an Aston Martin 177 while I was out shopping. This car costs more than 50 million. The owner must be a super rich man. I never thought that we could see such a top-notch sports car in Jinling. A global limited edition sports car of this level is hard to come by even in a big city like Shanghai. Look at this cool shape, it's worthy of being an Aston Martin. This is a purely handmade body, it has a fuller body and better color than those made by machines. What a pity, this is a city with speed limits. Otherwise, with its 7.3 LV12 engine, it would teach other car owners a lesson in no time. Chen Tian and Lu Ruyan were sitting in the car, unaware of the discussions and envy of passers-by. They just drove the car and parked it on the side of the road. The two got out of the car and walked directly into the mall. Chen Tian walked to the signboard, looked at the location of the luxury store, and then walked upstairs with Lu Ruyan. You haven't been shopping in Jinling for a long time, right? Jinling now has a wide variety of big brands. As the two of them were sitting in the elevator, Chen Tian said to Lu Ruyan with a smile. Lu Ruyan squinted at Chen Tian and asked with a wicked smile. You're so good, you know so much? It seems that you have taken girls shopping a lot in the past few years, right? Otherwise, how could such a straight man know so much about the brand? Chen Tian rolled his eyes. This little girl was rubbing salt into his wounds again. If he really took girls out to play every day, would he have to remain single for so many years? The two of them went back and forth and soon arrived at the luxury goods area. Lu Ruyan was also stunned when she looked at the many luxury brands in front of her. Her family's conditions were pretty good, and they could be considered quite wealthy. However, the family is also quite strict in disciplining the two daughters. So although Lu Ruyan had some knowledge of these big brands, she had only visited them a few times over the years. Now seeing that Chen Tian had brought him directly to this area, he asked. Chen Tian, what are you planning to buy here? Chen Tian's eyes fell on those big brands. He thought that these were just gadgets for him to make money, and a smile appeared on his face. I am second only to you. As Chen Tian was talking, he was secretly thinking in his heart, he already had a wardrobe at home, if he bought one outside, wouldn't the wardrobe at home explode? Just as this thought arose, a light flashed in front of Chen Tian's eyes. The wardrobe was very happy to detect that the owner was thinking about the wardrobe, and took the initiative to contribute 8 famous watches in the world. Chen Tian? Is this all right? I'm just afraid that you'll explode. Chen Tian withdrew his thoughts. He looked at the pretty Lu Ruyan beside him, pointed to the Chanel store closest to them, and said with a smile. Shall we go in and show you the bag? Look at the bag? Lu Ruyan widened her beautiful eyes slightly. The Chanel store adopted an overall floor-to-ceiling window design, and the prices of the bags on the counters could be seen from the outside. Looking at the prices that easily reached 5 or 6 figures, Lu Ruyan was obviously a little hesitant. I do have some savings, but isn't it a bit inappropriate to use it to buy these luxury goods? Chen Tian looked at Lu Ruyan and shook his head slightly. When he was about to pull her in, he heard a female voice coming from the side. Hey, isn't this Lu Ruyan? Why are you standing outside the store? Why don't you go in and take a look? The female voice was not unpleasant to the ear, but the tone of voice had a weird tone that sounded awkward no matter how you listened to it. Chen Tian and Lu Ruyan frowned at the same time. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw a girl walking towards them, holding the hand of a middle-aged man. The girl acted arrogant, with her head slightly raised, looking superior. Her eyes swept over Lu Ruyan's body, and the disdain in her eyes poured out like substance. Lu Ruyan looked at the girl in front of her with a faint expression. Her name was Yang Yun, and she was an old classmate of hers. Although they hadn't seen each other for several years, Lu Ruyan couldn't be happy when they met unexpectedly. This Yang Yun and Lu Ruyan can't get along at all. It's not that Lu Ruyan is picky, it's just that this girl is a little too pretentious and vain. Lu Ruyan remembered very clearly that Yang Yun's family conditions were not very good. When she was in high school, she relied on subsidies for poor students to barely finish her studies. I don't know if it was because life was too hard back then, but after Yang Yun went to college, she seemed like a different person. In recent years, she has frequently shown off her wealth on WeChat moments, especially in the past 1 or 2 years. Whenever Yang Yun buys something expensive, she will post it on WeChat moments. Now looking at the middle-aged man next to her, the answer is self-evident. In fact, there is nothing wrong with posting on WeChat moments to record your life. Lu Ruyan has no opinion on it and will not be jealous. If you feel good, just like it. If you feel bad, just ignore it and don't pay any attention to it. But Yang Yun is different from others. She not only posts on WeChat moments, but also at all of them. At first these students gave thumbs up, but later they felt something was wrong. This is to cultivate a sense of superiority in them, right? Do you really think that you will become noble by buying some luxury goods? Sometimes when talking on WeChat moments, people would deliberately put them down, which is really disgusting. Even when seeing pictures posted by other girls, he would comment on their clothes, accessories and bags, and mention the new models they just bought. Even though they were separated by a screen, everyone felt a sense of superiority. Thinking of all that Yang Yun had done, Lu Ruyan didn't even want to talk to her. She just wanted to be perfunctory and leave quickly. As the two approached, the middle-aged man's eyes fell on Lu Ruyan and kept turning around. This girl, whether it is her figure, appearance, or temperament, is the most exquisite one. Especially that pair of long legs, so straight and long that the middle-aged man's eyes almost popped out. A pair of legs like this is simply a natural gun mount. The middle-aged man felt more and more itchy. He walked straight to Lu Ruyan, pretending to be elegant, and said with a smile, "You are Yang Yun, right? I am Sun Yi, the general manager of Wei Yang Company. This is my business card. If you want an internship or a job in the future, you can contact me." The implication is self-evident. Especially the greedy desire in his eyes, which made Lu Ruyan very uncomfortable. Lu Ruyan stepped back slightly and replied with a cold expression. "Unnecessary. After all, I am a top student from a prestigious university. Do I need to exchange my job for this? Who are you looking down on?" The middle-aged man did not expect that Lu Ruyan would reject him so directly, making him feel humiliated. However, when he looked at Chen Tian beside Lu Ruyan, he somewhat understood Lu Ruyan's feelings. It turned out that she came here shopping with her boyfriend. Looking at Chen Tian's handsome face and his excellent figure of over 1.8 meters, the middle-aged man snorted coldly. "Huh, you are really too young. What's the use of love? How can it be as real as money?" Thinking of this, a trace of disdain appeared on the middle-aged man's face, and he sighed and said, "Why should you suffer poverty and hunger in your prime years? Why not be nice to yourself? When your youth is gone in 2 years, you will know that bread is much more reliable than love." As he spoke, the middle-aged man took Yang Yun to the Chanel store, leaving behind a sentence. "You are still too young. You have not experienced the hardships of society. The edges and corners of your body have not been smoothed out yet." Yang Yun put her arm on the middle-aged man's arm, with a sneer on her lips, and said, "Now that you're here, why are you still standing at the door? Come in. It's not nice to keep watching from outside, and you might even disturb other people's business." Unexpectedly, after so many years, these old classmates haven't improved at all. Compared with high-quality women like myself, there is not such a big gap. When Lu Ruyan heard this, she immediately became unhappy. Just as she was about to get angry, she was stopped by Chen Tian's big hand. Chen Tian smiled faintly and said to Lu Ruyan, "Why bother with her? Come on, let's go in." When he walked to the middle-aged man and Yang Yun, Chen Tian turned his head, looked at the two of them seriously, and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that your classmate has such a good relationship with his father." "Yang Yun, you have a good relationship with your father. This is my boyfriend." Middle-aged man. "You are her father, do you look that old to me? What are you talking about?" Chapter 15. If it's broken, just buy a new one. Lu Ruyan heard Chen Tian's words clearly, and laughed secretly with her hands covering her mouth. This Chen Tian, what he said is so hurtful. But why does she love to listen to it so much? After Yang Yun and Sunny entered the store, in order to show their noble status, they went straight to the new product area and looked at the new bags that had just been released in spring. Looking at the exquisite bag in front of her, Yang Yun's eyes lit up. "This bag is so beautiful. And because it's a new model, you won't see anyone else carrying the same bag as you, and it's very face-saving." The more Yang Yun looked at it, the more she liked it. The shopping guide next to her looked at her and introduced it with a smile. "What great taste, lady! This bag is a limited edition this spring and is very popular. How much?" Yang Yun's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he kept measuring it in his hand. The salesgirl looked at her and replied very politely, 299,008. Upon hearing the price, Sunny next to him was obviously stunned. "It's so expensive, and yet you say it's so popular? This is really infuriating." Yang Yun was extremely excited, as she had never owned such an expensive bag before. She really wants it. Thinking of this, Yang Yun hugged Sun Yi's arms tighter and said in a coquettish voice, "I want this." In order to take the bag, Yang Yun kept rubbing Sun Yi's arm with her bare and shook it gently from time to time. If I buy this bag, I can really surpass Lu Ruyan. Humph, you are beautiful, have a good family, and your academic performance is among the best, but so what? I can afford bags that you can't. In the face of reality, you have to bow your head. Sunny could guess what Yang Yun was thinking. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he was obviously unwilling to bleed. So much money, just to buy a bag? You know, he and Yang Yun have been together for so long, but they haven't spent so much money. Although he earns a lot of money a year, more than 1 million, he is reluctant to use such an expensive bag himself, so how could he buy it for a woman? Or let her go out and show off? As Sunny thought about it, he held Yang Yun with one hand, took the limited edition bag from her with the other, and said, I think the color of this bag is a bit dark and old-fashioned. It doesn't suit you very well. After all, you have been in society for so many years, isn't it easy to fool a college student who has not yet entered society? The shopping guide next to him heard what Sunny said and immediately took the opportunity to say, This is the model that just arrived today. There is also a white one that will make you look younger. For this kind of limited edition, the commission from sales will be higher, so the shopping guide also hopes to complete the transaction as soon as possible. Yang Yun was obviously a little happy. Just as she was about to ask the salesperson to take it out for her to see, she heard Sunny interrupt her. I don't think this bag is suitable for you. Let's go look for something else. Because Yang Yun served him well yesterday, he agreed to take her out and buy her a bag as a reward. Tens of thousands of dollars is still acceptable, but don't even think about this price. Sunny thought very clearly that although he was rich, he would never spend it all on women. While the two were talking, Chen Tian walked towards them, looked at the limited edition bag placed aside, and asked, Will you buy it? Originally, Sunny and Yang Yun were still fighting among themselves, but when they heard what Chen Tian said, they immediately turned their attention to the outside world, staring at him angrily and asked, What do you mean? If we don't buy it, can you still afford it? This is a limited edition new model that costs 300,000 yuan each. How can a poor college student possibly afford it? Sunny looked at Chen Tian's handsome face and sneered. You're just a poor student. Why are you pretending to be rich here? And buying brand name bags? Check your meal card to see if you have enough money for tonight's meal. Comparing your wealth with people of your financial strength is just courting death. Chen Tian almost laughed out of anger when he heard what they said. Does he still need to pretend to be a rich man? You can't even afford something so cheap, and you're still keeping a college student as a sponsor. You're poor and dishonest. Chen Tian responded bluntly. Such a pair of dogs and bitches are not good people. The man materializes women, and the woman does not love herself. They are a perfect match. Chen Tian's few words drove Sunny crazy. If this wasn't a luxury store, he would have wanted to fight with Chen Tian on the spot. What the hell, a poor college student, and you despise him for not having money? Sunny looked at Chen Tian viciously. He wanted to see whether he could afford this bag. The shopping guide listened to Chen Tian's words and looked at his tall and handsome appearance. A hint of surprise flashed across her eyes. Sir, would you like this one? Chen Tian nodded, and heard the shopping guide say happily. Okay, do you want the black one or the white one? We have another white one in our warehouse. Chen Tian looked at the bag in his hand and said to the shopping guide with a smile. Of course I want them all. Pack them both for me. Buy 2 at a time? Sunny and Yang Yun were both angry and annoyed. Wasn't this just a deliberate performance for them? They didn't believe that Chen Tian had the money to pay the bill, so they simply followed him and waited to see Chen Tian make a fool of himself. Chen Tian certainly knew what these two people were thinking, and said with a sneer. 2 bags are only 600,000 yuan. Why are you visiting a luxury store when you don't even have that much money? As he spoke, Chen Tian handed over his bank card and said to the shopping guide. Swipe the card first, and we'll calculate the other things later. The salesgirl took the card with a smile and had a very good impression of Chen Tian. Look at this boyfriend, he is handsome, has a good figure and is so rich. Wow, it's so mouth-watering. Under the watchful eyes of Sun Yi and Yang Yun, the transaction was completed. It was detected that the host just spent 599,600 yuan, triggering the 10x rebate skill, rebate 5,996,000. When they saw the receipt, Sun Yi and Yang Yun both gasped and widened their eyes. They looked at each other in disbelief. Are today's college students so rich? 600,000 just to buy 2 bags? It's amazing that he is so capable at such a young age, right? When Yang Yu looked at Chen Tian, her eyes were instantly filled with envy. He was so rich at such a young age, he must be a young man from a very good family. Looking at Lu Ruyan not far away, Yang Yun felt extremely sad. It's this Lu Ruyan again, who has inexplicably surpassed me again. Isn't it just that she is good looking, but she actually found such a good boyfriend? She must have used some seductive tricks, otherwise, she is just a top-notch green tea bitch. Otherwise, how could I possibly trick such a good boy? Just as Sunny and Yang Yun's faces turned red and white, Chen Tian took the bag and bank card, walked to Lu Ruyan's side, and said with a smile, "Here, this is for you." Lu Ruyan took it and looked at it, and was also stunned. 2 bags of the same style? Chen Tian laughed in a low voice, and a subwoofer-like voice swept past Lu Ruyan's ears. "There are 2 colors, you can switch between them. If that doesn't work, you can give one to Ruyu." Chen Tian was in a good mood. Not only did he find a beautiful tool person, but he also met 2 flatterers when he came to buy things. It was really interesting. However, for Chen Tian, this was just a small episode and was soon forgotten. Chen Tian was walking around in the store, looking at the bags, each of which was very suitable for Lu Ruyan. There is no way Lu Ruyan is naturally beautiful and has an outstanding temperament. These bags are just barely worthy of her. "Please pack these for me too." Chen Tian pointed casually, and the shopping guide behind him hurried forward to pack for Chen Tian. Chen Tian walked to the jewelry counter next to him and picked out a few very exquisite bracelets. One shopping guide was not enough, so another shopping guide nearby quickly came forward to help pack. The unit prices of these items are not low, and if you add them up casually, they are worth millions. Chen Tian didn't care at all. He didn't even ask the price and just handed over his bank card. For Chen Tian, he hoped that these things would be more expensive so as not to delay his spending. The shopping guide looked at Chen Tian with endless admiration in his eyes. She took the bank card respectfully with both hands, swiped the card, and returned the card and the receipt to Chen Tian. Detected that the host just spent 660,000, triggering the 10x rebate skill, rebate 6.6 million. Chen Tian looked at the light screen flashing in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. "It's okay, but I can still work harder." Yang Yun and Sun Yi were watching from the side, and especially when they saw Chen Tian's indifferent expression, they were speechless. They felt as if a pair of invisible hands had slapped them hard several times, and their faces were burning with pain. This young man is definitely not just an ordinary rich second generation. Even the average rich second generation would never accept such a make-up. "Is there anything else you want to buy?" Chen Tian walked up to Lu Ruyan and stood in front of her. The latter looked at Chen Tian's pile of trophies and shook her head vigorously. There are so many things that it's hard for the 2 of them to carry them all. As Chen Tian was calculating the rebate in his mind and preparing to leave with Lu Ruyan, he heard the shopping guide behind him hurriedly catch up and say, "Sir, please wait a moment, you don't even have your warranty card with you." This is their globally approved warranty card. Whether it is leather goods or accessories, they can be repaired if they are broken. Chen Tian looked at the warranty card in the guide's hand, shook his head and said, "No need, if it breaks, just buy a new one." Chapter 16 Chen Tian, you bad guy. They are just some bags, do they need a warranty card? Chen Tian's voice was not loud, but everyone around him could hear it clearly. Everyone's faces were instantly filled with shock. Good fellow. Look at what he said, how overbearing. If it's broken, just replace it, there's no need to repair it. This is the world's top luxury product. Any item of it would cost 4 or 5 figures. Such a valuable item, just throw it away when it breaks? Wow, such domineering words, this is the kind of boyfriend that many girls dream of. For a moment, everyone looked at Lu Ruyan with jealousy, envy and hatred. This is the boyfriend that everyone desires. This girl is so lucky. Under the jealous and envious gazes of everyone, Chen Tian took Lu Ruyan out of the Chanel store. Looking at the newly bought bag in his hand and then at the clothes on Lu Ruyan, Chen Tian had some ideas in his mind. Let's go to other stores and buy some useful things for Lu Ruyan. As he spoke, Chen Tian started to take Lu Ruyan and officially started today's shopping spree. Next to them is an LV store. When the salesgirl saw the bags in Chen Tian's hands, a hint of surprise and shock flashed across her eyes. The next moment, they hurriedly came forward respectfully and said to Chen Tian and Lu Ruyan very respectfully, "Hello, both of you. There was even a shopping guide who was very considerate and walked up to Chen Tian and took the shopping bag from his hand so that he could continue browsing. Chen Tian took a look at the new women's clothing area and thought that this year's designs were all good, so he pointed at a few of them. Seeing Chen Tian's actions, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but laugh, saying, "You're really a straight man. These are the only ones that don't look good, and you picked them out." Upon hearing this, Chen Tian raised his eyebrows and instructed the shopping guide behind him. "Except for the ones I just mentioned, I want all the others. As for the size, I want this lady's number." As Chen Tian spoke, he pointed at Lu Ruyan beside him and signaled to the salesgirl. The salesgirl nodded quickly. Such a big customer must have the best service. Lu Ruyan was listening nearby and suddenly felt as if her head had doubled in size. "Do you want all the others except those sets? If you calculate it this way, how much money would it be?" Just as Lu Ruyan was about to dissuade Chen Tian, she saw that Chen Tian had already handed over his bank card and was ready to pay the bill. Seeing Lu Ruyan seem to hesitate to speak, Chen Tian blinked his eyes and said with a smile, "LV bags aren't anything particularly good looking, so I'll just buy some clothes and accessories from them." "Hello, sir. Your total spending is 580,000 renminbi." The salesgirl handed over the receipt and bank card with both hands and said respectfully. Chen Tian took the bank card, took their spoils, and started heading towards the next luxury store. Seeing that Armani's perfume was good, Chen Tian directly swiped his credit card to buy the whole set. The suit was also very good, and I asked the salesgirl to pack it up directly. Chen Tian was shopping happily, and the number of shopping bags in their hands kept increasing. Looking at the two young lovers shopping with large and small bags, they instantly attracted the attention of the crowd nearby. Many passers-by looked at the two with envy. They were not only envious of their purchasing power, but were also amazed by their top-notch figures and looks. Wow, look at how they're walking down the street. This is how a winner in life starts. I'm so envious. They are all shopping bags of luxury goods, all kinds of bags and clothes. They are too rich, right? I wonder if they are all new models. Luxury products are rarely discounted, and they are all so expensive whether they are new or not. What's the difference? Being so rich and looking so good, this is the treatment God's illegitimate child deserves. Chen Tian didn't care about the looks of passers-by. He looked at Lu Ruyan beside him and asked in a gentle tone, "Is there anything else you want to buy?" Lu Ruyan looked at the bags in her hands, with an expression that looked like she was about to cry, and said, "Chen Tian, look, we've bought so much now, cosmetics, clothes, bags, everything. Look at the way they look at me. If they don't know, they would think I'm your lover, and you're supporting me." Having said that, Lu Ruyan looked at Chen Tian very seriously and said in a pleading tone, "I'm not going to buy it. I really am not going to buy it. Okay? Chen Tian. What's that expression and tone of your voice? If you know, you will think that I bought things for you. If you don't know, you may think that I am using your credit card to defraud you." Chen Tian sighed helplessly, looking towards Lu Ruyan with eyes full of disappointment. "I was thinking secretly in my heart, how come I don't have the awareness of being a tool at all? I can give you rebates if I spend money on you." Chen Tian sighed again, looked at Lu Ruyan, shook his head, and said, "You won't spend money even if I ask you to, and you won't use the opportunities one give you." Lu Ruyan. This. If Chen Tian said this, I would have nothing to say. But she really can't buy it anymore. Today, she has completely bought the ceiling she can afford. Chen Tian looked at Lu Ruyan, thought for a moment, pointed at the Armani store in front of him, and said, "Let's go in and buy some clothes for my cousin." Chen Tian thought to himself that this way he could get some rebate. I am such a hard-working person who makes money, and I seize every possible opportunity. TSK, this feeling of working hard to make money is so damn sweet. Lu Ruyan was on high alert. She held the shopping bag tightly in her hands and said with a look of determination, "Go ahead, I'll be waiting for you here." Lu Ruyan had made up her mind that she would not go in no matter what. Otherwise, if he followed Chen Tian into the store, the situation would no longer be under his control. To be honest, this was the first time in all these years that Lu Ruyan felt a fear of shopping. It's really scary that Chen Tian buys like this. I really am not buying it for you. I just want you to help me see if it is really for my cousin. Chen Tian looked at Lu Ruyan helplessly. Why is this girl so defensive? Lu Ruyan shook her head. She had already noticed that Chen Tian had a very good sense of fashion and that the clothes he picked were enough for her cousin. She had bought enough today and was determined not to go in. Chen Tian had no choice but to go into the store himself and buy a few sets of clothes for his cousin. After coming out, Chen Tian looked at Lu Ruyan with her shopping bags full of bags, curled his lips and said, "I see you really don't want to buy it anymore. Let's go, I'll take you back." After all, it would be inconvenient for two people to carry so many things and go anywhere, so they might as well go home first. When Lu Ruyan heard that she was going home, she immediately nodded excitedly and said cutely, "Okay, okay." Chen Tian. Girls nowadays are really hard to guess what they are thinking. Some girls are willing to give up their self-esteem just for a bag. As for his own girl, he forced her to buy something for her, but she just refused to accept it. It's not easy to make money these days. The two walked towards the parking lot. Feeling Chen Tian's gaze drifting over from time to time, Lu Ruyan looked at him angrily and said, "Why are you looking at me? Look at my hands, I can't even hold them anymore. I don't think your trunk can even hold so many things." Judging from the way Chen Tian buys things, even if he drives an RV, it would easily be overweight, let alone a supercar. Chen Tian looked at Lu Ruyan's puffy cheeks and thought she was so cute. He chuckled. "It's okay. The trunk is like your cleavage. If you squeeze it, there will always be space." At this moment, two people not far away had seen Chen Tian and the other person. They were Yang Yun and Sun Yi from before. When they saw the many shopping bags in the two people's hands, their eyes widened instantly and they looked incredible. No way, the two of them bought so many luxury goods in such a short time? And they are all big brands. Isn't Chen Tian too rich? Buying so many things without even blinking an eye. Especially Yang Yun, her eyes were full of shock when she looked at Chen Tian. This Chen Tian is simply a gold mine. She looked at Lu Ruyan viciously, full of jealousy. How great it would be if she could stand beside Chen Tian. Yang Yun didn't notice at all that Sun Yi, who was beside her, had his eyes fixed on Lu Ruyan and was reluctant to look away for a long time. It's better to be rich. The girls around real rich men are all top-notch. While Chen Tian and Lu Ruyan were chatting and laughing, they had already arrived next to the Aston Martin. The trunk of a supercar is located inside the front hood. After Chen Tian opened it, he waved to Lu Ruyan and asked her to put her things in as well. "See, I told you it can't be put down." Lu Ruyan tried it and said helplessly when she looked at the front hood that couldn't be pressed down. Chen Tian grinned, looked at Lu Ruyan and said, "I can tell from the look of it that you haven't watched any short videos. Don't the girls cover their faces with their body strength after shopping?" After saying that, Chen Tian stretched out his hand, pressed Lu Ruyan to sit on the hood of the car, and then pressed hard. There was only a click and the trunk was locked. "I told you to eat more but you didn't listen. Look, even the hood of the car can't be pressed down." Chen Tian looked down at Lu Ruyan and joked, "I don't know how to spend money, and I'm too heavy to sit in the trunk." Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes, opened the car door arrogantly, sat directly in the passenger seat, and said angrily, "Humph, I won't bother with you." Chen Tian blinked his eyes and said with a wicked smile, "Yes, if you are always angry, you will easily turn into a little frog. When the Qixi festival comes, you can only sing the song of loneliness alone, which is too pitiful." Song of loneliness? When Lu Ruyan heard Chen Tian's words, she raised her eyebrows and asked, "What song is that?" Chen Tian burst out laughing. "Think about it, frogs just croak, don't they? The lonely old man. Well, you're making fun of me again." Lu Ruyan was also amused by Chen Tian, and she lightly hit Chen Tian's chest with her little pink fist. This bad guy. Chapter 17. I just pamper my cousin, so what? Yang Yun and Sun Yi, who were not far away, were even more shocked when they saw Chen Tian and Lu Ruyan driving the Aston Martin away from Century City. That's Aston Martin, the world's top supercar. Sun Yi is a middle-aged man who loves cars. He recognized at a glance that the car Chen Tian was driving was the globally limited edition Aston Martin 177. Because this car is a global limited edition, there are only 5 places available for sale in the whole of China. With a value of over 50 million, it is not something that ordinary people can afford. It's like a middle-aged man. Although he may be envious, spending more than 50 million to buy a sports car? Even if you sell him, he won't have that much wealth. But the young man just now was actually the owner of one of the cars. For such a person, how can his identity be simple? Thinking of this, Sun Yi felt his legs going weak and he even felt like collapsing to the ground. Just now, they were actually showing off in front of such a rich man? This is really like lighting a light in the toilet, looking for death. How wealthy must he be to be able to afford a super sports car worth more than 50 million? Such a young man must at least be from a noble family. If it were anyone else, they would want to be friends with such a person. How could they possibly offend him or even show off in front of him? If someone really wants to make trouble with them, it will be a disaster. Sunny became angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. He had come out to accompany Yang Yun to buy things. It was all because of this woman that I offended the boss. Such a woman is a disaster. If she really stays by his side, she will only cause trouble for him. Thinking of this, a hint of determination suddenly flashed across Sun Yi's face. He looked at Yang Yun, who was also frightened beside him, and took out his bag, pulled out a small stack of $100 bills, and stuffed it into her arms. Take this money and don't contact me anymore. After saying that, Sunny walked towards his car without looking back, leaving Yang Yun to beg and admit her mistakes behind him without a trace of reluctance. After all, for Sunny, as long as he has money, he can have as many women as Yang Yun as he wants. But if a woman poses a threat to your career, you should not marry her even if she pays you for it. Watching Sunny driving away, Yang Yun cried in the parking lot. This damn Sunny actually left like this. There was really nothing she could do except pack the money, so she could only walk towards home dejectedly. Chen Tian drove and sent Lu Ruyan downstairs. Go get your things yourself. Chen Tian waved his hand and said to Lu Ruyan with a smile. Lu Ruyan got out of the car helplessly and took out bags from the trunk. Because there were too many things to carry, Lu Ruyan had bags tucked under her arms. From behind, she looked like a little penguin. Chen Tian looked at Lu Ruyan's cute appearance, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He turned his head and picked things in the shopping bag. Chen Tian casually took out a bottle of cosmetics with foreign words on it, looked at the receipt, and said with a smile. This one costs 30,000. Come on, grab it. This one costs 200,000. I'll hang it on your little finger. Grab it. Lu Ruyan's body was stiff and she was about to cry. Her hands were full of brand names. If she dropped them, it would be unimaginable. This Chen Tian is really something. There are already so many things, but he still wants to put more. Seeing that Lu Ruyan had already taken all her things, Chen Tian waved at her and said, Okay, the stuff has been delivered, so I'll leave first. Lu Ruyan held the shopping bags carefully. After hearing Chen Tian's words, she glanced at him and walked towards her door step by step. Because there were so many shopping bags, Lu Ruyan immediately attracted the attention of many people nearby. Many of the people living here are acquaintances. When they saw the daughter of the Lu family carrying so many things and being sent back in a super luxurious car, they all widened their eyes in curiosity. When Lu Ruyan felt these gazes, her pretty face instantly turned red and she quickly moved towards the corridor. After finally reaching the door, Lu Ruyan really couldn't spare the hands to open the door, so she shouted softly towards the door. Mom, Dad, Ruyu, are you home? Open the door for me. Lu Ruyu happened to be at home. When she heard her sister's voice at the door, she hurried to the door and opened it. As soon as she opened the door, Lu Ruyu saw her sister like a human transport plane, covered with shopping bags. Seeing her sister like this, Lu Ruyu was also shocked and exclaimed, Sister, where have you been? While they were talking, Lu Ruyu quickly stepped forward and helped her sister take down some shopping bags. She casually opened the shopping bag and took a look. Her eyes widened instantly and she shouted loudly. Wow, this is the limited edition of the Xiang family this year, it costs hundreds of thousands. Sister, are you out robbing the rich to give to the poor? Lu Ruyan was stunned when she heard this, and glared at her sister with a stern face, scolding her lightly. Look at what you are saying. How can I rob the rich and give to the poor? According to my sister, I am just this poor? Lu Ruyu looked at the shopping bags in shock. She flipped through them one by one. For a moment, the whole room was filled with her exclamations. These clothes are all the latest styles. All the styles I saw online are here. Oh my god, are they clearing out their clothing section? You bought 500 milliliters of the hot girl's face cream? That's too much money, it's just wholesale. Sister, you'll have to use it all by yourself until the end of time. Wow, a limited edition bag, and he actually bought two at once, and in different colors? This one costs 300,000. Looking at those luxury items, Lu Ruyu couldn't help but widen her eyes and muttered to herself. Brother Chen Tian is really willing to spend a lot of money, but sister, you have changed. You have become materialistic. You actually used your first time to exchange for these things. As Lu Ruyu spoke, her beautiful brows were already furrowed as she thought about how to persuade her sister. Lu Ruyan didn't understand what her sister meant at all. Her heart was full of helplessness at this moment. I thought to myself, this was all your brother Chen Tian who insisted on buying it for me. Ha! What the hell is the first time? Lu Ruyan glanced at her sister. Why is this girl acting so weird today? There's something here for you. Lu Ruyan didn't think too much about it and was still talking to her sister. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruyu was not as happy as expected. Instead, she said with a firm look. No, I can't have it. Don't want? Lu Ruyan looked puzzled. This was totally inconsistent with her sister's personality. When I see something good, even if I don't know who it belongs to, I have to be the first to pounce on it and I can't wait to take it for myself. Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyu looked at each other. Both of them felt that the way the other looked at them was a little strange. At this time, Chen Tian was driving and rushing towards home. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Chen Tian parked the car aside and took out his cell phone to check the message. I saw a transfer record in WeChat, a total of 5,800 yuan. Chen Tian was looking at the amount and was feeling strange when he saw the WeChat screen change and a voice call pop up. Looking at the cute cartoon avatar above, Chen Tian's mouth corners couldn't help but rise. The person who called was his cousin Su Jishi. Just by looking at this name, Chen Tian's eyes softened noticeably. Chen Tian's thoughts involuntarily went back to his childhood. Those days were still very happy. After his parents left when he was young, he often stayed at his aunt's house. His aunt treated him like her own son, so naturally his little cousin became his follower when he was a child. No matter where I go, the little girl will follow me with her short legs. It's so cute just thinking about it. Even now that she is getting older, the little girl is still very attached to me and calls me or chats with me on video whenever she has nothing to do. Thinking of this, Chen Tian quickly pressed the answer button. Cousin, it's me. As soon as the call was connected, the little girl's voice rang out on the other end of the line. This is the money mom gave you, telling you not to mistreat yourself. Listening to the little girl's sweet voice, Chen Tian felt warm in his heart. A smile crept up to the corner of his mouth, and he asked with a smile. Didn't my aunt give me 5,000 yuan before? Why did she give me more this time? Hearing Chen Tian's question, the little girl on the other end of the phone was obviously silent for a moment before she spoke. Maybe mom thinks this number is better, right? Hey, cousin, just buy more delicious food and don't treat yourself badly. I'm going to hang up now. When Chen Tian heard that his little cousin was about to hang up the phone, he quickly spoke up to stop her. Wait a moment, I'll go to your school to find you and bring you something. I just bought a lot of things for the little girl. I'll give them to her first to make her happy. Su Jishi hesitated for a while and said to Chen Tian. I still have to go to class, cousin. I still have one class to go. If you come over now, I can't come out. It was very hot outside, and Su Jishi didn't want to let her cousin wait for her outside. What a suffering. It's okay. It'll take me some time to get there. Just focus on your studies. Chen Tian could feel Su Jishi's concern, and his tone became softer. Okay, cousin, then I'll wait for you to come. Su Jishi's voice was full of happiness. After hanging up the phone with Chen Tian, her face was full of smiles. Su Jishi's best friend, who was sitting on the side, looked at the smile on her face and couldn't help but joked. You are such a liar. It's obviously your tutoring salary, but you're still lying. This little girl obviously feels sorry for her cousin and is afraid that he won't be able to live a good life by tightening his belt, but she just insists on being stubborn and says nothing. Thinking of this, her best friend looked at Su Jishi with a smile, raised her eyebrows at her, and asked frivolously. Baby, are you still in need of a cousin? Screw you. Su Jishi pretended to spit at her best friend. After all, she knew she was joking. Then she raised her head, thinking that she would see her cousin soon, and said proudly. I have money, I am happy, I am so willful. I just want to be nice to my cousin and pamper him. What's wrong with that? Chapter 18. What kind of car is this? When the roommates next to her saw Su Jishi's expression, they also covered their mouths and laughed. Especially seeing Su Jishi taking out the money and being so happy, he couldn't help but sigh. As expected, having money makes you happy. Look at Jishi's little face, she's almost smiling like a flower. Su Zhishi didn't mind her roommates teasing at all. She looked at them proudly and said, "I'm not happy about that little bit of money. It's my cousin, he said he would come to see me later. She hasn't seen her cousin for a long time and misses him so much." When Su Zhishi mentioned her cousin, she had a lot to say. She looked at her roommates smugly and said mysteriously, "Let me tell you, my cousin is super handsome. When you see him later, you better watch your heart out. If anyone falls in love with her cousin, she, as his cousin, will not help." Hearing the description of Su Zhishi as someone who only exists in heaven and is rarely seen in the world, all the roommates looked expectant. One of the roommates said with a squinting look, "We'll have to take a good look at this cousin of Zhishi's that we've been thinking about for a while. Is he really that handsome? I guarantee it with my personality, it's stunning," Su Zhishi said confidently. My roommates looked at each other and said with a laugh, "Then we must look forward to it. If you say that, we won't be able to attend the class later." The little girls gathered together and chattered, everyone had a happy look on their face, and walked into the classroom to attend class. As soon as Su Zhishi and others entered the classroom, the whole classroom became quiet for a moment. Those boys who had been bragging loudly just now, immediately sat up straight and subconsciously put their best sides forward when they saw Su Zhishi appear. As they maintained their posture, they stole glances at Su Zhishi's pretty face, their eyes full of admiration and love. The boys gathered together cautiously and discussed in low voices. "Why do I feel that Miss Su is even prettier today than she was yesterday? Look at that palm-sized face, it's simply God's masterpiece." As soon as I saw the beautiful schoolgirl Su, my heart started beating so fast that it almost burst out. Especially when I saw her smile, I immediately became paralyzed and was willing to do anything. Among the boys in our entire school, apart from the gays, who doesn't like the school beauty Su? She's pretty, has a good personality, and is approachable. She's simply the epitome of a perfect woman. Just as the boys were looking at Su Zhishi excitedly, a few boys wearing designer clothes nearby looked at them with disdain and sneered. "You can only envy her. After today, school beauty Su will belong to our brother Lei." When the people present heard this, their eyes vaguely fell on a young man nearby. It was brother Lei, Lu Lei, who was at the corners of those boys' mouths. Lu Lei sat on a chair, posing like Guyu, like a patient with rickets. She was wearing a set of Givenchy branded clothes. When she heard the boys around her talking about her, she couldn't help but yawning, looking like she hadn't woken up yet. Especially the signs at the moment, it is obvious that he is a rich second generation who loves the nightlife and has drained his body away by alcohol and sex. Feeling many people's gazes, Lu Lei frowned and cursed at them loudly. "What are you looking at? Are you looking for death?" Those who were scolded nearby dared not say anything, especially when they heard them say that they wanted to win over the school beauty Su. They were even more angry. These young people, led by Lu Lei, are all famous rich second generations in the school. Even when they are in class, the cars they drive are luxury cars like Porsche Panamera. These people, relying on the little money their families have, do evil things in school and never do good things. Not only does he have the domineering aura of a playboy, but he also flirts with pretty girls when he sees them. Several of their male classmates' girlfriends were snatched away by this group of people. If it is true love, these male classmates will not say anything. After all, fate is something that cannot be explained. But these bastards dumped the girls within a month. They are simply a bunch of scumbags. Faced with such a situation, these boys dared not speak out. After all, their family is made up of ordinary people, and they cannot compete with the children from these local wealthy families. With no other options, they had to swallow their anger and try not to have any interaction with these playboys. Now seeing that they are actually setting their sights on the campus bell of Su University, I can only pray silently in my heart, hoping that the campus bell of Su University has a pair of discerning eyes and can see through the true nature of these people. Lu Lei, who was sitting on the chair, had never taken his eyes off Su Zhishi since she entered the classroom. Especially when he saw Su Zhishi's smiling face, he wished his eyes could grow directly on Su Zhishi's body. This campus beauty from Suzhou University is so beautiful. Only a goddess-level figure like this is qualified to stand by my side. Lu Lei's heart was filled with excitement when he thought that he would soon be able to embrace such beauty. He withdrew his gaze reluctantly, looked at several friends around him, and asked in a low voice, "Are you all ready?" No matter what, he must successfully confess his love to Su Zhishi today. The young men next to him laughed. They looked at each other, and finally their eyes fell on Lu Lei and said, "Don't worry, brother Lei, we have arranged everything according to your instructions." Lu Lei narrowed his eyes, looked at them and said, Okay. When the get out of class is almost over, you guys go and set it up. As for himself, he must keep an eye on Su Jishi in the classroom. Otherwise, if the heroine accidentally passed away, all their preparations would be in vain. Thinking of this, Lu Lei's gaze fell on Su Jishi again unconsciously. I have to say, she is really good looking and her figure is impeccable. It is obviously the simplest style of jeans and t-shirt, but when worn on Su Jishi, she looks cute and lovely, and the unique feminine curves are fully displayed. Looking at those exquisite lines, Lu Lei suddenly felt his breathing became heavy. No matter how passionately the teacher spoke, he could not attract Lu Lei's attention at all. For Lu Lei now, the most important thing is to deal with Su Jishi. Soon, the class was over. Su Jishi watched the teacher leave the classroom, and she walked out with her roommates, looking happy. A roommate looked at Su Jishi's brisk steps and said with a smile, "Look how happy you are. You are going to see your cousin. You are so happy." That's right. Su Jishi did not hide her feelings at all, she was happy as long as she could see her cousin. Several roommates gathered together and talked happily with Su Jishi, when they suddenly heard a noisy sound coming from the other side. Many people gathered there, talking to each other. Look, what a grand occasion! These flowers are so beautiful, there are so many of them, how much money must it cost? With such a big occasion, if it were me, I would definitely agree. It's just a pity that no one has the insight to recognize a hero. It's really romantic. I like this kind of grand event, it's better than just standing downstairs of the dormitory and singing. Su Jishi and the others didn't care and walked outside. As soon as the girls walked out of the teaching building, they saw a lot of red roses placed in front of the building. There was a large bunch of red roses, very pretty and covered in dew. It was obvious that it was a fresh bouquet that had arrived today. For a moment, the air was filled with the fragrance of roses. Surrounded by countless classmates, she looked even more charming. There are several sports cars parked next to the flowers. This was clearly a measured way of parking, with the roses on the ground just circled in the middle. After all, they are all sports cars, and this pace and posture look very luxurious. Just when all the classmates were jealous, Lu Lei walked out from the back of the sports car. He also held a bouquet of roses in his hand. It's just that the roses in his hand seemed to be more numerous and were packaged beautifully. Each beautiful rose is finely sprinkled with blue gold powder, making it look sparkling. Although he came out early to prepare, Lu Lei's eyes were always fixed on Su Jishi, revealing his undisguised desire. Lu Lei adjusted the position of the flowers in her arms. She looked at Su Jishi, walked slowly to her, and said with a smile, "Jishi, I have liked you for a long time. I hope you will agree to my pursuit and be my girlfriend." After hearing Lu Lei finish his lines, the lackeys around him immediately started to make a noise and shout loudly. "Sister-in-law, just agree to Brother Lei's pursuit. Yes, you are the girl that our Brother Lei is pursuing most seriously. As long as you agree, I guarantee that you will become the happiest girl in our school. Who doesn't know that our Brother Lei is the most generous? As long as you follow Brother Lei, you can get whatever you want in the future with just a word. Such a good love is right in front of you, why are you hesitating? Hurry up and agree, we are all waiting to meet the sister-in-law." When Su Jishi's roommates saw this, they immediately became alert. Who in the whole school doesn't know what kind of character Lu Lei and his friends are? He actually still wants to be with Jishi, he is simply crazy. Su Jishi also frowned slightly. She had also heard about the deeds of these people and naturally had some understanding of their virtues. Therefore, Su Jishi said to Lu Lei without hesitation, "I'm sorry, I refuse. She would never be with such a scumbag. Not to mention blocking the door with roses, even if he moved to Rose Manor, she wouldn't even look at him." For a moment, everyone present was stunned. Su Jishi actually refused so readily? Lu Lei seemed to have never thought about Su Jishi's rejection. He couldn't help but clench his hands holding the flowers, and his face became gloomy. Seeing so many people here, Lu Lei couldn't lose his temper directly. He suppressed his anger and promised glibly, "Jishi, I know you have concerns in your heart. But don't worry, I can swear to you that as long as you agree to be with me, I will definitely treat you well. Moreover, I really like you, and from now on, I will only like you." While expressing his determination, Lu Lei, holding the flowers in his hand, leaned towards Su Jishi again. With such an action, the other party's purpose is very clear. Su Jishi hated Lu Lei's approach and subconsciously hid to the side. She took out her cell phone to check the time, thinking that her cousin would be here soon, and wanted to leave. Unexpectedly, when Su Zhishi just turned around, the road in front of her was blocked. It was Lu Lei. He looked at Su Zhishi with a smirk and said, "Don't be shy, Zhishi. You promised me first, I'll go wherever you want to go." The lackeys nearby saw Brother Lei coming forward and immediately started to make a noise, saying in support, "Sister-in-law, if you don't agree, you may not be able to leave today. That's for sure. Not only will Brother Lei not let you go, but we can't let you go either. Give me an answer quickly, the school beauty? But if you refuse, forget it, we're not here to hear that." Su Zhishi and several of her roommates became angry immediately after hearing what they said. What do these people mean? This is a forced confession, and you don't allow people to refuse, right? What the hell? Just as these people were making a fuss, they heard another burst of noise coming from not far away. The students behind subconsciously turned their heads and saw a white Aston Martin 177 roaring towards them. Looking at such a beautiful and cool super sports car, the students present instantly widened their eyes, and many of them gasped. No way? When did such a cool supercar appear in their school? The students' eyes were filled with shock and they could hardly believe their eyes. Wu Chao, what the hell is this car? It's so beautiful, isn't it? This car must be very expensive, right? Not only is the shape beautiful, but even the paint on the car seems to be shining in the sun, which is very special. Please move aside so I can take a couple of pictures. If I post these beautiful pictures of my car on WeChat Moments, I'll definitely have a girlfriend. Seeing that so many classmates had strange looks in their eyes, Lu Lei and others frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. With just one glance, Lu Lei and the others were all stunned. What did they see? This. Such a beautiful super sports car is so cool. Look at the enchanting streamlined shape and the huge noise it made when it drove over just now. Every detail shows that this car is extraordinary. Just when everyone was in shock, one of Lu Lei's brothers suddenly covered his mouth and said almost without a voice, "This is actually the Aston Martin 177. Wow, this is a top-of-the-line supercar with only 77 units produced worldwide. I'm afraid it will cost more than 50 million. He likes all kinds of sports cars the most. After all, besides his girlfriend, the car is a man's little wife." So the young man recognized the car at first sight when he saw it. It's so beautiful. No wonder it's a limited edition car, everything is so perfect. When the students heard what the young man said, they almost popped their eyes out. No way, a car worth more than 50 million? How wealthy is a person who can spend so much money on a car? To put it bluntly, in the eyes of many classmates, people like Lu Lei are already top-notch second-generation rich people. Only now have they truly realized that in this world, there is always someone better than you. For a moment, everyone looked at Aston Martin with not only envy, but also awe and curiosity. Everyone wants to know what kind of person can afford such an expensive sports car. Under the complicated gazes of the crowd, the car stopped next to the teaching building. Chen Tian opened the door and got out. Seeing Chen Tian appeared, the entire teaching building fell into silence for a moment. It was as if an invisible hand had pressed the mute button. This man is so handsome, isn't he? Not only is she tall, but she also has a figure like a model, a perfect figure for clothes hangers. The top quality clothes produced by the wardrobe make Chen Tian look handsome and elegant, just like a child of aristocratic family. When the girls saw Chen Tian's face, they subconsciously covered their mouths, fearing that they would scream. This little brother is so handsome, isn't he? He looks only 2 years older than them, but with his handsome face and delicate features, there is no problem for him to make his debut there. Not to mention, Chen Tian's temperament is so good that it's outrageous. Even the top stars today don't give people a better impression than Chen Tian. It would be more accurate to say that the students were fascinated rather than being stunned. Lu Lei and others, like other classmates, looked at Chen Tian with eyes full of admiration and envy. This is a real wealthy family, their temperament is amazing. The person in front of me should be a child of aristocratic family, right? Compared with the children from wealthy families like these, they are at best nouveau riche. It is said that it takes 3 generations to cultivate a nobleman. This is true. Su Zhishi was about to leave with a few roommates when she suddenly saw Chen Tian getting off the car. She was also obviously stunned and exclaimed, "Cousin? My cousin is still as handsome as ever, but when did he become so rich?" They just heard that the sports car in front of them costs more than 50 million. Cousin? When everyone heard Su Zhishi's words, they were completely stunned for a moment. Chapter 19. Brother, I'm just a flower seller. This handsome guy is actually Su Zhishi's cousin? This family's genes are so strong. Lu Lei and others were even more shocked when they heard Su Zhishi's words. This person who looks so noble is actually Su Zhishi's cousin? So if the other person knew that I had just forced him to be my girlfriend, wouldn't he die a miserable death? Thinking of this, Lu Lei subconsciously looked at several friends around him, and they saw fear in each other's eyes. In an instant, all of their legs began to feel weak. If they really offend such a big shot, they will be finished. Chen Tian also saw Su Zhishi at this time. Looking at his increasingly beautiful cousin, he smiled gently and asked, "Is getting out of class over?" As he was asking the question, Chen Tian saw Lu Lei standing aside. Looking at the display Lu Lei had made and the flowers in his hand, he couldn't help but frown. He glanced at the tears indifferently and said lightly, "What are you doing?" Hearing the questions from the boss opposite and the other party's obviously cold tone, Lu Lei almost pissed himself. Lu Lei swallowed hard, held his saliva for a long time, and then slowly spoke. "Ahem, brother, I'm a part-time flower seller on campus. I just wanted to ask Su Zhishi if she wanted to buy some flowers." This is the most reasonable reason Lu Lei could think of in such a short period of time. Chen Tian's cold eyes lingered on Lu Lei's face for 2 circles, and he answered directly, "No." Upon hearing this, Lu Lei said with an apologetic smile, "Okay, big brother, excuse me for interrupting you." While speaking, Lu Lei subconsciously walked to the other side, wanting to stay away from Chen Tian. But Lu Lei was too scared, his legs started to go weak, he stumbled, and fell heavily to the ground. Chen Tian was too lazy to pay attention to this little guy. He put on a warm smile and said to Su Zhishi and several roommates, "Come on, follow me to the car. I bought something for you." Su Zhishi and several roommates were very happy to hear this, and followed Chen Tian happily. Su Zhishi was already extremely satisfied just to be able to see her cousin. Although she didn't understand why her cousin became like this, she knew that he was getting better, and that was enough. When several roommates saw this handsome cousin, they were already fascinated by him. Their hearts were beating fast and they were very excited. What Zhishi said was absolutely correct, her cousin was simply extremely handsome. Several little girls even secretly glanced at Chen Tian and some even wanted to become Su Zhishi's sister-in-law. Looking at the changes on the scene and the attitude of Lu Lei and others towards Chen Tian, all the students present were shocked. They gathered together and talked in low voices. "I really didn't expect that our Suchao University campus beauty actually has such a cousin. Not only is he rich, but he's also very handsome. I can tolerate him being handsome, after all, it's her good genes. She's rich, that's all, but I didn't expect her to be so low-key. If my cousin hadn't shown up in person, we would have really thought that the campus beauty of Suchao University was from an ordinary family. Lu Lei and his gang are usually so aggressive, but when they see me, they act like mice seeing a cat. This is so satisfying. Finally someone can deal with them." Lu Lei and the others were still standing there in a daze, their hearts pounding and their whole bodies feeling cold. If her cousin smells it later, will Su Zhishi tell everything they just did and what they did in school before? When the time comes, will this cousin take care of them? Thinking of this, Lu Lei felt all the strength in his body disappear and he collapsed to the ground. Chen Tianka was too lazy to pay attention to that kind of playboy. With a smile on his face, he walked towards the car with his cousin Su Zhishi and others. Opening the hood of the car, revealing the numerous luxury goods packaging bags inside, Chen Tian looked at Su Zhishi with a smile and said, "These are all for you, take them back and use them slowly." As he spoke, Chen Tian had already taken out those brand name bags and handed them to Su Zhishi. Su Zhishi was stunned when she saw so many brand name packages. This. She knew these brands, and the items in them were worth 5 figures at most. Yet her cousin bought so many at once. Just looking at these packages, Su Zhishi subconsciously refused. "Cousin, I can't take these things. Otherwise, go and return them." Although Su Zhishi didn't understand how her cousin suddenly became so rich. "But as a cousin, how can I squander the money that my cousin has worked so hard to earn?" Chen Tian looked at his cousin's pretty little face, whose facial features were almost blended together, and he suddenly laughed. He pointed to a handbag inside a bag and said with a smile, "You don't want it, do you want me to carry this bag?" Su Zhishi. "Cousin, stop it." In a flash, Su Zhishi felt images starting to appear in her head. Su Zhishi burst out laughing, like a blooming flower that brightens people's eyes. She knew that her cousin said these words deliberately just to make her accept it. In this case, Su Zhishi thought about it, took some of the bags in her hands, smiled sweetly at Chen Tian, and thanked him. Thank you, cousin. This is the first time I use these brand name bags. Su Zhishi's family is just an ordinary family, not very wealthy, so it is naturally impossible for them to buy a brand name bag for their daughter. Although the money is not much, Su Zhishi has a happy family, which has raised her to be a girl with positive values. Otherwise, Lu Lei and his team wouldn't have made such a big fuss. A branded bag would have been enough. Chen Tian looked at the many handbags in the trunk, then looked at the little girls with thin arms and legs, waved his hand and said, "Forget it, just put it in the car and I'll drive directly to your dormitory." It was indeed a bit too ostentatious to let a few little girls carry so many things back. Su Zhishi felt warm in her heart when she saw her cousin caring so much about her. She smiled faintly and said, "Okay, thank you, cousin." The Aston Martin supercar that Chen Tian was driving only had 2 seats, so Su Zhishi talked to a few roommates before sitting in the passenger seat of the Aston Martin. Looking at the supercar roaring like a wild beast towards the girls' dormitory building, the roommates behind showed expressions of envy. "I'm so envious. Zhishi actually has such a handsome and rich cousin. Isn't that too enviable? If I were to sit in the passenger seat of a supercar like this, I would be so happy. I want a cousin like this too. And Zhishi's cousin dotes on her so much. Look at those luxury bags. There are so many bags. They must cost hundreds of thousands." Hundreds of thousands? Wow! With that much money, you can buy a house with a down payment. You are indeed a rich man. It feels so luxurious to be able to use these brand name products. I don't know if my cousin has a girlfriend? If I can't be his sister, I think being his wife wouldn't be bad either. Several roommates chattered and walked quickly towards the dormitory. Chen Tian drove the car and soon arrived downstairs under Su Zhishi's command. Picking up those brand name paper bags, Su Zhishi said to Chen Tian, "Cousin, wait for me for a moment. I'll take it upstairs now." Looking at the numerous shopping bags in her hands, Su Zhishi was secretly amazed in her heart. My cousin's current financial strength must be extraordinary. He can hardly afford all of these luxury goods. Many girls who had just returned from get out of class also saw the Aston Martin and their eyes widened instantly. Some people even rubbed their eyes hard, some couldn't believe it. Such a beautiful supercar was actually driven into their school? Many girls rolled their eyes, took out their mobile phones to take pictures secretly, and searched for information about sports cars on the internet. Soon, I looked at the introduction of Aston Martin 177 on my phone and took a breath. A super sports car worth more than 50 million, isn't that too expensive? The girls looked surprised and shocked, and headed towards their dormitories. With such big news, they couldn't wait to go back and share it with other roommates. A girl in sportswear trotted back to the dormitory. She pushed the door open and shouted to her roommates inside. "Look downstairs, there's a supercar worth over 50 million. More than 50 million? The girl who was sitting on a chair and putting on makeup stood up suddenly when she heard this, as if there was a spring on her butt, and rushed directly to the window. She stuck her head out and looked outside, her eyes radiating a strange light. Such an expensive car actually exists. At this moment, many of the dormitory windows upstairs were opened, and little heads popped out, trying to look down and steal a glimpse at the Aston Martin. When everyone was curious about the owner of the car, Chen Tian got out of the car. He leaned against the car door, waiting for Su Zhishi to come down from the dormitory. As soon as Chen Tianyi appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. When they saw Chen Tian's face clearly, they wanted to scream out loud. "This little brother is so handsome, isn't he? He is over 1.8 meters tall, has a perfect figure, and looks handsome and cool. This is basically the official standard of a perfect boyfriend. Moreover, it's the highest end one." This charming temperament, with a hint of mystery, makes people unable to stop. Many girls even swallowed their saliva secretly. Who wouldn't be greedy for such a top handsome guy? The girls could no longer hold back and began to discuss in low voices. "Oh, this little brother is so handsome. I feel like I'm in love all over again. Just based on this face, he will cause a sensation as soon as he debuts. Can you guys stop being so superficial? There are thousands of good-looking people on the outside, but we should pay attention to the inside, understand? The guy's temperament is so outstanding, it's not something that money can buy. I'm going to ask the almighty internet for help." I want all the information about this little brother. At the very least, I need to get his WeChat. Let's keep in touch first, and then slowly take action. He. The last girl's words seemed to remind the other girls. A girl with long curly hair took out a small mirror, touched up her makeup carefully, and walked towards Chen Tian. The girl next to her saw her action and immediately frowned. This girl is a famous socialite in the school. If a girl like this gets close to him, the boy may not be able to resist. Just when the girls were worried, the girl with long curly hair walked in front of Chen Tian and said in a delicate voice, "Brother, can I borrow your cell phone to make a call?" As a socialite in school, long curly hair is very popular with men. Chapter 20, Stunning Beauty. She felt that asking for the phone number directly was too tacky, so she would rather ask to borrow the phone and have the other party call her, and then naturally exchange WeChat accounts with her. How could she not be interested in such a handsome and rich boy? The girl with long curly hair looked at Chen Tian coquettishly. Looking at him from such a close distance, she found that Chen Tian looked even more handsome and his facial features became more three-dimensional. When Chen Tian heard what the curly-haired guy said, he was about to speak when, coincidentally, the curly-haired guy's cell phone rang. The girl with long curly hair was indeed experienced. She was not embarrassed in the face of this situation. Instead, she cast a coquettish glance at Chen Tian and said delicately, "Little brother, I just want to exchange WeChat with you." Chen Tian glanced at the long curly hair with a faint expression and directly refused. "Sorry, it's not convenient. He came to see his cousin today, not to fish." Not to mention that this girl is not to his liking, even for the sake of his cousin, Chen Tian has to maintain his image as a brother. The girl with long curly hair never expected that she would actually be humiliated. She stomped her feet angrily and turned away. In just a short while, more girls gathered downstairs. They all heard that a handsome and rich young man had come here, so they came to watch the fun. A few more pretty girls came up to Chen Tian and asked for his WeChat ID, but he politely declined. At this time, on the other side, Lu Lei and others were still in front of the teaching building, immersed in deep shock. Thinking back to the fear I felt just now, it still makes me feel suffocated. Creak! A clear brake sound was heard, and a Ferrari LaFerrari suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The car owner probably wanted to park in a parking space, but the parking space in front of him was occupied by the flowers placed by Lu Lei and others, so he could only park aside. The students who had not left yet were shocked again when they saw the Ferrari LaFerrari suddenly appeared. Strange things happen every year, but there are especially many this year. Just now an Aston Martin arrived, and now a Ferrari LaFerrari has arrived. What's going on in school today? The students huddled together, talking to each other. This is a Ferrari LaFerrari, a super sports car worth more than 20 million. I didn't expect that two super sports cars that are rarely seen in normal times would appear today. What a beautiful car. Although not as expensive as the previous Aston Martin, it is also a top-of-the-line model of Ferrari. Look at the coquettish curves, it must be a Ferrari. Our school is so lucky. Two top-of-the-line luxury cars have arrived at once. I wonder who the owners of these cars are and why they are here at school. Amid the discussion among the crowd, the door of the Ferrari LaFerrari was opened and a young man walked out. The young master has a very strong physique and looks very energetic in an Armani suit. He looked at the bouquets of flowers on the parking space, shook his head gently and sighed. These young people are always so romantic and don't even clean up after they're done. No sense of public morality at all. As the young master thought about it, he walked forward, picked up the bouquets and threw them into the trash can nearby. He cleaned up very carefully and even picked up the petals that were blown off by the wind and threw them into the trash can. Lu Lei and others nearby also noticed the young master. As soon as he saw him appear, Lu Lei immediately recognized him. Why did young Master Zhang come to school? This person is Zhang Haoren from the Jinling Zhang family, who is very famous in the second-generation circle. The Zhang family is considered a fairly large family in Jinling. Their business mainly involves overseas trade and investments in the catering industry. Speaking of assets, there are billions or even tens of billions of assets. It is considered to be a local enterprise with quite good development. Seeing young Master Zhang cleaning up the mess for them, Lu Lei dared not just stand by and watched, and quickly ran over to help clean up. Brother Zhang, just go and take a rest. Leave this to me to clean up. I was the one who originally put these there. Zhang Haoren was picking up flower petals and looked up when he heard his words. As soon as I saw Lu Lei, I recognized him at first sight. This is the cousin of a rich young man in their circle. I once met him at a party. Zheng Haoran looked at Lu Lei and said with a smile. Are you confessing your feelings to the girl? When the word confession was mentioned, Lu Lei immediately recalled the horrific experience just now, and his face suddenly turned dark. The past is too painful to recall. Zheng Haoran saw it clearly from the side and laughed. Is this a failure? That shouldn't be the case. I heard from your brother that you are quite good at it. Lu Lei's cousin is also a lustful man. He and his cousin are birds of the same feather. Zheng Haoran used a joking tone to insult Lu Lei in front of him. He despised such dandy boys the most, who relied on the little money from their family and didn't even know their own surnames, and went around causing trouble for young girls. Lu Lei, at #%. Why? He also needs to recall what he just experienced. Now he just wants to lose his memory right there. However, facing Zheng Haoran, Lu Lei did not dare to be too arrogant, and explained with a wry smile. Brother Zhang, please stop mentioning this embarrassing thing of mine. It was also my own fault for not recognizing the real thing. My cousin was driving an Aston Martin 177. How can I afford to offend someone who can afford a supercar worth more than 50 million? Although Lu Lei is an uneducated playboy, he is not stupid. He knows that there are some people he cannot afford to offend. 177? After hearing Lu Lei's words, even Zheng Haoran on the side was confused. He had never heard of anyone in Jinling buying a new car, let alone one that was so extravagant. Zheng Haoran himself is from the top circle, and such a car cannot be afforded by people in other circles. Such a person must have a good status. Zheng Haoran narrowed his eyes, looked at Lu Lei beside him, and asked. Where is the Aston Martin you mentioned? They should have gone to the girls' dormitory. Lu Lei just heard the conversation between Chen Tian and Su Zhishi. It has only been a while, so they should still be downstairs. Zheng Haoran nodded, pointing at the garbage on the ground and said. You guys clean up this place, I'll go over there. As he spoke, Zheng Haoran had already opened the car door, stepped on the accelerator and left. He rushed over to see who the other person was. At this time, Su Zhishi had already walked out of the dormitory building. She jumped out and was immediately stunned by the scene in front of her. I saw my cousin surrounded by a group of girls, and even the car was surrounded in the middle. Upon seeing this situation, Su Zhishi quickly squeezed in, hugged Chen Tian's arm, and said with a smile. Cousin, my things are ready, shall we go? After saying that, Su Zhishi deliberately squeezed the girl next to her. These girls are really something. If I hadn't arrived in time, they would have thrown themselves into my cousin's arms, right? Seeing the real guy coming down, many girls wisely stepped back and kept some distance. After all, Chen Tian didn't exchange WeChat with them just now, so there would be no point in continuing to surround them. Looking at Su Zhishi, who was holding Chen Tian's arm, all the girls sighed in their hearts. No wonder Chen Tian looked down on them. Looking at beauties like Su Zhishi every day, his eyes had long been spoiled. With their ordinary looks, it would be uncomfortable to look at them for too long. How could they possibly win other people's favor? The girls began to doubt their appearance and charm. They couldn't stay downstairs any longer, so they wanted to go back to the dormitory and apply a facial mask to take care of their skin. Just at this moment, Zheng Haoran drove to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Looking at the Aston Martin 177 in front of him, Zheng Haoran's brows couldn't help but twitch. Hey, I didn't expect that Jinling actually produced an Aston Martin, quite interesting. Zheng Haoran's face was full of surprise, and his eyes had already drifted to Chen Tian. Looking at this young car owner, Zheng Haoran was also shocked. Such temperament is definitely not something that can be cultivated by a small family. I'm afraid that ordinary noble families don't have the blessing to cultivate such a good seedling. Zheng Haoran thought secretly in his heart, this should be the eldest son of a big family in Shanghai or Tianjin, right? Thinking of this, Zheng Haoran also wanted to make friends. He will definitely take over the family business in the future, so it will be very beneficial for him to get to know more people at this time, as it will help him build his future network. Zheng Haoran seized the opportunity, walked to Chen Tian in a few steps, and said with a smile. Hello, I'm Zheng Haoran. After he finished speaking, a business card was handed to Chen Tian. Chen Tian took it and replied with a smile. Chen Tian. The two of them briefly got to know each other, and Chen Tian looked at Su Zhishi on the side and asked. Where do you want to go later? Seeing Su Zhishi thinking hard, Zheng Haoran suddenly took the opportunity to invite her. Brother Chen, how about we go to Ziyun Tea House? We happen to be there today and have a small gathering. Zhang Haoran thought this was a good opportunity to introduce Chen Tian to everyone. Chen Tian did not agree immediately, but looked at Su Zhishi beside him and asked his cousin's opinion first. The cousin was very happy to know that Chen Tian valued her so much. Su Zhishi could tell that Zhang Haoran should also be a second-generation Jinling. He was wearing all top-notch brands that looked very expensive. If my cousin could get to know more people like this, it would surely be beneficial to his future. Thinking of this, Su Zhishi said very obediently. Cousin, I can do anything. I'll listen to you. Chen Tian gently rubbed Su Zhishi's hair and said to Zhang Haoran. Good. When Zhang Haoran heard Chen Tian's agreement, he said happily. Brother Chen, I'll lead the way for you, let's set off now. Zhang Haoran drove a Ferrari LaFerrari in front to lead the way, and with the Aston Martin behind him, it instantly created a street-blasting effect. As soon as the car owners on the road saw them appear, they immediately got as far away as possible. No one dared to get in the way of such luxury cars. If you accidentally scratch the paint, you might even peel off a layer of the paint. Rather than taking this risk, it is better to wait for a while and let others pass first. Zhang Haoran should have been accustomed to this kind of treatment as he sped along the road. Soon, they arrived at the door of a tea garden. There is a large parking lot at the entrance of this tea garden. When Chen Tian parked the car, he took a quick look and found that all the cars parked here were luxury cars. I also saw a lot of supercars parked nearby. They were probably the friends that Zhang Haoran mentioned who came to the party. Su Zhishi, who was standing aside, stretched her little head and looked at the tea garden not far away. The decoration of the tea garden is antique, and the solid wooden door looks very heavy, exuding a sense of calmness. As soon as they walked to the door, they smelled the aroma of tea coming from inside, which made them feel refreshed. Seeing a guest approaching, a waiter in Cheongsam immediately came forward, gently pushed open the door, and stood respectfully aside. Both her expression and actions were full of humility. Su Zhishi looked at the scene in front of her and was stunned for a moment. She had never received such service since she was a child. The waiter led the way, and everyone passed through the wooden corridor and came to a large hall. Chen Tian looked at the meticulous decoration and nodded. Zhang Haoran saw Chen Tian's appearance, grinned, and introduced him. Brother Chen, this is a business managed by a young lady in our circle. We like the tea here and come here to drink it for free. It is also a place where we often gather. This tea house is remarkable in Jinling in terms of both service and quality. Many old customers who love tea have chosen this place and come to patronize it from time to time. When Zhang Haoran said this, he suddenly approached Chen Tian mysteriously and said very carefully. The most important thing is that the tea masters here have good skills, and the tea they brew is especially fragrant. Especially the young lady I just mentioned, she has been immersed in this industry since she was a child, and her tea ceremony is superb. It is precisely because of the unique craftsmanship that these young men and women would come to drink tea from time to time. It is really unforgettable. Zhang Haoran licked his lips subconsciously while introducing. He has been quite busy recently and hasn't come over to drink tea for a while. Now when I think about it, I still feel craving for it. At the same time, in the inner hall, many young masters and young ladies were sitting around a low tea table, chatting and laughing. Among the crowd, a girl squatting next to a low tea table was the most eye-catching. She was wearing a white fashion shirt with a lotus leaf collar design, which exposed one side of her swan neck, attracting everyone's attention. The girl looked extremely quiet, like a lady from a noble family, but in her hands, she was fiddling with the tea set quickly. The tea set made of purple clay is very beautiful. The girl's scallion white fingers appear even whiter and tenderer against the background of the teacup. After washing the tea set, the girl raised her head, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. There was a faint smile on the girl's beautiful face, and she looked very friendly. Chapter 21. A strange thing happened in Jinling recently. Watching the girl's smooth movements, everyone present showed expressions of enjoyment on their faces. Smelling the aroma that was gradually overflowing, everyone's face showed an expectant look. A young master rubbed his hands enviously and said with a smile, Sister Tang, your tea-making skills are becoming more and more perfect. The girl opposite smiled faintly upon hearing this. After distributing tea to everyone, she opened her red lips and said, Come on, everyone try it. The young masters and young ladies could no longer wait and picked up their teacups, sipping their tea gently. A young man picked it up and drank it all in one gulp. He raised his wrist to check the time and asked curiously, Why hasn't Brother Zhang come yet? You know, Brother Zhang is rarely late. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. A young man next to him also put down his teacup and looked at everyone and started a topic. By the way, do you know that something strange happened in Jinling recently? Weird thing? Everyone's attention was immediately diverted to the young master who was speaking, waiting for his next words. They thought they were well informed and had no recollection of anything strange happening. An impatient young lady looked at the young master, keeping him in suspense, shook her fist threateningly, and urged, "Just speak up, don't waste time." The young lady's threat was very effective, and the young master immediately said, "I heard that someone bought all the remaining houses in Tianfu City." When everyone heard what the young master said, they all said that they had heard it. After all, Jinling is so small, and this news spreads very quickly in the circle. A young man immediately took over and said, "I know about this. I heard that the big boss paid in full and billions were directly deposited into his account." Billions in full payment? Upon hearing such a generous deal, the young masters and young ladies all showed surprised expressions. What kind of person must be able to spend money so recklessly? This worth seems to be beyond their imagination. At the very least, the families of these people dare not even think about it. That's tens of billions being paid at once. How could anyone be so generous? It's scary to think about it. With a heart full of shock, a young man leaned back in his chair, stroked his chin and said, "Everyone is saying that this person must be someone from Tianjing or Modu." Before he finished speaking, someone immediately objected. "That's not right. I heard that the man is from Hong Kong. Where did you get your information? It doesn't seem very accurate. My information says that the person who bought the house is a foreigner." A young man frowned and gave a different answer again. For a moment, everyone present had different opinions. "Yes. It's a mysterious buyer from abroad. I heard he's an old foreigner." "Bullshit. He's obviously a young man." "Huh? Why is there such a big difference? Could it be that he is a foreign youth?" Tang Xini listened to what they said and shook her head slightly, saying in a light tone, "Three people make a tiger. The news has been spread all over the place. Stop talking for now. Come, have some tea." As she spoke, her delicate hands had already picked up the fairness cup and filled everyone's cup with tea. As the aroma of tea wafted towards them, everyone's attention was completely shifted to the tea in front of them. At this time, Zheng Haoran also took Chen Tian through the hall and came to the inner hall. Seeing Zheng Haoran coming in, many young men and women immediately stood up to greet him, but then they saw Chen Tian behind Zheng Haoran. Looking at Chen Tian, these people were stunned for a moment. Who is this person who appears with Brother Zhang? Not only does he look handsome, but most importantly, he is so elegant. As Chen Tianyi walked into the inner hall, he almost surpassed all of them. Only Chen Tian is a true descendant of a big family, full of imposing manner. Zheng Haoran was walking in front, looking at everyone who looked stunned. He suddenly laughed and walked over with Chen Tian. "Let me introduce to you all. This is a brother I just met today. His name is Chen Tian." After introducing Chen Tian, Zheng Haoran pointed at Su Zhishi next to Chen Tian and introduced, "This little beauty is Brother Chen's cousin." After Zheng Haoran introduced Chen Tian and his sister, he began to introduce the young master and young lady opposite to them. The other young masters and young ladies simply said their names in one sentence. But when introducing Tang Xini, Zheng Haoran said with great emphasis, "This is Tang Xini, the eldest daughter of the Tang family. The tea house we are in is Miss Tang's private property. Brother Chen, the Tang family is one of the most prominent families in Jinling. The main business is concentrated in the fields of antiques and tea art, and has made great achievements. As the saying goes, gold is valuable in troubled times, and antiques are valuable in prosperous times. Especially in recent years, various collection programs have become extremely popular, which has brought the antique industry to a new level." Everyone greeted each other briefly, and the young masters and young ladies also greeted Chen Tian warmly and quickly sat down. "Brother Chen, please sit down and try the tea that Sister Tang just brewed. It's a real delicacy." A young man said to Chen Tian with a smile and pushed the teacup towards Chen Tian. A young lady next to him, with her eyes almost fixed on Chen Tian, joked, "You look so handsome, handsome. Would you like to go out for a drink tonight?" As she spoke, the eldest lady did not forget to throw a coquettish glance at Chen Tian. The people around saw the young lady's unruly look, burst out laughing, and quickly said, "Brother Chen, don't believe her. She is very protective. If you don't believe me, go through her bag. There must be a stun gun in it." Hearing that her story was exposed, the eldest lady rolled her eyes, snorted at everyone, and said, "It depends on how you use this thing. If it's for you, it must be to stun you. The guy is so handsome, he must be stunned and taken away." When everyone heard this, they all burst into laughter and praised Chen Tian for his good fortune. Tang Xinyi continued to make tea nearby, as if the crowd's excitement had no effect on her at all. The new tea was quickly brewed, and Tang Xinyi took the initiative to pass it to Chen Tian and Su Jishi, smiling faintly. "Try it yourself. Tea tastes better when it's freshly brewed." "Thanks." Chen Tian took the tea, took a sip, and savored it slowly. "As the tea flows into my mouth, I feel the fragrance of the tea filling my mouth." Chen Tian raised a faint smile and said slowly, "Using 85-degree pure water to brew Shifeng Longjing, the tea soup is highly clear and transparent, and the tea aroma and taste are mellow and authentic. It is indeed a good craftsmanship." When everyone heard Chen Tian's words, they were all stunned for a moment. They never expected that Chen Tian had such attainments in the tea ceremony. This Shifeng Longjing is a good tea that cannot be bought on the market. The Tang family makes this, and they buy the best quality tea. If it is not the first batch of tender leaves, it will not be chosen at all. Seeing that many people came today, Tang Xinyi took it out for everyone to try. Unexpectedly, Chen Tian tasted it immediately as soon as he took a sip. "This is so amazing." Even Tang Xinyi, who was kneeling there making tea, was stunned. There was a hint of inquiry in her eyes as she looked at Chen Tian. She could see that although Chen Tian was not as old as them, his level in tea ceremony was definitely not low. Just as everyone was shocked, Chen Tian took another sip and said, "If we can use mountain spring water, the taste will be even better. Mountain spring water doesn't need such a high temperature to brew, 75 degrees is enough. If the temperature is too high, the minerals in the spring water will be changed, and the water will lose its flavor. Moreover, for green tea like Shifeng Longjing, too high a temperature can easily destroy the color of the tea leaves. A slight temperature difference can make a huge difference." Tang Xinyi listened to Chen Tian's words with a look of sudden realization on her face. She stood up gracefully, nodded to Chen Tian, and said, "Please wait a moment." After saying that, he turned and walked out, leaving only a wisp of fragrant breeze behind. Just when everyone was confused, Tang Xinyi turned around and walked back with an exquisite tea bucket in her hand. When they saw the tea barrel, everyone present gasped. "Sister Tang actually took out the best Xinyang Maojian?" Xinyang Maofeng, also known as Hunan Maofeng, is one of the top 10 famous teas in China and is also known as the king of green tea. Seeing Tang Xinyi taking out the best treasure from the bottom of the box, the young masters and young ladies all looked helpless and almost cursed in their hearts. After all, Xian Tea Garden usually doesn't take out such good stuff, and they won't sell it even if rich guys come. Moreover, Xinyang Maojian tea of this quality is not available on the market. Even for the Tang family, who had been in this business for many years, these top-notch items were obtained at the auction, so they naturally treasured them as if they had found a treasure. How could the store's best stuff be given away so easily? But today, Tang Xinyi actually took it out for free because of what Chen Tian said. This difference is too big, isn't it? Thinking of this, the young masters and young ladies all looked resentful. Normally they said all the nice things to each other but never drank once. This is the first time that Chen Tian comes here, and he is the treasurer of the store. How can they feel comfortable? Tang Xinyi looked at their aggrieved expressions, covered her mouth and smiled, then glared at them with her beautiful eyes. What it means is, if you want to drink, drink it. If you don't want to drink, get out. Originally, the store's signature tea was not meant for them to drink. You can tell at a glance that these people have thick tongue coating and are not suitable for drinking such good tea at all. It's a complete waste of food. Tang Xinyi saw that Chen Tian was well versed in the tea ceremony, and felt like she had met a close friend, so she was willing to take out some really good tea. As for the others, they are just taking advantage of Chen Tian, so how dare they show such a bad attitude? After being glared at by Tang Xinyi, the few people immediately lost their temper, looked like good kids, and sat there quietly waiting. It's good enough to have something delicious to drink, but you can't be too picky, right? With Tang Xinyi's smooth operation, the tea brewed with purple clay was poured into the fairness cup. This way of dividing the tea would have a purer taste. Tang Xinyi was seen holding the kettle high, letting the water pour down, lifting it up and down to pour the water, and repeating this 3 times. It is the phoenix's 3 nods, which is also a traditional etiquette in the tea ceremony. This is a way to show respect to the guests, and also to show respect to the tea. The young men and women present felt sour in their hearts as they watched Tang Xinyi perform the tea art. After all, they had been drinking tea here for so long, but they had never seen Tang Sini treat them like this. What a difference! It makes me cry when I talk about it. Chen Tian looked calm and composed. He gently picked up the teacup next to him and took a sip. A sweeter aroma spread in his mouth. Chen Tian gently sighed and said, "As expected of the eldest daughter of the Tang family, your tea-making skills are really good." After saying that, Chen Tian picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp, muttering to himself, "It really tastes good. It would be nice if I could drink this kind of tea every day." People who love tea, just like people who love drinking wine, are addicted. If you don't drink a cup of good tea a day, you will feel like something is missing. Hearing Chen Tianru's mumbling words, everyone present was stunned for a moment. Look at what they said, this is the best Xinyang Maojian. Hundreds of thousands of taels. Moreover, due to the strict production process, the annual output is very small, and it is definitely a good thing that cannot be bought on the market. The young masters and young ladies looked at each other, and complained silently in their hearts. Such an expensive good thing, you just drink it? Drink it every day? This is either drinking tea or drinking money. Tang Sini was immediately happy when she heard what Chen Tian said. She looked at Chen Tian generously and said in a gentle tone, "If you want to drink, you can come every day and I'll make it for you." After all, there are not many like-minded people like Chen Tian who understand tea. Moreover, Chen Tian's previous guidance also made Tang Sini feel suddenly enlightened. It is precisely because of this that she feels even closer to Chen Tian. Others. No way, Sister Tang, can you tolerate this? Is this still you? Wake up. Chapter 22. I didn't want to, but he gave me too much. A young man nearby couldn't stand it anymore. He looked at Chen Tian and asked, "Brother Chen, do you know how much the tea you just drank cost?" Without waiting for Chen Tian to answer, the young master couldn't help but reveal the answer. "It costs hundreds of thousands of yuan. And you need to have a very good relationship to buy it." Chen Tian listened to the young master's powerful explanation without a trace of emotion on his face. He just nodded lightly and said, "It's not bad. It's not expensive. After all, too many top-quality teas are sold by gram and are often priceless. At hundreds of thousands per tael, it is already considered cheap." When everyone heard what Chen Tian said, they suddenly felt a black line on their foreheads. A feeling of helplessness arose in my heart, and I subconsciously turned my gaze to Zheng Haoran. It seemed as if everyone was blaming him, wondering where he had found such a boastful person. They were a little overwhelmed by such boasting. Zheng Haoran looked at the looks these people were giving him, and couldn't help but curl his lips and explain to them. "Things that are quite expensive to us are really nothing to Brother Chen." The young masters and young ladies were a little unhappy at first, but when they heard what Zheng Haoran said, they were stunned for a moment. Zheng Haoran is considered to be one of the most extravagant spenders among them. Of course, this is also because the Zheng family is strong enough. If even he says that Chen Tian is rich, then the other party's strength cannot be underestimated. Brother Chen drives an Aston Martin 177. Zheng Haoran finally got to the point. When everyone heard this, they were instantly shocked. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes looking at Chen Tian changed. An Aston Martin 177 worth more than 50 million? This. It seems that this Chen Tian is definitely worth a lot of money. How could someone who can afford such a luxury car have a simple family background? The expressions of the young masters and young ladies changed again and again, and their eyes looking at Chen Tian became much more cautious. You must try your best to have a good relationship with people like this. At the very least, you must not become an enemy. Even Tang Sini, who was kneeling beside the tea table, was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Chen Tian's family background was so powerful. But the next second, Tang Sini regained her composure. After all, in her opinion, if the family background is not good enough, it would be impossible to cultivate such an outstanding young man. Just in terms of attainment in the tea ceremony, it would probably be an astronomical figure to cultivate someone with the same knowledge as Chen Tian. Chen Tian finished the tea in the cup, looked at Tang Sini opposite him, and said with a smile, "Boss Tang, this tea shouldn't be the best you have, right? I just want to buy some tea leaves, why don't you take me to have a look?" When Tang Sini heard this, a trace of surprise flashed across her calm eyes. She smiled and said, "Oh? How can you be sure that this isn't my treasure?" Chen Tian raised his lips slightly. If it was just a good tea garden, Xinyang Maojian would be enough as the signature tea of the store. But for the Tang family, a large family specializing in this business, this is a bit not good enough. It can be imagined that Miss Tang must have quite a lot of stock, waiting for the right person. Chen Tian didn't know if he was destined to be with someone, but he believed that even if he wasn't destined to be with someone, he could still create one. A bad fate is also a fate. When the other young masters and young ladies saw the topic brought up by Chen Tian, their eyes lit up and they all wanted to take a look together. Everyone laughed and agreed. Sister Tang, why don't you take us with you to have a look? It's just right, it will broaden our horizons, right? In Jinling, when it comes to tea art, who doesn't know the Tang family? We have long wanted to see it. You can't refuse us, right? Just based on how special Sister Tang is to Brother Chen, we will definitely appreciate the treasures we have today. Tang Xinyi had a smile on her lips. She laughed out loud at what these people said and said helplessly, "Okay, follow me. Since they want to see it so much, let them take a look together and keep it for themselves over the years." As she spoke, Tang Xinyi stood up and walked towards the door. When everyone saw it, they hurriedly followed. Tang Xinyi led the way, and they passed through a wooden corridor and came to a small backyard. An old man came towards them, and when he saw Tang Xinyi coming in with someone, he greeted them respectfully. "Miss, you are here." Tang Xinyi looked at the old man and whispered, "Uncle Fu, please open the tea cellar for me so I can take my friend in to have a look." Uncle Fu was the person who looked after the tea cellar at the Tang family. When he heard Tang Xinyi's words, he immediately replied respectfully, "Okay, everyone follow me." After opening an ancient Tang dynasty padlock, Uncle Fu opened a wooden door. What everyone didn't expect was that there was an iron door inside. A young man looked at Uncle Fu's back as he opened the door and couldn't help but say, "I didn't expect that there were so many traps in the tea cellar. This makes me even more excited." The other young masters and young ladies also nodded, their eyes full of curiosity. Hearing this, Tang Xinyi looked at everyone helplessly and said lightly, "Stop talking. If you talk too much, people will know that you are uneducated. The reason why we built two doors is to maintain the various values in the room. Storing tea leaves is very particular. Tea, due to its nature, absorbs moisture and odors very easily. However, once it absorbs moisture, it will change its taste and lose the original fragrance of the tea. Therefore, the best storage conditions are constant temperature, constant humidity, cleanliness, and no odor. In addition, ventilation must be carried out regularly every day to maintain and improve the quality of Tibetan tea." As he spoke, Uncle Fu had already opened the iron gate. Everyone followed Tang Xinyi into the tea cellar. As soon as they walked in, they saw the solid wood tea cabinet built into the ceiling. As soon as you come in, you can smell the unique wood fragrance of the wooden cabinets. Chen Tian sniffed, raised his eyebrows, and praised. "Very good, all of them are top-quality Wanwali tea cabinets. The reason for using such a tea cabinet is because the characteristics of wood can better protect the tea leaves." Chen Tian looked at the layout of the tea cellar and slightly. After all, they were professionals and did a really good job. Tang Xinyi pointed directly at the outermost tea leaves, and her gentle voice echoed in the tea cellar. "This is the premium Shifeng Longjing tea. All of it is new tea this year." Chen Tian stretched his head to take a look and found a waterproof piece of paper next to him, which recorded the picking time, location, and the master who roasted the tea leaves. It was rare to see such a professional tea seller, and Chen Tian suddenly became interested and said to Tang Xinyi with a smile, "Okay, I'll take them all." "You want them all?" Everyone was stunned and looked at Chen Tian. When they saw that there was no sign of joking on his face, their eyes widened instantly. "Can tea be bought like this? This is quite heroic. The tea that can enter Tang Xinyi tea cellar is not simple." Tang Xinyi didn't expect Chen Tian to say this. She looked at the waiter in Cheongsam and said calmly, "Pack it up for Mr. Chen." The waiter responded and started packing the tea. Tang Xinyi led everyone inside and introduced her collection of fine tea. "This is the finest Westlake Longjing. The imperial tea in front of Hugong Temple." Seeing everyone's confused look, Tang Xinyi did not explain. Instead, she looked at Chen Tian next to her and asked with a smile, "How about Mr. Chen, explain it to everyone?" Chen Tian raised his eyebrows, knowing that Tang Xinyi was testing him. However, this little knowledge is a piece of cake for Chen Tian, who possesses god-level tea skills. When Emperor Qianlong went to the south of the Yangtze River, he personally went to the Longjing tea area to taste the tea and praised it highly. The reason why it is called imperial tea is because Emperor Qianlong personally selected the 18 tea trees in front of the Hugong temple as imperial tea. Since Tang Xini dared to say so, it must be produced from the old tree. Such top quality tea is not something that ordinary people can buy. Since it is imperial tea, there is a limited production each year and an auction will be held. Tang Xini lowered her eyes and smiled, hiding the surprise in her eyes, and said, "The year I went there, the production was relatively small. In order to recover the losses, the owner of the tea trees contacted a tea roasting master to produce this batch. Although the price was the most expensive that year, it was definitely worth it. I spent millions on this small portion." Although it cost a lot of money, this was a relatively unique auction in Tang Xini's collection, so she, who was gentle and quiet, couldn't help but say a few more words. Tang Xini is very creative. Each of the teas she collects has some stories behind them, which is indeed quite interesting. Chen Tian appreciated this good stuff very much. He glanced at the tea leaves and said directly, "I'll take care of all of these." The waiter following behind came forward to prepare to pack up. Tang Xini just listened indifferently and began to introduce other collections. Biluakun, Huangshan Maofeng, Junshan Injin. Junshan Injin was also a famous tribute tea in the past. That year, I personally asked someone to go up the mountain to pick it and then stir-fry it. That year, Tang Xini and her family rented an entire tea mountain. But after careful selection, these are the only ones left. It can be said that it was the essence of that year. The young master's eyes widened when they heard this. They had never thought that there would be such interesting things in this line of work. Just when I was listening with great interest, I heard Chen Tian suddenly say, "Yes, I'll take care of this one too." Tang Xini paused for a moment after hearing this. She took a deep breath and continued to introduce in a calm tone. "Let me tell you about this can of Anji white tea. Anji white tea is not a type of white tea, but a green tea, which is a variant of the tea tree and is very rare. Because Anji white tea is rare, there is only one ancient tea tree left, and it is thousands of years old. Precisely because it is so rare, such a small jar is already the entire year's output. Nowadays, white tea has become a symbol, and it is very difficult to buy it now. Even if you go to an auction, don't think about getting it at a low price of hundreds of thousands. Now the name and significance of the ancestor of white tea are greater than its own value. So even though it is so rare, Tang Xini only collected a small jar. She felt that there was not much point in spending too much money on it. "Waiter, I want this too, all for me," Chen Tian said in a relaxed tone with his hands behind his back. Gradually, Tang Xini's mouth began to twitch from her initial indifference. Damn, she finally figured out that Chen Tian was here to purchase goods, right? Tang Xini gritted her teeth and continued to lead everyone inside. This is Fenghuang Dancong. The tea growers in Fenghuang Mountain are very experienced. The ancient tea trees in Dancong are all over 100 years old and are very beautiful. As Tang Xini was speaking, the teapot in her hand had been taken away by Chen Tian and handed to the waiter behind her. Looking at her empty palms, Tang Xini felt a dull pain in her heart. It's all bought out again? Tang Xini's pretty little face looked so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out of it. Even her beautiful eyes became moist. Chen Tian didn't notice Tang Xini's changes at all. He looked at the tea leaves stored inside and asked with a little surprise, "You actually have imperial tribute to Hong Pao here? Are you selling it? How much?" This kind of imperial tribute to Hongpo must be the Dahongpo from the mother tree on Mount Wui. A smile appeared on Chen Tian's lips. This is indeed a good harvest. When the young masters and young ladies nearby heard this, they exclaimed, "Imperial tribute to Hongpo? Isn't this a priceless treasure? Wow, it really is worthy of being the Tang family, they have all these top-notch stuff. You know, this kind of top-quality tea will not appear at ordinary auctions. It only appears once or twice, but only at high-level private auctions." As everyone thought about this, they looked at Tang Xini with shock in their eyes. To be able to get such good stuff, it can be seen that Tang Xini definitely put a lot of thought into it. This. I wonder how much money this jar costs. Just as everyone was shocked, Chen Tian said to the waiter behind him, "Could you please help me get this tea?" Chen Tian plans to take a closer look at it. No matter what the price is, he must buy it. The waitress nodded slightly. She approached the tea cabinet and just took out the small jar to show it to Chen Tian, when Tang Xinyi, who was next to her, hugged the jar and squatted on the ground, almost crying. It was as if there was an angry beast locked up in Tang Xinyi's heart, roaring loudly towards the sky. Is this going to end? These are all my treasures. I shouldn't have invited you to tea, shouldn't have brought you in. You tigers and wolves, I just want to show off. What did I do wrong to make you treat me like this? If you buy more, what else can I use to run the tea garden? Chen Tian and the others were stunned. Chen Tian blinked and looked at Tang Xinyi and said, Boss Tang, what do you mean? Tang Xinyi squatted on the ground, holding the small jar tightly in her arms, and muttered, I'm not selling it anymore. I'm not selling it anymore. Go away. I'm definitely not selling it. If I continue to sell like this, I can even sell this tea house. How can you buy things like this? It's too much. It's great to be rich, isn't it? Tang Xinyi felt more and more aggrieved as she spoke, and her arms, which were holding the teapot, couldn't help but tighten. She tried hard to hold back her tears, her pretty face was full of grievance and she looked like a little woman. Where is the previous dignity and grandeur? But this move, which was completely different from previous ones, surprised everyone. This. Anyone who can make Miss Tang so angry must be a talented person. Thinking of this, they all looked at Chen Tian, thinking, this man is definitely the culprit. At that moment, I was far away from him. Chen Tian, #%amp. What is going on? I'm buying things with a clear conscience, how come it's caused a love-hate relationship? Chen Tian thought about it, then he squatted down and comforted Tang Xinyi and said, Boss Tang, the price is negotiable. Why do you want to do this? How about I pay 50,000 per gram for your imperial tribute to Hong Pao? Everyone's mouth twitched. This? Buying tea by the gram? This Chen Tian is also a strange man. Tang Xinyi was also stunned when she heard this. For a moment, it felt as if Chen Tian was slapping her in the face with money, over and over again, and it was so exciting. After the fight, I still have to ask her how it went. Tang Xinyi was so angry that she almost couldn't catch her breath. When had she ever been said something like this since she was a child? Not for sale. Tang Xinyi thought angrily, this boy, does he want to buy my dignity with money? How can I sell it? 100,000? Not for sale. 200,000. Hearing Chen Tian's doubling offer, everyone suddenly felt weak in their thighs and almost couldn't stand steadily. Tang Xinyi clenched her fists tightly, gritted her teeth and said, I won't sell it, I won't sell it. This bad guy must not be allowed to be so proud. Chen Tian thought about it and said to Tang Xinyi very seriously, the last price is 300,000 per gram. How about this, I'll give in and leave you a little of each tea, how about that? 300,000 per gram, one tael is 15 million, which is absolutely a sky-high price. To be honest, even the imperial tribute to Hongpo would not be so expensive. What Chen Tian said has far exceeded the original value of the imperial tribute to Hongpo. He felt that this was quite thoughtful enough. In an instant, Tang Xinyi stood up when she heard the words. She looked at Chen Tian and pointed at him with her slender white jade fingers, and her fingertips began to tremble. The people nearby looked shocked. Even Su Zhishi, who was following behind Chen Tian, felt a tightness in her heart. It's over. I've made someone angry. Will I be kicked out and never be allowed to come back again? What should I do? Su Zhishi saw that something was wrong and was even thinking about whether she should go up and apologize. Just when everyone had their own ideas, they heard Tang Xinyi shout. This is what you said, you make a written agreement. Everyone. Chen Tian. Everyone looked at Tang Xinyi, full of complaints. My Miss Tang, you were willing to die rather than surrender just now? Are you calling it a day without giving a full blow? Where is the momentum you had just now? How can you be a slave to money? Tang Xinyi looked at the way they were looking at her, feeling helpless. I don't want to sell it, but he offered too much. Chapter 23 Mr. Chen, you are here. 15 million and one tael. If you don't sell it, wouldn't you be a fool? Chen Tian came over and took the teapot from Tang Xinyi's arms. He said to the stunned waiter beside him, Get me a teaspoon, please. The waiter was stunned for a moment, then quickly went to get a teaspoon and handed it to Chen Tian. Chen Tian was not polite and opened the tea leaves, leaving a few teaspoons for each portion. Tang Xinyi. At #%. Just leave this little? I believed you. I forgot to tell you the quantity. Chen Tian shrugged, looked at Tang Xinyi's angry face, and said, I said I'd leave some for you, but we didn't say how much, right? The reason why a few teaspoons were left behind was that Chen Tian was gentler in his approach because Tang Xinyi was a girl. Tang Xinyi was so angry that she looked at Chen Tian viciously and couldn't think of any words to refute. She could only turn around and say to the waiter behind her, Go and settle the account of this, Mr. Chen. Now, apart from the arrival of funds, nothing can calm her down. Her collection over the years. Soon the waiter came back, handed over the bill respectfully, and said, Mr. Chen, you spent a total of 10 million. 10 million? For a moment, bursts of hissing sounds were heard in the tea cellar. Do you spend so much money just to buy some tea? Is this consumption level a bit too high? It's definitely the level of top wealthy people. Su Jishi, who was standing behind Chen Tian, couldn't believe her ears when she heard the number, and her face was filled with horror. What kind of tea is this? It's so expensive. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Tian directly handed over his bank card and said to the waiter with a smile, Swipe the card. After the waiter left with the bank card, a light screen flashed in front of Chen Tian's eyes. Detected that the host just spent 10 million, triggered the 10x rebate skill, rebate 100 million. Seeing the rebate arrived, Chen Tian raised his lips, looked at everyone, and said with a smile, It's a good opportunity for us to have a taste of the imperial tribute to Hongpo. When everyone present heard Chen Tian's words, they were immediately delighted. They suppressed the shock in their hearts and said loudly, Can we really drink it? Chen Tian just bought it for 300,000 per gram. This is definitely a sky-high price for Da Hongpo. He actually asked everyone to try it together? Isn't this too righteous? Everyone looked at each other, and their gazes towards Chen Tian suddenly changed. Even the tone of their voices became heated. Brother Chen is generous. Now, people even changed the way they addressed each other. Tang Xinyi also had a look of anticipation on her face. After all, she had only drunk the imperial tribute to Hongpo once. But the mellow and sweet taste is indeed memorable. Chen Tian smiled faintly and shouted to Tang Xinyi, Please Miss Tang prepare a new set of purple clay tea sets. I am also a little itchy, so I will make some tea for everyone to try. When Tang Xinyi heard this, she suddenly became a little anxious. She admitted that Chen Tian was good at tea ceremony, but the skill of making tea was not that simple. Such good tea would be wasted if it is not brewed properly. 300,000 per gram, that's no joke, right? Even if Chen Tian doesn't care about money, Tang Xinyi can never allow anyone to disrespect tea in front of her. Otherwise, let me do it. Tang Xinyi looked at Chen Tian and volunteered. The other young masters and young ladies nodded in agreement, all of them worried that Chen Tian wouldn't be able to make a good match. But this is Chen Tian's tea after all, so they couldn't be too obvious. Tang Xinyi understood what everyone meant, so she had no choice but to lead everyone back to the inner hall and turned around to go out to get the tea set. When everyone saw Tang Xinyi go out, they all looked at Chen Tian enthusiastically and talked to him. Many young masters have taken out their mobile phones and added each other's contact information with Chen Tian. Naturally, they want to make friends with such rich and generous friends. Chen Tian added them as friends. At this time, Tang Xinyi also took out the new purple clay tea set and placed it on the tea table. Everyone looked at Chen Tian and watched him walk to the tea table and sit down very easily. When he picked up the kettle, his whole temperament suddenly changed. If Chen Tian was relaxed before, then Chen Tian has become serious now. Those complicated tea sets were handled very smoothly in Chen Tian's hands. Everyone felt dazzled by what was before their eyes. Chen Tian had already cleaned all the tea sets. The whole set of movements can be said to be smooth and flowing, without any lag or awkwardness. It was as if he had practiced it countless times every day, and he had already memorized the movements and the right measure. For a moment, everyone subconsciously held their breath. Such perfect operation seems like it is not just making tea, but more like an art performance. As Chen Tian moved, a strong fragrance burst out, causing everyone to sniff continuously. Such a special taste, it's so fragrant. Unlike the other young masters and young ladies, Tang Xinyi on the side had a look of disbelief on her face. The layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. To perfectly bring out the aroma of tea is a test of one's skills. The temperature and washing time must be just right. When Tang Xinyi thought of this, her expression turned slightly ugly. To be honest, if she were to brew the tea, she couldn't guarantee that it would be as good as Chen Tian's. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, as if they were watching an art performance, until Chen Tian poured the tea into the fairness cup. Chen Tian smiled as he poured tea for the young masters and ladies and said with a smile, "Everyone come and try it." As he spoke, Chen Tian filled himself a cup of tea and took small sips of it. The young masters and young ladies could no longer bear the temptation of the aroma, and quickly picked up the teacups and sipped it gently. As a hot current rushed in, everyone felt the fragrance of tea exploding in their mouths, and the rich aroma rushed straight to their heads. After drinking a cup of tea, everyone felt that their whole body was hot and emitting gurgling hot air. So delicious. Just as the young masters and young ladies finished their cups, Tang Sini was still sniffing the fragrance of tea. Different from the fragrance that permeates the air, the fragrance of the teacup is like the source, and it is more fresh and pure. The bright red tea soup is very clear, without a trace of turbidity, and looks even brighter against the white porcelain cup. Finally, Tang Sini raised the teacup and took a sip. The rich sweet flavor first occupies the mouth, then flows into the stomach through the esophagus, and finally flows through the limbs and bones. When she finished drinking it, Tang Sini felt as if her soul was infected by the aroma, with a hint of tea fragrance. This is a journey for your taste buds, and it also cleanses your soul. Slowly putting down the teacup, Tang Sini looked at Chen Tian with a distant gaze and said calmly, "Thank you for making tea for us. I have to admit that your tea ceremony skills are much better than mine." This kind of feeling that brings physical and mental pleasure is a high level that not everyone can achieve. Tang Sini even had a feeling that even if the tea fairy Lu Yu appeared in the world, he would only be able to fight Chen Tian to a draw. The young masters and young ladies were already impressed by Chen Tian's craftsmanship, and now they heard Tang Sini's official certification. For a moment, everyone looked at Chen Tian with only admiration in their eyes. Look at Brother Chen, he is not as old as them, but his abilities are beyond their reach. Chen Tian just waved his hand nonchalantly. He poured tea for everyone again and said with a smile, "I would like to thank you all for your support. Since you like to drink, drink more." Seeing Chen Tian pick up the fairness cup, everyone hurried forward and handed over the cup. They don't want to miss such delicious tea. Everyone now admires Chen Tian even more. It can be said that Chen Tian's status in their hearts has suddenly risen. Just as everyone was sipping the delicious tea, several middle-aged men in suits and ties suddenly walked into the tea garden. The middle-aged people walked in talking and laughing, and when they saw the young men and women sitting here, they couldn't help but be stunned. "Hey, you little guys are here too." A slightly plump middle-aged man said with a smile, "Are you here to drink Miss Tang's tea again?" When these young masters and young ladies heard this, they grinned. The middle-aged men in front of them are the fathers of the young masters. Seeing that they had nothing to do this afternoon, they decided to get together to drink tea and talk about business. "I didn't expect to meet my own child here as soon as I came here. It was really a coincidence." Several young masters also quickly stood up and greeted their father and uncles. After all, they are all top circles in Jinling, and their relationships with each other are very good. The bosses were very pleased to see that their children did not hang out but instead built relationships with other young men and women. "Sini, give us a pot of the best Xinjiang Maojian tea." The slightly plump boss was in a good mood, and even his voice was clearer than usual. As the CEO spoke, he said to the other CEOs, "I'm happy today, so I'll pay for it. Don't compete with me." Before the other CEOs could speak, they heard Tang Sini say, "I'm sorry uncles, but I can't get the best Xinjiang Maojian today." The boss raised his eyebrows. "Is this a big customer coming? Give us a pot of authentic Westlake Longjing. I can't make this up either." "What about poor?" "No more." Several CEOs. "What is going on? In the top tea house in Jinling, what kind of tea do you want? There is no tea at all? This. Who would believe it if I told them?" The slightly plump boss looked a little embarrassed. He had just said he would treat everyone, but there was nothing available in the tea house. This was a slap in his face. Thinking of this, the slightly fat boss' eyes suddenly flashed, and he looked at the table of young masters and young ladies and asked, "What kind of tea are you drinking? It smells really good. Give us a pot of this, too." As soon as the slightly plump boss said this, everyone present was stunned. Those ordinary teas are no longer available, let alone the most noble Imperial de Hompo. A young man stood up immediately. He was the son of the slightly fat boss and said to his father, "Dad, this is the Imperial de Hong Pao, not from this store. Royal tribute to de Hongpo?" Upon hearing these words, the several CEOs present felt a buzzing sound in their heads, and their hearts were filled with shock. These guys are actually drinking the Imperial Dahompo? To be honest, even people like them don't have the chance to drink it once. After all, such a priceless thing is impossible to obtain without a bitter smile. Seeing the stunned looks of the CEOs, Chen Tian smiled faintly and said to them loudly, "If you uncles don't mind, come and try it." As soon as Chen Tian finished speaking, a waiter quickly brought a new teacup. After a simple rinse, Chen Tian poured tea for the bosses. Several CEOs did not hesitate to take the food and tasted it, and their eyes widened immediately. It was indeed the first time for them to drink such a mellow tea. They immediately felt relaxed all over, with the fragrance lingering on their lips and teeth. After drinking a cup of tea, the satisfied bosses looked at Chen Tian and felt that he looked very unfamiliar. If they had seen a child who looked so energetic and had such a good temperament, they would definitely be impressed. Several CEOs exchanged glances quickly. None of them had seen this young man before. "Who is this?" A boss looked at his son and asked curiously. When the eldest son heard his father's question, he quickly began to give a brief introduction. When they heard that everyone had just met Chen Tian today, they were also stunned. Anyone who is willing to take out the Imperial Dahompo to entertain friends when meeting them for the first time must be no ordinary person. Young people like this must be made friends with. Everyone had the same idea. The CEOs took out their business cards and handed them to Chen Tian, saying, "Since you are all friends, if you have any problems in the future, just call us." Chen Tian took the business card and politely thanked everyone for their kindness. After all, the other party had good intentions, so Chen Tian certainly wouldn't offend the other party. When the young masters saw that their fathers were fond of Chen Tian, they immediately understood what was going on. A young man looked at his father and asked casually, "Dad, why are you here today?" If it were just a few old friends coming over for tea, their attire would be a bit too formal. It's not very relaxing to drink tea and relax dressed like this, right? The boss grinned and explained to them. "We are going to meet a distinguished guest here soon. It's a good thing that you are here too, so let's get to know each other." After saying this, the boss looked at the young people and said in a serious tone, "I've told you guys in advance that you all have to be polite when you meet our distinguished guests. Got it? If you really offend the distinguished guest, it will be more trouble than gain." The young masters and young ladies listened to the boss's serious words and lightly vigorously to show that they understood. They have lived in this kind of circle since they were young and are accustomed to such things. Since the adults have told them that he is an important person, they just need to be careful and attentive. It would be best if you could win them over, but the most basic bottom line is that you must never offend them. This is their code of conduct as businessmen. When the young masters and young ladies were thinking about this in their hearts, they suddenly heard the sound of footsteps outside. Afterwards, a man came to the inner hall. It was Sun Deji, the general manager of Tianfu City. Sun Deji looked radiant with health, and even his steps seemed to be extra vigorous. After all, Tianfu City has been lucky recently. The houses were bought directly by a big boss and all of them were sold. Although the houses in Tianfu City are good enough, it is only a matter of time before they are sold out. But for any company, it is a great thing to recover such a large amount of funds at once. This time, the real estate company is also taking advantage of the victory and directly using the money to acquire a few more pieces of land. The future is really promising. It is also because of this that Sun Deji's status has also risen. In recent times, I have been treated to banquets by various bosses, and it can be said that I have enjoyed a lot of glory. When the bosses saw Sun Deji coming, they hurried forward to greet him. "Mr. Sun, you are here." Sun Deji looked very proud and smiled brightly, saying, "Just let you guys wait. Something came up when I came out today." The CEOs naturally didn't say anything, and everyone was talking very enthusiastically. "Boss Sun, let me introduce you to a few young men. Please take good care of them in the future." A boss took the lead and prepared to introduce the young masters and young ladies to Sun Deji. Only then did Sun Deji turn his gaze to the group of young people. Suddenly, he saw Chen Tian in the crowd. Sun Deji looked at Chen Tian, was stunned for a moment, then walked over quickly. Chapter 24. This is what a boss is. He ignored the hands extended by those people, came to Chen Tian, bowed respectfully, and said, "Mr. Chen, you are here too?" "Mr. Chen?" Everyone was stunned when they heard this. A CEO coughed lightly, looked at Sun Deji, and said, "Boss Sun and brother Chen know each other?" Although the bosses knew that Chen Tian should have a distinguished background, they did not expect that Mr. Sun, whom they had invited with great respect, would be so humble in front of him. Not only the bosses, but also the young masters and young ladies were confused. What's the situation with Mr. Sun? You actually respect Chen Tian so much? Sun Deji glanced at everyone present and explained directly. Don't you know? This Mr. Chen is the one who booked all our houses. More than 200 houses, plus the King Villa in building number 1, were all included in the bag. Not only that, Mr. Chen has never visited his own house until now. This shows that people don't take these houses seriously at all. He spent billions of dollars all at once. How could his background be simple? As soon as Sun Deji finished speaking, everyone's faces changed instantly, and they all looked at Chen Tian with disbelief. The man who spent billions to buy a house is Chen Tian in front of him? Everyone felt as if their brains were a mess and they had almost lost the ability to think. The faces of the young masters and young ladies were very grim. None of the rumors they had heard before were correct. But now hearing the real answer, they couldn't calm down for a long time. Chen Tian looks even younger than them, but his spending power is really enviable. Just buying a house can cost tens of billions, not to mention other people's assets. The liquidity behind it alone is astonishingly large. Compared to this, it's no wonder that people spend tens of millions to buy some tea. It's just like a drizzle. It turns out that people really don't care about this little money. The young masters and young ladies became more and more frightened the more they thought about it, and beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. At this time, cousin Su Jishi was looking at Chen Tian in confusion, and could not believe her ears. My cousin spent billions to buy a house? This. My cousin has changed so much. That's tens of billions. It's impossible for an ordinary person to earn tens of millions in his lifetime. This completely shattered her values. The little girl now felt dizzy and was trying to accept this reality bit by bit. As for the bosses, they felt embarrassed. What did they say to Chen Tian before? If you encounter any problems in Jiling, just call them? As a result, the slap in the face came so quickly. Even if all of them put their liquid funds together, they might not have as much as a young man. I didn't expect that such a young guy would be so rich. For a moment, Chen Tian suddenly became taller in their minds. Especially his identity has become mysterious. Everyone was curious about Chen Tian's identity before, but at this moment, they had no courage to find out. The identity of such a person is definitely not something they can investigate. If you want to get to the bottom of the matter, you might as well focus on Chen Tian and build a good relationship with him. Everyone realized that if they established a good relationship with Chen Tian, the benefits they could obtain would be unlimited. Brother Chen, let's stop standing and sit down first. Zheng Haoran, who brought Chen Tian here, was also convinced by him at this time and changed his tone naturally. Although Chen Tian is not older than him, he is more capable. It's totally worth calling me brother. Sun Deji didn't dare to say too much. He stood respectfully beside Chen Tian. After all, he had to make good friends with such a young master. At this moment, there was no decent tea available in Ziyun Tea Garden, so all the bosses simply sat at the same table with Chen Tian and others. Of course, this result is what everyone wants. Many bosses looked at Tang Xini with gratitude. But it was precisely these gazes that stimulated Tang Xini's eyes to the point of becoming visibly red. She thought of the tea she had just lost. That bad guy Chen Tian only left herself a few teaspoons of each kind. This is almost costing her half her life. Everyone tasted the imperial tribute to Hongpo together, and they were amazed when they heard that this pot of tea was brewed by Chen Tian himself. Many of these bosses have been drinking tea for decades. They can taste the difference of this tea as soon as they take a sip. Mr. Chen's cooking skills are much better than Miss Tang's. A CEO exclaimed as he raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp. With such delicious tea, you naturally won't want to miss out on every taste of it. After all, this top-grade Dahongpo can be drunk up to the 9th brew. Even at the last brew, there is still a rich sweet-scented osmanthus aroma, which is very distinctive. Everyone drank tea together. Seeing that it was getting late, Chen Tian took the initiative to stand up and said to everyone, "It's getting late today. Let's get together again when we have time." As he spoke, Chen Tian looked at Tang Xini who was sitting beside him and said with a smile, "Now I'd like to trouble Miss Tang to arrange for someone to help me move all the tea leaves to the car." When Tang Xini heard that Chen Tian was going to leave with the tea, her face turned visibly ugly, and her heart was gripped with anxiety. If there weren't so many people here, Miss Tang, who was always steady and generous, would probably throw little sugar beans on the spot again. Chen Tian looked at Tang Xinyi, who looked like she couldn't let go, and suddenly he was happy. He looked at her cheerfully and said with a chuckle, "This tea has not been drunk, it has just been stored in a new place. It's okay. If you want to drink tea, you can contact me anytime and drink it directly at my house." Hearing Chen Tian's indifferent tone, everyone's eyes turned to Chen Tian in an instant. Why does it feel weird to say this? Is this tea, is it ever? Help, this is not the bus to the kindergarten, please let us off. The young masters and young ladies felt a surge of excitement in their hearts, and they looked at Tang Xinyi with a look of trepidation on their faces. I was afraid that this young lady would suddenly change her attitude. If they said this under normal circumstances, they would definitely be rolled their eyes. Just when everyone was a little nervous, Tang Xinyi suddenly smiled and said to Chen Tian, "I've been waiting for you to say this. Come on, add your contact information first." While the two were talking, they had already added each other on WeChat. Everyone. Is this still the eldest lady of the Tang family that we know? What an old double standard. Seeing that the two exchanged WeChat accounts, the bosses also stood up and added Chen Tian as a friend. When several bosses saw that their sons had exchanged contact information with Chen Tian, they immediately felt comforted. Although the brat at home is useless, he is not stupid. At least he knows how to build some connections for himself. A young man who has achieved so much at such a young age, his future is bound to soar. The sooner you become friends, the tighter you'll hold on to this big golden leg. The waiter brought Chen Tian's tea and followed the bosses and young masters to escort Chen Tian out. Surrounded by the crowd, Chen Tian walked to the side of the Aston Martin. Amid everyone's shock, Chen Tian opened the front trunk and asked the waiter to put the tea in. Others stared at the Aston Martin in amazement. This is a top-of-the-line supercar limited to 77 units worldwide. The price is over 50 million. I didn't expect that someone would actually buy it. This car still appeared in Jinling, but it brought great honor to Jinling. At the very least, they have cars in Jinling that even big cities like Shanghai don't have. So domineering. Chen Tian took Su Zhishi into the car and drove outside. While driving the car, Chen Tian looked at Su Zhishi beside him and asked softly, "Girl, shall I take you for a walk tonight?" A flash of surprise flashed across Su Zhishi's eyes, but it quickly faded away. The little girl pursed her lips and whispered, "Cousin, I have an elective class in the evening." Chen Tian listened to the little girl's words, chuckled and said, "Okay, I'll take you back now. When you have time someday, I'll take you around again." Su Zhishi nodded vigorously. She sat in the passenger seat, tilted her head and stared at Chen Tian without saying a word. Chen Tian was stared at by the little girl for a long time, and he couldn't help but raised his eyebrows, turned his head and glanced at Su Zhishi, and said, "What are you looking at?" "Of course I'm going to look at my most handsome cousin," Su Zhishi answered without hesitation. She looked at Chen Tian with admiration. Those people just now must be the dignitaries of Jinling. They are all so respectful to you. Cousin, you are amazing. It's been such a short time since I last saw him. I didn't expect that my cousin has grown to this point. This is no longer just amazing, but extraordinary, standing out from the crowd, unparalleled, unprecedented and unrivaled. Faced with such praise, Chen Tian gave the little girl a slap and asked with a smile, "This girl, did you eat honey candy secretly? Do you have enough pocket money recently? I'll give you some?" Su Zhishi protected her forehead with her little hands, pouted her little mouth and shook her head. "No need, cousin, I have enough money." Chen Tian knew that Su Zhishi was a sensible child and would never spend money indiscriminately. He nodded and suddenly suggested, "When you have a holiday in a while, let's go to visit my aunt in Linchue City. I haven't seen my aunt for a long time." When she heard that they were going to go home together, Su Zhishi immediately became happy, and her silvery laughter suddenly rang out in the closed car. Su Zhishi's eyes flashed with a special light, and she said to Chen Tian, "Okay. Then I'll keep it a secret and give my mom a huge surprise when the time comes. If my mother knew that her cousin has achieved so much, she would be very happy." Chen Tian looked at Su Zhishi, who was as beautiful as an elf, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his voice softened a little. "Good." Everyone watched Chen Tian's Aston Martin leave until it was completely out of sight, then they slowly withdrew their gaze. The CEOs were full of emotion and murmured to themselves, "This Mr. Chen is definitely a young and promising man. The future development of a young man like him is definitely limitless." The car is secondary. The main thing is Chen Tian's conversation and behavior. He is so calm at this age. It's really amazing. I don't know what kind of family can raise such an outstanding child. It seems that they have invested a lot of effort. As the bosses were talking, their eyes had already fallen on their disappointing sons, and they said with a look of disappointment, "Look at them, and then look at you. We are all young people, how can there be such a big difference between us?" Several young masters. What does this have to do with us? We are being shot even when we are lying down. A young master curled his lips in dissatisfaction and complained to his father. "Dad, don't talk about me. When you were this age, weren't you still not doing anything? If you can't do it yourself, you can't force your son to do it. Besides, experts have said that parents who hope their children will become successful every day will definitely not have any future themselves." The boss was choked by his son's words. He looked at the brat with hatred and shouted, "Don't tell me that. If I had your family conditions back then, I would have taken off long ago. Even if I do something random, I'll be better than this bastard. Who are you looking down on? I must preserve my dignity as a father." The young master listened to his father's words, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. He laughed and said, "Then I'll go back and tell Grandpa that you think he's incompetent." Dad. Chapter 25. This is Ru Kiln. Damn it, this kid actually asked for help off the court? If my grandfather were still alive, wouldn't my elderly father be obedient? The relationship between generations is real, that's not a lie. The young master was immediately distraught when he heard what his father said. "I don't know if I will have a successful future, but based on the idea of hiring outside help, they are definitely biological children. The kind that doesn't even require a DNA test." More than an hour later, Lu Ruyu's exclamations could be heard from the Lu family's living room from time to time. "Wow! This is actually a limited edition for spring, and it comes in 2 colors. These 2 bags alone would cost at least 600,000. Even at such a high price, the demand still exceeds supply. I have also looked at the pictures of these clothes one by one online. They are all new models of this season. No wonder I can buy limited edition bags. With such a good selection of goods, I am definitely treated like a big customer. These bracelets and perfumes are all high-end designs. If you wear these designs out, it's almost impossible to have the same style as others. Most people can't afford them at all. And these top-notch cosmetics, brother Chen Tian bought the biggest ones. Is he treating the top-notch face cream as dough? The world of the rich is really extraordinary." Lu Ruyu held her mobile phone in one hand and compared the luxury items she bought one by one. After seeing the prices of those physical items, Lu Ruyu suddenly felt that all her 3 views were about to be overturned. Buying so many things at once, this scene is so shocking. Didn't this trip cost several million? After reading these things, Lu Ruyu turned around and said to her sister, "Sister, I can see that brother Chen Tian is definitely sincere to you. If I had any hesitation, I would not have been able to buy so many good things." "Go away. How can a little girl like you understand true love?" Lu Ruyan scolded her sister lightly, but a blush appeared on her face. Lu Ruyu had long been accustomed to her sister's temper. She giggled and prepared to pour herself a glass of water. When Lu Ruyu walked through the living room, she saw the vase on the table at a glance and couldn't help but ask loudly to her sister in the room, "Sister, where did the vase in our living room come from?" Lu Ruyan came out, looked at the vase her sister was pointing at, and replied, "That's what your brother Chen Tian brought when he came. I thought it looked pretty, so I put it in the living room." As soon as she heard Chen Tian's name, almost instantly, Lu Ruyu felt that the vase in front of her became unusual. "That's what I said. The first time I saw this vase, I felt a sense of antiquity. It is obviously an antique with a long history." Lu Ruyu began to praise the vase. The little girl spoke seriously, her eyes widened as if they had become magnifying glasses. "Look at the beautiful patterns on it, the lines are smooth, and it exudes a sense of elegance. This must be a masterpiece by a master." Lu Ruyan was immediately amused when she heard her sister's exaggerated words, and joked, "If you had been able to come up with such a talent for writing in the college entrance examination, you could have gotten a few more points for your composition." As she spoke, Lu Ruyan shook her head lightly and said helplessly, "Your brother Chen Tian gave it to me quite casually. I guess it shouldn't be very expensive. This vase is a gift brought when the guest visited the house. It should be an ordinary work of art." Lu Ruyu. That's okay. Sometimes, there is only a slight difference between a work of art and the real thing, and it is impossible to tell the difference unless you are an expert. Lu Ruyu was a little disappointed and put the vase on the table on the other side. Just at this moment, the door lock turned, and it was Lu's father and mother who came back together. How's it going, Ruyan? As soon as Mother Lu came in, she immediately walked towards the kitchen, shouting that she wanted to see if her kitchen was still there. In her opinion, her daughter, who had never done housework before, might blow up the kitchen. However, when Lu Ma saw the delicious food on the table, her eyes whitened instantly. These dishes not only look authentic, but they look like they're made by a master chef. A light flashed in Lu's mother's eyes. Could it be that what Lu's father said was right, that this person never reveals his true face? Thinking of this, Mother Lu reached out her hand, picked up a piece of vegetable and put it into her mouth. As the aroma of the dish burst into her mouth, Lu Ma's eyes suddenly lit up and she exclaimed, "My girl, are you good at this skill?" While talking, Mother Lu also tasted several other dishes, and each dish tasted delicious. "It's delicious." Mother Lu couldn't help but exclaim in praise. When Father Lu heard what Mother Lu said, he also came over and reached out to pick up the vegetables. Who knew that Lu Ma would slap him on the hand and glare at him and say, "Don't use your hands, use the chopsticks." It seemed that Dad Lu had long been accustomed to Mom Lu's double standards. He walked to the kitchen with a smile, took out chopsticks to taste it, and it was indeed delicious. Although the food is cold, the taste is not affected at all. Mother Lu looked excited and said to her husband, "It just so happens that a very important guest will be coming to our house soon. Let's clean up the house. Ruyan, can you cook a few dishes for us tonight? The quality of these dishes is much better than those in ordinary restaurants." When Lu Ruyan heard her parents' expectant voices, her pretty face suddenly turned red. She opened her mouth somewhat helplessly and said, "Mom and Dad, this is the meal that Chen Tian cooked. How can I make it so delicious? When I make instant noodles myself, my parents are always picky about it, so how can they possibly cook such a perfect meal?" The family looked at each other and fell silent for a moment. At this moment, someone suddenly knocked on their door from outside. Dad Lu hurried over and opened the door, and saw a wealthy middle-aged man standing at the door. The middle-aged man's face was full of smiles. When he saw him coming, Lu's father and mother hurried over to greet him warmly. "Boss Zhao, you're here. Please come in." The two of them greeted Mr. Zhao and welcomed him into their home. Mr. and Mrs. Lu herself invited Mr. Zhao to sit on the sofa, and Mrs. Lu hurried to the kitchen to prepare tea for the guest. Mr. Zhao looked at the teapot that Lu Ma brought out, the tea leaves floating in it, and waved his hand and said, "Let's stop drinking tea. Let's talk about business." When Lu's father and mother heard this, they immediately looked at each other, then looked at Mr. Zhao and asked expectantly, "Mr. Zhao, what about the contract?" They must have discussed this collaboration for a long time. Recently, Mr. and Mrs. Lu have focused all their work on this contract. After so many contacts, both parties were very interested, but the contract had never been finalized. The contract signing was delayed for such a long time that it can be said that Lu's father and mother were very anxious. After all, their company is so small that it can be ignored compared with large Jinling enterprises like Mr. Zhao's. Others can afford to delay, but they can't hold on any longer. It was precisely because of this that Lu's father and mother invited Mr. Zhao to their home, just to have a good chat about the contract signing. But now that Mr. Zhao had come to the door, he didn't even drink a sip of tea, which made Lu's father and mother feel anxious. Mr. Zhao looked at the two of them. He lowered his head and smiled, deliberately lengthening his voice. "This contract. It's not that the contract cannot be signed, but the conditions within it still need to be modified. After all, businessmen value profits, so Mr. Zhao naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity to lower the price." The meaning was already quite obvious. Upon hearing this, both Mr. and Mrs. Lu's faces darkened. Either give up profits or give up cooperation. This is an either-or question. If they give up the cooperation, all their previous efforts will be wasted, and they will also lose a good resume. But if they insisted on signing the contract, they would be losing money to gain publicity, and Lu's father and mother felt very unwilling. Just when the living room was quiet, Mr. Zhao's casual gaze suddenly tightened. His eyes were fixed on a porcelain vase on the other side, and he sat on the sofa as if petrified. This. It took Mr. Zhao a long time to react. He took a deep breath, walked quickly to the front of the porcelain bottle, and looked at it carefully. "This pattern, this color, this is the real thing. Mr. Zhao felt his heart beating wildly. He looked at Mr. and Mrs. Lu, who were stunned behind him, and asked in a stern tone, "You have a porcelain vase like this just sitting here in your house?" "Ha! Such a perfectly preserved vase is actually placed on the table like this. Aren't you afraid that it will get bumped? This family is so generous." However, Mr. Zhao's gaze towards Lu's father and mother also changed. Mr. Zhao never expected that he would have such a collection at home. Lu Ruyu, who was standing aside, felt his brows twitching. He looked at Mr. Zhao and asked, "Mr. Zhao, what's wrong with this bottle?" She seemed to have some guesses in her mind, but she hadn't said them out loud yet. Mr. Zhao took a deep breath and answered word by word as he looked at Lu Ruyu. "This is Ru Kiln." Chapter 26. It suddenly became like this? Ru Kiln is the first of the 5 famous kilns, and its porcelain has always been very popular among collectors. Moreover, because of its simple and elegant appearance, it is deeply loved by the Chinese people, and its price is rising. The Ru Kiln vase now collected by the Lu family is so beautifully maintained that it can easily be sold for several million. If it were sent to an auction, it might even set a new record. Hearing the praise and love expressed in President Zhao's words, the Lu family was shocked. This vase is so valuable. This. After hearing Mr. Zhao's explanation, Mr. and Mrs. Lu were stunned. They are very clear about Mr. Zhao's identity. Such a person would not make such a fuss over an ordinary thing. Anything that could surprise Mr. Zhao so much must be top-notch stuff. Lu's father and mother took a deep breath. They looked at their 2 daughters almost at the same time and asked, "Where did this bottle come from?" Lu Ruyan didn't expect that the bottle was so valuable. She swallowed hard and then said, "This is the souvenir that Chen Tian brought when he came to our house for dinner today." Who would have thought that a souvenir could be worth so much money? If she had known this would happen, Lu Ruyan would never have accepted this vase. A gift from Chen Tian? When Mr. and Mrs. Lu heard this, they were even more shocked. "I heard my youngest daughter say before that Chen Tian has become successful now, but I didn't expect that he has reached such a high level all of a sudden. Every time he sells something, it's an antique worth millions. This amount of money is enough to propose marriage." Just as Mr. and Mrs. Lu were lost in thought, Mr. Zhao standing by was also stunned. Chen Tian? Could it be that? Mr. Zhao looked directly at Lu Ruyan, who was standing aside, and asked, "Who are you talking about, Chen Tian?" Lu Ruyan nodded slightly and answered curiously, "Yes, do you know him?" Mr. Zhao looked at Lu Ruyan without saying anything. He thought secretly in his heart, if it really was that Chen Tian, how could he not recognize him? "I just drank someone else's imperial tribute to Hongpo in the afternoon. Now that I'm at Lu's house and see ordinary tea, I naturally can't drink it." As Mr. Zhao was thinking, he had already thought about what happened in the afternoon. Chen Tian has an extraordinary manner of conversation and temperament. When he bought a house in Tianfu City, he paid the full amount of several billion. This is a bold and daring move that has never been seen in the entire Jinling. Such a young man, whether in terms of his own development or his family background, is stronger than he could imagine. At the very least, it was definitely not at a level he could understand. Mr. Zhao became more and more shocked the more he thought about it, and even began to sweat on his forehead. This afternoon, he was at the end of the list of CEOs and the last one to add Chen Tian on WeChat. As for the order in which the bosses are ranked, it is naturally based on their identities and status. Those bosses who are much more capable than himself have to be respectful to Chen Tian. He is so much worse than them, so how dare he challenge them? Thinking of those people's attitudes, Mr. Zhao felt a chill in his feet. While Mr. Zhao was thinking, his eyes had already fallen on Lu Ruyan. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, her age and appearance, and thinking about the gift Chen Tian brought when he came to his house as a guest, he instantly had an idea. Mr. Zhao felt a huge shock in his heart. Could that guy become the son-in-law of this family in the future? Just looking at them like this, the 2 of them are a perfect match, talented man and beautiful woman. If he offended this family, wouldn't it be the same as offending Chen Tian? Then, would he be able to survive in Jinling City? Mr. Zhao subconsciously reached out his hand and gently wiped away the thin layer of sweat on his forehead. Mr. Zhao didn't dare to say a word of his thoughts just now, he just thought about them in his mind. He lowered his head, thought for a while, and said in an embarrassed tone, "So you know Mr. Chen?" After saying that, Mr. Zhao suddenly raised his head, looked at Mr. and Mrs. Lu expectantly, and said anxiously, "By the way, let's sign the contract quickly." Mr. Zhao is such a smart man, he is unwilling to let go of such a good opportunity to curry favor. First, establish a good relationship with Chen Tian's mother-in-law and her family. Then, will you be able to escape from this support in the future? I am such a genius. While thinking about it, Mr. Zhao quickly took out the contract from his bag. He had no intention of negotiating the price now. If he wasn't afraid that the Lu family would think too much, Mr. Zhao would have wanted to add a little more to the price. Lu's father and mother were very excited, and both parties signed the contract very quickly and readily. Mr. Zhao read the contract in his hand over and over again, and said to Mr. and Mrs. Lu happily, "Don't worry, you will be given priority if there is a chance in the future." Mr. Zhao certainly wouldn't give up such a good opportunity to build relationships to others. Father and Mother Lu were so happy that they almost jumped up. By establishing a relationship with such a large group, their future business will be greatly improved. "Mr. Zhao, please stay and let's have dinner together." Dad Lu laughed and was in a very happy mood, and invited Mr. Zhao. "I finally signed this big contract I've been dreaming of, I have to celebrate." When Mr. Zhao heard this, he quickly waved his hand and said, "No, no. Please enjoy your meal. I need to go back and sort out some contract matters. I'll treat you to a meal next time we have a chance." After saying this, Mr. Zhao put on an apologetic smile and quickly walked out of the Lu family's house. Father and Mother Lu were stunned when they saw Mr. Zhao leaving. They have been following this contract for so long, when have they ever seen Mr. Zhao like this? The Lu family members stared at each other without saying a word, and they all felt complicated. However, Lu's father and mother were smart people. They looked at the expensive vase on the table and understood it in an instant. It's all thanks to Chen Tian that this order was signed safely. Father Lu walked carefully to the vase, took it in his hand and looked around. Why did Xiao Chen give such an expensive gift? Father Lu has great faith in Mr. Zhao's judgment. When one reaches his level of status, his realm is naturally different. Unexpectedly, after working so hard for so long, they still didn't get as much face as Chen Tian. You know, Chen Tian didn't even show up. When Lu Ma heard her husband's question, she looked directly at Lu Ruyan and asked with a smile, "Girl, are you and Xiao Chen in love?" Lu Ruyan was shy. When her mother asked her this in person, her pretty face immediately turned red. She said coquettishly, "Mom, don't talk nonsense." Lu Ruyu chuckled and suddenly interrupted. "Yeah, Mom, what nonsense are you talking about?" Lu Ruyan. "What happened to my family? Is this an attempt to sell yourself out? There's really nothing we can do between Chen Tian and I." Lu's father and mother were quite happy. After all, they had watched Chen Tian grow up since he was a child, and his character was absolutely impeccable. Even though Chen Tian had no money or family background, Lu's father and mother had no objection to the two children being together, and they were even happy to see it happen. At worst, just think of it as having a live-in son-in-law. Now that they know and have personally verified Chen Tian's future, Lu's father and mother are extremely happy. Having such a good son-in-law, the father-in-law and mother-in-law feel proud. Lu Ruyan blushed when her parents scolded her. She stomped her feet in anger. How could she not explain this clearly? "Oh, I won't talk to you anymore." Lu Ruyan said something and ran into the room like a flash. Mother Lu looked at Father Lu and said with emotion, "Alas, my daughter has grown up now. She can't be kept here any longer." Father Lu laughed, and cast his gaze upon Lu Ruyu, and said thoughtfully, "I'm not worried about Ruyan, but I wonder what kind of boy Ruyu will find in the future." Upon hearing this, Mother Lu nodded seriously. It seems that Ruyu is indeed more worrying. Lu Ruyu. What is going on? Mom and Dad, you haven't figured out what happened to my sister yet. I was shot even when I was lying down. Father and Mother Lu were in a good mood today, so they simply waved their hands and said, "Let your mom show us her skills today, and we'll celebrate." At this time, Chen Tian was driving Su Jishi and sending the little girl back to school. He drove the car directly to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory and said to Su Jishi, who was unbuckling her seatbelt, "If you have any problem at school, you can call me, okay? Eat 3 meals a day on time. Don't skip meals like others do to lose weight. You will get stomach problems from starvation and you will be the one who suffers. If you don't have enough money, tell your cousin and I'll call you." Su Jishi giggled. Her cousin now looked a bit like her nagging mother. "Okay, I know. If anything happens, I will call my cousin." Su Zhishi knew that Chen Tian cared about her and responded sweetly. Now that she knew her cousin was doing so well, she no longer had to worry about causing trouble for him. After watching Su Zhishi's back disappear in the dormitory building, Chen Tian drove towards home. He drove smoothly all the way to the door of his house. After scanning Chen Tian's biometric information, the gate opened automatically. Chen Tian drove the car directly to the garage, and as soon as he walked out, he saw the bulldog waiting at the door, wagging its tail at him wildly. It seemed that this was not enough. The bulldog suddenly pounced towards Chen Tian, wanting to play games with his owner. Chen Tian was directly pounced on by the bulldog. He took several steps back before he could barely keep his balance. The bulldog loved his owner very much. He moved back and forth in his arms and was very excited. Chen Tian looked at the little guy moving around in his arms and suddenly felt helpless. He thought to himself that although he had a godlike body, his strength didn't seem to have increased much. It's just a bulldog, but it's so hard to control. If I take the dog out for a walk in the future, I'm afraid it will be difficult to hold this guy, right? As soon as Chen Tian's thoughts came to his mind, he felt a flash of light in front of him. Your gym detects that the owner feels that his strength is insufficient, actively upgrades, and contributes physical fitness plus 100 points, 10 points for adults. 10 bottles of physical potion are awarded every day, which can enhance physical fitness and restore spirit, but it is not very useful for the host because the host's physique is too strong. Chapter 27. Brother Chen is so handsome. Just after reading those words, Chen Tian felt as if a hot breath was injected into his body, constantly rushing through his limbs and bones. After a moment, Chen Tian felt his whole body burning hot, especially his muscles, which seemed to be filled with endless power. Chen Tian clearly felt that the strength in his body had increased a lot. Experiencing this powerful feeling, Chen Tian suddenly waved at the bulldog and picked it up. The bulldog, weighing over 100 pounds, was as easy to hold in Chen Tian's hands as a cabbage. After the bulldog grew up, it was the first time that he felt the feeling of being held. In excitement, he kept licking Chen Tian's hand. After playing with the bulldog for a while, Chen Tian touched its head and said, "Okay, that's enough playing, you should go to bed." The bulldog laughed and stuck out its tongue, as if it understood what its owner said, and ran back to its kennel obediently. Chen Tian looked at the obedient bulldog and felt comforted. It really is worthy of being a guard dog contributed by the family. It is very smart. Chen Tian dusted his hands lightly and was about to walk into the house when he suddenly remembered that the tea was still in the trunk of the car, so he went back to the garage again. As soon as Chen Tian got the tea, a light screen flashed before his eyes again. Your home detects that the owner actually bought tea from outside, automatically upgrades, builds an underground tea cellar, and rewards 10 god-level tea trees. Looking at the clear fonts in front of him, Chen Tian's eyes widened slightly and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. Is this okay? It feels like my own home, I'm so jealous. While thinking, Chen Tian walked towards the basement downstairs. The basement was brightly lit, and the warm yellow light illuminated every corner. On the right-hand side, there is an independent alloy gate. Chen Tian pushed lightly, and the alloy door opened. It was the family's newly upgraded tea cellar. Looking at the tea cellar in front of him, even Chen Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The layout here is even more advanced than Tang Xinyi's professional tea cellar. As soon as he walked in, Chen Tian's eyes were attracted by the solid wooden tea cabinet. The tea cabinet is made of solid wood in its original color, so you can see some traces of gold thread inside the wood. And there is a lot of this gold color, which is very beautiful. Chen Tian took a breath of cold air. Could this be the golden Nanmu? I heard that this kind of wood is so rare that 1 gram of it costs much more than gold. The golden Nanmu has a dense wood structure and a very high specific gravity. A room full of golden Nanmu tea cabinets like this is definitely worth a lot of money. The most amazing thing is that due to the special properties of golden Nanmu, this wood can avoid moisture and insects, so it is perfect for storing tea. Chen Tian was very satisfied with the layout here and directly put the tea he bought into the tea cellar. After arranging everything, Chen Tian walked to the other side of the tea cellar, where 10 god-level tea trees were planted. Before he got close, Chen Tian smelled a refreshing fragrance at the tip of his nose, a sweet fragrance he had never smelled before. As Chen Tian approached, the fragrance became stronger. Chen Tian looked carefully at the tea trees in front of him, and he was shocked to find that the leaves of these tea trees were emerald green and upright, and the edges of the leaves seemed to be inlaid with gold, which was indescribably mysterious and luxurious. Let alone the taste of the tea from such a tea tree, just looking at it is a pleasure. Chen Tian felt his whole body was filled with fragrance, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After visiting the tea cellar, Chen Tian returned to his bedroom. After running outside all day, Chen Tian felt a little tired, so he went to take a shower. After washing away his fatigue, Chen Tian went to the cloakroom and took out a set of pajamas. Soon, his attention was attracted by the watch box in the cabinet. Only then did Chen Tian vaguely remember that he seemed to have received a reward. Was it a world-class watch? Thinking of this, Chen Tian walked to the watch box and opened it gently. Inside, there are 7 watches displayed prominently, emitting their own brilliance under the light. Chen Tian picked up one of the watches and narrowed his eyes. He had seen the introduction of this watch before. It was a super complex pocket watch from Patek Philippe and the most expensive pocket watch in the world so far. The auction price in previous years was as high as 160 million. Chen Tian was a little surprised at first, but when he saw the introduction of other watches, he was suddenly speechless. In the first place is Joaillerie 101 Manchette. The shape of this watch is very unique, and its surface is inlaid with 576 fine diamonds and various gemstones. Because this watch is unique, its value is immeasurable and it is absolutely a priceless treasure. The third watch is Patek Philippe Super Complication, which is known as one of the most expensive custom watches in the world. It is also a ceiling-level existence in the watch industry. Chen Tian directly glanced past Hublett's diamond watch and looked at Louis Moynet's tourbillon watch. This watch is famous because the surface of the watch is integrated with Martian meteorites. Chen Tian was very interested in this watch and took it out and put it on his wrist. The reason why Chen Tian chose this area was that he felt it was more low-key. Although the price of this piece is nearly 30 million, it is difficult for anyone to recognize its uniqueness unless they are connoisseurs. Chen Tian walked back to the bedroom with his watch. His cell phone, which was placed on the bedside table, suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat message from Tang Xini. I want to go to Jelunquan Mountain to get spring water tomorrow, and I have asked everyone to go for an outing together. Are you free tomorrow to join us? Tang Xini had just discussed this with a group of young masters and young ladies in the group, and everyone agreed. Thinking about Chen Tian's amazing performance today, Tang Xini planned to call Chen Tian to join her. After seeing the message, Chen Tian thought that he had nothing else to do tomorrow, so he agreed. Sure, what time tomorrow? Tang Xini was very happy to see that Chen Tian agreed. She took out her phone and typed quickly in the dialog box. It's a picnic after all, let's go in the morning. The air is good, and there are fewer people, so it's quiet. Chen Tian had just replied with an OK when he saw a flash of light in front of him. Your home detects that the owner is going on an outing and is very pleased. Your garage, considering the dangers of mountain roads, proactively contributes a G-class bulletproof version. Looking at the words on the screen, Chen Tian suddenly laughed. This home is a bit interesting, I am pleased with myself, and I can contribute to the garage. While thinking, Chen Tian opened his phone to search for news about the bulletproof version of the G-class. It didn't take much of a search to see the information on the pop-up webpage, which said that the price of this bulletproof version of the G-class was over 100 million. Chen Tian was not surprised by this. After all, these were things contributed by the family, and they were always of the highest quality. After looking at the various values introduced on the webpage, Chen Tian felt very satisfied. He put away his phone and prepared to go to bed. The next morning, Chen Tian woke up early. After a simple wash, Chen Tian had a simple breakfast downstairs and then went back upstairs to change clothes. The clothes in the wardrobe are all handmade with excellent materials and come in all kinds of styles. Chen Tian thought that he was going for an outing today, so he chose a gray sportswear. These clothes seemed to be tailor-made for Chen Tian. When put on Chen Tian, they immediately wrapped his figure perfectly. He is simply a big boy with a great figure, sunny and handsome. Chen Tian tidied himself up in front of the mirror, then went straight to the garage and got into the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Looking at the time, Chen Tian drove the car towards Jelunquan Mountain. At this time, at the foot of Jelunquan Mountain, the young masters and young ladies had already arrived early. Everyone gathered together, talking and laughing, and seemed to be in a good mood. Because Tang Xini notified us of the outing in advance, everyone went to bed early and woke up feeling refreshed today. At this moment, a Mercedes-Benz G drove towards the crowd and stopped directly in front of everyone. The young masters and young ladies all looked towards the car, and saw the door being pushed open and Tang Xini jumped out. Seeing Tang Xini appear in this manner, everyone's eyes lit up instantly. Today, Tang Xini wore a cherry blossom pink sports suit. Her long straight black hair was tied into a high ponytail. She looked full of energy. She simply applied sunscreen on her face, which made her look youthful and innocent, and also revealed a sense of purity and competence. These are obviously contradictory perceptions, but they appear on the same person. But it is precisely this kind of impact that makes Tang Xinyi look very beautiful and eye-catching today. As long as you look over there, it's like you're trapped in a whirlpool, and the rest of your gaze is completely out of your control. Seeing Tang Xinyi like this, everyone started to admire. Sister Tang, you look absolutely stunning dressed like this today. You look completely different from usual. That's right. Sister Tang is driving this car today, she is so domineering. Today this is not Sister Tang, but Sister Tang of variety. Juajwazi. Tang Xinyi listened to the flattery and rolled her eyes. She said to everyone, I just want to get more buckets. It just so happens that so many of you are here. Don't you always brag about being the little princes of the gym? Today is a good opportunity to see if you can do it. As she spoke, Tang Xinyi counted in her mind. With so many young masters here, if each person has a bucket, it seems like there will be one extra, but it doesn't matter. Feeling Tang Xinyi's gaze coming over, the young masters felt a chill down their spines, a chilling feeling of being plotted against. Zhang Haoran on the side couldn't listen anymore. He straightened his chest and said to Tang Xinyi, How can you say no to a man? This is simply a blatant insult. If you are a man, you absolutely cannot tolerate it. It's just a few buckets. Before Zhang Haoran finished speaking, he saw Tang Xinyi had already opened the trunk of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and took out a lot of empty buckets. As soon as he saw those buckets, the rest of the words got stuck in Zhang Haoran's throat and he was unable to speak. This. It's basically the water dispenser at home, with the biggest bucket. Carrying such a big bucket and climbing up and down. Thinking of this, the corners of Zhang Haoran's mouth twitched involuntarily. This is definitely a big job. He just thought it was the small bucket used to draw water from a water purifier. Sister Tang, aren't you being too cruel? Zhang Haoran immediately began to wail. After such an up and down trip, his bones must be exhausted. The young ladies next to them covered their mouths and laughed, and the mocking words came out of their mouths without stopping. Didn't you just say that as a man, you can't say no? Sometimes, you get slapped in the face so quickly. It's just a few buckets. For you, Mr. Zhang, it's a piece of cake, isn't it? You look quite strong, could it be that you are actually not in good health? How about we learn from the big stars and buy some sea dog pills to nourish you? Put. So young Master Zhang is so weak, haha. Listening to what those young ladies said, Zhang Haoran had a lot of pretentious words in his mind, but he didn't dare to say them in front of Tang Xinyi. Otherwise, one bucket might not be enough, so I just gave him 2 buckets. Seeing Zhang Haoran's deflated look, everyone burst into laughter. Zhang Haoran rolled his eyes, changed the subject, looked at everyone and asked, Why hasn't Brother Chen come yet? Upon hearing Chen Tian, a young master beside him immediately said, I went back home last night, but my dad gave me a good scolding. What a jerk! The beggars on the street are better than me. Brother Chen, you are simply someone else's kid. With such a role model in front of him, the pressure on him is really enormous. The other young masters and young ladies also nodded in agreement. They never expected that one day they would be crushed like this. But thinking about Chen Tian's various performances, the young masters and young ladies present were all obedient and completely convinced. At this time, another young master also said helplessly, You don't know, my parents almost had a fight yesterday because of Brother Chen. Kindness? When the young masters and young ladies present heard this, they instantly became interested and started asking the reason. The young master sighed heavily and explained, This is also my dad's fault. After I got home, he kept scolding me in front of my mom. My mother was a little unhappy when she heard this, so she argued with him a few times. At this point, the young master pinched his throat and imitated his mother and said, What do you mean my son is bad at everything? I told you when I was pregnant that if this child is like you, it will be doomed. Everyone burst into laughter and came forward to ask about what happened next. I tell you, if the child doesn't look like me, you're done. The young master put his hands on his hips, obviously imitating his father. The young masters and young ladies laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. How could they start a quarrel? This family is quite happy. At this moment, someone saw a Mercedes-Benz G-Class from afar, speeding towards them. Creak. The G-Class stopped steadily in front of everyone. A man opened the door and got out. It was Chen Tian. Everyone looked at Chen Tian in sportswear and was shocked again. No one expected that even wearing such ordinary sportswear, Chen Tian was still amazingly handsome. Especially the shape of the muscles vaguely revealed under the clothes shocked everyone. The hormones unique to men almost break through the clothes and envelope everyone. Some young ladies looked at Chen Tian with eyes full of obsession. So handsome. So handsome. Chapter 28. What kind of figure is this? Brother Chen is so awesome. It seems that I have to spend a lot of time every day to manage my body. Seeing Chen Tian approaching, everyone greeted him hurriedly. Chen Tian also nodded to everyone and said with a smile, "Have you been waiting for a long time?" "No, no." Everyone waved their hands. They had only arrived a while ago. After everyone talked for a while, a young lady turned her eyes to Chen Tian's car and said in surprise, "Brother Chen and sister Tang's cars are the same. They are all black, which looks majestic and domineering, and very cool." The young men and women nearby started to make a noise, saying that this was a tacit understanding and also a kind of fate. Zhang Haoran walked forward a few steps, looked at Chen Tian's car carefully, and turned it back and forth several times. Then, Zhang Haoran showed a look of shock on his face and said loudly, "Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Brother Chen, this is a bulletproof G-class. It's in short supply, so I'm afraid it will cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions." Hundreds of millions? Everyone knew that Zhang Haoran loved cars the most, so they had no doubt about his words and their eyes widened instantly. This G-Class is actually a bulletproof version. I heard that many presidential cars are of this version. Most people have never even seen it, let alone bought it. Zhang Haoran has also read many introductions to this type of car, so he can see the subtle differences here. After saying that, Zhang Haoran looked at Chen Tian inquiringly, hoping to get affirmation from the car owner. When Chen Tian saw the look in Zhang Haoran's eyes, he smiled faintly and nodded. In fact, he didn't expect that Zhang Haoran knew so much about cars that he could see it at a glance. When everyone saw that Chen Tian admitted it, they were all shocked. What is Brother Chen's identity? A few days ago it was an Aston Martin worth more than 50 million yuan, and now it is a bulletproof version of the G-Class worth hundreds of millions? This. Can it be upgraded like this? Tang Xinyi was the first to react at this time. She waved her hand and greeted the young masters and said, "Come on, young masters, each with a bucket, let's go." Seeing that there were quite a lot of buckets, the young man took two. Upon hearing this, the young masters had no choice but to step forward reluctantly and take the bucket in their hands. Who told them to always be greedy and go to Tang Xinyi to drink tea whenever they have nothing to do? You should be grateful for the food that comes from others, and you should be grateful for the things that come from others. Just accept your fate. Jelangquan Mountain is well protected, with abundant green plants and beautiful scenery everywhere. The winding mountain road is paved with whole pieces of rock, one after another, stretching all the way to the top of the mountain, which looks very artistic. Everyone worked together and climbed directly to the halfway point of the mountain. Looking down the mountain from here, you can see nothing but green plants. It's simply a natural oxygen bar. Everyone took out some water and replenished their body with water. After climbing up so quickly, they were indeed a little tired. Only Chen Tian looked very interested, without any sign of tiredness. A few young ladies were so tired that they found a rock to sit down on, gasping for breath. The young masters watched them from the side and couldn't help but teased. "I can tell you don't exercise regularly. You'll be sore for days when you go back home." Tang Xinyi took out mineral water from her backpack and distributed it to several young ladies. Then she turned around and looked at everyone and said, "Just like your usual exercise, you must hold the bucket carefully later. If you don't hold it properly and the water spills accidentally, no one will be able to get tea from you anymore. Young masters, #%. They are doing illegal work." After resting for a while, everyone continued to climb to the top of the mountain. After a short rest, everyone's climbing speed slowed down significantly. As Tang Xinyi climbed the mountain, she glared at the young masters and said with a sigh, "Hey, you straight men, you see we are tired, but you don't even bother to carry us?" Zhang Haoran curled his lips, looked at Tang Xinyi and said with a wry smile, "Sister Tang, you really know how to joke. We are tired too. Besides, they were holding a big bucket in their hands, how could they carry it?" The young ladies all rolled their eyes, saying that these men were all straight and not warm at all. Chen Tian, who was walking in front, stopped. He looked at the slender Tang Sini and raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why, I'm carrying you. Kindness?" Tang Sini was actually frightened when she suddenly heard Chen Tian say this. She quickly waved her hand, looked at Chen Tian, and said with a smile, "No, no, I'll just be hypocritical for a moment." With Chen Tian's wealth, how could she have the nerve to let someone else carry her on his back? Unexpectedly, Chen Tian smiled faintly when he heard this, looked at Tang Sini, and said in a gentle tone, "I'm just being polite." "You." Tang Sini looked at Chen Tian hatefully, gritting her teeth, and actually teased me. Everyone climbed up, talking and laughing, and soon arrived at a flat ground. It is said to be flat land, but in fact it is just a huge rock. Many people use it as a resting place. Tang Sini looked at everyone and took off her backpack. She often comes up here to fetch water, so she knows that the mountain road here is steep and quite physically demanding, and she has made a lot of preparations in advance. Tang Sini's backpack was filled with snacks she made herself. She opened the box and shared them with everyone. As soon as everyone tasted it, they could tell that it was Tang Sini's homemade snack. After all, Tang Sini often hangs out in the tea house and has mastered the skill of making snacks. "Sister Tang, your craftsmanship is getting better and better." Everyone praised Tang Sini's craftsmanship. Chen Tian also likes this sweet taste very much. It doesn't overpower the other ingredients and has a floral scent. Everything is just right. Tang Sini distributed the snacks and pointed to a rock on the top and said, "That's the Jiulong Spring. Let's rest for a while and then go up." Jiulong Spring seems to be right above your head, but going up the mountain path actually makes a big circle. After walking for a while, everyone could hear the rustling sound of flowing water. Jiulong Spring is right in front of us. Looking at the clear flowing water, smiles appeared on everyone's faces and they all walked forward. Everyone washed their hands, and many people drank the water directly from their hands. Jelangquan is very famous. It tastes cool and refreshing with a hint of sweetness. Using this kind of natural mineral water to make tea will make the taste even better. Zheng Haoran also bent down, rolled up his sleeves and drank the water. This action directly exposed his watch. "Brother Zhang, is that the Vacheron Constantin Heritage Series watch you are wearing?" A young man pointed at Zheng Haoran's watch and exclaimed loudly. When everyone heard this, expressions of shock instantly appeared on their faces. Vacheron Constantin Heritage, that is the famous Volvo series. The most basic model costs millions. Thinking of this, everyone came to Zheng Haoran and looked carefully at the watch on his wrist. The other young master took a deep breath and said with envy in his eyes, "This one is not just worth millions, it's a limited edition worth over 5 million. Everyone's eyes widened, and they looked at Zheng Haoran with shock in their eyes. He is really worthy of being called Mr. Zhang. This watch is so cool. Zheng Haoran smiled, feeling somewhat smug. His father bought this yesterday, and he secretly wore it today. He was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. Everyone gathered around Zheng Haoran and looked at his watch for a long time before walking back to the Jiulong Spring and playing in the water. A young lady looked at a young man not far away, and while he was drinking water, she threw a handful of water over to him. Seeing the young master being doused with water, the young lady giggled and shouted loudly, "Sisters, take care of them. Let them be so straight just now. Humph, we must let them know what it means that it's not that I won't take revenge, it's just that the time has not come yet." Upon hearing this, the young ladies joined the battle one after another. Tang Sini held the water and deliberately splashed it on Chen Tian, wetting his shirt. In an instant, all the young masters were in trouble and became soaked. The young masters could no longer bear it. Chen Tian narrowed his eyes, looked at the young ladies in front of him who were laughing so hard that they were shaking with laughter, and shouted, "Let's counterattack together." As he spoke, Chen Tian had already arrived at the spring and started splashing water on the young ladies. Who would have thought that before the water fell on the young lady, a bunch of parasols appeared out of nowhere? These parasols are like small mushrooms popping out of the forest, blocking the springs one by one. Young masters. This is a prop field you are playing in, right? Where on earth did the parasol come from? Was this premeditated? The young ladies laughed so hard that they fell backwards. They stuck their heads out from behind their umbrellas and said with a grin, "Who told you not to have a parasol, Lelly?" When the young masters saw that they couldn't continue playing like this, they simply called it a day and stopped making trouble. Chen Tian and others were in a more miserable situation, their clothes were all wet. Zhang Haoran tugged at the clothes that were sticking to his body and said helplessly. There's nothing we can do in this situation. Take it off. Otherwise it'll stick to your body, which is really uncomfortable. After Zhang Haoran finished speaking, he took off his shirt and revealed his muscular body. When everyone saw it, they were all stunned. Zhang Haoran usually pays more attention to fitness, and his figure is quite good. With muscular body, he looks super manly. Several young ladies were already cheering and whistling nearby, looking like lecherous scoundrels. Some of the shy young ladies took a quick glance and turned their heads away, not daring to look again, their little faces turning red. The young masters all looked envious when they saw this scene. I have to say, Brother Zheng's figure is really great. At first glance, he looks like a strong and muscular man who often lifts weights. Chen Tian's shirt was also wet, so he had no choice but to take it off. Otherwise, you will get eczema if you wear wet clothes. Seeing Chen Tian taking off his clothes, many people stretched their heads to watch. Everyone wanted to see what Chen Tian, who didn't look very strong, had like. As soon as Chen Tian took off his clothes, everyone exclaimed. Chen Tian's figure is so amazing. The muscle lines on Chen Tian's body are very clear, and beneath those contours are muscles that contain power. Especially Chen Tian's abdominal muscles, his 8 muscles are clearly trained, and his mermaid line is deeply embedded in his pants. Everyone's eyes wished they could turn into a nimble snake, following the mermaid line to take a good look at the scenery inside. Thinking of this, the young ladies blushed even more. Ah! How could I think like that? Isn't this LSP? Zhang Haoran looked at Chen Tian's perfect figure and exclaimed, his eyes widened instantly, he couldn't believe what he saw. This body is so perfect. It's simply the benchmark body in the gym. It's not too exaggerated, but full of masculine power. This is what a real man should look like. Brother Chen, your muscles are really well trained. Zhang Haoran said as he looked greedily. Naturally, he doesn't like men, but he is so envious of this figure. If I could have this figure, wouldn't girls jump at me? So envious. Thinking of this, Zhang Haoran swallowed again. Only then did he realize that the other young ladies were looking at him with strange eyes. Chapter 29. I have a few watches of similar price. Zhang Haoran took a look and quickly explained. Don't look at me like that, I'm not gay. Most of the remaining girls also took off their clothes, but they were all confident about their figures. Some fat young boys were still wearing wet clothes. They held the corners of their clothes tightly and refused to take them off even if they were beaten to death. No matter what, we can't let so many young ladies make a fool of themselves. Looking at so many strong men in front, most of the young ladies were still secretly looking at Chen Tian. This look is so beautiful, isn't it? If there weren't so many people, they would all have pounced on him. Not only those young ladies, but even Tang Xinyi was watching secretly from the side with a slight blush on her face. Chen Tian felt those gazes, he looked at Tang Xinyi helplessly and said. Still peeking? When we get back, you have to buy me some clothes. You're such a bad girl for getting yourself so wet. Tang Xinyi was not annoyed by Chen Tian's revelation. She smiled sweetly and replied confidently. How could I be peeking? I was watching openly. It's just buying clothes, just buy it. Anyway, I got to see a handsome guy naked, so it was a win at least. Besides, where else can you see Chen Tian's perfect figure? Now that everyone has had enough fun, it's time to start working. The young masters picked up buckets and started filling them with water. There is no suitable place to collect water from Jelonquin, so most people who come to collect water do so for irrigation. Just take a tool and pour it into the bucket quickly. Chen Tian also took a bucket from another young master and helped fill the water. Zhang Haoran picked up the bucket and walked to the water's edge. He then walked around to the rocks nearby and took off his watch. He placed the watch on a rock to prevent it from getting wet. After all, it is a watch worth more than 5 million yuan, and Zhang Haoran brought it out secretly, so it must be well protected. After putting away their watches, everyone started drinking water. Everyone showed off their skills. Some people held buckets and pressed them into the water, while others held small bottles and poured water into the water. Only Chen Tian was the fastest. Even Tang Xinyi, who was standing next to him, was stunned to see him fill a bucket so quickly. Even the workers she brought with her normally might not be as fast as Chen Tian. This Chen Tian doesn't look like a pampered young master at all, he is really amazing. The young ladies next to them looked at Tang Xinyi, their eyes fixed on Chen Tian, and instantly covered their mouths and laughed. Several young ladies winked at each other, subconsciously thinking that Tang Xinyi was secretly looking at Chen Tian's figure. They even whispered to each other, discussing whether or not to bring the two together. Just when everyone was busy with their own things, suddenly a cry was heard above their heads. Immediately afterwards, a bird rushed down like a gust of wind. The bird flew straight to the watch on the rock. Its claws were very sharp. It grabbed the watch and then flew into the sky. Everyone! What's up with this bird? Zhang Haoran was stunned when he saw the sudden scene. What a joke! Damn, is this bird a treasure hunter? It only knows how to catch the most expensive things. This amount is several million. Wu Cao, please leave some money behind. Zhang Haoran was so anxious that sweat was about to break out on his forehead. This was his father's new watch. I just got home yesterday and I haven't even warmed up yet, and now I'm taken away by a bird? This. Zhang Haoran cursed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do as he watched the bird fly higher and higher. The people around were also completely stunned. They all stood there in a daze, all a little confused. However, thinking of Zhang Haoran who had suffered heavy losses, they all spoke to comfort him. Brother Zhang, don't be anxious. It's just a bird, what use is there for a watch? Maybe it can be returned later? Do you think this bird is a lost lamb? It's impossible to send it away. Why don't we follow it? Maybe we'll lose it. They say the old doesn't go away before the new comes. Brother Zhang, don't get angry. Zhang Haoran is in a very complicated mood right now. Who would believe him if he told others about such a weird thing he had encountered? Even in the face of everyone's best efforts to comfort him, Zhang Haoran was still unhappy and even more depressed. After all, no one can be happy with such a huge loss. But it had already happened, and Zhang Haoran knew that there was nothing he could do about it, so he forced a smile and said to everyone, It's okay. This is called losing money to avoid disaster. Who knows, maybe something good will happen next time. Zhang Haoran knew that the bird had disappeared long ago, so where could he find the watch? Seeing what happened, everyone had no intention of continuing to play and decided to go down the mountain now. Several young men picked up a bucket each. The boys already had a bucket in their hands, but there was still an extra bucket on the ground. Tang Xinyi looked at the group of young masters and prepared to carry it down the mountain by herself. Seeing this, the eldest lady next to her hurried forward and offered to help carry it. After all, such a big barrel is indeed a bit difficult for little girls like them. It would be a lot easier if two people shared the burden. The other young ladies also said that they would take turns carrying the load together and they would eventually be able to carry it down the mountain. Chen Tian was watching from the side. These young ladies all had thin arms and legs. If they were carried down the mountain, wouldn't they be exhausted? Thinking of this, Chen Tian shook his head helplessly. He walked straight over and said to them, Okay, let me do it. When the young ladies saw Chen Tian taking the initiative to save the situation, their faces immediately changed, and they said one by one, Thank you, Brother Chen. Brother Chen, you are so nice. Faced with such a scene, Chen Tian was also stunned. He was a little speechless, so he simply picked up 2 buckets and walked down the mountain. Although he was holding 2 huge buckets in his hands, Chen Tian seemed to be doing it with ease. Other young masters would be out of breath after carrying 1 bucket, but Chen Tian was still able to lift 2 buckets with ease, which caused a burst of murmurs among the young ladies. Look, Chen Tian is really strong. The 2 buckets in his hands don't seem to weigh as much as 2 bottles of mineral water. Have you forgotten those muscles you saw just now? So manly, I feel like I'm in love. Ha, it's over, we're going to become love rivals. I love this kind of strong and real man. Everyone walked down the mountain together, and the young men walking in front began to rest from time to time. Many of the young men were already out of breath and needed to take a rest after walking for a while. Beads of sweat the size of beans oozed out of his forehead, and the back of his shirt was soaked with sweat. After all, if another young lady were to come down the mountain carrying such a heavy weight, she would probably be exhausted. The young ladies walking behind gradually caught up with everyone else. Listening to the young masters panting, the young ladies joked. Can you guys do this? Look at Brother Chen, he's holding 2 buckets by himself without even breathing hard. Look at you guys, you're so tired just from a bucket. The young master looked at the young ladies, glared at them, and said loudly, As a man, you can't say no. After saying that, the young man exerted some strength, picked up the bucket and continued walking forward. Because he was a little exhausted, the young master's hands began to tremble as he held the bucket. The young master walked in front while gritting his teeth, thinking secretly in his heart, Brother Chen is simply not a human being, he has muscles and is so strong. Alas, why do men make things difficult for other men? The other young masters were similar. They didn't want to lose face in front of the young ladies, so they gritted their teeth and walked in front. We walked and stopped along the way and finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. Looking at the parking lot not far away, the young men were almost in tears. Finally, we reached the destination. They were so exhausted along the way. It's unbearable. If it weren't for the men's face, they would have quit long ago. My goodness, this is not a picnic at all, it's basically a subscription. I can't do it anymore, I have to take a rest. A fat young man squatted on the ground, panting. After he finished speaking, he wiped his sweat vigorously. How could he look like the arrogant and superior young master he usually is? Everyone was laughing and chuckling nearby, and they all just stood at the foot of the mountain to rest together. The mountain breeze at the foot of the mountain is gentle and it feels very comfortable blowing across the body. Everyone waited until the sweat had dried off, then went to the parking lot with buckets of water. Sister Tang, can you put this in the car? A young man asked. Tang Xinyi nodded, and she directed the young masters to help her stack the buckets in the car. Just as the buckets were stacked, Zhang Haoren's cell phone suddenly rang. Zhang Haoren picked up the phone and saw his father's name on the caller ID, and his heart trembled. However, Zhang Haoren still answered the phone immediately. After all, it was just a watch. No matter how valuable it was, it couldn't be better than his own son, right? As soon as I picked up the phone, I heard my father's familiar voice. You bastard, did you steal my new watch? Return it to me quickly, I have to meet a very important client today. That client has a penchant for watches and would often check out the partner's watches. It was for this business that Zhang Haoren's father gritted his teeth and bought this Vacheron Constantine worth more than 5 million. Zhang Haoren listened to his father's words, swallowed hard, and said timidly, Dad, if I say this watch was taken away by a bird, would you believe me? Dad. Caught by a bird? I don't believe you. Why doesn't the bird take you away? Stop talking nonsense and send it back to me quickly. I'm waiting to meet the client. The old man's tone was obviously a little impatient, and his attitude became much harsher. Zhang Haoren's statement was really hard to believe, but he couldn't hide it at this time, so he told the story honestly. Dad, he was really caught by a bird, I'm not lying to you. After Zhang Haoren finished speaking, he heard silence on the other end of the phone. Not hearing a reply, Zhang Haoren felt a little guilty and called out tentatively. Dad? At this time, Zhang Haoren heard an angry rebuke from the other end of the phone. Don't call me Dad, I don't have a precious eldest son like you. What is this? Go out for a trip and tell yourself that your watch was taken away by a bird? This chance is even better than buying a lottery ticket. Stinky boy, since you are so lucky, go buy a lottery ticket. You'd better hope to win the prize, then I might believe it. Otherwise I will break your legs. Dad is so angry, it will really cause trouble for me. Such top-level watches need to be ordered in advance. Who has the time to find a place to buy a top-notch watch now? He has been preparing for today's contract for a long time. Zhang Haoren smiled awkwardly and said, No, Dad. You can't lose both your wife and your army, right? Not only did you lose your watch, but you also don't want your son anymore? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard his father sneer on the other end of the phone. He. At worst, I'll just treat my big trumpet as useless and ask your mom for a small one. Zhang Haoren. It is not very harmful, but it is extremely insulting. Are you so disrespectful to your elders just for a watch? Zhang Haoren was a child with a strong desire to survive. He suggested to his father. No one wants to have unexpected events happen. Otherwise, let's borrow one from someone first. Dad thought about it and it seemed that this was the only solution, so he hung up the phone. Looking at the hung-up phone, Zhang Haoren looked dejected and said in a tone of despair. Well. In my father's heart, my status is not even as high as a watch. The young master next to him also noticed that Zhang Haoren looked unhappy, and asked quickly. Brother Zhang, what's going on? It sounds like things are a bit serious? Zhang Haoren slapped his own face and said in frustration. How do I know if the watch my father bought is useful? He needs it this afternoon. Where can I find the bird? The vegetation in Jelunquin Mountain is so dense that it would be almost impossible to find it if you were to leave it here. When the young masters heard this, they were also amazed. What happened today was such a coincidence. A young man said with some embarrassment. This is a difficult matter. If it's a watch worth hundreds of thousands, it's easier to find, but I don't have one worth millions at home. Zheng Haoren also sighed heavily. If it really was hundreds of thousands, he would just go buy a piece to fill it himself. What is lacking now is not money, but the fact that such top-level watches require a long ordering period. Tang Xini also frowned. The watches in her home were only worth millions, and they probably couldn't solve Zheng Haoren's current dilemma. Just when everyone was at a loss, Chen Tian suddenly came over, took off his watch and handed it to Zheng Haoren, saying, "Use mine first." After hearing Chen Tian's words, everyone's eyes fell on Chen Tian for a moment. Zheng Haoren looked at the watch in front of him and his eyes widened instantly. He stood up suddenly, pointed at Chen Tian's watch, and said excitedly, "Is this a Louis Moinet tourbillon watch? A top-notch watch that claims to carry the DNA of the solar system. The value of this piece is at least more than 30 million. As soon as Zheng Haoren finished speaking, everyone present was stunned. No way? It's such an expensive watch? This. Just now they were fetching water and playing in the water together, but I didn't see Chen Tian pick it up and put it away. A watch worth tens of millions is just an ordinary wristwatch for checking time in the eyes of others. Only a person of certain status can enjoy such a consumption concept. Only the truly top-tier wealthy people can break free from these illusions, not be enslaved by money, and truly become the masters of these things." For a moment, everyone present stood in awe of Chen Tian. Not to mention their consumption concepts, their broad-mindedness is something that ordinary people cannot compare to. A watch worth tens of millions, when he heard that Zheng Haoren needed it, he lent it to him without hesitation. This is loyalty. Zheng Haoren was very excited, but he still waved his hand and said with some difficulty, "Brother Chen, thank you. But your watch is too valuable, I dare not borrow it from you." Chen Tian grinned when he heard this, and said in a light tone, "It's okay, just use it with confidence, I have a few similar ones over there." About the same? How many models? 3 pieces of this price range would already be worth hundreds of millions. Everyone looked at each other, all shocked. Chen Tian's financial strength is so strong that it's a bit scary. Chapter 30 Super God Level Rewards for Family Contribution. Before we knew him, the news that he bought Tianfu City for billions shocked everyone. After we got to know each other, he first drove an Aston Martin worth more than 50 million, and now drives a bulletproof G-Class worth more than 100 million. The watches he wears are all Louis Moinet tourbillon watches worth more than 30 million. To be honest, this almost shattered their values. Before they met Chen Tian, they were all young masters and ladies in the top circles of Jinling. It can be said that in their self-perception, they also feel that they are very special. They are all rich second generations, but they are the top generation. But when they truly saw Chen Tian's strength, they understood what a top billionaire was. Compared with Chen Tian, they are just at the level of extreme poverty. Seeing that Chen Tian was indeed not joking, Zheng Haoren took it with great trepidation and said very seriously, "Don't worry, Brother Chen, I'll send it to you as soon as my dad runs out of it." Chen Tian just waved his hand lightly and said indifferently, "Okay, send it back quickly." Zheng Haoren turned around and left with a grateful look on his face, going back to deliver the watch. Seeing this, the others also said they wanted to go home and change their clothes. Tang Xini nodded and said to everyone, "Okay, pack up and come directly to my place later." After saying that, Tang Xini looked at Chen Tian next to her, waved her hand and said, "Come on, I'll take you clothes shopping." Zheng Haoren put on his watch, got into the car, and prepared to go home. He put on his Bluetooth headset and called his dad. The call was quickly picked up. Hearing his father's heavy voice on the phone, Zheng Haoren quickly said, "Dad, I borrowed a watch." Unfortunately, before Zheng Haoren could finish his words, his father had already hung up the phone. Zheng Haoren called again, but the other party either didn't answer or just hung up. Zheng Haoren. After all, we are father and son, can't you even give me a little trust? It's just a watch, why can't I borrow it? What Zheng Haoren didn't know was that while they were talking just now, his father had already asked many CEOs. They are all watches worth a little over 1 million yuan, and there are really no watches more expensive than this. Dad is so overwhelmed now, with so many lawsuits on his mind, how could he have the mood to answer a call from the culprit? The most important thing is that my dad feels that he can't even borrow money. Zhang Haoran is just a rich young man. How could he possibly know someone more capable? Zhang Haoran drove home quickly and saw his father with a worried look on his face. Dad had already made up his mind. If nothing worked out, he would just borrow $1 million watch from an old friend. No matter what, let's just get through the current situation first. It's really not worth it to owe a big favor just for $1 million watch. When Zhang Haoran saw his father's expression, he quickly handed over the watch and said anxiously, "Dad, here you go." The old man was originally planning to scold Zhang Haoran, but when he saw clearly the watch in his son's hand, he almost jumped up. This is actually Louis Moynitz Tourbillon. This guy just got a top-of-the-line watch worth more than 30 million yuan back like that? The old man took a deep breath, suppressed his shock, looked at his son and asked, "Where did you get such a top-notch watch?" Zhang Haoran was stunned for a moment, and said directly, "It's brother Chen Tian. He knew you needed the watch urgently, so he offered to lend it to me." Chen Tian? As soon as he heard the name, the father's mind immediately came up with the words his son had said before. He grabbed Zhang Haoran's arm and asked anxiously, "The Chen Tian you are talking about is the young man who spent a huge amount of money to buy a house?" Seeing his son nodding, the father was instantly shocked. When he heard his son mention Chen Tian before, he felt that this young man was very extraordinary. Now seeing his handiwork, with watches worth more than 30 million yuan on his wrists, I feel that the identity of this young man is even more terrifying. Not to mention ordinary young people, even adults like him do not have the spending power of Chen Tian. After all, their net worth is market value, and most of their cash is tied up in their businesses. People like Chen Tian, who have large amounts of cash flowing in and out at any time, are the real rich people. The old man looked at the time, put his watch carefully on his wrist, and told his son, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and change into presentable clothes." After being yelled at by his father, Zhang Haoran immediately went upstairs to change his clothes. He thought that it was rare for his father to take him to discuss business, so he took out all the suits in the bottom of the box and put them on. After changing and going downstairs, the two got into the car and headed towards their destination. Zhang Haoran drove the car and quickly brought his father to the hotel where he had agreed to meet the client. When they got out of the car, they happened to see a Maybach of the same model parked opposite. As soon as Dad Zhang Bo saw the Maybach, his eyes lit up and he walked out. Just then, a middle-aged man got out of the car and straightened his suit. He was the customer this time. Zhang Bo hurried over and shook hands with the customer politely and enthusiastically. "You're here really on time, just the right time," Zhang Bo said as he deliberately looked at the time, revealing the watch on his wrist. The customer glanced at it indifferently, and the next moment he was stunned. As a watch lover, he has always believed that for a successful man, a watch is a symbol of his status. It is also his passport to greater success. But I never expected that the watch Zhang Bo was wearing was such a precious meteorite watch. Louis Moynitz Tourbillon watch is a top-level watch worth more than 30 million, which is not something that ordinary people can own. Such taste is simply amazing. For a moment, the customer's mind was in turmoil, and his eyes when he looked at Zhang Bo were full of shock and envy. The customer only felt a surge of emotion, the corners of his mouth trembled slightly, and his attitude towards Zhang Bo became noticeably better. Zhang Bo clearly felt the change in the customer's attitude, and a big arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. This move of his was definitely the right one. Zhang Bo looked at Zhang Haoran and said formally, "Xiao Zhang, you have nothing to do here, go park the car." Zhang Haoran. Xiao Zhang? Oh my god, so I am a driver, right? Is it necessary to put on the most expensive dress? With the outfit I have now, I don't even need to change clothes to be a groom at a wedding. Zhang Haoran complained in his heart and watched his father walk into the hotel with the client. Seeing that his mission was successfully completed, Zhang Haoran simply got in the car and drove towards Z&T Garden. At this time, Chen Tian was driving the car, following behind Tang Xini, heading towards Century City. The two entered the parking lot one after the other. Passers-by looked at Tang Xini, who jumped out of the car with a look of surprise. "This girl is so pretty, isn't she? Her eyebrows are as dark as black, her smile is as bright as a flower, and her every glance and smile is full of charm that makes people unable to take their eyes off her. Be it figure, appearance, clothing taste and temperament, they are all amazing." Many passers-by subconsciously stopped and looked at Tang Xini. Tang Xini waited outside the car for a long time, but Chen Tianxia didn't get in. She walked straight to Chen Tian's car, knocked on the window and said, "Chen Tian, get out of the car." Chen Tian lowered the car window, looked at Tang Xinyi who looked puzzled, and said with a smile, "Miss Tang, do you think if I continue like this, you will have to go to the police station to rescue me? It is too disrespectful to enter a public place shirtless in broad daylight." Tang Xinyi covered her mouth and smiled. She chuckled and said, "Okay, then I'll buy it according to my taste." Chen Tian nodded. With Tang Xinyi's taste, she wouldn't buy herself a set of strange clothes, right? After Tang Xinyi and Chen Tian talked for a few words, they walked towards Century City. Looking at Tang Xinyi's back, Chen Tian sat in the car, watching the news on his mobile phone. Century City's business is very good. After seeing the Mercedes-Benz G, many passers-by couldn't help but stretch their heads to look inside. When they saw the lit-up cell phone and Chen Tian's illuminated face, they were immediately stunned. This little brother is so handsome, isn't he? Even many boys passing by were stunned when they saw Chen Tian's appearance. They could see that Chen Tian's upper body was naked. Although the area of the car window is limited and only a part of it is exposed, Han Feng's perfect figure can still be seen. Especially those muscles that look like templates, which make people want to scream. Chen Tian also noticed everyone's gaze at this time. He was unwilling to continue waiting in the car, so he simply got out of the car with his bare chest. Many passers-by were standing nearby. When they saw Chen Tian get out of the car, they all looked towards him. As soon as they saw Chen Tian's perfect figure, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. This figure is too good, right? Those thin strips of muscles are soft, but they seem to contain endless power and may burst out with amazing energy at any time. Especially some girls, their eyes are almost as long as Chen Tian's body, and their eyes are full of pink bubbles. The girl's performance was too exaggerated, which made the boy next to them very upset, and he immediately scolded them. "I say, wipe the drool from your mouth, it's almost falling to the ground." After hearing what the boy said, the girl slowly retracted her gaze, glared at the boy, and retorted, "If you work harder and train your abdominal muscles into 8 packs, will I still drool over other men's bodies? Please, work hard. A pair of abdominal muscles?" When the passers-by heard this, they were stunned at first, and then they covered their mouths and laughed. "That's just a beer belly." The boy was so angry that he looked at Chen Tian's naked upper body viciously. Looking at his perfect body without a trace of fat, he suddenly felt ashamed of himself. This is what it takes to strive for something. If you want to achieve such a visual effect, I'm afraid it also depends on God's will, right? The more the boys looked at it, the more inferior they felt, and finally they just pulled their girls up and walked towards Century City. If we can't afford to offend, we can afford to hide. The girl didn't resist when she was dragged away, but she would turn back to look at Chen Tian from time to time to replenish her spiritual food. Chen Tian also heard the conversation between some people. He shook his head slightly. He was standing aside and was also shot. After thinking about it, Chen Tian walked towards the shops on the first floor. He just saw that among so many shops, there happened to be one selling clothes. When Chen Tian walked to the door of the store, he saw that it was crowded with people and many customers were shopping inside. As soon as they saw Chen Tian appeared, several shopping guides immediately surrounded him. "Sir, do you want to buy some clothes?" While these shopping guides greeted Chen Tian enthusiastically, they also secretly glanced at Chen Tian's figure, their cheeks flushed with excitement. Chen Tian directly took a shirt from the shelf at the door and put it on, then said to the shopping guide, "I want this one." The salesgirl took Chen Tian to the cashier to pay. After rejecting the salesgirl's request to add her as a friend, Chen Tian put on his clothes and strolled out of the store. There is a large flow of people in Century City, and the square is full of passers-by. Chen Tian looked around and moved towards the parking lot. He casually took out his cell phone and read the news, waiting for Tang Xinyi to come back. Looking at the people coming and going, Chen Tian thought secretly in his heart, "I hope it won't take too long." After all, girls' ability to go shopping is generally terrible. Chen Tian sighed silently in his heart and played with his phone resignedly. No one noticed that a program crew had arrived at the square in Century City. This is a real-life interactive program team that will conduct various street tests on crowded streets. Today the program group has chosen this place as the testing location. As for the content of the test, they will ask a staff member to play the role of a bad girl and ask passers-by to borrow light to see their reactions. The director of the program stood aside and told the actress who played the bad girl, "Remember, you have to act more realistically, okay? You have to dig out the other person's emotions, understand? The director gave earnest instructions to the actors, and he also put a lot of thought into maintaining the traffic of the program. After all, the censorship is quite strict now, and if the topic is too explicit, it won't even pass the censorship. But if the topic is not explosive enough, why would people watch your show and why would they give you rewards? Therefore, the director racks his brains to think of topics every day and also has a lot of demands on the actors. After all, whether the actor who comes forward to interact can ignite the whole audience depends on his or her performance. Remember, as long as you perform well enough, you will definitely get a lot of bonus. And I will look for you in future recordings. After the director finished speaking, he began to tempt the customer by offering benefits. The actress' eyes lit up immediately when she heard this, and she patted her not-so-swelling chest and said, "If you said there was a prize, I would definitely perform with all my strength." Director. So you didn't listen to my teachings? Just listening to the bonus? I wonder if you mind if I give you a stage name called Money Stringer? After complaining in his mind, the director looked at the actor's makeup and clothes and yelled at the staff. "What the hell are you doing? This is a bad girl, why is she wrapped up so tightly? And the makeup should be more exaggerated." The director also had his own plan in mind. If she didn't wear something nice and revealing, how could there be any explosive moments? The host is also a staff member of the crew. She faced the camera and briefly talked about today's topic. "Our actors are putting on makeup and will be ready to go soon. I wonder what the audience thinks the reaction of the passers-by who are asked to borrow the light will be." As soon as the host finished speaking, the audience immediately responded in the barrier. This program is quite interesting. It tests the reactions of passers-by and also allows us to understand from the side what these men are thinking. Just wait and see, all men are bad. As long as the bad girls show a little indifference or suggestive meaning, these men will definitely lose control. Not necessarily? Are there no good men among us men? Maybe the actresses are not attractive enough and no men are fooled, huh? Wait and see the results. Let's get started. Most people think that the program team wants to dig out the lustful nature of men. Some men were unhappy and started to retort in the live broadcast room. Isn't this a sting operation? It feels a bit malicious. The above person is too polite. Is this a bit malicious? This is full of malice. Deliberately smearing us men. How many men can she interview with this? Besides, pretending to be a bad girl is just setting a trap for men to fall into. Looking at the messages in the live broadcast room and the men's indignation, the director not only did not have any worries, but instead a smile appeared on his face. Very good, keep it up. This is the popularity he wants. The actor has changed his clothes, wearing a pair of extremely short hot pants and a loose suspender top, looking very hot. In order to portray the feeling of a bad girl, the makeup artist also put a rose tattoo on the actress's bare shoulder. The branch is very long, winding into the actress's suspenders, which makes people imagine a lot. The director's eyes lit up when he saw the actor's costumes and he gave a thumbs up to the makeup artist. "This outfit is great, it's worth a big buck." The actor walked in front of the camera, turned around seductively, and threw a wink at the camera. "How about it, isn't she a bad girl?" Looking at the actress, a bunch of viewers interacted quickly in the barrier. "This is not a bad girl at all, she is simply a prostitute." Good. Now the director team says they are not stinging, but they can't fool me anymore. She is wearing such sexy clothes, it's confirmed. Your program should be called Finding Lu Xiaohui. Being a man is so hard. When you go shopping, you have to be on guard against the camera crew. While everyone was interacting, the director looked around the square for his target. Even if they are testing the reactions of passers-by, they will not really choose passers-by randomly. For the sake of ratings, it is necessary to select more topical talents. The director looked left and right and saw Chen Tian standing away from the crowd. The reason why I saw him was because Chen Tian was really eye-catching in the crowd. He is about 1.8 meters tall, has a body like a clothes hanger, and his temperament is impeccable. Even without seeing the face of such a boy, people are already eager to get to know him better. The director would naturally not let go of this boy who could create topics all his own. He directly gave the actor some instructions and asked her to start taking action. The actor understood, she waved towards the camera and walked towards Chen Tian. The camera also pushed the screen forward, and the host explained. "Look everyone, that person is the first passerby we just selected." Just at this moment, Chen Tian just raised his head. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw Chen Tian's face, the barrage of comments in the room exploded instantly. Chapter 31 Luxury Car? I have one. What a handsome little brother. Please give me the address. Where is the program being filmed? I'm going to get a taxi now and will be there soon. If I were an actress, I would definitely ask for help. By the way, add your contact information, TSK. Such a handsome guy should have some immunity, right? I hope he can give us men some pride. The actor was gradually approaching Chen Tian, and she could clearly see Chen Tian's face. It can be said that the real Chen Tian is many times more handsome than what we see on camera. Especially the mysterious temperament, like a mysterious book, which makes people want to read it. There was even a moment when the actress almost forgot what she was going to do. Faced with such a handsome boy, she just wants to pounce on him. When she was almost close to Chen Tian, the actress took out a cigarette and held it in her hand. After all, the purpose is to test other people's reactions, so you have to act out the whole thing. Handsome guy, can you lend me a light? The actress has walked to Chen Tian's side. There is a big height difference between them. In order to better see each other's expression, she has to look up. Chen Tian heard what the actress said. He glanced at her calmly and said softly, "Sorry, no fire." Chen Tian doesn't smoke, so it's impossible for him to carry a lighter with him. Chen Tian's reactions and answers were all broadcast simultaneously in the live broadcast room. When the audience saw it, they began to post comments. This little brother is so cold, is he abstinent? He looks even more handsome, I like it. He rejected her so directly? This guy has a very picky taste. I wonder if the actress will give up on her goal. Strong request, interact with the guy more. He is good looking and has a nice voice. There is no man you can't pick up, it just depends on how hard you work. Challenge yourself. The actress didn't know what was happening in the live broadcast room. She looked at Chen Tian's face, a little dazed. After hearing Chen Tian's words and feeling the other party's coldness and indifference, the actress's fighting spirit was ignited. Her eyes rolled and the second half of the sentence came out immediately. Without fire, how did you light my heart? This is a popular cheesy love phrase on the internet right now. It's perfect for flirting with little brothers. Just when the actress was feeling smug and waiting for Chen Tian to surrender, she saw Chen Tian silently step aside and look at her with a strange look. For a while, the live broadcast barrage was flying all over the sky. I was confused. What does this guy's action mean? Little brother, when I meet someone with a bad brain, I always want to stay away from him. Ha ha, I am dying of laughter. This handsome passerby is also a straight man, he doesn't even know the cheesy love words. She quietly stepped back. I wonder how much psychological trauma the actress has suffered. Not very harmful, but extremely insulting. The actress was very upset. How could she meet such a straight man? How could she flirt with such a man who didn't understand romance? At this moment, the director's voice came from the actress's headset. The effect is good now. Keep talking to him. Keep borrowing things from him. The actress thought about it, looked at Chen Tian again, and moved closer to him, saying in a coquettish voice, "Brother, I have no money, can you help me buy a lighter?" The actress looked at the clothes on Chen Tian, which looked like cheap goods and not very valuable. It's just a lighter, it only costs about $1 or $2, you can't refuse it, right? Moreover, I have already lowered my posture and will definitely succeed, no matter how good my brother is. People also started discussing in the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room. Everyone expressed their opinions and shared different ideas. I think the guy will definitely lend it to me this time. After all, young people won't care too much about something worth a few dollars, right? Have the actresses in this program taken any relationship training courses? These little ideas come one after another, which is quite interesting. I bet 10 packs of spicy noodles. This handsome guy looks cool and aloof, he won't pay any attention to a woman like this. Chen Tian's face darkened. He frowned and looked at the actress, and said in a deep voice, "Who gave you the courage to think about getting something for nothing at such a young age? You are a girl, you dress like this, and you ask people to buy things for you, aren't you afraid of getting into danger?" She was dressed like a bad girl and had smoky makeup on her face as if she was poisoned. If you really meet someone with ulterior motives, you won't even know you've been sold out. The actress was scolded by Chen Tian and was obviously unhappy. Do you think that just because you are handsome you can boss others around? I am a bad girl now, I won't spoil you. What do you mean by getting something for nothing? If you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. Being stingy is being stingy. Why are you saying these high-sounding words? Do you want to make yourself look noble? The actress' tone was full of impatience. If she blew a smoke ring at this moment, she would definitely be a real bad girl. Chen Tian listened to the actress's rebuttal with a sneer on his face, but he still patiently said a few words of advice. Smoking is bad for your health. Besides, what's the point of smoking? If you save the money from cigarettes, you can buy a nice car. It can save money and be good for your health at the same time. It's really killing two birds with one stone. After all, the body is the capital of revolution. If the body breaks down, the losses will be unlimited. Thinking of this, Chen Tian glanced at the actress and added, "Is it still like this, that you can't even take out $1 or $2? It's not your fault that some people always say that girls are too materialistic and only care about money. I can only say that there are always those people who love laziness and hate work, and they ruin a good pot of soup." As soon as Chen Tian finished speaking, he immediately received a lot of cheers from people, and the barrage of comments continued to fly. This guy said it very well. I don't like girls who don't love themselves. $1 or $2 is not much, but why should I spend it on you? The guy's values are still very positive, and he didn't do anything inappropriate to the girl just because she's a girl. I didn't expect to find such a guy right away. Girls really shouldn't smoke. Especially when someone can't even afford to smoke, it's really hard to like him. The actress' face turned red and white at what Chen Tian said. She looked at Chen Tian angrily and retorted, "You don't smoke, do you have a nice car? What's the point of pretending to be righteous? Aren't you a loser yourself?" The comments paused noticeably as the actress spoke. After a few seconds, he continued to brush. "This is too cruel, it kills people and breaks their hearts. Poor little brother, he was doing good things, but he was treated like that. This girl is too sharp-tongued, damn it." But what he said is also true. These words hit the soul directly and are extremely hurtful. I admire you. Isn't it normal for a young person to not have a car? This actress's words are so irritating. Handsome guy, hurry up and choke her to death with your words. Not only the commentators thought that Chen Tian didn't have a car, the actress also had the same idea. She looked at Chen Tian triumphantly, feeling that she had turned the tables. Just as the actress was secretly delighted, she saw Chen Tian take out a car key from his trouser pocket and press the key. As Chen Tian took action, the bulletproof version of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class next to him was unlocked. The two headlights flashed quickly, and they were still visible even in daylight. Faced with such a situation, the actress just stood there in a daze. Chapter 32. Is it so cool? What is going on? Just when I asked him casually, he actually took out his car keys? Moreover, she had just clearly seen that the clothes Chen Tian was wearing were very ordinary, but she didn't expect that he had such a fortune. The production crew was equally stunned. After all, they were just randomly selected passers-by. Although Chen Tian looks good, I never expected that he has such good conditions. This time, I made a profit. Seeing such outstanding passers-by, the number of viewers increased rapidly. The audience was extremely excited, and they kept praising the show in the live commentary. Oh my god, it's actually a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. A car like this must cost at least several million, right? No wonder he speaks so confidently, he must be really rich. This is amazing. How did this show find such a popular person? He is handsome and rich, which is simply perfect. This is not an ordinary Mercedes-Benz G-Class. This is a bulletproof version, and the price is hundreds of millions. You guys are too ignorant. You treat the precious jade as a broken tile? Ahem. You call a multi-million-dollar Mercedes-Benz G-Class a broken tile? The crew members stood in front of the camera and were completely stunned by the comments. A bulletproof version of the Mercedes-Benz G worth hundreds of millions? This. Even the director swallowed hard, and felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest with excitement. Who are they looking for? They are so good at finding one. This is the young master we found. For a moment, looking at Chen Tian, who really had a car, the actress was speechless. The crew also stepped forward at this time and explained in simple words. This is all for show, don't take it personally. If it is an ordinary passerby, the program team will usually give him a small gift and that's it. But Chen Tian's identity is obviously different, and they really dare not be too perfunctory, for fear of angering the true god. After listening to the staff's explanation, Chen Tian couldn't help but frown and said in a neither cold nor harsh tone. You guys are so boring. How dare you make a program on this kind of topic? No wonder the quality of programs nowadays has been getting worse and worse. Chen Tian was too lazy to talk to them, so he turned his head to the side and continued looking at his phone. The people in the program crew were a little embarrassed and just stood there for a while. At this time, Tang Xinyi was still strolling around the luxury area of Century City. Tang Xinyi was holding several paper bags, which contained clothes she had bought from other brands. But she is still choosing now. When she sees a similar style, she will pick it up and take a look. Tang Xinyi looked at a shirt, holding it in her hands and gesturing, mumbling. If Chen Tian wore this, he would look pretty handsome. While muttering to herself, Tang Xinyi looked at the shopping guide on the side and said with a smile. Please, help me choose the size. The salesgirl listened to Tang Xinyi's description and helped her choose the size. Tang Xinyi said directly. That's it. The salesgirl took the clothes and said to Tang Xinyi. Ma'am, the piece you chose is a new model this season and costs 76,000. The prices of new products will be higher. Although the customers here are either rich or noble, according to the store's rules, they still have to politely remind them. Tang Xinyi nodded and said differently. It's okay, I just want this, please help me wrap it up. As she spoke, Tang Xinyi took a fancy to a top next to her. A light flashed in Tang Xinyi's beautiful eyes, and she pointed at another one and said. That one needs to be the same size, too. Pack it up for me. This style looks better. Tang Xinyi secretly thought that with Chen Tian's figure, it would definitely look great in this one. Thinking of this, Tang Xinyi suddenly felt that this little money was really nothing. Purchase. The salesgirl went to get the size Tang Xinyi needed. She looked at Tang Xinyi with envy and said with a smile. Is this a gift for your boyfriend? Your boyfriend is so lucky to have a girlfriend as beautiful and thoughtful as you. Whether it is her figure, appearance or temperament, Tang Xinyi is definitely a top beauty. Being loved seriously by such a girl, that boy must have saved the galaxy in his previous life, right? Tang Xinyi's pretty face flushed slightly as she listened to the salesgirl's praise. She didn't explain, but the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up, forming a beautiful arc. Let's pay the bill. Tang Xinyi handed over her bank card, and the salesgirl took it to the service counter for settlement. Tang Xinyi picked up the bag in her hand and took a look. It was quite a lot, so it should be enough. The salesgirl returned the bank card and the packed clothes and handed them to Tang Xinyi respectfully. Tang Xinyi was worried that Chen Tian had waited too long, so she quickly walked out of Century City. As soon as she walked out of the Century City building, Tang Xinyi saw from afar that Chen Tian was surrounded by many people. She frowned and hurt over with her things. Tang Xinyi walked closer, looked at those unfamiliar faces, and walked straight through the crowd to Chen Tian's side, smiling and saying, Chen Tian, I bought the clothes, please try them on. Listening to the melodious voice like the sound of orchids in a valley, everyone followed the sound and looked towards Tang Xinyi. When they saw Tang Xinyi's face clearly, they were immediately amazed. This girl is so pretty, isn't she? Not only does she have exquisite facial features, but her elegant aura is also something that makes people unable to take their eyes off her. The barrage of comments exploded the moment Tang Xinyi entered the screen. What a pretty girl, is she the guy's girlfriend? Listening to their conversation, they seem to be very close. She is so beautiful, I feel like I am in love. There is no shortage of beautiful girls, but it is very rare to find such a good temperament. Although she is only wearing a sports suit, she can't hide the aura of a lady from a noble family. Tang Xinyi didn't know about the film crew. She looked at Chen Tian's shirt, which was of average quality, frowned, and asked. Why are you wearing clothes? I went to buy clothes for him, where did this shirt come from? Everyone in the crew. Barrage. What does this mean? You didn't wear any clothes before? Young people, you play so coolly. Chapter 33 I didn't know what to buy, so I bought them all for you. Are these two a couple? This handsome man and beautiful woman is so enviable. This is a true couple. The guy is handsome and the girl is beautiful. When they are together, they are like a painting. I already smell the sour smell of love, get out of the way, I can't stand it anymore. Is this a street show or a dog abuse scene? Hurry up and do something serious, otherwise I will cry. Show affection, die quickly. Chen Tian looked at Tang Xinyi who had returned, raised his eyebrows, and asked in surprise. Why did you buy me so many clothes? There were 5 or 6 bags alone, so it was obvious that he bought a lot. Tang Xini smiled playfully and said to Chen Tian, "I don't know which one you like, but I'll buy you whatever I like." Tang Xini's idea was simple. After buying so many items, there would always be one that would catch Chen Tian's eye. After all, when you buy something as a gift for someone, you must make sure that the other person is satisfied. Chen Tian nodded, picked up the clothes and said to Tang Xini, "Okay, let's go, get in the car." Tang Xini just went shopping for clothes and spent some time. It is estimated that by now, the young masters and young ladies have already arrived at Ziyun Tea Garden. Good. Tang Xini nodded obediently, followed Chen Tian's footsteps, and walked towards her car. The two men got into their own cars and drove outside. Seeing 2 Mercedes-Benz G-Class cars driving past them, all the crew members were dumbfounded. What are the identities of these 2 people? Not only is she good-looking, but she is also so rich. 2 G-Class cars were also seen leaving the live broadcast room, and the barrage of comments quickly started to appear. They are indeed a perfect couple. If they drive a car, they should drive a couple car. Fuck, this price is really shocking. The regular version costs several million, it's really amazing. I didn't expect that I would be fed dog food even though I was hiding at home watching the live broadcast. Help! You can sit at home and get dog food from the sky. Nothing wrong with that. After the people in the live broadcast room were shocked, they felt all kinds of bitterness. After all, facing other people's sweet love does make people feel bitter. Just at this moment, Chen Tian's cell phone rang. For safety reasons, Chen Tian parked the car on the side of the road and answered the phone. The call was from Zheng Haoren. He sounded a little excited and said loudly, "Brother Chen, my dad should be done with the business soon, and I'll give you the watch. My father's business negotiations went smoothly and my life was saved. Otherwise, if my dad keeps nagging me 100 times a day, I'll be annoyed to death sooner or later." Chen Tian listened to the happy voice on the other end of the phone, he smiled faintly and said, "Okay, let's contact each other later." Just after hanging up the phone, Chen Tian heard the sound of a horn next to his car. He turned his head and found that it was Tang Xini. It turned out that Tang Xini found that Chen Tian did not catch up, so she drove the car over and stopped to talk to Chen Tian. Tang Xini lowered the car window. He looked at Chen Tian from a distance and suggested, "Chen Tian, change your clothes first, or go home and take a shower later, so you don't catch a cold." Although it is summer now, the temperature in Jelongquan Mountain where they just visited is still relatively low. Tang Xini was also worried that Chen Tian would catch a cold, so she kindly reminded him. Unexpectedly, as soon as Tang Xini finished speaking, a light curtain flashed in front of Chen Tian's eyes. It was detected that the master's physical condition was suspected, and the family was very unhappy. They took the initiative to contribute their god-level medical skills to help the master regain his masculinity. Chen Tian. System, come out for a moment. What does it mean to regain your glory? Please explain it to me clearly. Just when Chen Tian was feeling very depressed, he suddenly felt a warm feeling circulating in his mind, which was very comfortable. Immediately afterwards, Chen Tian felt that a lot of pharmacological knowledge appeared in his mind. The warm feeling had disappeared, and Chen Tian only felt more comfortable than ever before. He met Tang Xini's concerned eyes and said, "Okay, let me change my clothes first." After all, Tang Xini bought it specially, so it would be inappropriate if she didn't wear it. Chen Tian took off his shirt, revealing his muscular body again. This time, Tang Xini admired it openly and praised it in her heart. Chen Tian picked a bag at random, took out a shirt and put it on. After a simple adjustment, Chen Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It was indeed a perfect fit. Tang Xini had already gotten out of the car. She looked Chen Tian up and down, smiled, and said with satisfaction, "Yes, it really fits me well." Chen Tian gave Tang Xini a thumbs up and praised her. "That's Miss Tang's eyes. That's a radar eye." Tang Xini was very happy and raised her head high, making her exposed swan neck look even more slender and beautiful. Let's go back to the tea garden." Tang Xini raised her hand happily and walked straight to the car. The two continued on their way, but unexpectedly, before they had driven far, Tang Xini's car suddenly stopped on the side of the road with the hazard lights on. Chen Tian didn't understand why, so he parked his car behind Tang Xini. After waiting for about half a minute, Chen Tian didn't see any movement from Tang Xini in the car. He was obviously stunned for a moment and didn't know what was wrong with the other party. Chen Tian was worried that something might happen to Tang Xinyi, so he simply got out of the car and walked to Tang Xinyi's car. As soon as he walked over, Chen Tian saw Tang Xinyi lying on the steering wheel. Tang Xinyi's pretty face just turned towards Chen Tian's direction, and it could be clearly seen through the car window that she was breathing heavily and her face was visibly pale. When Chen Tian saw Tang Xinyi's expression, he was stunned for a moment, and quickly opened the car door, approached and asked, "What's wrong with you? It looks like it's quite serious." Tang Xinyi's pretty little face and all the facial features are almost blended together. When Tang Xinyi saw Chen Tian approaching, she forced a smile, but it was immediately covered up by the pain. "I'm having my period recently," Tang Xinyi muttered softly, answering Chen Tian's question. Chen Tian looked confused and asked casually, Which one? Which one?" Looking at Chen Tian's innocent face, Tang Xinyi gritted her teeth and said, "A relative is here. A straight man." Chen Tian curled his lips and thought to himself, "If you are having your period, just say you are having your period, why bother asking me to guess what's going on?" Chapter 34 Today is worth it. However, seeing Tang Xinyi's distress, Chen Tian couldn't bear to say anything to her. He thought for a moment and said, "Your menstrual cramps are so severe that you definitely can't drive. Let me take you home." Chen Tian could see that Tang Xinyi's limbs were curled up in pain, which was a subconscious protective action due to extreme pain. In this situation, it is still very dangerous to force driving. Tang Xinyi also knew her current situation, so she nodded and pulled the handbrake. It was then that Tang Xinyi realized that it was very difficult for her to perform such a simple action. After pulling out the car key, Tang Xinyi thought about climbing down by herself. Seeing Tang Xinyi's uncomfortable look, Chen Tian couldn't bear it anymore. He leaned over and gave Tang Xinyi a princess hug. Ah! Tang Xinyi never expected Chen Tian to do this. She subconsciously let out a soft cry and tightly grasped the front of Chen Tian's clothes with her two small hands. Her head was resting on Chen Tian's chest, and she could clearly hear his heartbeat. Tang Xinyi instantly felt that the drum-like sound made her heartbeat disordered. Chen Tian was very strong and easily carried Tang Xinyi to the passenger door. Tang Xinyi was just about to help open the car door, but unexpectedly Chen Tian pulled it open effortlessly and put her on the passenger seat. Looking at the interior of the car, Tang Xinyi was visibly stunned. It is truly a bulletproof version of the G-Class worth hundreds of millions, exuding luxury everywhere. Chen Tian had already sat in the driver's seat at this time. As soon as he got in, he leaned towards Tang Xinyi. Tang Xinyi felt Chen Tian approaching, and a warm masculine scent hit her face, making her whole body stiff. Two blushes appeared directly on Tang Xinyi's pretty face. She lowered her eyes slightly, her curly eyelashes curled up, like a little princess lost in the world. Tang Xinyi clenched her hands nervously, not knowing what Chen Tian was going to do by suddenly coming so close to her. At this moment, Tang Xinyi also saw Chen Tian reaching out his hand towards her. Tang Xinyi felt like her heart was about to stop beating, but unexpectedly, Chen Tian's hand reached over her, pulled up the seatbelt next to her and fastened it for her. Seeing that Chen Tian had already sat back in his seat, Tang Xinyi's cheeks turned red with embarrassment. "What are you thinking about?" Chen Tian didn't notice that Tang Xinyi was not feeling well at all, and thought she was feeling unwell, so he asked, "Can you still give me directions? Or should I use the navigation system myself?" Tang Xinyi shook her head. She sat in her seat and answered weakly, "It's okay, I'll show you the way." Under Tang Xinyi's guidance, Chen Tian drove into a villa area. This is also a famous villa area in Jinling. The French-style buildings exude a romantic atmosphere. Although this villa area has been established for a long time, each villa is well maintained, making people feel very comfortable in it. Tang Xinyi's home is managed very meticulously, which shows that her family members are the kind of people who know how to enjoy life. On the left-hand side as you enter the door is a very colorful small garden. There are flowers of various colors planted inside, which looks colorful and full of vitality. Chen Tian seemed to be infected by this atmosphere, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Tang Xinyi took Chen Tian into the villa. The lighting in the room was very good and the decoration was luxurious and grand. Looking at the empty villa, Chen Tian looked at Tang Xinyi and asked, "Is your family not home?" Tang Xinyi nodded gently and replied, "My parents are very busy at work and usually come back very late." Chen Tian hummed, held Tang Xinyi and walked towards the stairs, and asked in a low voice, "Where is your room?" "It's the first room on the right on the second floor." Tang Xinyi answered very obediently. Chen Tian easily carried Tang Xinyi to her boudoir. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a pair of black stockings scattered on the ground, posing a very seductive posture. Looking at these vivid stockings, Chen Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. After all, it was a girl's privacy, so Chen Tian wanted to divert his attention. Unexpectedly, when I turned my head, I saw a set of thin pajamas hanging next to the bed. The soft luster of the fabric makes people imagine a lot. Chen Tian's face darkened and he quickly looked at the various dolls placed randomly on the bed. Tang Xinyi followed Chen Tian's gaze and was immediately embarrassed. She quickly reached out to cover his eyes, and said quickly, "Don't look, don't look. Isn't it too embarrassing for Chen Tian to see these things when he comes here for the first time?" Chen Tian felt the girl's embarrassment in his arms, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said with a low laugh, "It's okay, I'm randomly blind." Tang Xinyi, is this really okay for you? Humph, men, it turns out that they all have deceitful mouths. Chen Tian carried Tang Xinyi to the bed, laid her down carefully, and did not forget to cover her with a blanket. "Wait for me." After Chen Tian finished speaking, he turned and went to the living room. When he came back, he was holding a cup of hot water in his hand and placed it on the bedside table. Looking at the hot steam, Chen Tian told Tang Xinyi, "It will be warmer soon. Drink more hot water. I'll go out now and get you some medicine." Dispensing medicine? Hearing Chen Tian's words, Tang Xinyi widened her eyes and said in surprise, "Can you make medicine? I have a prescription for treating dysmenorrhea. I've tried it before and it was a little helpful. How about you help me get these herbs?" "No, I know what to catch." As Chen Tian spoke, he walked towards the door. "After all, I am a person with god-level medical skills. If I still need to bring prescriptions for such a small matter, wouldn't that be a slap in the face?" Chen Tian drove directly to a larger Chinese medicine store nearby. Before I even entered the door, I saw a lot of people coming in and out, and it was obvious that business was booming. Chen Tian parked the car and walked into the Chinese medicine store. As soon as he entered the door, Chen Tiankai discovered that there was something mysterious going on here. Judging from the sign outside, this looks like an ordinary Chinese medicine store. But once I came in, I found that the area inside was actually very large. The hall in the middle is a huge medicine cabinet, with small drawers filled with names of a dazzling array of Chinese medicines. There are many consulting rooms on both sides of the hall, and many people are waiting at the door to see the doctor. The service of decorating Chinese medicine is provided here, so you can smell the faint aroma of medicine in the hall. "Hello?" Seeing Chen Tian approaching the counter, a beautiful girl came up to him and greeted him with a smile. Chen Tian raised his head. The girl in front of him looked a few years older than him, but she was very beautiful. Especially the pair of eyes like autumn water, looking at you with a smile, as if they can speak, very smart. This girl is the granddaughter of the owner of this pharmacy, her name is Gao Meng. Everyone in the family had to go out today, so she was temporarily drafted in to look after the store. Gao Meng was originally full of complaints about this, but now after seeing such a handsome guy, all his resentment disappeared instantly. Thinking of this, Gao Meng looked at Chen Tian in front of him and thought secretly in his heart, "I didn't expect that I would meet such a handsome guy when I came to help look after the store. Wow, it's worth coming here today." Chapter 35, Prescription. Gao Meng's eyes greedily swam on Chen Tian's face, and he asked, "Handsome boy, are you here to see a doctor or to get medicine?" "Get some medicine." Chen Tian answered directly and concisely. Gao Meng nodded, stretched out her hand towards Chen Tian, and said coquettishly, "Okay, give me the prescription. Cyperus rotundus, Linderi striata, Atractylodes macrocephala." Chen Tian dictated directly on the spot. Gao Meng on the opposite side was obviously stunned. He quickly picked up the paper and pen on the cabinet and began to take notes. After all, Gao Meng came from a medical family, so her eyes widened as she took notes. "Isn't this for treating menstrual pain?" The young man seems to know a lot about medicine. The senior executive looked at Chen Tian and said jokingly, "Young man, you really love your girlfriend." Chen Tian looked at Gao Meng's teasing, but smiled faintly and said nothing. Gao Meng didn't care. Her attention was already on the prescription, which she was thinking about carefully. Because she just discovered that there was obviously one more medicinal ingredient in the prescription given by Chen Tian. But after thinking about the pharmacology carefully, Gao Meng felt that this medicine was just right. "That's wonderful. While Chen Tian was waiting to get his medicine, he looked at the medicine cabinets at the back. He thought about it and said to Gao Meng, "Give me some more aged Ganoderma lucidum." The ginseng in this Chinese medicine store seems to be good, but Chen Tian will not consider it today. After all, ginseng can promote blood circulation. If Tang Xini uses it to make soup, wouldn't it cause bleeding? Thinking that since he was already here, Chen Tian casually mentioned the names of some medicinal herbs and asked Gao Meng to pack them up and give them to him. Chen Tian did not forget to add, "I want all of them in higher vintages." Chen Tian planned to keep these medicinal herbs at home in case of emergency. Gao Meng nodded, wrote down the names of the herbs one by one, and said to Chen Tian, "Okay, wait a moment." Chen Tian nodded and stood by waiting. Just at this moment, a young man walked into the pharmacy, also to buy medicinal herbs. The young man looked like a well-built man, with clear muscle outlines visible under his clothes. Moreover, his steps and movements were very skillful, and his back was straight, giving people the feeling that he was a member of the military. The young man walked quickly to the counter and handed over a prescription. The staff at the counter took it and muttered something in a low voice. Chen Tian was listening nearby. These were all tonic medicines, and they seemed to be used to nourish the body. Gao Meng, who was standing by, heard this and added a sentence at the right time, saying, "For this kind of tonic, it's better to buy some older ones. The effect will be better after boiling them." Is the effect better in high vintages? When he heard the words "good effect," a hint of joy flashed in the young man's eyes. He quickly asked, "Are the prices for these high vintages very high?" Gao Meng nodded and briefly quoted a few prices to the young man. The man opposite him looked obviously embarrassed when he heard it. The young man smiled bitterly and said to Gao Meng, "Forget it. I'll just take these years first. Thank you for your help." Gao Meng also nodded in understanding. After helping out in the store for a long time, he knew he shouldn't see too many things like this. After all, these high vintage medicines are expensive and not affordable for ordinary people. While thinking, Gao Meng looked at Chen Tian beside him. This guy bought so much at once, it seems his family must be well off. He is handsome, rich, and so caring. He is such an unforgettable guy. Chen Tian only felt a sense of righteousness from the young man and couldn't help but look at him a few more times. The young man felt Chen Tian's gaze and met his eyes. The two men smiled at each other, and the young man nodded at Chen Tian very casually. Seeing this, Chen Tian nodded in response. Because Chen Tian arrived first, his Chinese medicine was packed up quickly. After paying the bill, Chen Tian took the Chinese medicine, got in the car, and returned to Tang Xini's home again. Tang Xini was still a little weak. After Chen Tian greeted her, he went into the kitchen and boiled Chinese medicine for her. Boiling Chinese medicine is a delicate job, but Chen Tian is very patient and checks on it from time to time to avoid overboiling it. After the Chinese medicine was ready, Chen Tian carefully poured it into a bowl and brought it to Tang Xini's room while it was still hot. Chinese medicine smells bad. Tang Xini frowned and muttered with some dissatisfaction. With this look, she no longer looks as dignified and graceful as usual, she is just like a little girl acting like a spoiled child. Chen Tian couldn't help but chuckled, and patiently coaxed. Good medicine tastes bitter but is good for the disease. It may be a little bitter now, but you will feel better after you drink it. How great is that? Oh. Tang Xini pouted. Chen Tian put down the bowl, helped her up, and fed her in small sips. I don't know if it's the hot steam from the Chinese medicine, but Tang Xini's little face is red. The heat keeps flowing through her limbs and bones. Tang Xini feels much better. Especially the warmth inside her lower abdomen, the heat diluted the pain. Tang Xini blinked her eyes and suddenly felt very magical. Because of dysmenorrhea, she has taken a lot of Chinese medicine, but this is the first time she feels that Chinese medicine is so effective. Looking at Tang Xini, whose complexion had recovered a lot, Chen Tian sighed and couldn't help but said, "You are such a jerk, knowing that you have menstrual cramps, you still dare to ask someone to go on an outing at this time?" Tang Xini looked aggrieved, glanced at Chen Tian, and muttered, "How dare you say that to me? It was you who said yesterday that the tea wasn't made with mountain spring water, so it wasn't perfect." Chen Tian was the unintentional speaker, but Tang Xini was the taker. When Chen Tian heard this, he immediately laughed. So, he was the culprit of this incident? Looking at the aggrieved Tang Xini, Chen Tian shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, "Okay, since I made Miss Tang work so hard, I'll go prepare some food for you now, what do you think?" Hearing that Chen Tian wanted to cook for her, Tang Xinyi didn't have much hope, but she still agreed with a smile and said, "Okay." Chen Tian stood up and helped Tang Xinyi lift the quilt and said, "You just took medicine. You can rest for a while. It's good for your health. It would be best if she could sleep for a while. When sleeping, the body can absorb the medicine better. In this way, Tang Xinyi can recover better." After watching Tang Xinyi lie down, Chen Tian went to the kitchen and first checked the ingredients at home. Chen Tian took out a casserole from the cupboard and prepared to make a Ganoderma lucidum chicken soup for Tang Xinyi. Girls have low immunity during menstruation, so eating Ganoderma lucidum chicken soup can enhance immunity and is good for the body. Tang Xinyi's family had a rich variety of ingredients, so Chen Tian took out a fresh whole chicken, peeled it, and started cooking it with Ganoderma lucidum. Chen Tian didn't know Tang Xinyi's taste, so he didn't plan to make complicated meals. He simply made 4 dishes and a soup, and the dishes were all home-cooked meals. The ribs are stewed over low heat. Even if they are sweet and sour ribs, they need to be soft and tender, and they can also absorb the flavor better. The meal had just been prepared and Chen Tian originally wanted to ask Tang Xinyi to come down for dinner. Unexpectedly, Tang Xinyi had fallen into a deep sleep. Chapter 36 Dare to Take Action? Chen Tian closed the door and left the room. He went back to the kitchen, found some bowls and plates, and covered the dishes to keep them warm. Just when everything was done, Chen Tian's cell phone rang. Chen Tian took out his cell phone and found that it was Zhang Haoren calling. As soon as the phone was picked up, Zhang Haoren's voice came from the other end. "Brother Chen, where are you? My dad has finished his business, so I'm here to give you a watch." After all, it was a top-of-the-line watch worth more than 30 million yuan. Even Zhang Bo did not dare to neglect it. He gave the watch to his son immediately after signing the contract. Zhang Bo was worried that Zhang Haoren might do something weird again, so he warned him repeatedly. "Don't do anything else, just go and deliver the watch first, okay? And you are not allowed to bring it secretly again." If Zhang Bo didn't know his son well, who would believe that the watch was taken away by a bird? Zhang Haoren also knew the value of this watch, so he called Chen Tian as soon as possible. Chen Tian directly reported Tang Xinyi's home address and hung up the phone. Zhang Haoren was stunned when he heard the familiar address. Isn't this Sister Tang's villa? Without time to think about it, Zhang Haoren drove to Tang Xinyi's villa and called Chen Tian. Sure enough, after a while, Chen Tian was seen walking out of the villa. Zhang Haoren looked at Chen Tian, grinned, and asked, "Brother Chen, where are you? At Sister Tang's house?" Considering that Chen Tian and Tang Xinyi had only known each other for a short time, Tang Xinyi looked gentle and kind on the surface, but she was actually a very proud person at heart. Zhang Haoren suddenly thought of something. He raised his hand and pointed at the villa, saying, "What is Sister Tang doing at home? Is everyone there?" He just went to pick up his father after finishing his business talk. Could it be that everyone has moved to Sister Tang's villa for the party? Chen Tian waved his hand gently, blocking Zhang Haoren who wanted to go in, and answered, "No, don't disturb her, she just fell asleep." Tang Xinyi finally fell asleep, which was a good time for her to digest the medicine. She couldn't be disturbed at this time. Zhang Haoren fell asleep? Wow, Brother Chen is awesome, he got this. While thinking about it, Zhang Haoren looked at Chen Tian with strange eyes. This is simply my idol. Zhang Haoren had a curious look on his face and he couldn't wait to ask Chen Tian for some advice. In fact, Zhang Haoren is quite confident when it comes to girls. After all, he is the top young master in Jinling. If he just waves his hand, countless girls will rush to him. But top young ladies like Tang Xinyi are unruly and extremely arrogant. I didn't expect Chen Tian to win it so easily. This is beyond the description of an idol. This is simply YYDS. When the two were about to talk, a man with a little girl in his arms was running quickly on the other side. You can see that many people are chasing after us. However, their speed was obviously not as fast as the men's, and they were left far behind. Those people were left far behind, still shouting loudly. "Catch him, he's a human trafficker. Don't let him get away, he has a kidnapped child in his hands. Someone come quickly and stop him." Unfortunately, there were not many people on the road, so the man was holding the little girl and running fast on the road. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the small path next to him. He is tall and his movements are very agile. Chen Tian watched from behind and found that the young man who rushed out looked very familiar. He was the young man who bought medicine with him in the pharmacy before. The young man blocked the man's way. The man noticed that someone was blocking his way. He glared at the young man and shouted, "I'm so angry. If you don't want to die, get out of here right now." The young man completely ignored the man's threats. If he was afraid, he wouldn't have pounced on him just now. Looking at the man getting closer and closer, a dangerous aura flashed in the young man's eyes and he moved straight towards the man. As soon as the young man approached the man, he immediately went forward and punched the man twice. It can be seen that he is very skilled. The man with a face full of flesh felt the pain and became ruthless. He actually pulled out a dagger from his clothes. Go to hell. The man's eyes were fierce and he stabbed the young man with a dagger. The young man had never expected that the man would dare to attack with a dagger, and was stunned. The man just seized this opportunity, and the dagger stabbed forward obviously a little faster. Even though the young man was skilled enough, it was too late for him to dodge and he was cut on the arm by the man's dagger. The young man was injured. He lowered his head and looked at the bleeding wound, and he was also filled with anger. The man looked at the angry young man, raised a cruel smile on his face, and said sinisterly, "Want to fight back? Come here, come here." As he spoke, the man shook the little girl in his arms. Looking at the child in the man's arms, the young man was obviously a little afraid. What's more, the other party was holding a dagger in his hand. Under such double pressure, the young man's actions were obviously constrained. The man seemed to have noticed the young man's caution. Whenever the other party attacked him, he would immediately use the little girl as a shield, forcing the young man to withdraw his attack in a hurry. After a few exchanges, the man figured out the pattern and kept waving his dagger, trying to force the young man back. Both Zheng Haoran and Chen Tian saw this situation. Zheng Haoran immediately frowned, rolled up his sleeves and wanted to rush up. Human traffickers should be shot dead immediately. This kind of person is the most immoral and everyone should kill him. Just as Zheng Haoran was about to take action, he saw a figure rushing out from beside him. It was Chen Tian who took the lead and rushed out in one step. The man also saw Chen Tian's actions. A ferocious look appeared on his face, and he said with a grin, "Hee, there are so many people who are not afraid of death." The man has already figured out the thoughts of these self-proclaimed good people. How could they bear to see this little girl get hurt? As long as he had this hostage in his hand, he would have a golden ticket to immunity from death. No matter how many people come, they will not be his opponent. As the man thought this, he swung the dagger towards Chen Tian. Such a young and youthful person actually dares to come up here and wants to do good deeds? Humph, let me mark you first. Seeing the dagger about to stab Chen Tian, the young man next to him immediately exclaimed loudly, "Get out of the way, it's dangerous. If you really get stabbed, you will be seriously injured at least." The people nearby all gasped, thinking that Chen Tian might not be able to escape this time. Chen Tian looked at the dagger that was gradually approaching him, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. With this man's skills, he wanted to hurt him? Under everyone's gaze, Chen Tian moved. He stretched out his hand towards the man and grabbed the man's wrist at lightning speed. It didn't seem like Chen Tian was exerting any strength, but the man opposite him had already started screaming, like a pig being slaughtered. The man's face, which had been so fierce just now, was now pale. He only felt that there was a pair of pliers stuck on his wrist. Under the severe pain, the man could no longer hold the dagger in his hand. It fell to the ground with a clang. Chapter 37. Take it. The man's body began to tremble due to the pain. The little girl's light weight has now become a burden for men. Seeing that the little girl was about to slip out of his hand and fall to the ground, Chen Tian reached out his hand in time and pulled the little girl into his arms. Before the little girl could react, Chen Tian had already gently pressed the girl's head into his arms. The following scenes may be a bit violent, and it is not suitable for a little girl to watch too much of them. The man was half bent over in pain, and Chen Tian looked at him and bent his knee and pushed upwards, hitting the man's stomach. First there was a huge pain, and then the man felt stomach acid rising up, as if his whole body was soaked in stomach acid, and snot and tears flowed down together. Chen Tian had no intention of showing mercy. He now possessed god-level medical skills, so he naturally knew where to hit the body to cause the most pain. He just wanted to teach this man a lesson. After all, this was a society ruled by law, so he couldn't be too harsh, right? But sometimes, if you use the right techniques, you can teach the bad guys a lesson. Chen Tian's movements were so fast that everyone only saw a flash before their eyes, but the man on the ground had already been hit by several punches and kicks. The man had been beaten to the point of almost losing his soul. He still couldn't understand why the young man in front of him acted so differently. Was this something you practiced specifically in the Shaolin temple? He has an iron head, but the young man in front of him has iron hands and feet. Every punch and kick felt like being hit by an iron pestle, it hurt so much. The man had lost his previous arrogance and began rolling on the ground and screaming. There were many people standing around watching, everyone was whispering, but no one spoke for the man. This handsome boy is amazing. I just watched the whole process, it was done in one go. This kind of human trafficker is even more shameful, he really deserves to be beaten. Brother, you did a great job, hit him hard, let this kind of person remember it well. The human trafficker is quite good at acting, isn't he? Look at how miserable he is screaming, he must be trying to gain sympathy from passers-by. Such a person is so despicable. Luckily we were watching the whole thing, otherwise, I don't know how this man would pretend. He was wandering around with a dagger before, looking very fierce. Chen Tian was almost done fighting. Actually, he was not tired at all. He was just worried about scaring the little girl in his arms. After all, this man's screams were so miserable and so ugly. Chen Tian kicked the man in the stomach again. Such a powerful blow would cause the man's body to spasm due to pain, and he would have absolutely no strength to escape. This kind of garbage must be punished by law. Just at this moment, a girl ran over from not far away. This is a very beautiful girl. Even though her hair is messy due to running and her face is tearful, it does not affect her beauty. On the contrary, because of her miserable appearance, people can't help but feel a little pity for her. Chen Tian looked at the girl for 2 times. From her clothes, he could tell that she should be an urban beauty. Seeing the girl approaching, the little guy in Chen Tian's arms began to struggle, trying to break free from Chen Tian's arms. Don't move, I'll put you down. Chen Tian comforted the little girl very gently. If she fell from such a height, she would probably cry. He squatted down gently, put the little girl on the ground, and did not forget to help her tidy up her clothes. Then he smiled and said to her, "Okay, go ahead." "Thank you, brother." The little guy said this politely, and he ran towards the girl. The girl hugged the little girl and watched her sister's tears fall again. Although her eyes were red, she still tried to raise her little hand to wipe away her sister's tears. There was a hint of fear in the little girl's voice, and she said softly, "Don't worry, sis. I'm fine." As he spoke, tears began to fall. After all, she is just a little girl. She was frightened so much today that her little face turned pale and her usually rosy lips turned white today. When the girl saw that the little girl was so sensible, she was overwhelmed by a great pleasure of regaining what she had lost. Tears couldn't stop falling and she cried while hugging the little girl. 2 girls, one big and one small, were crying together. Chen Tian couldn't stand women's tears the most, so he walked aside and took some bandages and gauze from the medicine box in the car. He casually glanced at the things in the trunk, picked up a small red box next to it, and walked back holding it in his hand. Chen Tian walked straight to the young man, handed him the gauze in his hand, and said softly, "Bandage it up, don't let the wound get infected, you are so good at fighting, brother." Zhang Haoran also came over at this time. He looked Chen Tian up and down several times and asked with concern, "Brother Chen, are you okay? You weren't hurt just now, were you?" Zhang Haoran was filled with joy. He looked at Chen Tian with admiration and said, "Brother Chen, you are too good at fighting, aren't you?" Originally, Zhang Haoran thought that they should go forward to stop the man and wait for the people behind to catch up, or delay until the police arrived. Unexpectedly, Chen Tian knocked the man to the ground with one move, and he is still curled up on the ground, motionless. Chen Tian felt Zhang Haoran's concern, he smiled faintly and said, "I'm fine, look, I'm fine, right?" At this moment, the young man on the opposite side came towards Chen Tian and said with a smile, "Brother, please help me tie a knot." After the young man finished speaking, he held out his arm. The wound had been completely wrapped in gauze, but the young man only had one hand left, so it was indeed inconvenient to tie a knot. Chen Tian stepped forward, took the bandage from the young man's hand, and helped him tie it up. The young man stretched his arms and said with a smile, "Thank you so much, brother. My name is Su Tianqing, nice to meet you." As Su Tianqing spoke, his eyes were always on Chen Tian, and he was also extremely horrified in his heart. This young man is really good at fighting. Especially the attack he just made, it was obvious that he was a martial artist. Su Tianqing narrowed his eyes and calculated in his mind. To be honest, if he were to fight Chen Tian, he could only hold out for 2 more moves. Are you a member of the military? Su Tianqing looked at Chen Tian and asked curiously. After all, apart from those specially trained personnel in the military, Su Tianqing couldn't think of anyone more powerful. Chen Tian heard this, smiled faintly, shook his head, and said, I am not. No? Su Tianqing's eyes widened instantly, and he was even more shocked when he looked at Chen Tian. This skill is absolutely amazing. Chen Tian looked at Su Tianqing with interest at this time and asked, You were a member of the military, right? Have you retired now? Where do you serve? When Su Tianqing heard Chen Tian's question, a hint of bitterness flashed in his eyes, but it was captured very accurately by Chen Tian. Su Tianqing paused for a moment and said lightly, My mother is seriously ill, so I retired from the army and came back to take care of her. I've been busy running back and forth between home and the hospital recently, and I haven't taken up my post yet. Now I'm concentrating on taking care of my mother. Chen Tian nodded after hearing this. He seemed to remember something, handed the red box in his hand to Su Tianqing, and said, Take it. Chapter 38 So Tough. Su Tianqing took it without knowing what was going on, and opened it casually, revealing a very complete ginseng inside. Although he didn't understand pharmacology, Su Tianqing still understood the basic principles. This ginseng is obviously of high vintage. Thinking of the price he asked in the hospital last time, Su Tianqing's face changed, and he quickly closed it and pushed it towards Chen Tian, retreating and saying, No, I can't have this, it's too expensive. He and Chen Tianman had only met twice, so how could he possibly ask for such a valuable thing from someone else? Not to mention the value of this ginseng, Su Tianqing cannot even repay this favor. Chen Tian did not answer it. He looked at Su Tianqing with a smile and said sincerely, You bought those herbs at the pharmacy to nourish your mother, right? They are of high age and have good effects. Su Tianqing subconsciously wanted to refuse, but Chen Tian didn't give him a chance and continued. And after you take good care of your mother, work for me in the future, right? Don't waste your time. I'll give you 50,000 a month. How about that? 50,000? When Su Tianqing heard this, his eyes widened instantly. This is too much. Zheng Haoran, who was standing aside, had a depressed look on his face. He also wanted to recruit Su Tianqing just now, but unexpectedly, Chen Tian got there first. What's more, Brother Chen also invested a lot of money. It was 50,000 yuan directly, which shocked Zheng Haoran. Then, Zheng Haoran felt admiration for Chen Tian again. If you think about it carefully, Brother Chen should not only see Su Tianqing's value, but also see his current needs, so he offered such a high price. After waiting for a while, seeing that Su Tianqing did not agree immediately, Chen Tian smiled generously and said, No rush, add me on WeChat first, and we'll talk about the rest slowly. Su Tianqing quickly pulled out the QR code on his phone and added Chen Tian as a friend. At this time, the girl next to him wiped her tears and walked towards Chen Tian with the little girl. They came to thank Chen Tian. Hurry up and say thank you to your brother. The girl bent down and said to the little girl very gently. The little girl nodded. She looked at Chen Tian with a smile and said in a soft voice, Thank you, brother. Chen Tian squatted down, his eyes level with the little girl's, and replied with a smile. You're welcome. Only then did Chen Tian have the opportunity to take a closer look at the little girl. On her delicate little face, there was a pair of big round eyes that revealed a sense of cleverness. Although she is not very old, it can be seen that she will be a little beauty when she grows up. Just as everyone was talking, a police car drove over. It was a passerby who had called the police early on. When the trafficker saw the police coming, he not only had no desire to escape, but was so excited that he cried, Uncle Police, you are finally here. If you hadn't come, I would have been beaten to death. When passersby heard the trafficker say this, they subconsciously thought he was lying and trying to evade responsibility, and they all started to rebuke him. Police comrades, don't listen to his nonsense. He is a human trafficker, such a wicked person, what truth can he say? That's right. Look at his body, there's not even a single serious injury. How could he cry so miserably? He's obviously pretending. We were all nearby and saw it clearly. No one did anything to him. We just heard him screaming. Hearing the indignant words of passersby, the human trafficker cried even harder. Who can understand the pain in his heart? In the positions that Chen Tian had played before, any movement was extremely painful. He now really suspected that he had suffered internal injuries. The police took the human traffickers directly back to the police station, and Chen Tian and others also went back to the bureau to give their statements. After walking out of the police station, the girl caught up with them, stopped Chen Tian and others, and said, "Thank you for your help today. Can I treat you to a meal to show my appreciation?" Facing the girl's eager gaze, Su Tianqing waved his hands embarrassingly and refused. "I didn't help much, so I skipped the meal. Besides, I have to go home and take care of my mom. I'm sorry." As for Zhang Haoren next to him, he couldn't help much at first, he just came here with Chen Tian. Now that he saw that the matter had been resolved, he had no intention of accepting any reward without doing anything. After saying hello to Chen Tian, he left. Finally, Chen Tian was the only one left. Just as he was about to refuse, he felt someone grabbing the corner of his clothes. When Chen Tian lowered his head, he saw a little girl standing beside him. She was too short and could only reach the corner of Chen Tian's clothes. "Brother, please have dinner with us, okay?" The little guy seemed a little worried that Chen Tian would refuse, and shook his arm gently. Such a soft and cute look really made Chen Tian's heart melt into a ball. Chen Tian reached out and pinched the little girl's face. He looked up at the girl and felt that she looked familiar. The girl looked like she was crying before, but now she has completely calmed down and her face has been carefully cleaned. Apart from the red and swollen eye circles, there was nothing unusual. It was precisely because of the restored appearance that Chen Tian felt particularly familiar with it. He asked thoughtfully, "I think I've seen you somewhere." The little girl laughed when she heard Chen Tian's words and said, "Brother, you must have seen my sister on TV, right? My sister is a big star." When the little girl said this, Chen Tian suddenly remembered. This girl is Zhou Lingyun. Speaking of Zhou Lingyun, she is now a top star in the entertainment industry. She has always appeared as a pure and innocent girl on the screen and has won many awards. There are countless people who like her. She has attracted countless fans because of her sweet and pure appearance and is also a famous goddess for otakus. After the little girl said sister, she suddenly smiled and introduced herself to Chen Tian. "Brother, I'm Zhou Lingling." Zhou Lingyun looked at Zhou Lingling helplessly. She looked at Chen Tian next to her and invited him with a smile. "Why don't we find a place to eat first, and then talk slowly over the table, how about that?" Chen Tian nodded and said, "Okay, let's go." Zhou Lingyun was very familiar with the area, and she suggested going to a nearby restaurant to eat something. "You are so handsome. When I first saw you, I thought you were from a certain circle." Zhou Lingyun paused for a moment before continuing. "But those young guys in the circle are definitely not as tough as you. If it were them, they would have been scared and weakened just now. Forget about saving others, maybe you yourself need someone to save you." Chapter 39, What's so great about being handsome? Upon hearing this, Chen Tian just smiled and said nothing. A few people walked to the side and came to a food street. Led by Zhou Lingyun, everyone arrived at the door of a hotel. This hotel is decorated very luxuriously, especially the door. At first glance, you might think that the Arc de Triomphe was moved to your doorstep. It looks very majestic and impressive. Just standing at the door, you can imagine the luxury and grandeur inside the hotel. "Come on, let's eat here, shall we? I've been wanting to try this for a long time." Zhou Lingyun looked at Chen Tian with a smile, wondering whether the other party was satisfied with her arrangement. Chen Tian didn't have high demands for these. He nodded slightly and said, the guest should follow the host's wishes. Seeing the few people approaching, a tall waitress came up and asked politely, "Hello, do you three have an appointment?" Zhou Lingyun was stunned when she heard this, and asked, "Appointment?" When the waiter saw the confused faces of the two people, he knew that these were probably first-time customers and patiently explained. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's like this. This is a high-end club in Jinling, and we usually have a constant stream of guests. As everyone knows, our place is of very high standard, so the guests who come here are all of high status. In order to avoid customers arriving at the store but not being able to enjoy the service, we also consider the customer experience, so customers who come to the store must make an appointment in advance." At this point, the waiter looked at the three people with regret and said, "I'm so sorry, if you are a guest without a reservation, you cannot dine here." The waiter's attitude was very good. Worried that everyone might be in a bad mood, he even brought some balloons to Zhou Lingling to cheer her up. "I'm so sorry, guys. You can only come to dine if you make a reservation first. As the waiter spoke, he bowed respectfully to several people and apologized. His attitude was very nice. Chen Tian looked at the waiter and said directly, "Forget it, let's just eat somewhere else." "I'm so sorry, and thank you for your cooperation." The waiter apologized again and took out a few coupons and handed them to several people. When several people were about to turn around and leave, suddenly, a female voice came from behind them. "Lingyun, is that you? Are you guys coming here to eat too?" Hearing someone calling Zhou Lingyun, several people looked over in the direction of the voice. The person who was speaking was a woman with a charming figure. The corners of her eyes were slightly raised, making her look even more charming and attractive. Chen Tian looked at the other person's fox-like face and seemed to have some impression of him. After a moment of deep thought, Chen Tian finally remembered. This woman is also an actress. Her name is Chu Xin. Although Chu Xin and Zhou Lingyun are both actors, their styles are completely different. Zhou Lingyun has the image of a pure and innocent girl, while the roles played by Chu Xin in recent years are all hot and charming. At this time, Chu Xin was holding a middle-aged man's arm with both hands without any scruples, and was carrying him on her body as if no one was around. That bold and coquettish look made Zhou Lingyun subconsciously turn her head away. She really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. The man opposite looked quite old, probably as wealthy as Chu Xin's father. Especially the fat on his face, which has no elasticity at all. It is obvious that he is a lazy person who doesn't like to exercise and his skin has no elasticity at all. The Mediterranean hairstyle makes him look a few years older than his actual age. But Chu Xin didn't seem to care at all, and remained as calm as a little bird. It's a pity that the man is too short, so it's a bit awkward for the tall Chu Xin to do this action. The man brought Chu Xin to Zhou Lingyun. Zhou Lingyun looked at the man and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Director Liu." The man called Director Liu hummed. His eyes fell on Zhou Lingyun without any concealment. His eyes were full of greed. This Zhou Lingyun was the woman he had been eyeing for a long time. Unfortunately, she was the woman he had been thinking about for a long time, but could never get. Director Liu's eyes glanced at Zhou Lingyun's body from time to time. The more unattainable a woman was, the more it aroused his competitive spirit. He is now racking his brains to think of how he can get close to her. Director Liu felt excited when he thought about Zhou Lingyun's pure energy. Chu Xin, who was standing next to Director Liu, didn't pay any attention to what the man next to her was thinking. After all, in Chu Xin's heart, she is still quite confident in herself. This Zhou Lingyun always puts on airs, and the more she looks at her, the more she dislikes it. We are all in the entertainment industry, who doesn't know who? Why pretend to be a pure girl? Chu Xin looked at Zhou Lingyun in front of him and snorted in his heart. The relationship between the two of them has always been bad, and they often compete for resources. But now, Chu Xin is with a big director, so naturally she has to show off her skills to her usual rivals. Thinking of this, Chu Xin leaned closer to the man. Looking at Zhou Lingyun opposite him, with a faint expression on her face and no sign of being moved at all, Chu Xin felt depressed. She thought bitterly in her heart, "Just wait, I will come back and take all your resources away." Aren't you aloof? Don't you never accompany directors to produce films? Let's see how long you can stay this pure. When the time comes, you will be trampled under my feet. Thinking of this, Chu Xin smiled and looked at Zhou Lingyun and asked angrily, "Lingyun, why are you leaving before you even eat?" Zhou Lingyun replied very politely, "Yeah, we don't have a reservation, so we can only come next time." Faced with Zhou Lingyun's frank answer, Chu Xin felt very uncomfortable. She blinked, looked at Director Liu beside her, and asked in a pretentious tone, "Hey Director Liu, Lingyun and I are good friends from the same company. Can we invite Lingyun and others to have a meal together?" Liu Hao naturally nodded. His eyes fell on Chen Tian beside Zhou Lingyun and he asked, "Who is this one?" He looked at Chen Tian and found him very unfamiliar. After all, if he had seen such a handsome young man before, he would definitely be impressed. After all, he is a director and he has a pair of eyes that are very good at judging people. Especially since this young man has a good temperament, if he was a famous person in the circle, he would definitely have an impression of him. Zhou Lingyun simply replied, "This is my friend. Thank you for your kindness, but it's okay. Let's just go to another one." How could Liu Hao let Zhou Lingyun leave like this? He said directly, "It's fate that we met. Lingyun wouldn't just give me this little bit of face, right? This is a good opportunity, let's have dinner together. I happen to have a new drama recently, and I think there is a suitable role for you. Lu Hao spoke slowly, as if he was worried that Zhou Lingyun would continue to refuse, so he continued. No matter what, we are all in the same circle, and we still have to walk the road ahead. It is better to have more friends than more enemies, don't you think? Lu Hao's words were so irresistible that Zhou Lingyun frowned slightly, but had to agree. Seeing that Zhou Lingyun agreed, Lu Hao was very happy, and the corners of his mouth were almost reaching his ears. Zhou Lingyun didn't say much to Lu Hao, but looked at Chen Tian on the side and asked in a low voice. You don't mind if I agree to this for you, do you? Chen Tian looked very casual. It was just a meal and it would be the same no matter where he ate. Besides, Chen Tian also heard what Lu Hao said just now, and he didn't want to make things difficult for Zhou Lingyun. Lu Hao originally had a pretty good impression of Chen Tian, but now seeing Zhou Lingyun actually asking for his opinion so seriously, he suddenly became unhappy. Look at this young man in front of her. Apart from his good looks, he dresses so casually. What is there that makes Zhou Lingyun pay so much attention to him? We're just having a meal, and I still need to ask for his opinion? Who the hell is he? No matter who I am one of the most famous directors in China. The more Lu Hao thought about it, the more dissatisfied he felt, and his eyes were full of coldness as he looked at Chen Tian. I don't know how many young people like this I meet throughout the year. Do you really think that you can make it in the entertainment industry just because you look good? Humph, what's the point of being handsome? It also depends on whether there is anyone who dares to use you and will use you. He was very sure that this young man was definitely not someone he knew. Chapter 40, A Rising Tide Lifts All Boats. Even those in the entertainment industry are not very famous. He doesn't need to take such a small character seriously at all, he is so easy to deal with. Just give him a chance and he'll be gone immediately. Thinking of this, Lu Hao felt even more relaxed and proud. Looking at Zhou Lingyun and Chen Tian standing together, and seeing how handsome and beautiful they were, Lu Hao was only thinking about how to destroy such a harmonious and beautiful couple. Okay, let's go upstairs to eat first. We'll talk about other things at the dinner table. Lu Hao waved his hand and spoke in a very casual manner. His eyes, with a strange color in them, once again fell on Zhou Lingyun's proud figure. He suddenly leaned forward and whispered in her ear. If there's anything else you want to say, you can talk to me in private. I have plenty of time in the evening. When Lu Hao said this, he deliberately emphasized the word evening. In Lu Hao's opinion, he has a movie to shoot now, and he is giving Zhou Lingyun this opportunity because he has high hopes for her. As for whether this woman can get on well, it depends on her performance. Zhou Lingyun felt sick when she heard these words. She would not choose a role in a film directed by such a director even if he offered it to her. The films made by people with bad intentions will not be very good. Everyone walked into the hotel together. Chen Tian and Zhou Lingyun just followed behind without saying a word. The interior decoration of the hotel is very luxurious, and the entire marble floor is polished very beautifully with a very high gloss. Although they had walked some distance, the lighting in the hotel lobby was excellent, and the reflection of the light made the entire lobby look more luxurious. The huge crystal chandelier has a unique shape and hangs down from the ceiling, like a girl in a puffy skirt, so beautiful that it is impossible to look directly at it. Led by the waiter, everyone walked into the restaurant together. It's dinner time now, so there are still many customers in the restaurant. The air is filled with the aroma of delicious food, which is very tempting. At this moment, Lu Hao's attention was suddenly attracted by several figures not far away. I only saw a few figures, a dozen men in suits. They were standing in the waiting area of the restaurant, seemingly waiting for someone, and their eyes occasionally glanced towards the door. As soon as he saw those people, Lu Hao's eyes instantly lit up. This. I didn't expect that today's casual meal would bring me such a big harvest. While Lu Hao was cheering in his heart, he quickly walked towards the group of people. They had just come in and were not far away. When he came to the figures, Lu Hao smiled very flatteringly and greeted them enthusiastically. Are you guys here to eat too? Are you waiting for someone? When Lu Hao spoke to them, both his tone and attitude were respectful. Compared with his previous arrogant attitude, there was a hint of flattery. These people are not only well-known producers in the circle, but also the well-known god of wealth. To Lu Hao, that was an absolute nobleman. If I can further develop my relationship with these people, when I get a suitable script and want to make a movie in the future, I won't have to worry about investment issues at all. It was with this in mind that Lu Hao lowered his posture even more. Nowadays, who doesn't want to make a blockbuster with depth and full of special effects? But that all costs money. Without money, you can't capture the original flavor. As long as I can win an award, my future career as a director will only become smoother and smoother. At that time, wouldn't it be easy for him to sleep with any female celebrity he wanted? Several people glanced at Lu Hao and recognized that Lu Hao was also a director in the circle. However, people at their level were relatively easygoing. When they heard Lu Hao's question, they casually replied, "What a coincidence! We are going to host a distinguished guest here today." Distinguished guest? When he heard the word distinguished guest, Lu Hao's eyes instantly lit up. For someone who can be called a distinguished guest by these people, can his identity be anything other than simple? At the very least, it's definitely not someone that someone at his level can reach. Thinking of this, Lu Hao suddenly had an idea. He smiled apologetically and said to the others, "Then I must bother you later to toast this distinguished guest. Of course, the main thing is to toast you all." Although distinguished guests are important, these people are also big shots that Lu Hao wants to keep in his grasp. So when you say these things, you must be careful. Lu Hao is also an old hand at flattery, and he handles this little issue quite well. Sure enough, after hearing what Lu Hao said, the expressions of the people present became much better. One of the men glanced at Lu Hao and said in a light tone, "Okay, come over later. You're still in your rising stage. It will be good for you to get to know more people in the future." It is said to be a rising period, but the real meaning is that Lu Hao's identity is not enough, right? However, Lu Hao felt very happy. He repeatedly and flattered these people. "Everyone, I'll take you there." The waiter had already checked the table number, turned back, and spoke politely to Lu Hao and the others. Seeing this, Lu Hao spoke a few more words to those people before reluctantly following the waiter towards the dining table. "Director Lu, who were those people just now?" As soon as Chu Xian saw the way those people were dressed, he knew that they must be either rich or noble. Especially when he saw Lu Hao's flattering look just now, he was more certain of his thoughts. If Lu Hao hadn't been next to her, Chu Xian would have stuck to him. When Lu Hao heard Chu Xian's question, he glanced at the people, then cleared his throat and said, "Those guys are famous producers in our circle." "What is a producer?" "They are the god of wealth of the crew. How the movie turns out depends on how many clips these butlers give you. These producers not only have connections and can easily attract investment, but the most important thing is that with their names on the film, the quality of the entire film will be raised." Chapter 41 Who Gave Me the Courage? Hearing the names and works of these people, even Chen Tian, who is not very interested in the entertainment industry, feels very familiar. It can be seen that the names of these people are indeed very big. In addition, when Lu Hao introduced them, he added some very greasy adjectives, which made them seem even more distinguished. Chu Xian was listening on the side, his eyes almost bursting with fire. Are the identities of those people really so powerful? If I had known this would happen, I should have been smarter and stepped forward to exchange contact information. Lu Hao felt very comfortable listening to Chu Xian's various exclamations. Isn't this the effect you want? Let's talk about these upper-class people in the entertainment industry. I can also talk to them. With such relationships, my position in the entertainment industry is already very clear, okay? When Lu Hao thought about it, he instantly felt proud. He put his hands behind his back unconsciously and walked those few steps like an old cadre. At this time, the waiter brought a few people to the table. Their table was very far in, right next to the stairs. To be honest, it's a very ordinary position. When Lu Hao saw this, he did not feel the slightest bit of dissatisfaction in his heart, but rather a little surprised. If they're next to the stairs, wouldn't I be able to see them going upstairs later? Thinking this, Lu Hao deliberately chose a position where he could see the direction of the stairs when he sat down. Chu Xian naturally sat next to Lu Hao. As she sat down, she said to Lu Hao, "Director Lu, you are really amazing. You actually know such a person." Chu Xian was speaking to Lu Hao, but his eyes were looking at Zhou Lingyun opposite him. Zhou Lingyun looked at the smile on Chu Xian's face and suddenly felt speechless. It's okay that Chu Xian likes to compete with me for resources normally, but she has to act like this just to go out for a meal with a fat and unknown director? After all, you are a director. If you don't even know a few top producers, then wouldn't it be a waste of time? It's really speechless that people still have to pretend to be cool about this kind of thing. Lu Hao didn't notice that Zhou Lingyun and Chu Xian didn't get along. To him, the more they disagreed, the better it was for him. After all, the relationship between the two of them is not good. Whoever gets my help will be able to suppress the other, right? If you need my help, doesn't it cost something? Whenever Lu Hao thought about the chance to overthrow Zhou Lingyun, his mouth would become dry. He picked up the teacup on the table and drank it all, then said to Chu Xian beside him. Don't think that these producers have nothing to do with you. If you can get the favor of a good producer, you may become a big star with money to join the group in the future, understand? Lu Hao spoke in a sanctimonious manner. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xian's eyes immediately lit up. Her arms had already climbed up Lu Hao's arms, like two nimble snakes, tightly wrapping around him. Chu Xian even deliberately used her bear to rub Lu Hao, and said delicately, Director Lu, can you take me with you to have a drink later? Of course you can. You must perform well when the time comes. Lu Hao said loudly. After that, he glanced at Zhou Lingyun inconspicuously. I've explained it so clearly, Zhou Lingyun should understand, right? Unexpectedly, Zhou Lingyun on the opposite side always had a calm expression. Even after hearing Lu Haoming's implicit hints, his brows couldn't help but frown. However, no matter what the other party said, Zhou Lingyun looked unmoved. She was holding her younger sister Zhou Lingling's hand. The little girl followed her sister very obediently, looking around with her beautiful eyes. Lu Hao was not in a hurry when he saw that the other party was not getting the message. He looked at Chen Tian, who was sitting next to Zhou Lingyun, and asked arrogantly, Little brother, what job do you do now? He had a condescending attitude, as if he was giving Chen Tian enough face by taking the initiative to say a few words to him. This was Lu Hao's plan. He wanted Chen Tian to see clearly that he and he were from two completely different worlds. Whether for yourself or for Zhou Lingyun, don't snatch things from him. Chen Tian's expression remained calm. He took a sip of tea and replied, I don't have a job right now, so I'm unemployed. Chen Tian was speaking the truth. Although he was quite rich now, he did not have a job. Unemployed? When Lu Hao on the opposite side heard this, he almost laughed out loud and felt even more proud. In Lu Hao's opinion, Chen Tian has a good foundation. He originally thought that Chen Tian was an 18th-tier actor. I never thought that the other party was not even an actor, but a gigolo. Chu Xian, who was sitting next to Lu Hao, smiled like an auntie when she heard Chen Tian's answer. Oh my, if the occasion wasn't inappropriate, she really wanted to laugh out loud 3 times. She thought that someone like Zhou Lingyun, who usually acted so proud, would find what kind of boyfriend. I didn't expect that after searching so long and carefully selecting, I finally found a gigolo. If this fact were to get out, I'm afraid everyone would laugh their heads off. Thinking of this, Chu Xian just felt relieved. This woman always acts like a pure and innocent girl, and thinks she is so noble. The result is that you are asking for trouble. It is better to live a good life like this than to find a good-looking man who lives off you. At the very least, the benefits of doing this are real. Lu Hao also looked at Chen Tian thoughtfully. Although this young man was a gigolo, his appearance was really good. Especially with his temperament, if he were introduced to some female directors, he would probably be very popular. After all, those people just like young people like this with good physical strength. But after eating it, it will be thrown away. It's just right, allowing Chen Tian to feel the beatings of society and understand the cruelty of this world. The more Lu Hao thought about it, the more he felt that his idea was a good one. This pair of men and women were both useful. Just think of it as a benefit for the female colleagues in my company. Little brother, if you want to make a movie, I can introduce you to some female directors. Lu Hao spoke to Chen Tian with a little enthusiasm. Our company is one of the top giants in the entertainment industry. If you can get along well with those female directors, it will be easy for you to become famous. Lu Hao drank the tea in front of him in one gulp, straightened his shirt, and said in a calm tone, The main reason is that there is no role suitable for you in my film. Otherwise, as a director, I can help you. After talking for so long, it would be a pity if the other party still doesn't know that I am a director. Chen Tian and Zhou Lingyun didn't even respond. Facing such a self-satisfied unknown director, they didn't know who gave him the courage. Chapter 42 Mr. Chen, we meet again. Fortunately, at this time, the waiter came over with the menu and everyone started ordering. Lu Hao flipped through the menu and said generously, Everyone, please don't be polite today. Order whatever you want. I'll pay for it. While talking, Lu Hao had already ordered several dishes. In between orders, he raised his head and said with a smile, After all, I am somewhat famous, and the income from making a movie is not much different from what you actors make. What's more, we receive copyright dividends every year. Don't be polite, just eat it. Of course, Lu Hao was not really comparing his income with that of the actress, he just said it on purpose for Chen Tian to hear. I'd also like to give Zhou Lingyun a warning. She's a good girl, but she shouldn't always be clinging to a gigolo. Take a longer-term view so that you can have a brighter future. At this moment, at the door, the producers who had been flattered by Lu Hao just now were hurriedly walking out and heading towards an S-Class Maybach. As soon as I walked over, the producer who was walking in front of me stepped forward to help open the car door. The rest of them stood in 2 rows respectfully as if they were welcoming guests, bowing their heads to greet the big boss in the car. Mr. Lu, you are here. Several producers almost spoke in unison, looking at Mr. Lu sitting in the car and greeted him warmly. Mr. Lu in the car just stretched out 1 foot, revealing a shiny leather shoe. Afterwards, the talented person walked down, his aura so overwhelming that several producers bowed their heads again. Mr. Lu had a kind smile on his face. He first adjusted his handmade suit and said to the few people, "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Feeling the gazes cast upon their faces, several producers and Mr. Lu looked at each other. With just one glance, they felt a sense of sharpness and depth. Mr. Lu is truly a big shot. His eyes are like a scanner. When he looks into someone's eyes, I feel like I'm being seen through. Several producers gasped and quickly lowered their heads, becoming even more respectful towards Mr. Lu. The leading producer took a deep breath and looked at Mr. Lu, who was full of aura, with his eyes full of admiration. This Mr. Lu, Lu Ming, is a famous boss in the entertainment industry. Under his control, there are many entertainment industries, and now in Jinling, he is a powerful presence. It can be said that if Mr. Lu stomps his feet, countless people will be terrified and at a loss. In front of Mr. Lu, people like him are just relying on other people's investment to barely make a living. Several producers came to Jinling just to establish a good relationship with Mr. Lu. Seeing that Mr. Lu had arrived, he naturally began to flirt with him. "Boss Lu, we have reserved a private room upstairs. Let's go up now." After all, it's not good to say flattering words in public. We still have to go up to the box. If you have anything to say, you can talk slowly. Upon hearing this, Mr. Lu simply nodded and followed everyone into the hotel. After all, he was a famous boss in Jinling. As soon as he entered the hotel, the lobby manager came over and greeted Mr. Lu. Surrounded by a group of people, the leading producer was also extremely enthusiastic. He walked in front and led the way. Mr. Lu and others walked towards the stairs. Lu Hao was still chatting at the dinner table, talking about the interesting things that happened to him when he was on the crew, which made Chu Xian laugh. At this moment, he happened to see the producer and others walking towards him, and his eyebrows immediately raised. Lu Hao immediately sat up straight and adjusted his clothes to make himself look more energetic. He suddenly glanced at Chen Tian opposite him. Although there was still a smile on his face, a trace of contempt flashed across his eyes. He is really a man who is not worth showing off. I have just introduced to them the identities of several producers, but Chen Tian still looked as if he didn't see them. He is completely a hopeless person. If Zhou Lingyun lives with such a person every day, her future path will probably become narrower and narrower. Lu Hao was thinking in his heart, when suddenly he caught a glimpse of Lu Ming walking into the middle. As soon as he saw Lu Ming's face, Lu Hao felt like he was electrocuted and his whole body trembled. He stood up from the chair all of a sudden, his smiling face froze, and he said to everyone in a hurried tone, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and stand up." Chu Xian looked at Lu Hao's shocked expression. She had no idea what was going on. She stood up reluctantly and asked casually, "What's wrong?" Lu Hao didn't even look at Chu Xian, and didn't bother to care about her emotions. His eyes were fixed on Lu Ming, who was walking towards him. "Do you see the person surrounded in the middle? That's Lu Ming, a very famous person in the entertainment industry. He has many businesses in the entertainment industry. Haven't you seen those big producers being so respectful to him?" The moment he saw Lu Ming, Lu Hao finally knew who the distinguished guest these producers were talking about was. A big shot like this, just by stomping his feet in the entertainment industry, the entire entertainment industry will shake. Lu Hao was so excited that his heart was beating fast. If I could get in touch with such a big shot, I wouldn't have to worry about my future movies at all. When Chu Xian heard the other party's identity, he immediately stood up straight and said to Zhou Lingyun and others opposite him, Hurry up and stand up, don't cause us any trouble. Such a big man must be given enough respect. If someone at the same table disrespects others and it causes trouble for you, you will be at a great loss. Zhou Lingyun and Zhou Lingling were pulled up for unknown reasons. They didn't say much, but just looked at others in confusion. Now Chen Tian was the only one there, sitting quietly in a chair, drinking tea leisurely. Lu Hao did not notice Chen Tian's actions. He had already walked up to Lu Ming, bowed respectfully to him, and said, "Hello, Mr. Lu, I didn't expect to meet you here." Lu Ming looked at Lu Hao, his brows furrowed tightly, and asked with a puzzled look, "Who are you?" Lu Hao looked embarrassed when he heard Lu Ming's question. But after all, the boss was in front of him, so he couldn't afford to have any emotions, so he took the initiative to introduce himself. "Look at my brain. Mr. Lu is usually very busy with all kinds of things. How could he possibly remember a small person like me? I am a director, my name is Lu Hao, I hope Mr. Lu will take care of me if he has the chance." When Lu Ming heard what Lu Hao said, he just said "oh" lightly. With his identity, there were countless people who claimed to be directors coming to him to ask for care all day long. He was no longer surprised by such requests. For a moment, he completely ignored Lu Hao in front of him. At this time, the producer in charge frowned when he saw the table where Lu Hao was walking towards. He saw that several girls had stood up, but Chen Tian was the only one still sitting there quietly. He immediately felt dissatisfied and asked Lu Hao directly, "Are these all your friends?" Hearing the dissatisfaction in the lead producer's tone, Lu Hao looked puzzled and subconsciously turned his head to look behind him. When Lu Hao turned around, he found that Chen Tian was still sitting on the chair at his table and had not stood up at all to greet Mr. Lu. No wonder the producer who was in charge just now was unhappy, this is simply too ignorant. Lu Hao just felt his scalp tingling. If he really offended Mr. Lu, or any of the producers around him, it would be a big event that he could not handle. Besides, he did so much just to gain a good development. How could he lose everything because of a weird kid? Thinking of this, Lu Hao felt a surge of anger rushing from the soles of his feet to his forehead. He pointed at Chen Tian and shouted, "Boy, do you know what you are doing? Stand up right now." If his future is really affected because of him, Lu Hao will not let him go. The producers heard Lu Hao's scolding and all looked at the table behind Lu Hao. Seeing that Chen Tian hadn't stood up yet and didn't even have the slightest intention of standing up, his expression changed and his face became cold and stern. Listening to the noise of the crowd, Lu Ming frowned and looked towards that table. When Lu Ming's gaze fell on Chen Tian, he suddenly seemed to be petrified and stood still. Lu Ming's eyes widened and he stood there in a daze, as if he had seen something incredible. His hands were still in the posture of adjusting his clothes. He was obviously shocked. For a moment, he completely forgot what to do next. The entire hall seemed to have stopped at this moment, and the noise subsided a little. But the next moment, Lu Ming had recovered from his shock. He was stunned for a moment, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. Lu Hao had already turned around completely. He faced Chen Tian and kept scolding him. "Boy, do you know who this person is? This person is? He doesn't even recognize the famous Mr. Lu. This kid has completely blocked his way into the entertainment industry. Humph, it's such a waste to have such a pretty face for nothing. If only there were someone who had a little more sense of tact, maybe he would be able to soar to the sky." But before Lu Hao could finish his words, Lu Ming behind him had already bypassed Lu Hao and walked towards Chen Tian. As soon as he opened his mouth, he shocked everyone. "Mr. Chen, what a fate! It hasn't been long since we met again." Chapter 43. Everyone is shocked. Facing Lu Ming's surprised look, Chen Tian also raised his head. He had some impression of this man. He was one of the several CEOs who had free tea at Z&T Garden that day. They even exchanged contact information at that time, and unexpectedly met again here today. Lu Ming's words seemed to still be ringing in his ears. This time, Lu Hao was stunned. What's going on? What did Mr. Lu call that kid just now? Mr. Chen? How is this possible? Chen Tian looked to be in his early 20s, while Mr. Lu was already over 40. How could he take the initiative to call a young man sir? What is the identity of this Chen Tian? The producers behind were also stunned. Unlike Lu Hao, they had only heard about Lu Ming. They had dealt with Lu Ming many times. Which of the CEOs who can reach this position is not arrogant and has a high opinion of himself? But what did they just see? Mr. Lu actually spoke to the young man very respectfully, and the tone of his voice was completely different from when he spoke to them. Moreover, they had never heard of Mr. Lu, who was always cold and tough, being so polite to anyone. Even those big guys who are on par with Mr. Lu would probably not be treated like this by him. Thinking of this, the producers quickly exchanged glances and saw a hint of fear in each other's eyes. This young man's identity is definitely not simple. If they offend such people, the project they want to discuss will probably be in vain. For a moment, the faces of these producers changed again and again, each with their own thoughts. Not only were they stunned, even Zhou Lingyun and Chu Xian were shocked. When they saw Lu Ming coming over, they originally thought that Lu Ming felt that Chen Tian didn't respect him and wanted to teach him a lesson. Chu Xian was full of gloating, while Zhou Lingyun on the side was full of worry and was already thinking about how to rescue Chen Tian. The two of them would never have imagined that the situation would be like this. What is going on? Who exactly is this Chen Tian? Chen Tian didn't care about the gazes of the crowd. He sipped his tea and said indifferently to Lu Ming. What a coincidence. After a simple greeting, Chen Tian looked at the people behind Lu Ming. Suddenly, he remembered what Lu Hao had said before and asked. Mr. Lu, are you in the entertainment industry? When Lu Ming heard Chen Tian's question, he replied with a smile. Yes, Mr. Chen, do you want to invest? He knew Chen Tian's wealth. If such a big shot invested in the entertainment industry, he would become famous in minutes. Chen Tian listened to Lu Ming's words, waved his hand gently, and said with a smile. You guys are all big productions, I don't have that much money to invest. No funds? Listening to Chen Tian's refusal, Lu Ming laughed out loud and said helplessly. Mr. Chen, if someone else said this, I would still believe it. But you lost money that day, and if you still say this, we will be too ashamed to invest. If you buy a house casually, you have to spend billions of cash to buy it. How can we call our small amount of money an investment? In front of Chen Tian's lavish spending, their little money was like a joke. If they hadn't known Chen Tian's amazing strength, how could those top CEOs that day have been so astonished by Chen Tian? Lu Ming's words shocked everyone present even more. Many people subconsciously reached out and scratched their ears, fearing that they had heard it wrongly. Wow, billions in one go? Or cash to buy a house? To be honest, these people don't even have 100 million in cash in their accounts. Most of the money is in assets, invested in business or used for investment. Being able to come up with billions of dollars at once, let them alone, even a big shot like Lu Ming would probably find it extremely difficult. This is cash. There are only a few companies in China that can have such cash flow. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Chen Tian, their eyes full of admiration and envy. How young is this person? He has already achieved so much now. How much less will he achieve in the future? Just as everyone was having all sorts of thoughts, Lu Hao and Chu Xian were already trembling with fear. Chu Xian is better off. She is just worried that Zhou Lingyun will tell Chen Tian about her misdeeds. At that time, will Chen Tian join forces with some bigwigs to directly ban himself in the entertainment industry? Lu Hao was much more miserable. He had never looked down on Chen Tian since he met him. Not only did he speak harshly, but he also said so many harsh words in front of Lu Ming just now in order to show off himself. If Chen Tian took this to heart, his path in this line of work would be truly blocked. What should I do? Just when Lu Hao and Chu Xian were feeling very uncomfortable, Lu Ming bowed slightly to Chen Tian and said with a smile. Mr. Chen, I won't bother you anymore. Anyway, they have added our contact information, so there is definitely a long way to go. Good. Chen Tian smiled and nodded, watching Lu Ming walk towards the producers. The producers on the other side looked at Lu Hao coldly. They all thought of Lu Hao's attitude towards Mr. Chen just now, and then thought about Lu Ming's enthusiasm and respect towards Chen Tian just now, and they glared at Lu Hao fiercely. This look was filled with determination and indifference. Realizing the meaning in those eyes, Lu Hao's mind went blank in an instant, and he knew he was finished. He just felt like his brain was freezing up and he couldn't even speak properly. Lu Ming and others had been walking for a long time, but Lu Hao and Chu Xian were still standing there, feeling cramps in their calves. Even a big shot like Lu Ming has to be treated respectfully, but he just cursed him? Lu Hao wanted to slap himself hard. He was about to cry. He walked up to Chen Tian and said apologetically. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I was wrong and I deserve to be beaten. Please don't treat me like that. Just treat me like a piece of shit and give me a way out. Lu Hao has deeply realized that if he cannot get Chen Tian's forgiveness, it will be difficult for him to survive in the entertainment industry. Even if it means asking himself and Chen Tian to kowtow and apologize, as long as it can make up for it, he is definitely willing to try. Lu Hao is very clear that he has been a director for so many years and is finally about to see hope. He really cannot quit. He quickly asked the waiter to bring a bottle of top-quality red wine, respectfully filled Chen Tian's glass, and then began to toast Chen Tian, hoping to gain Chen Tian's forgiveness. Chapter 44, A Beauty is a Perfect Match for a Hero. Chen Tian looked at Lu Hao's actions coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Wasn't you quite tough just now, saying that you were a big director in the entertainment industry, the kind who could make someone famous or kill someone in a matter of minutes? Now that he came to apologize, Chen Tian was unwilling to pay attention and just snorted coldly. To Lu Hao and Chu Xian, this cold snort sounded like thunder in dry land. The huge thunder struck them directly on the top of their heads, frightening them so much that they shivered and their bodies shook unnaturally. What to do? Judging from the boss's situation, it's obvious that he doesn't want to forgive them. What should they do now? Chu Xian was about to cry. She looked at Zhou Lingyun for help, hoping that her mortal enemy could be a saintly bitch and rush out to save her. Unfortunately, Chu Xian's expectations were wrong after all. Zhou Lingyun was indifferent from beginning to end and did nothing. However, Chu Xian also blamed Zhou Lingyun wrongly. After all, Zhou Lingyun and Chen Tian were not familiar with each other, and the other party was her benefactor. In this situation, the fact that Zhou Lingyun did not help to trample on Chu Xian and Lu Hao already showed that she was very kind. Still want to help, isn't this bullshit? Just at this time, the waiter started serving the dishes. Various delicacies have been served on the table, and for a moment, the air is filled with the tempting aroma of food. Chu Xian and Lu Hao looked on stupidly, staring straight at Chen Tian and Zhou Lingyun. Both of them didn't know what they should do now. Should I stay or leave quickly? After all, if they stayed, they wouldn't be able to get to the table, right? If we sit down and eat together with a shameless face, the boss on the other side will be even angry, right? Chu Xian thought about it. Although she and Lu Hao had bullied Zhou Lingyun, she didn't say anything to Chen Tian. In this situation, it would be best for me to escape as quickly as possible. Judging from the expressions of those producers just now, Director Lu may not be around for long. It is even a question whether he can start shooting a new movie. Instead of this, it would be better to withdraw early and avoid trouble. The more Chu Xian thought about it, the more she felt it made sense. She did not dare to flee directly. She smiled at Zhou Lingyun and Chen Tiangan and said softly, You guys eat first, I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that, he ran directly towards the outside without caring about their reactions. It was as if there was a tiger following her and asking her for syrup urgently. When Lu Hao saw Chu Xian running away, he was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. He looked at Chu Xian's fleeing back fiercely, cursing in his heart. Stinky woman, if it weren't for you being so unlucky, how could I have gotten into trouble with this living devil? You dare to run away now? Very well, when I run away, I will find trouble with you first. Even if I die, I won't let you have an easy life. The sweat on Lu Hao's head was getting more and more. Many people around him saw him standing there and looked towards him. No one knows what this person is doing there. Lu Hao's eyes flashed, he looked at Chen Tian and Zhou Lingyun, bowed respectfully, and said loudly, Mr. Chen, my appearance is not very pretty. I'll go fix it up. After Lu Hao finished speaking, he did not dare to leave like Chu Xian. After all, he really offended Chen Tian when he spoke just now. Seeing that Chen Tian and Zhou Lingyun completely ignored him, Lu Hao ran out of the hotel step by step. Chen Tian, Zhou Lingyun and the other two were eating leisurely. Seeing that Zhou Lingling wanted to eat fish, Chen Tian carefully helped her remove the fish bones before feeding her. Thank you, brother. After Zhou Lingling ate the fish that Chen Tian fed her, her little mouth became particularly sweet and she smiled very brightly. Chen Tian was also happy to make the little guy happy, and the two of them had a very good relationship. Zhou Lingyun ate in small bites, looking at Chen Tian from time to time with a searching look in her eyes. She was really a little curious about the identity of this young man who looked younger than herself. Even a big shot like Lu Ming had to speak to him politely. What surprised Zhou Lingyun the most was that Chen Tian's skills were really good. Although she was far away at that time, Zhou Lingyun watched the whole process carefully. If Chen Tian had not taken action, even with Su Tianqing's help on the scene, it would have been impossible to capture the human trafficker in such a short time. Even in the end, the human traffickers might use Zhou Lingling's safety to threaten everyone. Not only will Lingling be injured, but she will also probably suffer great psychological trauma. Young people like this are simply amazing. Thinking of this, Zhou Lingyun looked at Chen Tian with shock in her eyes. Chen Tian didn't care at all. He tapped the table lightly and said with a faint smile, "Don't look at me, look at the food. Aren't you hungry?" Chen Tian knew that Zhou Lingyun had chased the human traffickers for a long distance before. For other people, running this distance is nothing, but for a female star like Zhou Lingyun, who can only eat 2 bites of food in a meal, the consumption must be quite huge. If you work so hard, you'd better eat more. When Zhou Lingyun heard Chen Tian say this, her pretty face turned red instantly. She nodded subconsciously, then smiled and said to Chen Tian, "Thank you so much today." Whether it was Zhou Lingyun's tone of voice or her smile, they were all full of sincerity. Seeing this, Chen Tian also smiled faintly and answered seriously, "You're welcome." After a while, Lu Ming and several producers also came down. They came to toast. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Chen Tian respectfully and said, "Mr. Chen, they were ignorant before, please don't take it personally." Seeing this, several other producers also stepped forward and apologized very sincerely. "Mr. Chen, we are the ones who failed to recognize the great man. Please don't take us as an example." Just now in the box, Lu Ming told a few people about Chen Tian's deeds, and everyone was so frightened that they collapsed under the table. They actually looked down on people like this before? This. Lu Ming clinked glasses with Chen Tian, then turned his gaze towards Zhou Lingyun and said jokingly with a smile, "We said Lingyun never drinks alcohol and never goes to chaotic places in the circle. It turns out that she has Mr. Chen. With such a big money sponsor, is there any need to go to that kind of place? You will reach the peak of your life in just a few minutes." Chapter 45, The Cooking is So Delicious? At this time, several other producers looked at Zhou Lingyun as if they had seen a savior, and praised her one after another. "Lingyun will be at the peak of her life from now on. Just say the word and you can choose any of my films this year." Yes, I actually have a few roles here that are very suitable for a pure face like Lingyun to play. They will definitely add a lot of color to the movie. I also hope Lingyun can say a few good words for us. After all, we will always make mistakes in life. When we make a wrong step, we should be given a chance to correct it, right? While the producer was offering benefits to Zhou Lingyun, he was also secretly hinting to the other party to say something good for them. Before in the box, Mr. Liu had already analyzed Chen Tian's identity to them. All the big guys in Jinling are respectful to such people. How dare a few small producers like them act so arrogantly? The outcome is obvious. However, Mr. Liu also knew that it was not easy for these gold medal producers to get to this point, so he gave them a way out. They went down and apologized to Mr. Chen. As long as Mr. Chen forgave them, everything would be fine. If you don't forgive me, just go back and wait for a call. After several producers came down, they looked at Chen Tian subtly. This young man has a very good temperament, and that is why, when they first met, she subconsciously thought that Chen Tian was also a newcomer in the circle. Because of their preconceived notions, several producers dared to speak so aggressively. Otherwise, even if they had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to be so arrogant. After all, the producer sounds famous, but in front of these big guys, he is nothing. Once they lose the support of the big guys, their so-called gold medals will be meaningless. If you can't attract investment, you can't be considered a truly good producer. Faced with the producer's request, Zhou Lingyun shook her head helplessly. Zhou Lingyun came to invite her benefactors to dinner, not to lobby for them. "I am just a small actor and cannot be such a big lobbyist." Several producers had awkward smiles on their faces, their hearts filled with fear. Chen Tian completely treated them as invisible people. When Lu Ming saw Chen Tian's attitude, he seemed to understand something in his heart. He stood up and said to Chen Tian with a smile, "Mr. Chen, I won't disturb you while you're dining. I'll invite you out for tea when I have time." Chen Tian nodded, and Lu Ming walked straight upstairs without even looking at the producers. Several producers were left there, looking at each other, completely at a loss as to what to do. Just at this moment, their cell phones rang. The leading producer turned pale, took out his cell phone and looked at the caller ID, his pupils dilated instantly. This is the company's phone number. The situations of the other people were similar, and they all received calls from the company. The lead producer thought about it and finally picked up the phone. The person on the other end of the line was a company employee, who announced in an emotionless voice that all their current work had been suspended. Pause all? After hearing the notice, the producer collapsed on the carpet of the hotel. For them, this means being banned and hidden. That means their careers are over. Several producers beat their chests and stamped their feet, feeling extremely angry. No one expected that in the time it took to have a meal, they would lose their life's work. It's amazing. All kinds of complicated emotions rushed into their hearts, and their brains seemed to have crashed, going blank. Chen Tian and Zhou Lingyun seemed to be completely oblivious to the people around them and were enjoying the dishes peacefully. Zhou Lingyun sighed in her heart. The world is changing so fast. You never know, a seemingly insignificant opportunity can make a person lose everything. At the same time, Tang Xinyi also woke up in her own villa. An unprecedented feeling of warmth enveloped her body, and Tang Xinyi herself felt comfortable all over. This was a feeling she had never experienced during her period. My goodness, is Chen Tian still a miracle doctor? Tang Xinyi got off the bed and felt it. When she was sure that she was safe, her eyes sparkled. She suddenly realized that Chen Tian was like a Russian nesting doll. You thought you had seen all of him, but when you opened it, you found a smaller version of him. Although it is a smaller version, there is an old saying that what is concentrated is always the essence. When you open the small nesting doll inside, you will find that you have met a stronger and more perfect Chen Tian. Tang Xinyi felt that she was completely well again. She stroked her shriveled stomach and then she remembered that she seemed to have not eaten for a whole day. Go check the kitchen, if that doesn't work, order some takeout. Tang Xinyi looked at the time and muttered to herself. During this period of time, her parents should still be busy at work and naturally have no time to cook for her. The part-time worker at home had been on leave for the past few days, so Tang Xinyi had to take care of everything by herself. Unfortunately, she had her period and didn't have the energy to go out for a meal. While Tang Xinyi was talking, she had already walked downstairs. When I saw the bowls and plates on the dining table, I was stunned. What is going on? Tang Xinyi walked to the dining table with a puzzled look on her face, and carefully took a plate away, revealing the food inside. The next second, the aroma of sweet and sour pork ribs spread throughout the room. There was still steam on the plate in his hand, obviously it had been made not long ago. Tang Xinyi's heart moved. Was this something Chen Tian had done while she was sleeping? She opened the tableware one by one and found that Chen Tian had prepared 4 dishes and a soup for her. The chicken soup was rich in flavor and bright in broth. Since the chicken skin was removed in advance, there was not much oil in the soup and it was very clear. Huge Ganoderma lucidum floated on the surface of the soup. Judging from its size, it was obvious that it was worth a lot of money. Tang Xinyi smelled the fragrance of the food and suddenly felt even hungry. A hunger she had never experienced before invaded her nerves. Wow, it smells so good. Tang Xinyi quickly went to the kitchen to get some dishes and chopsticks, then sat at the dining table and enjoyed the delicious food. The ribs are moderately sweet and sour, soft and tender in the mouth, and the aroma of the meat is not covered by the taste of the seasoning. It is so delicious that it makes you want to scream. Tang Xinyi had a delicious meal and instantly felt full of strength. This feeling of contentment is so comfortable. After eating, Tang Xinyi drank another bowl of Ganoderma lucidum chicken soup before returning to her room. She remembered that Chen Tian had told her to get more rest. Tang Xinyi was indeed a little tired today, so she went to bed early. Feeling the warmth in her abdomen, Tang Xinyi smiled and then fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 46, Changing the Car Again? At this time, Chen Tian and Zhou Lingyun had almost finished eating. Looking at Zhou Lingling who was clinging to him, Chen Tian's eyebrows and eyes were filled with tenderness, and he asked with a smile. How's it going, little girl? Are you full? Zhou Lingling raised her head, looked at Chen Tian with her big watery eyes, giggled, nodded, and said, I'm full of bro. Zhou Lingyun watched from the side, looking helpless. My sister is really good at acting like a spoiled child. If she continues to be so clingy, she can probably just change her surname to Chen. Seeing that everyone had finished eating, Chen Tian stood up and prepared to pay the bill. Unexpectedly, Zhou Lingyun beside him quickly stopped him and said seriously, Mr. Chen, please look after Lingling for me. I'm going to pay the bill. Seeing that his purpose was exposed, Chen Tian smiled faintly and said, Let me pay the bill. Zhou Lingyun got angry when she heard what Chen Tian said, and said angrily, It's my treat today, you can't cheat. After saying that, Zhou Lingyun winked at her sister who was sitting in her seat. Zhou Lingling was not ambiguous when she saw this. She went straight forward and hugged Chen Tian's thigh, saying softly, "Brother, hug me." Looking at the small pendant hanging on his leg, Chen Tian looked helpless. Facing such a lovely little helper like Zhou Lingyun, he couldn't get angry at all. He reached out and rubbed Zhou Lingling's little face. The soft touch made Chen Tian's remaining depression disappear. Chen Tian sighed in his heart and thought secretly, "It seems that the tenfold rebate this time is definitely gone. It's a pity that my ambitious career ambition is wasted. What a damn effort." Zhou Lingyun quickly returned. She looked in a good mood, with a smile on her face. She said to Chen Tian, "I really want to thank you today. Is it convenient for me to add you on WeChat?" Chen Tian did not refuse. He readily took out the WeChat QR code and added Zhou Lingyun as a friend. The three of them separated at the hotel entrance, and Chen Tian walked back to Tang Xinyi's villa and got his car. Chen Tian thought that Tang Xinyi was not feeling well, so he did not disturb her. He simply unlocked the car and got into it. Seeing that it was still early, Chen Tian thought about it and decided to take a walk around Tianfu City. He hasn't even seen any of the houses over there. Then I thought about going to Tianfu City. Chen Tian didn't rush to start the car, but sat in the car and sent a message to Zhang Shuyao. Last time, Zhang Shuyao told Chen Tian several times that if he wanted to go to Tianfu City, he must send her a message. After all, I have already promised her, so there is no need to deceive the girl. After sending the message, Chen Tian put his phone aside, started the car and drove towards his destination. At this time, Zhang Shuyao was in the conference room, conducting induction training for new employees. Zhang Shuyao was wearing black work clothes, the fitted clothes perfectly outlined her curves. Even when sitting on a chair, her abdomen remains as flat as before, without a trace of fat. Zhang Shuyao has appropriate makeup on her face. The seemingly simple makeup highlights all of Zhang Shuyao's advantages. It has elevated her personal temperament to a higher level. "Manager Zhang, may I ask, how can we tell if a customer is really planning to buy a house?" A newcomer stood up and looked at Zhang Shuyao and asked. The newlyweds looked at Zhang Shuyao with eyes full of admiration and envy. It can be said that all the newcomers who received training on site regarded Zhang Shuyao as their idol. After all, Zhang Shuyao created a sales legend in Tianfu City, selling so many houses in one day. Moreover, as a newcomer with only a few months of experience, he was directly promoted to several levels and became the sales manager. How could such a sales manager, who is also a top beauty, not become their idol? Everyone is eager to learn from Zhang Shuyao. What exactly should they do to have the possibility of meeting such a big client? I was even more excited when I thought about the possible commission I could get. Zhang Shuyao stood up from her chair when she heard the question raised by the newcomer. She was wearing 7-centimeter high heels, which made her already tall figure look even more slender. Especially the pair of long legs, which seemed to be infinitely stretched and very beautiful. Zhang Shuyao's eyes swept across the faces of the newlyweds one by one, and she suddenly said in a serious tone she had never used before. "Actually, even if you don't ask me this question now, I'm going to find a time to talk to you about it. Now that you have become my subordinates, I hope you will remember every word I said today." When the newlyweds heard this, they all sat up straight, raised their heads slightly, looked at Zhang Shuyao, and waited for her explanation. They all want to do sales, and only by impressing the customers can they make a deal. So it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to hear a truly experienced sales manager tell them the secrets. Looking at the expectant eyes of these people, Zhang Shuyao said, "I want you to forget about the so-called target customer groups, and to truly receive every customer who visits with your heart." "Everyone?" The newlyweds were obviously a little confused, because the group only develops high-end projects and there is a constant stream of people looking at the houses. If they don't select them, how can they possibly accommodate us? This is a little different from what they have learned so far. Zhang Shuyao looked at their puzzled eyes with clear and bright eyes, and spoke with power. "So in your eyes, what is the target group? Luxury cars and watches, or the elderly? Or do you have some special ability to see who has wealth?" The series of rhetorical questions stunned all the newlyweds present. Zhang Shuyao took a deep breath. Maybe these people couldn't understand now, but one day, they would understand what she meant. She is a newcomer, is it just luck? Zhang Shuyao thought about it for many nights and she figured it out. It wasn't just good luck. She had to admit that Chen Tian was an excellent client who gave her an opportunity to show herself and move up to her current position step by step. But Zhang Shuyao also knew that the reason why Chen Tian gave her a chance was because she had come out. When everyone thought that Chen Tian was just a young man, they walked up to him and took what they knew seriously. This is the real reason for her success. Think about it again, if there is really such a set of rules, how many experienced salespeople do we have here? Can such a customer be assigned to you? Zhang Shuyao's words were very blunt, and everyone present widened their eyes. They had to admit that what Zhang Shuyao said made a lot of sense. Once such customers come in, they will naturally be snatched away by the old salesman. Zhang Shuyao herself has gone through this, so everything she said came from the heart. If you want to succeed, you must seize every opportunity and try your best to train yourself. During this training process, it is possible to get your first order. As for the so-called miracle, we can only wait slowly through hard training. The newlyweds' eyes changed from confusion and doubt at the beginning to understanding and gratitude. This answer is absolutely the truth from the heart. This is the answer they need most now. Manager Zhang, thank you. Now we know what to do. A newcomer stood up and said to Zhang Shuyao with gratitude. Zhang Shuyao looked at everyone and nodded. The main point had been made. As for how much they could accept, it depended on the understanding of this group of newcomers. Although she has not been a sales manager for long, Zhang Shuyao is very capable and has quickly adapted to the job. At this moment, Zhang Shuyao's cell phone on the table vibrated. Zhang Shuyao picked it up casually and looked at the message on it. Her bright and pretty face was visibly stunned. She looked at everyone and said concisely, "Everyone, take a look at the information here. I have something to go out for." After saying that, Zhang Shuyao quickly walked outside with a hint of urgency on her face. Looking at Zhang Shuyao's hurried back, the newcomers sitting in the conference room immediately started gossiping. The newlyweds watched Zhang Shuyao walk towards the front door. They stood on the other side of the conference room. Because the conference room was decorated entirely with glass, they could see Zhang Shuyao standing at the door, seemingly waiting for someone. Their eyes lit up and they began to make their own guesses. What is Manager Zhang doing? Looks like he's waiting for someone? Tell me, who is this person who could make our steady and generous Manager Zhang look so anxious? I've been here for so long, but this is the first time I've seen Manager Zhang look like this. Could it be the legendary Mr. Chen? Apart from that big client, who else could it be that is worthy of such a big fanfare from Manager Zhang? I heard that Mr. Chen is very handsome. And to buy so many houses at once, he must be famous at a young age. I really want to meet such a handsome guy. When they thought that it might be Mr. Chen, all the newcomers present became extremely curious. They each found a seat and looked towards the door. This is a good opportunity for them to train their eyesight. When they see different customers in the future, they should make different recommendations, right? Besides, this is a big client worth billions. Even if I can only meet him once, it would be a great honor. Zhang Shuyao waited outside for a while and saw a Mercedes-Benz G drive into the sales hall. Chen Tian was sitting in the car and immediately saw Zhang Shuyao standing outside the door. After all, she was once the school belle, a top beauty. Standing here, she is naturally very conspicuous. Chen Tian lowered the window and shouted to Zhang Shuyao. Get in the car. Hearing the familiar voice coming from the car, Zhang Shuyao looked inside the G-Class. Seeing Chen Tian looking at her with a smile, Zhang Shuyao was obviously stunned. She stared at the Mercedes-Benz G in front of her in amazement, her pretty face full of surprise. Mr. Chen, have you changed your car again? Chapter 47. Mr. Chen, where are you going? The newcomers almost stuck to the glass, looking at Chen Tian's handsome face, shocked. Oh my god, is this the legendary Mr. Chen? He's so handsome, isn't he? If Manager Zhang hadn't been so respectful to him, I wouldn't have doubted you if you said he was an idol star. He's super handsome. He's already handsome, and he drives such a cool Mercedes-Benz G. This is incredible. I feel like I'm in love. Amid the exclamations of the newlyweds, Zhang Shuyao sat in the passenger seat of the G-Class. Mr. Chen, you are finally here. Where should we go first? I have notified the property management and sent the key to the door of Villa number 1. Zhang Shuyao looked at Chen Tian and spoke with a smile, her face full of respect and seriousness. It was the man in front of her who gave her a stage to showcase her abilities. Whether for public or private reasons, she will introduce these properties to Chen Tian. Chen Tian didn't think twice and said directly. I won't look at anything else. Just take me to see Villa number 1. After all, one number 1 villa can buy dozens of ordinary properties. Zhang Shuyao had already guessed what Chen Tian would say, so she helped Chen Tian find the way and walked into the villa area. Because you left in a hurry last time, I didn't register your vehicle information and biometric information. If it's convenient for you, I can take you to do it later. Zhang Shuyao stretched her head out and greeted the security guard, then explained to Chen Tian. Chen Tian is the biggest customer in Tenfu City. He must not allow such a super god to feel uncomfortable. The layout inside the community is very elegant, with an atmosphere of freedom and romance everywhere, which echoes the villas here and is very beautiful. Just driving in like this, Chen Tian immediately felt the difference from other communities. Even the famous wealthy area where Tang Xini lives is somewhat inferior to here. After all, this is a newly built villa area, so many of the equipment and layouts are more advanced and reasonable. Chen Tian took a quick look and found that even the endless flower bushes on the roadside were planted with some rare flowers, which were very beautiful. Soon, under the guidance of Zhang Shuyao, the two came to a huge villa. Chen Tian parked the car at the door, and the two got out of the car and looked at the villa in front of them. This place is located in the center of the entire villa area, and the best scenery is built around it. Because there are villas here and the owners are all noble people who pay more attention to personal privacy, these landscapes are equivalent to the garden of the owner of Villa Number 1. Chen Tian took a careful look and found that the east gate here just happened to face the passage in front of Villa Number 1. The purple air coming from the east could directly enter the house, which was a very good feng shui. Not to mention the lake in front of the door and the rockery forest built behind Villa Number 1, which all hide the best feng shui in Villa Number 1. Seeing this, Chen Tian nodded with some satisfaction. Just for this dignity and importance, it was worth spending 800 million to buy it. Zhang Shuyao had already walked towards Villa Number 1, opened the door with the key, and said to Chen Tian behind him, Mr. Chen, please cooperate with me to enter the biometric information. Tianfu City's security systems are all connected. As long as you log in on one terminal, the information inside can be synchronized to other systems. This way, when Chen Tian comes over next time, he can come directly here. Chen Tian nodded when he heard this, and entered his fingerprints, iris information, and facial scan into the system at the gate. The door has been opened. After entering the information, Chen Tian has walked in first. There is a huge courtyard at the entrance. There is a very delicate flowing water wall at the door. It doesn't make much noise, but it looks very artistic. There are a few goldfish swimming in the pond, not many in number, but they are free and easy. Looking at this scene, Chen Tian raised a smile. This was far different from his own white marble fish pond. I was right not to come and see it at that time. Otherwise, he would be disappointed with such a big gap. The cobblestone aisle was paved quite beautifully, and beautiful flowers were planted in the exquisitely shaped flower beds. As the breeze blows, it shows off its beautiful figure to the fullest. At this moment, Zhang Shuyao had already prepared the information and walked over. She stood at the door and introduced the scenery at the door to Chen Tian. Zhang Shuyao introduced everything in detail. In order to make sure that Chen Tian would know Villa Number 1 well when he came, she memorized the parameters carefully. If there were some things I didn't understand, I would personally go to the housekeeper to ask for clarification. This is just a small garden at the entrance. There is a larger garden behind the house, and the outdoor swimming pool is also next to the garden. Zhang Shuyao looked at Chen Tian with a smile. The sense of superiority of Villa Number 1 was something that no other villa here could possess. The two people walked through the garden in front. Zhang Shuyao looked at a tulip in front of her and couldn't help but lower her body and take a deep breath. The faint floral scent wafts into your nose, making your heart flutter. Chen Tian's gaze fell on Zhang Shuyao's figure. This posture was unintentionally tempting, and it made the curves of a woman more prominent. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, Chen Tian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. She really deserved to be the department belle and campus belle of the university. She was the best in both figure and appearance. Especially with this gentle and friendly temperament, it is really suitable for her to work in sales. Zhang Shuyao quickly straightened up and introduced the flower species here to Chen Tian. You also know these? Chen Tian couldn't help but look at Zhang Shuyao curiously. From what she introduced, it sounded quite professional. Zhang Shuyao was very happy to hear Chen Tian's praise. She explained cheerfully. I really didn't understand it at first, but I asked the gardeners here and they told me. When you encounter difficulties, you naturally need to seek help from professionals so that they can be handled efficiently and quickly. Hearing Zhang Shuyao's slightly proud tone, Chen Tian suddenly laughed, gave Zhang Shuyao a thumbs up, and exclaimed, "This beauty is really thoughtful. The two of them took a quick look at the garden and then went straight into the main part of the villa. As soon as you enter the villa, you will see a huge ceiling painting with a strong artistic atmosphere. Zhang Shuyao followed Chen Tian's line of sight and introduced. This is the work of a modern abstract painting master. The real estate company's CEO admired him very much, so he paid a high price for the painting and hung it here. Truly great works, like this classic villa, require time to mature. The boss believes that both this huge painting and this villa will be good things of great value. Chen Tian looked at the collision of various bright colors and the imaginative metaphors and nodded slightly. This painting complements the surrounding decorations and matches very well. The interior decoration adopts a low-key French style, but the sense of luxury is not diminished at all. The furniture in the whole house are basically from low-key and niche high-end brands, which reflects the designer's unique taste. Chen Tian sat down on the sofa, feeling the calfskin with excellent rebound under him, which was considered pretty good. Just be careless. Hearing Chen Tian's comments, Zhang Shuyao's eyes widened instantly. No way? A luxury sofa worth hundreds of thousands of dollars is just barely acceptable in other people's eyes? This. What would you use if you were in an extraordinary situation? However, Zhang Shuyao soon felt relieved. The world of a top tycoon who spends billions of dollars on buying a house is naturally not something a girl like her can understand. The only thing is that the gap is huge. At this moment, Chen Tian's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Tian Feng. Tian Feng was Chen Tian's college roommate, and they had a very good relationship back then. Looking at the name, Chen Tian quickly answered the phone. As soon as the call was connected, Tian Feng's familiar voice sounded from the other end, and he greeted Chen Tian very familiarly. Third brother, what are you doing? After graduation, you don't know how to contact us brothers, right? They had indeed not been in touch for a while, and Chen Tian also felt emotional when listening to the voices of his old friends. They got along very well back then. When a few brothers got together to discuss, they found out that he was the third oldest in the dormitory, so his roommates called him the third oldest. When you hear this name, it seems as if you are instantly brought back to those unforgettable youthful years. Chen Tian smiled and said, "How can that be possible?" Tian Feng naturally knew what kind of person Chen Tian was, so he spoke directly. "Tonight, a few of my college classmates and I are meeting up at Xinnan Bar, would you like to come? My brothers and some other classmates are here, so it should be quite lively. Come over and meet them. Let me tell you, I found a few good-looking girls here with hot bodies. I'm drooling just thinking about them. You must come, and don't delay us, or we will rush to your place in the middle of the night and let you feel what a spirited young man is." Girl? Hot body? Chen Tian listened and suddenly thought to himself, MMP, the boss loves to play, I don't know where he found it. Although he also knew that the boss had good intentions and wanted to take care of them, the single guys. But he didn't dare to do anything wrong, as it was important to keep his clean life. Okay, then you wait for me. Chen Tian agreed with a chuckle and hung up the phone. Seeing Chen Tian hung up the phone, Zhang Shuyao asked casually. Mr. Chen, where are you going? Zhang Shuyao was thinking that if Chen Tian needed it, their Tianfu City property could provide pick-up and drop-off services for the owners. Chen Tian heard Zhang Shuyao's question. He looked up at her and said in a serious tone. You don't have to be so polite, just call me Chen Tian. Zhang Shuyao was obviously stunned when she heard Chen Tian say this. After thinking about it, she smiled and said to Chen Tian. Okay, Chen Tian, do you need a ride? Our property management can provide free pickup and drop-off service. Looking at Zhang Shuyao with a smile on her face, Chen Tian suddenly opened his mouth and invited. I'm going to the bar soon, and I just happen to need a shield. Can you come with me? Zhang Shuyao was stunned. Seeing this, Chen Tian briefly recounted what happened tonight. I won't force you to drink. If anything happens, I'll help you carry it. After hearing Chen Tian's assurance, Zhang Shuyao suddenly felt upset. Mr. Chen said this and felt like he was just a tool. However, thinking about going to the bar, Zhang Shuyao was obviously a little entangled, but thinking that he was her big client after all, Zhang Shuyao said with a firm face. Okay, I'll go with you. Chen Tian. Just go to the bar, why do you look like you are ready to die? We are all serious people, okay? Chen Tian blinked his eyes, and suddenly asked Zhang Shuyao, saying, Have you ever been to a bar? Zhang Shuyao felt insulted when she heard this. She said in dissatisfaction. I'm so old now, and I've lived in a big city for so many years. How is it possible that I haven't been there? Chen Tian couldn't help but raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhang Shuya with a smile, as if to say, "You're making this up, keep making it up." Really? I'm just busy with work right now, so I haven't been there for a long time. Zhang Shuyao added to increase credibility. Chapter 48. I might arrive later. Chen Tian laughed when he saw her expression, which made Zhang Shuyao blush, as if she had been seen through. Seeing that it was still early, Chen Tian and Zhang Shuyao rested at home for a while before driving towards Xinnan Bar. Night has fallen and Jinling's nightlife has officially begun. There are bright lights and nightlife everywhere, and the neon lights of various colors are lit early. Although there is no sun, this is still a city that never sleeps. Jinling has always had a rich nightlife, and this period of time coincides with the evening rush hour, so the traffic on the road is very congested. Even though the car owners nearby subconsciously avoided the luxury car, a big car like the Mercedes-Benz G-Class cannot be squeezed through a small gap. After being stuck in traffic for an hour or so, they finally arrived at the Xinnan Bar. Chen Tian and Zhang Shuya both sighed, thinking that this first-tier city also has its downsides. The traffic jam is really too serious. This is Jinling's famous bar street, lined with various nightclubs and countless themed bars for you to choose from. At this time, there were many young people standing at the door of the nightclub, all gathered here, talking in groups of 3 or 5. Most of them were people waiting to enter. A few of them were talking when they suddenly saw Chen Tian's car slowly driving over from the other side of the street. A young man suddenly jumped up from the ground, pointed at Chen Tian's car and exclaimed, "Holy crap! Look, there's a Mercedes-Benz G-Class over there. Look at its tough lines, it's so handsome. If I had a car like this, I would wake up laughing in my sleep." The envy in his tone was evident. Everyone was startled by the young man's words and looked in the direction of his finger. A young man next to him rolled his eyes helplessly and complained, "What's there to be envious of? It's just a G-Class Mercedes worth 1 or 2 million yuan. Any decent sports car would beat him in seconds. What's the use of being big? It's still not as valuable as a sports car." Hearing what the young man said, a young man nearby who knew a lot about cars almost burst out laughing. People who pretend to know everything are so ridiculous and scary. "Brother, what are you talking about? This car is a bulletproof version, and it costs about 100 million. And this car needs to be customized. Whether it can pass the review is up to the manufacturer. People who can buy this level of car not only need to be extremely rich, but also need to have a certain influence. Otherwise, the manufacturer may simply ignore your order request." When the young people present heard the price of a car of 100 million, they were all stunned. "No way? A car actually costs 100 million? What kind of person can afford a car of this level?" At least in their opinion, this is definitely the rhythm of the top rich people. The young man who didn't know much about cars said with disdain, "This car owner is too shameless. He drives this car out just to pick up girls, right? Even if you were really asked to load up a whole truck, could your body bear it? Humph, if you pretend to be cool, you will be struck by lightning." A girl next to him looked at the young man gritting his teeth, sneered, and said disdainfully, "You're just jealous. Believe it or not, there are girls willing to sit on the roof of a car as long as the owner is willing. The chance of meeting such a rich man is almost zero. Who would be willing to give up such a good opportunity?" At this time, there were already quite a few people who looked like students waiting at the door of the bar. Tian Feng was also in the crowd. He looked around for a while, frowning slightly, obviously a little anxious, and muttered, "What's going on? Why hasn't the third brother come yet? It's okay for a few of us to wait here, after all, we brought a few girls with us. If they get impatient, all our work today would be in vain." Thinking of this, Tian Feng sighed in his heart. No wonder the third brother is so handsome but has always been single. This guy is simply a titanium straight man, actually making girls wait. With such an attitude, you deserve to be single. The girls next to them had good tempers. Although they had to wait for a while, there was no impatience on their faces. One of the girls even came up to Tian Feng and asked with a smile, "Brother Feng, is that good friend you mentioned really handsome? Is he as good as you said?" Tian Feng looked at the girl seriously, patted his chest and said, "That's not true. Brother Feng, how can I lie to you? Look at my 2 brothers, aren't they handsome?" As he spoke, Tian Feng deliberately stood aside, revealing the second and fourth brothers beside him. When the second and fourth brothers heard the eldest brother mention them, they immediately became confused and subconsciously straightened their chests to make themselves look more energetic. Both of them chose plaid shirts today, and with their honest looks, they look like good students. Moreover, after seeing several girls, the second and fourth brothers lost their usual enthusiasm for bragging. They looked a little restrained and couldn't relax at all. That smile didn't look much better than crying. Tianfeng, who was standing by, looked at the cowardly performance of these two and sucked his teeth. If the third brother doesn't come to support us, we'll be doomed. How can I trick girls into coming to parties in the future? Several girls listened to Tianfeng's words, looked at the second and fourth brothers, and curled their lips. I no longer have any hope for the handsome guy who hasn't shown up yet. The two men were dressed in ordinary clothes, and their looks were the kind that would be hard to tell apart in a crowd. The most important thing is that these two people don't look like they come from rich families. Such men make girls feel that they are not challenging at all. When people come to nightclubs, what they want to hook up with is either a strong and handsome guy who can stimulate their hormone secretion. Either you catch a rich husband and reach the peak of your life, there is absolutely no other option. Such honest men should be left to the sisters who attend social gatherings or blind date parties. They are not worthy of them. Just as everyone was talking, a bright orange Audi R8 suddenly drove towards them. When they suddenly saw such a sexy car appear, all the students' attention was drawn to it. Everyone was looking at it eagerly. Such a beautiful car was indeed more likely to be seen at the entrance of the nightclub. At this time, the car door was pushed open and the owner walked out. He was a tall and burly man. When the man appeared, many people present were stunned. Tianfeng and others looked at each other in surprise. Fuck, squad leader? A classmate jumped out from the side, and he came to the side of class monitor Xia Jinghao in 2 steps, exclaiming, Squad leader, you are really capable. It's like an Audi R8, it's so beautiful. The other students only reacted at this time and gathered around the class monitor Xia Jinghao, talking to each other. This is a super deluxe version of the 5.2 LV10 engine. It has a full 620 horsepower. Such a coquettish little beast is simply the most dazzling star in the dark night. This color is a great choice. It's really a luxury car. The paint is so beautiful. It's really enviable. Squad leader, just choosing this color must cost a lot of money, right? Spending money is secondary. The main thing is that such optional equipment can only be produced by the original factory, and you have to wait for a long time. It seems that the squad leader has reserved this car before he graduated. You are worthy of being the class monitor. We are back to the starting point after graduation, but the class monitor is heading straight to the peak of life. Xia Jinghao enjoyed the admiration of his classmates. He waved his hands pretentiously and explained indifferently. Everyone, don't underestimate yourself. My family bought this for me, there's really nothing to brag about. In one sentence, it not only reflects Xia Jinghao's easygoing nature, but also reveals the fact that his family is very well off. This is the real Versailles, everything is self-explanatory. It seems like nothing was said, yet it seems like everything was said. Many students immediately continued the conversation with a smile and continued to flatter the class monitor. We will follow the squad leader from now on. We have someone as our golden thigh, and our future will be smoother than others. Of course. The class monitor organized this party to promote us. By then, our class's employment rate will definitely surpass all other classes. What does the employment rate matter? The most important thing is that we have an expert leading the way. In the future, we will be promoted faster than others. In the future, our class will be the one with the best development. In that case, it's all thanks to us having a good squad leader. Not only were the classmates looking at Xia Jinghao eagerly, but even the girls brought by Tianfeng were looking at the Audi R8 sports car with shocked expressions on their faces. Xia Jinghao was pushed to the altar by everyone. He was immediately happy, his eyes full of pride and enjoyment, but he still pretended to be very humble and said, What do you mean by big shot? I can't be considered one now. We are old classmates, we just want to exchange contacts and help each other. After hearing Xia Jinghao say this, his classmates felt that he had great potential for future success. Not only does he have a high enough starting point, the most important thing is that he is humble and cautious. How could such a person, who is so good at dealing with people and doing things, not be successful? For a moment, almost all the students gathered around Xia Jinghao, chatting and laughing with him. Everyone waited for a while, and Xia Jinghao frowned, obviously getting impatient, and asked, Who else is missing now? I drove here and arrived early, but there are still people who haven't arrived yet? As soon as Xia Jinghao spoke, some students began to look around and answered. I looked and Lu Feng hadn't come yet. When they heard Lu Feng's name, the other students nodded and said, let's wait a little longer. Lu Feng's family is relatively well off, and the purpose of today's small gathering is mainly to watch the performances of Xia Jinghao and Lu Feng. One of the two main characters hasn't arrived yet, how can we put on a show? Xia Jinghao suddenly laughed and explained to everyone. Lu Feng told me that we have to wait a while. Is there anyone else? At this time, Tian Feng took the initiative to stand up and said, Chen Tian hasn't come yet. Should we wait a little longer? He should be here soon. When Xia Jinghao heard Chen Tian's name, he sneered in his heart. What was there to wait for this Chen Tian? What benefits can we get from having a good relationship with him and giving him enough respect? Nothing at all. They all saw Chen Tian's family situation at the time. How many times has he not been the one to be criticized in the class? What use is there in such a person? When other students graduate, at most they fall back to the starting point and start again. Someone like Chen Tian, who has no family background at all, will fall directly into the dust. When Xia Jinghao thought of this, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. There are still people waiting for such a classmate, and the development of friends of such a person will not be much better. When the other students heard Chen Tian's name, they all showed a hint of impatience. What are you waiting for? There are so many of us, and we are waiting for just one person? A classmate scolded directly without hiding the contempt in his eyes. When the other students heard this, they also spoke up. Yeah, what's there to wait for? Let's go in first. How could a classmate who couldn't help much deserve to keep so many people waiting? Tian Feng looked at the faces of these people, snorted coldly, and scolded. You didn't say anything when you said you were waiting for Lu Feng. But now you're like this when you heard you were waiting for Chen Tian? The friendship you claim to have with your old classmates is actually not that important. The students were choked by Tian Feng's words, and no one said anything more. Xia Jinghao walked into the bar surrounded by his classmates. Seeing the rich son-in-law enter the bar, the girls brought by Tian Feng immediately said anxiously, Brother Tian, we are afraid of the sun, so we will go in first. After saying that, without waiting for Tian Feng and the others to speak, he hurriedly followed Xia Jinghao and the others, as if he was afraid of being left behind by them. Tian Feng. Afraid of the sun? Are you afraid that the neon lights at night will burn your face? Seeing this situation, the second and fourth brothers looked at Tian Feng helplessly. Boss. Tian Feng looked at the backs of the girls and cursed them bitterly. I really picked the wrong guy, this rubbish snob. Let's just wait for the third brother here, what a bunch of crap. No matter what, he was the one who called Chen Tian here. Given their friendship during college, he couldn't leave Chen Tian alone outside. Everyone waited for a while, and suddenly Tian Feng's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Chen Tian calling, so he quickly answered. Third brother, where are you? We are waiting for you at the door. As Tian Feng spoke, he looked around, searching for Chen Tian. Chen Tian listened to Tian Feng's voice, as if he had already thought of the old classmate looking around, and suddenly laughed and said, There's a bit of a traffic jam here, so it might take a while to get there. Don't wait outside, go in first. Tian Feng nodded and said, Okay, let's go in first. If you can't find it after you get in, call me and I'll pick you up. Chapter 49, Fool, the school beauty was picked by Chen Tian. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Tian Feng called the second and fourth brothers and walked into the bar. It's quite quiet here, with no loud music, so it's a good place to chat and reminisce. After Tian Feng and others walked in, they looked at the decoration here and found it very tasteful. Some classmates saw a few people coming in and waved to them, and a few people also walked towards the classmates' seats. At this time, the students were talking about finding jobs. Some students who had already found jobs looked at Xia Jinghao, shook their heads, and said with emotion, What's the point of finding a good job? We still can't compare with our squad leader. He owns a family business, the whole company belongs to him. Upon hearing this, Xia Jinghao waved his hands in annoyance and said, Please stop talking about it. Actually, I don't really like the projects done by the family business. I envy you too, because you can find an industry you like. I am tied to the family and can't get away. The students' eyes widened instantly, and they said in shock, Our monitor is really too Versailles. Listen to what he said. He continued the family business and said he had no choice. I really want something like this out of necessity. Unfortunately, my family can only make ends meet. My parents are civil servants, but they don't care about succession anymore. Who says it's not true? We are destined to be hard workers. We just need to find a job to make ends meet. The monitor is really lucky. His reincarnation posture is so handsome. Sha Jinghao was naturally very proud. He looked at Tian Feng, who had already taken his seat, and asked with concern, "By the way, why haven't I heard about what job Chen Tian found?" After bragging about myself, I naturally need to find two reference figures to better highlight the gap. When the students next to him heard the monitor mention Chen Tian, they immediately replied with disdain. What kind of job can Chen Tian find? What's his family's situation? There's no way he can have any connections to get by. He's probably still unemployed. Tian Feng and the other two were immediately unhappy. Tian Feng had a hot temper and directly scolded. Watch your words. You have no shame talking about others behind their backs. Are we shameless if we tell the truth? We didn't make up his family situation. No one has ever competed with him for the poverty subsidies in those years. One of the classmates became a little anxious and stood up and responded loudly. Anyway, he is just an old classmate who is not presentable. So what if I offend him? The other students had similar ideas and supported that classmate's speech, thinking that Chen Tian was simply lowering the level of their class. That face was full of disdain for Chen Tian. Tian Feng and the other two were so angry that they stood up and sneered, saying, "We cannot work together if we do not share the same ideals." As they were talking, they had already gone to sit at another booth. The classmates were also unhappy when they saw the commotion, and they all started to complain. We are just telling the truth. These days, people are not allowed to tell the truth, right? That's exactly what happened. Since he received the poverty subsidy, it proves that his family is not well off. An orphan whose parents have both passed away, if not in a bad condition, then what is it? Sha Jinghao listened to the students' complaints and said indifferently, "Don't worry about them. If they want to go somewhere else, then go ahead. We can also have fewer people to share the wine with. Isn't that a good thing?" When the other students heard this, they also started to laugh. That's right. If they leave their table, they will have to pay for their own meals. How much money can a few newly graduated college students have? Isn't it just watching them drink good wine? Tian Feng and his companions, who were sitting in another booth, had gloomy faces and were obviously very angry. What the hell? They really take themselves too seriously. They're just a bunch of villains who curry favor with the powerful. Tian Feng crossed his arms in front of his chest and turned his head away angrily. He couldn't stand these people the most. They look down on this and that all the time. Who am I? What sense of superiority can you have? The second brother next to him patted Tian Feng's shoulder gently and said comfortingly, "Boss, don't bother with these people. Who are they? Who are they looking down on?" The three of them used to live in the same dormitory with Chen Tian, so they naturally knew about his previous situation. Chen Tian is a very nice and righteous person, so the people in their dormitory have a good relationship with him and naturally helped Chen Tian a lot. In order to improve Chen Tian's diet, they often took Chen Tian out for a feast under the pretext of treating him. Sometimes when other people invite people to dinner, Chen Tian is never left out. How could they allow their friend, whom they had protected for several years, to be trampled upon like this? The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Tian Feng said angrily, "If I hadn't agreed with Chen Tian to meet here, I wouldn't be able to stay here." The second and fourth brothers also had a hint of anger in their eyes and eyebrows, but they just looked at each other and didn't continue the conversation. Tian Feng is now burning with rage. If they continue to add fuel to the fire, the boss' explosive temper will explode in a matter of minutes. The fourth brother saw that the two people opposite him were in a bad mood. If he just waited like this, he would probably become even more depressed. He thought about it, quickly waved to the waiter, and said, "Beauty, give us a dozen beers first." Just when Tian Feng and the other two started drinking their bitter beer, Chen Tian had already driven to the Xinnan bar. The neon lights of Xinnan bar look very clear at night, and there are many young and beautiful girls around the door. Their eyes kept looking at the guests who were about to enter, and their eyes were shining, even like eagles looking for prey. Xinnan Bar is one of the more famous bars on this bar street, and the parking lot at the door is larger than those of the bars next to it. At this time, the parking lot was already full of cars. Chen Tian took a rough look and found that they were all high-end luxury cars. Maybach, Bentley, and Ferrari sports cars are parked quietly in the parking lot, releasing their own unique charm. It can be seen that the guests here are all wealthy or noble people. Chen Tian drove the car, looking for a suitable location. At this time, a security guard nearby saw Chen Tian's car, walked over, bowed slightly to Chen Tian, and said respectfully, "Sir, just park your car directly in front of the bar." Chen Tian nodded, parked his car in front of the bar, and then got out. Zhang Shuyao also got out of the car at this time. She accompanied Chen Tian and walked into the bar. After watching the two disappear at the door of the bar, a new security guard standing nearby walked up to the captain with a curious look on his face and asked, "Captain, who is this man? Why did you let his car park in front of our bar? How can you park your car right in front of the bar?" When the new security guard saw the captain's indifferent expression, he seemed to think of something, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and offered it to the captain with both hands. The security captain accepted the cigarette, and his expression improved significantly. He glanced at the new security guard and whispered, "Newbie, learn something. Only the good cars that come here have the right to be here. There is only room for one car in front of the bar, so the car that can be parked here must be the most expensive one tonight." The new security guard nodded in shock. After listening to the captain's words, he suddenly raised his head and asked in surprise, "But Captain, isn't this Mercedes-Benz G-Class only over 2 million? There are many sports cars around, but they are much more expensive than this car." The security captain's face was full of caution, and he answered very seriously, "This car is probably not simple. Although I can't tell what model it is, I can guarantee that it is definitely not an ordinary G-Class. This car is obviously larger than the ordinary G-Class and has a heavy feel, which elevates its overall momentum by more than one level. After all, the captain has been here for several years. Xinnan Bar is a very high-end bar in Jinling, and there are naturally countless luxury cars. He has some intuition about this. Sometimes, in addition to the brand, some high quality can be felt." The security captain looked at the new security guard beside him and said proudly, "You still have a lot of practice to do." The new security guard nodded vigorously at the side. What the captain said just now had given him a general idea. Looking at the Mercedes-Benz G-Class with this feeling, and then comparing it with an ordinary G-Class in the distance, I can really see some differences. That feeling is like authenticating a luxury item. Just a little clue can determine that an otherwise ordinary version is definitely a high imitation. The security captain glared at the rookie security guard who was still in a daze, pointed at the crowd of people coming and going, and angrily scolded him. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and find some people to protect the car. I've already said it's the most luxurious car, how come you don't have such good eyesight? Hey! I'll be there right away." The new security guard finally reacted and ran to call for help. According to the captain's analysis just now, if something really happened to such an expensive car at the door, they, the security guards, would definitely be to blame. The salary for security guards here is much higher than those in the same industry, and the new security guards don't want to lose this job. I called a few colleagues and they protected the Mercedes-Benz G-Class well in the center. The new security guard stood in front, as if guarding a treasure, and his whole aura was lifted. At this moment, a boy sitting next to Xia Jinghao in the booth suddenly said in a sarcastic tone, "I thought they left us behind to drink some good wine, but it turns out they're just drinking some beer?" As he spoke, he deliberately glanced in the direction of Tian Feng and the other two. That look on his face clearly showed that he looked down on them. The students next to him also looked at it and smiled and echoed, "Who knows? Maybe they just like this one. Haha, let alone them, even if all of us put together, we are no match for the monitor. That's for sure. How can we, a small family, compare ourselves to the big monitor? Some people just don't have the ability, but they still pretend to be righteous. Is there any meaning? Why talk about those unhappy things? Come on, let's drink. Let's drink together." Listening to his classmates scolding Tian Feng and the others, Xia Jinghao smiled disdainfully and took the initiative to speak. "Forget it, we are all old classmates after all, don't worry about what they do, we are all happy. After all, they have graduated for a while and they haven't seen each other for a while, so everyone cherishes the occasional gathering." Everyone raised their glasses and clinked them. A boy sighed and said with emotion, "Speaking of which, those were good times. Only when they truly enter society do they realize how comfortable and relaxed campus life is. Life in the adult world is a bit difficult. There was a gleam of emotion in the students' eyes as they recalled their highlights of the past 4 years. By the way, do you still remember our school beauty? A boy's eyes suddenly lit up and he looked at the classmates around him. When students heard the words beauty of the department, a pretty face immediately appeared in their minds. On the delicate cheeks that seemed to be able to squeeze out water, there are a pair of affectionate eyes that seem to be able to speak. But suddenly I remembered that the fire in the hearts of those male classmates seemed to be ignited, and my heart was burning. Another male classmate chuckled and continued. No matter who you forget, you can never forget our school beauty Zhang Shuyao. Apart from Zhang Shuyao, who else dares to say that she is the department belle or the school belle? During her college years, Zhang Shuyao was as bright as the moon in the sky and was the white moonlight in the eyes of college boys. At that time, there were too many boys pursuing Zhang Shuyao, not only from the school, but also many from other schools, who came specifically to wait for Goddess Shuyao to finish class. Zhang Shuyao treated every classmate warmly and politely, but she was never seen speaking in a polite manner or treating any boy differently. It's been more than a year since our school beauty goddess graduated. I wonder how she is doing now. Xia Jinghao also felt a little sad when he mentioned Zhang Shuyao. Who doesn't like such a beautiful and elegant girl? Only when you go out on the street with a girlfriend like this can you really bring out the special effect of bombing the street. Xia Jinghao swallowed a mouthful of wine and said with some regret. I don't know which bastard took our goddess Zhang away. The other male students also felt uncomfortable when they thought of this possibility, and they all spoke up. Whenever I think about such a beautiful flower being picked by someone else, I feel so sad. What a pity. It's just that we are one school year apart, and no one knows where the goddess has gone to work. Otherwise, if we had nothing to do, we could have built some connections and maybe even composed a new melody. To be honest, when I first saw the goddess, I was absolutely stunned and my heart was beating fast. Don't let me know who that wild man is, otherwise I will beat him up. Just when the students were feeling deeply moved, they suddenly heard an exclamation from not far away. Chen Tian. Hearing the call, all the students looked in the direction of the voice. I saw Tian Feng had already stood up from the booth and was waving his hands vigorously towards the man and woman who had just entered. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the man and woman. When they saw the man's face clearly, they all widened their eyes and gasped. That man turned out to be Chen Tian. When did he become so handsome? Chen Tian had a faint smile on his face. When he saw Tian Feng and the others, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and the curve of his mouth deepened a little. Such a smile made many girls blush in surprise. Isn't this so beautiful? Moreover, Chen Tian has a very good temperament. Ever since Chen Tian walked into the bar, the eyes of many girls have been fixed on him. After a long while, everyone reluctantly looked away. Suddenly, another exclamation sounded. The one next to Chen Tian, is that goddess Shan? Chapter 50, Third Brother, you are killing people and destroying their hearts. When they heard Zhang Shuyao's name, everyone was stunned and looked at the girl. Everyone was shocked when they saw the face in front of them, which was more delicate and beautiful than before. It's really Zhang Shuyao, guaranteed. Today, Zhang Shuyao specially changed into a white lace dress, which made her look elegant and noble. A silky white belt makes her slender waist look even more seductive. Her hot body can raise people's blood pressure, but because of her noble temperament, no one dares to have any dirty thoughts. This is the real goddess, only mortals can look up to her. Almost in an instant, everyone's hearts were filled with jealousy, envy and hatred, but they were helpless. After all, it is Zhang Shuyao's freedom. However, as former admirers, they have the right to be dissatisfied. Some male classmates have already started to say sour words. Who the hell is this Chen Tian? How can he be worthy of standing next to the goddess Shan? There were so many people who pursued the goddess Zhang, and there were many excellent ones. Why did she choose this kind of person? What's wrong with goddess Zhang's eyes? Even if she is highly myopic, she won't be like this. How could she fall for such a poor boy? Could she have been deceived by Chen Tian's sweet words? If you say so, I think it's very likely. After all, a girl like Zhang Shuyao wouldn't be willing to help the poor, right? Maybe she was deceived by Chen Tian. Chen Tian did not feel the strong sour smell in the air. She took Zhang Shuyao and sat in the booth with Tian Feng and others. Tian Feng and the other two also recognized the goddess Zhang Shuyao and looked at them in disbelief. The mouth was open so wide that it could swallow a fist. Chen Tian looked at the faces of the few people and suddenly laughed and said, From the looks of you guys, I know that I probably don't need to introduce you. After all, I recognized Zheng Shuyao at first sight, and I believe that Tian Feng and the others are similar to me. Tian Feng and the other two exchanged a few words with Zhang Shuyao, which was considered a brief acquaintance between them. It was not until this time that Zhang Shuyao realized that they were all alumni, but she was just 1 year older than them. So that's how it is. It's really fate, and I'm glad to meet you. Zhang Shuyao said to them generously and appropriately. Tian Feng and the other two could only smile foolishly. Being able to drink at the same table with their former goddess was simply beyond their imagination. Zhang Shuyao naturally moved closer to Chen Tian and asked in a low voice between the two of them. Did you recognize me right away? Now when Zhang Shuyao recalls Chen Tian's behavior when they first met, she is very sure of her idea. No wonder I felt that Chen Tian was a little weird for a moment, so that's how it was. Chen Tian smiled faintly, and his deep laughter spread out like a subwoofer. You brought that upon yourself. Deliver it to your door yourself? Hearing Chen Tian's words, Zhang Shuyao blushed. She couldn't accept what was said. She took the initiative to step forward to greet him. That wasn't her intention at all. It was purely a matter of professional ethics. Tian Feng looked at Zhang Shuyao and Chen Tian and whispered a few words. His cheeks immediately turned red and his heart felt like an earthquake. This. Is the third brother so powerful now? Just a few casual words made the beautiful woman blush. Tian Feng silently gave Chen Tian a thumbs up in his heart. He was so awesome. In the past, Tian Feng thought that he was the most fun-loving one in the entire dormitory. Now that I have seen the true God, I realize that my little gadgets are nothing compared to him. I didn't expect that the third brother, who had always been honest and well-behaved, was actually the one who played at the highest level. Especially when looking at Zhang Shuyao opposite, the goddess who was once the dream of many people was taken so easily. Tian Feng and others could only look up to her. Chen Tian looked at Tian Feng and the others, suddenly raised his eyebrows, and asked, "What's going on? Where are the other students?" When they heard Chen Tian mention other classmates, Tian Feng and the others looked obviously unhappy. In the end, Tian Feng stretched out his hand and pointed to the booth on the other side, not even bothering to say a word. Chen Tian looked in the direction of Tian Feng's finger, and the students in the booth opposite happened to look at Chen Tian, and their eyes met. Although it was only a moment, he still accurately received the jealousy, envy and hatred in the eyes of the people opposite him. Tian Feng thought of what happened just now, and he was furious again. He said angrily, "Old third, don't pay attention to those people. They have big mouths but never do anything useful. They just talk nonsense all day long. It's better not to have such old classmates." Thinking of all the nasty things that his old classmates had said before, Tian Feng became furious. Chen Tian looked confused and had no idea what was going on. The fourth man beside him tugged at the corner of Chen Tian's clothes and whispered in his ear. "Just now those people looked down on you, and the boss had a few words with them. In fact, we are too lazy to sit with them. They are either pretending to be cool or fawning on others. It's disgusting. Let's just play our own game and ignore them." Chen Tian listened quietly to Lao Si's explanation. His expression remained indifferent and he did not speak. He suddenly tilted his head to look at Tian Feng and asked, "Boss, where is the girl you were talking about?" When Tian Feng heard Chen Tian ask this, he was obviously stunned. He subconsciously looked at Zhang Shuyao beside him. Seeing that the other party did not look angry, he spoke. "Oh, don't mention it. I'll just follow Sha Jinghao and the others. Those girls who are greedy for money are too short-sighted and narrow-minded. They are not worthy of playing at the same table with them. It's better that they don't come." At this point, Tian Feng looked at Chen Tian and said jokingly, "You are so brave, you dare to say that. You have the goddess Zhang by your side, aren't you afraid that she will get angry and ignore you?" Chen Tian was immediately delighted when he heard this. He looked at Zhang Shuyao with interest and asked, "Can you?" Zhang Shuyao was obviously stunned. She was originally sitting on the side, watching a few people chatting leisurely. She never expected that the ball would be kicked to her. It's hard to say. It depends on the level of the opponent girl. As soon as Zhang Shuyao finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. Sha Jinghao, who was sitting in the booth opposite, watched the few people talking and laughing, and clenched his hand holding the wine glass tightly. Sha Jinghao thought secretly in his heart, Chen Tian is just a poor boy, isn't he just a little better looking? This society is very realistic. Sooner or later, Goddess Zhang will face the reality and know that she cannot make a living just by relying on a pretty face. However, whenever Xia Jinghao thought about the fact that Zhang Shuyao, who made so many people excited, was sitting with Chen Tian, talking and laughing, and being so intimate, he felt uncomfortable. Waiter! Feeling unhappy, Xia Jinghao called the waiter. He didn't even look at the wine list, but ordered various drinks very familiarly. By the way, in addition to what I just ordered, give me another bottle of Ace of Spades. Put it all on my bill. It's my treat today. As soon as they heard Xia Jinghao pick the Ace of Spades, all the students cheered. Everyone was very happy and talked about it one after another. As expected of our squad leader, he is always generous. That Ace of Spades is the most expensive champagne, 5,000 or 6,000 a bottle. Wow, the drinks are so expensive. I'm so lucky today. I've learned a lot from following the class monitor. Come on, let's toast to the monitor. The students clinked their glasses, and many of them looked proudly at the table where Chen Tian and others were sitting. There was a hint of showing off in their eyes. You deserve to sit alone, just take your time to savor your beer. A male classmate snorted coldly and said in a sarcastic tone. Some people are so pitiful that they just missed their only chance to play with the Ace of Spades in their lifetime. The other students nodded in approval. In their eyes, people like Chen Tian and his friends, who have no family background, will not achieve much in the future. Instead of hoping that they will become successful, it is better to work hard yourself and hug the golden thighs of such people with rich family backgrounds. It will be more useful. Thinking of this, the classmates became even more unpleasant and said all kinds of weird things. That's right. Even if they have worked so hard to find a job, they can't spend 1 or 2 months' salary just to drink a bottle of champagne, right? This Spade Ace champagne is definitely a fine wine that only rich people can afford. Some people are simply not worthy of it. We should thank these people for leaving voluntarily, otherwise such good champagne might have been ruined by them. These students were sitting in the booths and talking animatedly, but unfortunately Chen Tian and his friends completely ignored them, drinking and chatting by themselves, looking very happy. Chen Tian looked at Zhang Shuyao, who was looking around. She had a curious look on her face, especially her beautiful eyes that were constantly radiating light. The colorful lights of the bar shone on Zhang Shuyao's face, adding more color to her pretty face. Chen Tian raised his lips and asked, "How do you feel about this place?" Zhang Shuyao blinked and answered honestly, "If you weren't here, I wouldn't dare come. The lighting here is dim and ambiguous, and the customers seem to be a mixed bunch, which is really a bit uncomfortable. If it were Zhang Shuyao herself, she would still be very scared." Chen Tian looked at Zhang Shuyao and suddenly thought she was a little cute. He chuckled. "Didn't you say you've been here before?" Zhang Shuyao also reacted at this time and subconsciously covered her mouth, like a little hamster that was caught stealing food, so cute. She took a deep breath, realized that she had let the cat out of the bag, and was suddenly speechless. Seeing Zhang Shuyao's discouraged look, Chen Tian laughed out loud. Tian Feng and the other two on the opposite side looked on and sighed heavily in their hearts. Tian Feng came to Chen Tian's side and said in a low voice, "I say, third brother, you are killing people. Is it really okay to show off your affection in front of 3 of us bachelors?" Chapter 51 Beauty, help me be a shield. Why are you so tough in feeding us dog food? Have you ever considered the feelings of us single people? The little boat of our friendship capsized in an instant. Tian Feng had a helpless expression on his face. He originally thought that with Chen Tian's honest character, he must still be a single man. I never expected that not only did he find a girlfriend, but she was also everyone's goddess. Isn't the gap between before and after a bit too big? The more Tian Feng thought about it, the more upset he felt. He looked at Chen Tian pitifully, with a resentful look on his face, as if Chen Tian had become a heartless man who deserved to be killed by everyone. The second and fourth brothers were better off. After all, when they were in the dormitory, they often heard the eldest brother showing off his girlfriend in front of them, praising her to the skies. Now the boss has ended up like this. Is this what they call a changing of fortune? Chen Tian felt a little uncomfortable under the gazes of several people. He curled his lips and said helplessly, "All right, you guys, I won't leave you alone. Don't worry, I will give you a big gift soon. But whether you can catch it or not, depends on your own ability." Hearing what Chen Tian said, Tian Feng and the others immediately showed anticipation on their faces. After all, Chen Tian had given several people a lot of surprises since he came in, which made them believe what Chen Tian said involuntarily. Chen Tian looked at his former good brothers, who all looked impatient, and was also happy. He waved to the waiter not far away, and a hot girl came over. She had bright eyes and white teeth and looked very delicate. The beautiful waitress' eyes lit up when she saw Chen Tian. She didn't expect that he was such a handsome guest. Isn't he too pleasing to the eyes? The beautiful waitress reacted quickly. She threw a coquettish glance at Chen Tian and asked coquettishly, "Handsome guy, what's up?" Chen Tian's mouth curled up slightly. He reached out and took out the drink list from the beautiful waitress' waist and said with a smile, "No big deal, just some wine." Looking at Chen Tian's smiling face at such a close distance, the experienced beautiful waitress couldn't stand it anymore. She quickly handed over the pen, and pink bubbles appeared in her eyes as she looked at Chen Tian. Chen Tian was so busy ordering drinks that he didn't notice that Tian Feng and the others were looking at the waiter with infatuated looks on their faces, their admiration for him reaching its maximum. "All right, third brother. Are you ready to let yourself go now?" Wow, with his handsome and enchanting face, he simply took off on the spot. Chen Tian took the wine list, ticked some soft drinks on it, and then wrote 30 on the spade champagne. Seeing that the order was almost ready, Chen Tian handed the drink menu to the waiter. The waiter took it and took a look at it. He seemed petrified and just stood there in a daze. 30 bottles of Ace of Spades, this is a big deal. Handsome, are you sure? The beautiful waitress widened her eyes and looked at Chen Tian to confirm again. These are very rare big customers in their Xinnan bar. Chen Tian waved at her, both to confirm and to urge the waiter to serve the wine quickly. The beautiful waitress was very perceptive and nodded quickly, then went to get the drinks. Tian Feng looked at the strange gestures of Chen Tian and the waiter, and asked with some confusion, "What's wrong, third brother, what did you do?" As soon as he finished asking the question, Tian Feng started to imagine endlessly. Could it be that the third brother is holding the goddess in one hand and still thinking about picking up girls? Thinking back to the charming figure and pretty face of the beautiful waitress just now, the more Tian Feng thought about it, the stronger this possibility became. The second and fourth children next to them were in a similar situation, with equally confused expressions on their faces. But after all, they have been good brothers for many years, so he didn't ask in a hurry. Instead, he looked at Chen Tian with inquiring eyes. Just when a few people were a little confused, they heard exclamations coming from the side. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the side and they all looked over here. I saw a row of waiters holding spade champagne and soft drinks, walking towards the side in an orderly line. The heroic posture and the eye-catching spade champagne on the tray stunned all the guests. What is going on? Ordered dozens of bottles of spade champagne at once? He is definitely a rich man. Seeing this, many guests have stood up and stared at the waiter, wanting to see which table is the rich man who is so generous. Many people looked around and talked quietly with the people around them. Pinch me now, am I dreaming? Is this really spade champagne? Just look at the bottle, it smells like luxury. How much does a bottle of this kind of drink cost? I always hear people bragging about spade champagne, but I've never tried it. It has to be at least 5,000 yuan. After all, it's the most expensive champagne in the world. If it's too low, I won't be able to sell it. Ordering 30 bottles of such expensive wine at once is amazing. I really want to meet a rich man like this and become his drinking buddy. I don't ask him to do anything for me, I'll be satisfied if I can drink some good wine occasionally. Not only the customers in the store, but also the students sitting in the booths were shocked. They had just tasted spade champagne, so they naturally recognized it at a glance. Especially Xia Jinghao, he also stood up with his classmates and looked over here with a somewhat ugly expression. After all, he just cut a small amount of meat and only ordered one bottle. Now someone actually ordered so many at once, who is this person? For a moment, all eyes fell on the waiters, and followed them to the booth where Chen Tian and others were sitting. The leading waiter bowed respectfully and said to Chen Tian, "Sir, here are the drinks you ordered." After saying this, he carefully placed the drinks on the table and walked to the side to make it easier for the waiter behind him to come forward and serve the drinks. Seeing the waiter start to serve the wine, the guests nearby became excited instantly. Everyone looked at Chen Tian and others. When they saw Chen Tian and Zhang Shuyao's faces clearly, they were instantly amazed. This was completely different from the impression they had of rich people with fat bellies. It was as if one was on the top of the tower in heaven, while the other was in the 18th level of hell, miserably digging a small coal mine. Everyone could no longer contain their excitement and began to discuss in low voices. I've never seen such a thing before. Look at her appearance and temperament, it's definitely something that only aristocrats can cultivate. If all rich people looked like this, I would definitely be convinced. Just stop it. Maybe they are just here to get some free drinks, and the ugly men on the opposite side are the real ones. What's the point of discussing appearance? How shallow. Remember, her greatest strength is that she's rich. While the guests were talking about it, a group of old classmates were already dumbfounded. Could it be that the drink was served to the wrong table? Or maybe not all of the drinks belonged to them, just 1 or 2 bottles? Unfortunately, the facts were completely beyond their expectations. The waiters placed 30 bottles of spade champagne and various soft drinks on the booths of Chen Tian and others, filling the entire table. 30 bottles, that would be more than 100,000 yuan. This is not just drinking, this is all about money. My classmates looked at each other, and we could hardly believe our eyes. They were in a very depressed mood now. There were so many places to put the wine, but they had to put it on Chen Tian and his table. Wouldn't this make them die of jealousy? If it was just spade champagne, it would be fine, after all, they had just tasted it. But looking at the beauties around them, all with fiery eyes fixed on the booths of Chen Tian and others, they felt uncomfortable in their hearts. Our goddess back then is already sitting at your table, why are you not even letting go of the girls around you now? But no one should behave like this, it's so bad. Sha Jinghao sat back in his seat with some annoyance. He originally ordered a bottle of spade champagne just to show off in front of his classmates. After all, it was he who was in charge of treating us to a drink, so there had to be a bottle of good wine to liven things up, right? These 30 bottles of spade champagne will not affect their mood no matter who orders them. At most, it's just envy. But if this wine was ordered by Chen Tian and others, it would be completely different. This is not only showing off, but also a slap in his face. Who doesn't know that Sha Jinghao's family is rich? He couldn't accept that he was overshadowed by an unknown classmate in economics. At this moment, many girls were eager to try and walk towards Chen Tian and his table. The girls who come to the bar to drink are usually dressed up and decorated to look charming and enchanting. They walked towards the bar from all directions, forgetting to adjust their clothes on the way, making their unique female features more obvious and attractive. The girls all knew very well that Chen Tian would not be able to finish all the wine he ordered. Therefore, the purpose of their coming here must be self-evident. The first reason is definitely to get some wine. After all, it is the famous spade champagne. After drinking such wine, today's trip is worthwhile. Otherwise, relying solely on their own financial resources, they would not be able to drink such good wine for a while. Even if they have this much money in their pockets, girls are reluctant to order it. Precisely because of their average economic conditions, the girls' second goal is to see if they can hook up with such a rich man. If you can get in touch with such a person, wouldn't you be able to take off right away? The girls all had clear goals and did not hesitate to unbutton their clothes. Suddenly, the bar was filled with countless beautiful scenes. Some boys with shallow eyes have never seen such a scene. The visual shock was so intense that his nose was bleeding and his eyes were blazing with fire. Chen Tian looked at the girls who were getting closer and closer, and directly reached out and hugged Zhang Shuyao. For a moment, the fragrance of Zhang Shuyao's hair hit Chen Tian's nose, as he held the warm and soft beauty in his arms. It's not some pungent perfume smell, but a light floral scent mixed with some girl's unique scent, which is very pleasant. Zhang Shuyao was hugged by Chen Tian's big hands. She was stunned and her mind went blank. She sat there and could even hear her own heartbeat, beating very fast. Chen Tian clearly felt the stiffness of Zhang Shuyao's body. He leaned close to Zhang Shuyao's ear and lowered his voice and said, "We agreed before we came here that you would be my shield." Shield? Before Zhang Shuyao could react, she felt her body lighten and she was already in Chen Tian's arms. Being hugged tightly by a man and feeling his hot temperature, a strange feeling surged in my heart. Zhang Shuyao's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Not knowing what to do, Zhang Shuyao simply nestled obediently in Chen Tian's arms, her head resting lightly on Chen Tian's shoulder, hiding the blush on half of her face. Just when the atmosphere between the two people was ambiguous, the girls had already come to the booth. Walking in front was a girl with big curly hair, wearing a black low-cut miniskirt, with a pair of long legs directly exposed. He looks like a leg spirit with legs all below his neck. Dabalang's gaze naturally fell on Chen Tian first. After all, Chen Tian is so handsome, he is definitely the first choice. However, seeing that Chen Tian already had someone, a stunning beauty in his arms, he turned his gaze to Tian Feng. Chapter 52 Super Luxury Car. Handsome guy, is there anyone here? Can I stay and drink with you? Dabalang smiled sweetly at Tianfeng, and her coquettish voice made the battle-hardened Tianfeng feel half-numb. Tianfeng was stunned for a moment, then he grinned, his mouth almost reaching his ears, and he quickly said, "Sure." At this time, several girls caught up from behind. They also regarded Tianfeng as prey and hurriedly wanted to get close to Tianfeng. Dabalang was almost knocked off balance, but was caught by Tianfeng in time. Dabalang took the opportunity to fall into Tianfeng's arms, with a look of deep affection on his face. Seeing the looks of the two men, the other girls began to fight for the second and fourth ones. Some girls who arrived later, seeing that there were no more seats available, simply rushed to grab the seats to reserve a spot first. Looking at the spade champagne so close to him, his eyes lit up and he licked his lips subconsciously. At this moment, Tianfeng and others were surrounded by various beauties. In order to show the competitive relationship, the girls took the initiative to hold the arms of the men around them to show that they are determined to win. Tianfeng could clearly feel the soft touch constantly feeding back to him on his arms. He looked at the beauties sitting on both sides of him and his smile was so big, so white and full. The feeling of being hugged by women on both sides is an unprecedented excitement. Tianfeng was so excited that he could not help but feel happy. The girls sitting next to him were all beautiful girls. At the very least, each of their bodies is hotter than the other, and some parts of their bodies are so surging that they seem to be about to burst out. Not to mention Chen Tian. The girls next to Tianfeng and others, even after putting on makeup, were still far inferior to Zhang Shuyao. Moreover, Zhang Shuyao also has a great figure, but the goddess dressing style is different from these girls. Now Chen Tian is hugging Zhang Shuyao's slender waist, and the feeling is so good. Zhang Shuyao on the opposite side was leaning against Chen Tian like a little bird. Her tall figure still looks slender and fragile in front of Chen Tian, and since both of them are so good-looking, they are simply a perfect couple. Come on, it's fate that we're all sitting together, let's have a drink together. Tianfeng stood up and greeted everyone. The girls in the booths had already asked the waiter to bring wine glasses. Everyone raised their bottles of spade champagne and clinked their glasses excitedly. Drinking such expensive champagne, everyone's mood suddenly became lively. On the other side, Sha Jinghao looked at Chen Tian and others' revelry with dissatisfaction written all over his face. Sha Jinghao swallowed another glass of wine and thought to himself, MMP, who ordered so much wine? The girls sitting next to Sha Jinghao also felt regretful. They were originally brought here by Tianfeng to have a drink and socialize together. I originally thought I had hooked up with a rich squad leader, but unexpectedly, Tianfeng was obviously even richer. That's 30 bottles of spade champagne. How could an average person afford such a thing? If they hadn't left, how could the girls now be qualified to sit at the table? Can't we just look at them from afar with envy? Just because they made the wrong choice at that moment, now they can only sigh and regret. Sha Jinghao clearly felt that the girls and classmates around him were not in high spirits. He glanced at Chen Tian and others with his eyes slanted, and said with a sneer, "How dare a bunch of poor people order such expensive wine? They ordered 30 bottles. I'm afraid they don't even know the price of spade champagne. I want to see how these people are going to pay the bills later. These girls can drink for free, but it is absolutely impossible for them to spend money. If they really have that much money, why are they still drinking for free? Wouldn't it be more classy to just order and drink for yourself?" As for Chen Tian and his companions, each one of them was poorer than the other. Especially Chen Tian, an orphan. How much money could he have? Soon, I will definitely not be able to pay the bill. When the students next to them heard this, their eyes lit up and they echoed. With the squad leader's analysis, this is a confirmed fact. The prices on the bar's drink menu are now as small as sesame seeds, for fear that people will see clearly. TSK, maybe they thought the name was familiar and ordered some beer, right? I wonder what their expressions will be like when they pay the bill later. How can their families compare to the squad leaders? Even if they add up their wealth, they still don't have a fraction of what the squad leader has. They deserve to be embarrassed when they come out here to show off with this kind of wealth. The few girls who had regretted their decision before understood what was going on after listening to what everyone said, and they showed an expression of I see. It turns out these people don't have any money, yet they dare to act so pretentiously? Fortunately, they did not go with Tianfeng, otherwise when they couldn't pay the bill later, they might have to borrow money from them. For a moment, there was an extra bit of contempt in the girls' eyes when they looked at Tianfeng and the others. Humph, I hate people like this who love to show off the most. Everyone started drinking happily again. At this time, Lu Feng, who had not arrived before, finally arrived and walked quickly towards the booth. As soon as Xia Jinghao saw Lu Feng, he immediately started to blame. Are you getting carried away? We agreed to come over for a drink, so it's okay if you're a little late. You don't have to wait until the end to come, right? The other students also started to make a noise and said loudly. That's right, you're too late. You must drink 3 glasses of wine as punishment. Lu Feng's face was filled with excitement. He smiled and said. Sorry, I was outside looking at the car for too long. Looking for a car? When everyone listened to Lu Feng's words, a hint of confusion appeared on their faces. Fuck, you didn't see it? There's a luxury car parked outside our bar. Lu Feng loves cars the most, and his eyes are full of interest when he talks about them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed outside the bar for so long just to look at the luxury car a little longer. There's no way, Lu Feng really likes it too much. When the other students heard Lu Feng's words, they seemed to have thought of something and joked. Lu Feng, the super luxury car you just mentioned, isn't it the Audi R8? That's our squad leader's car. If you like to see it, just tell him and you can sit in the car and watch it directly. How cool it is. Upon hearing this, the other students nodded in agreement. After all, we are old classmates, and Lu Feng's family is well off. The class monitor will definitely invite him to come into the car to take a look. When Xia Jinghao heard his classmates mention his car, a hint of pride flashed across his eyes. He waved his hand in a very Versailles way and said in a light tone. Given our relationship, if you want to see the car, isn't it just a matter of asking? It's just a vehicle, how can it be compared with love? The classmates listened to Xia Jinghao's words and sighed with envy. You really deserve to be our monitor. You speak so generously. The Audi R8 is the only car for transportation. Wow. To be honest, if I can drive an Audi S6 in my lifetime, I'll be satisfied. Our lifelong pursuit cannot even catch up with the class monitor's starting point. The gap is huge. Why bother with a career? Let's cling to the monitor's golden thigh. The monitor eats meat and we drink some soup. It's better than working. Xia Jinghao was admired by his classmates and his complexion looked much better. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng waved his hand and said directly. No. I can't explain it to you clearly. I took some photos here and I'll show them to you. When they heard that there were photos to see, everyone showed curious expressions. Even Xia Jinghao stretched his neck to look at Lu Feng's phone screen. When they saw the black SUV in the photo clearly, a male student immediately spoke up. Isn't this a Mercedes-Benz G? This car is indeed cool and worth a lot of money, but it's not worth standing around looking at for a long time, right? As soon as Lu Feng saw the expressions of his classmates, he knew that they had not grasped the essence of it at all. He couldn't help but roll his eyes and said in a very cautious tone. I'm not kidding you. Look carefully, this is not an ordinary Mercedes-Benz G-Class. This car is worth hundreds of millions. Lu Feng really knows a lot about cars, and he introduced the noble features of the bulletproof version of the Mercedes-Benz G. A car of this magnitude is not something you can buy just because you have money, it's a symbol of status. Only after passing the review can you customize a top luxury car. Hundreds of millions? A car? When everyone heard Lu Feng's words, they were shocked. What kind of person must be able to afford such an expensive car? A car costs hundreds of millions. It's hard to imagine how much the owner of the car is worth. Chapter 53. Don't touch that car. And even if you have money, they may not sell it to you, and they still have to verify your identity? Is it necessary to do this just to buy a car? My classmates looked at me and I looked at you, and we all saw a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. They also didn't expect that such a rich person would come to this bar. Thinking of this, many people looked around. Maybe the owner of the car is sitting around them. But such rich people are too far away from them, and at the moment, they just look at Chen Tian and his companions with particular displeasure. It's just an eyesore. They had originally planned to prepare more wine so as to attract some beautiful women to come over and keep them company so that they could have a wonderful night. But unexpectedly, although the drinks were ready, the beauties had not yet been attracted before they all ran to their side under Chen Tian's high-profile actions. The male students were so angry that they were looking at the booth opposite them. At this time, Tian Feng and others were hugging beautiful women and drinking fine wine, and they were having a great time. This is simply the pinnacle of life. Chen Tian, who was sitting opposite, looked at the happy faces of the few people with a smile on his face, and his big hands were stroking Zhang Shuyao's slender waist. It is also a great pleasure to feel the softness and boneless texture under my hands. Tianfeng and others drank spade champagne and watched the bottles being taken away one by the waiters. From time to time, girls would come over and ask them for a drink. There were also some brave girls who often played here and recognized the girls around Tianfeng and his companions at a glance. In order to grab a seat, he rushed to drink with Tianfeng and the others, and even said in a nice way, "After drinking the wedding wine, we are a couple tonight." Everyone's emotions were ignited, and they had a lot of fun, starting a wine-drinking carnival. The happy time passed quickly enough, and soon it was midnight in the revelry. Because she was happy, even Zhang Shuyao drank a small glass of wine. She never drank alcohol normally, but after taking the first gulp, she felt dizzy all over. Chen Tian, on the other hand, always had a smiling face. He didn't drink at all because he had to drive. Seeing that the time was almost up, many people started to leave their seats to pay the bill. Xia Jinghao said at the beginning that he would treat everyone today, so he went straight to swipe the card without saying anything. After paying the bill, no one left and everyone remained sitting in their own booths. Although no one spoke, the meaning was already quite clear. They were all waiting to see Chen Tian and his companions make a fool of themselves. For them, they have been waiting for this moment. Tianfeng and the others drank quite a bit and were already tipsy, but when they saw Xia Jinghao and the others who were in a leisurely state, they understood something. "Want to see us make fun of you? No way." Tianfeng walked directly to Chen Tian's side and whispered in his ear, "Third brother, how about we all get together? If not, I'll do it." His family conditions are the best among the few people. Tianfeng was a very righteous man, so he decided to take the responsibility. In order to prevent others from making fun of Chen Tian, Tianfeng planned to take out his bank card and secretly give it to Chen Tian to pay the bill. Chen Tian felt warm in his heart as he watched Tianfeng always thinking about him. He smiled and said, "No, I'll do it." As he spoke, Chen Tian had already walked over to pay the bill. Seeing Chen Tian handing over the bank card, Xia Jinghao and others all focused their eyes on the POS machine. In their opinion, let Chen Tian alone, even if Tianfeng and others were included, they would not be able to pay today's bill. Today's POS machines cannot print out a receipt even if they produce sparks. It's a pity that the receipt was returned to me in just a few seconds. At the same time, a flash of light flashed in Chen Tian's eyes. It was detected that the host just spent 166,000, triggering the 10x rebate skill, rebate 1,660,000. Looking at the numbers on the screen, Chen Tian was in a good mood. "I worked overtime until midnight. Although the income was not much, it proved that I was a hard-working worker." Xia Jinghao and the others were all stunned. Everyone looked stunned and could not believe what they saw. Chen Tian is different now. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in consumption were paid without any hesitation. This. To put it bluntly, even Xia Jinghao might not be willing to spend so much money. The girls who had done that before began to regret it again. If they had gone over to apologize to Tianfeng when they were in the middle, maybe they could have gotten away with it. Now, you still want to watch other people's fun, but end up being the clown. The girls glared at Xia Jinghao's back fiercely. It was all because of this man who spoke so confidently. Now, they are all regretting it to death. The girls stamped their feet. It was too late to say anything now, so they just hurried a few steps to catch up with the crowd. At least go out and try to see if you can go home in an Audi or 8. Everyone walked out of the bar together. When Lu Feng saw the Mercedes-Benz G at the door, he was immediately shocked and said, "Look, this is the Mercedes-Benz G-Class one just mentioned. Pay close attention, this car is thicker than the regular version. The reason for this is that the bulletproof version is not just the thickened glass, but the entire car, including the chassis, has been very precisely reinforced." Lu Feng was so excited when he spoke that he was almost about to take out a laser pen to give a live teaching session. The students listened to Lu Feng's words and looked at the bulletproof version of the Mercedes-Benz G in front of them, and their eyes changed. This car is indeed cool, but its price is the real highlight of this car. This is too expensive. When Tianfeng and others came out, they also heard what everyone said and were stunned instantly. Wow, there is a luxury car worth 100 million parked at the door. 100 million in cash piled there would take up an area half the size of a car. Tianfeng watched and shook his head gently. It was really amazing. Such an expensive car was actually driven out. If it were me, I would probably have to worship it. Chen Tian didn't care at all. He supported Zhang Shuyao and said to Tianfeng and others, Okay, let's stop here for today. I'll be leaving first. As he spoke, Chen Tian had already walked towards the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. When Tian Feng saw Chen Tian's actions, he thought that Chen Tian was walking behind and did not hear Lu Feng's words. Thinking about the value of the car, he hurriedly chased after him to stop him. Chapter 54. Don't leave Chen Tian. Chen Tian was pulled aside by Tian Feng. Tian Feng was a little impatient and scolded in a low voice. Old 3, what are you doing? Don't get close to this car. We can't afford to touch a car worth hundreds of millions. Tian Feng's tone was a bit bad, but it was definitely a friendly reminder. They could still scrape together the money for a meal, but they probably couldn't afford such an expensive car even if they were tied together. Tian Feng's voice wasn't very loud, but since they were all standing at the door of the bar, the others could hear it clearly. Chen Tian understood Tian Feng's good intentions, and just as he was about to explain, he heard Xia Jinghao next to him say, Since we are old classmates, let me give you a friendly reminder that this is not a place for you to show off. I can afford a good meal, but this car is not something that someone like you can move. A car worth hundreds of millions is considered dirty if it is touched by someone like Chen Tian. The other students also sneered and began to say sarcastically, The monitor is so kind, why not just tell him he doesn't deserve it? Maybe he heard about its value and wanted to take a closer look. Then he could take a photo and show off in his circle of friends. This kind of person is so hypocritical. He likes to pretend even though he has no money. It's fine in front of others, but is it meaningful in front of us? Chen Tian quietly listened to the ridicule of these people, facing the disdainful and gloating eyes of the people around him, and took out the car keys from his pocket. Looking at the Mercedes-Benz car key, Xia Jinghao recognized it at a glance and couldn't help but scolded. Your equipment is quite complete. It can't be a high-end imitation lighter. Before Xia Jinghao could finish his words, Chen Tian had already pressed the car key. Only a familiar unlocking sound was heard, and the headlights of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class flashed twice. Seeing that the car key in Chen Tian's hand could actually unlock a luxury car worth hundreds of millions, everyone present was stunned. How is this possible? Several boys who were a little drunk rubbed their eyes subconsciously, totally unable to believe that this was true. Is this still the Chen Tian I know? Didn't he have both his parents orphaned, a poor family, and no money at all? Chen Tian, when did he become so rich? It has even reached a level that they can't even imagine. This is a luxury car that only the richest people can enjoy, and it actually belongs to Chen Tian. For a moment, everyone's heart felt like an earthquake, with mountains roaring and the earth shaking. Not only Xia Jinghao and others, but even Tian Feng and others on the side were shocked. Chen Tian is completely different now. Those girls who did that before are regretting it so much that their intestines are turning green. If they were more righteous and followed Tian Feng and his friends, not only would they be able to drink all kinds of good wine, but this handsome guy, he must be the one that Tian Feng said he would introduce to them, right? Don't even mention that he has luxury cars worth hundreds of millions. Just relying on his face, he can drink Coke all night long. For a broken Audi R8, they even missed out on such a big shot. What on earth did they do? Tian Feng exhaled heavily, looked at Chen Tian with eyes wide open, and asked, Old 3, is this your car? Chen Tian nodded gently and answered directly. Yeah. Why, boss, do you like it? I'll give it to you for a few days. I still have some. As he spoke, Chen Tian had already thrown his keys to Tian Feng. Everyone's heart seemed to float into the air along with Chen Tian's key. Tian Feng was also shocked. He never expected that Chen Tian would throw the key at him right after he finished speaking. He quickly grasped the key tightly in his hand, and then he breathed a sigh of relief with everyone else. These are the keys to a luxury car worth hundreds of millions, how could it be lost so casually? The people around him gasped and looked at Chen Tian with shock in their eyes. Such an expensive car, are you just going to give it to someone else to drive? Any other cars? As long as they thought about it one step further, everyone's heart would be shocked. It was as if there was an invisible villain, holding a big hammer, hitting their hearts hard. How rich must a person be to be able to say such words and do such cool things? If it is a cheap nanny car and you think it doesn't cost much, just borrow it. For top tycoons, a luxury car worth hundreds of millions should be considered a dream, right? How could you just throw it away so casually? There is no sign of cherishment at all. Does such an action mean that even the top rich people are divided into different levels? With an attitude like Chen Tian's, maybe he is even more powerful than the rich man they imagined? The more they thought about it, the more shocked they were. Their cheeks, which had originally been red from drinking, now turned completely pale with fear. Is the person in front of them the old classmate Chen Tian they knew before? At this time, when the classmates looked at Chen Tian again, they felt that he had completely changed. The old classmate who once had little presence is now like a huge diamond, shining brightly. Not only does he look more handsome, his entire temperament has completely changed. Chen Tian now looks like a sword with a scabbard. His sharp edge was completely suppressed, but no one dared to ignore his existence. The inexplicable sense of oppression was frightening. It seemed that his mentality had changed. When everyone looked at Chen Tian's outfit again, they all felt that it made sense. The well-tailored suit doesn't look stunning, but it makes Chen Tian's figure look more perfect. Considering the person's wealth, everyone instantly realized that this was not some unlabeled street stall merchandise, but rather a high-end custom-made product from some top brand. I heard that what high-end fashion wants is low-key and comfortable, and when you reach their level, there is really no point in pretending to be cool with ordinary people. It's not that Chen Tian doesn't care, he's just too lazy to argue with people like them. It's too cheap. After realizing this, the classmate's expression became even more complicated. Tian Feng took the key in his hand and stroked it several times. The key of this luxury car has a very special texture. But even if he hadn't been drinking, he wouldn't dare to drive such an expensive car. Thinking of this, Tian Feng quickly returned the car keys to Chen Tian. Chen Tian took it with a smile, looked at Tian Feng with a smile on his face, and said, "Boss, if you ever come to your senses, come find me again." After saying that, Chen Tian said hello to Tian Feng and the others, took Zheng Shuyao into the car, and drove away. All the students were left standing there in a daze, shocked to the point that their internal organs were almost broken. No wonder Chen Tian got the beauty right away. A classmate muttered to himself, still looking at the direction where Chen Tian left. It's not impossible for ordinary people to pursue Zhang Shuyao, but she has so many suitors, and there are countless good ones, so she has already cultivated her vision. Chen Tian has changed so much now. They thought that the 30 bottles of spade champagne were so special, but to others, it turned out that they were just like buying a bottle of mineral water on the street. They actually thought that someone with such a net worth might not be able to pay the bill? After being blown by the cold wind and frightened by Chen Tian, the students have all woken up. Everyone is feeling extremely regretful right now. If there weren't so many people around, they really wanted to give themselves a few slaps in the face so that they would remember their lesson. You come here to drink and keep flattering Sha Jinghao, isn't it just to build a relationship? As a result, they actually gave up the entire forest just for a crooked tree? Who can understand this kind of pain? The students now had no mood to talk at all. Their faces turned pale and they started running away in all directions without even saying hello. Especially when looking at Tian Feng and the other two next to him, their faces were flushed with red. It was simply unbearable to watch. If they had a bit more foresight, or if they were not so flattering to Sha Jinghao and did not step on their old classmates, this gathering might have taken them straight to the peak of their lives. As a result, now they can only watch the road leading to the top getting further and further away from them. Looking at the classmates who had already left, Tian Feng and others also reacted. To be honest, this feeling of being proud is so great. Didn't they look down on Chen Tian before? And they said that they were asking for trouble by leaving like this? Now what? Who is unhappy? Tian Feng felt his heart pounding. He put his arms around the shoulders of the second and fourth brothers and said loudly, "Let's go home." Today, it was so enjoyable and refreshing. At this time, Chen Tian was driving his car at full speed on the road. It was already midnight, there were not many vehicles on the road, and the road was very smooth. Chen Tian turned his head from time to check on Zhang Shuyao in the passenger seat. Zhang Shuyao's head was leaning lightly against the car window, and her soft and even breathing could be heard. It was obvious that she was asleep. Chen Tian roughly recalled that when Zhang Shuyao was in the bar, it seemed that she only had a small drink. Zhang Shuyao's alcohol tolerance is really too poor as she got so drunk after just one glass of wine. "Shuyao, where do you live?" Chen Tian thought for a moment and called out softly. Zhang Shuyao seemed to be in her sleep when she heard Chen Tian's call. Her brows slightly furrowed, and she obviously felt that someone had disturbed her deep sleep. But the next second, the girl's brows relaxed, and she turned over and fell asleep again. Chen Tian suddenly felt helpless. He didn't even ask where he would live. He simply stepped on the accelerator and drove straight to Villa No. 1 in Tianfu City. Anyway, no one lives there, so it should be no problem to settle Zhang Shuyao there. Soon, the two returned to the Tianfu City Villa area. Chen Tian's biometric information and car information had been entered into the owner's information, so he drove directly in and arrived at Villa number 1. Zhang Shuyao was still sleeping soundly. Looking at her delicate sleeping face, Chen Tian sighed helplessly. It seemed that he could only carry her in. Chen Tian is very strong, and Zhang Shuyao's weight seems completely light to him. She opened the door directly, picked up Zhang Shuyao and carried her to the big bed in the master bedroom. Chen Tian carefully put Zhang Shuyao down. Worried that she would be cold, he prepared to cover her with a blanket. Unexpectedly, this action woke Zhang Shuyao up. She blinked her eyes gently, her face still flushed with drunkenness, and her eyes were very blurry. Zhang Shuyao looked at Chen Tian, who was right in front of her. Her vision was a little blurry due to being drunk. In her eyes, Chen Tian seemed to glow. Chen Tian looked at Zhang Shuyao's dazed look and suddenly smiled and comforted her. This is Tianfu City, you can just rest here with peace of mind. Having said that, Chen Tian was about to turn around and leave. After all, there was a soft and beautiful woman in front of him, and in such a quiet and warm room. He was not Lu Xiaohui and could not resist such a great temptation. As soon as Chen Tian turned around, he found that his hand was grabbed by a soft and boneless little hand. His heart moved, and he looked up following the little hand, and saw Zhang Shuyao's slightly blushing face. A pair of watery eyes seemed to contain countless emotions, and the bright red lips slightly opened. Don't leave. Chen Tian took a deep breath, bent down and looked at Zhang Shuyao, his voice low and a little hoarse. You are playing with fire. Playing with fire? Zhang Shuyao didn't seem to understand what Chen Tian said. She didn't have that much thinking ability at the moment and just wanted to get as close to Chen Tian as possible. Without thinking, she stretched out her arms and put them around Chen Tian's neck, bringing the two of them closer together. Chen Tian looked at the pretty face so close to him. If he continued to endure it, he would be a real monk. He simply pulled up the quilt forcefully, completely covering the two of them, but he couldn't hide the spring scene in the room. In the darkness, there was a storm. Chapter 55, Priceless Luxury Car. It was almost morning when the two of them fell into a deep sleep together. The next morning, Chen Tian woke up early. As soon as he lifted the quilt and prepared to get out of bed, he saw a bloodstain. Chen Tian looked at the bloodstain and realized something. He turned his head to look at Zhang Shuyao beside him. Zhang Shuyao was still sleeping soundly. She was sleeping very deeply, and her pretty face looked like a sleeping baby. Chen Tian lowered his head to look at Zhang Shuyao's curly hair that looked like a small palm leaf fan, and gently kissed her forehead. Seeing that it was almost time, in order not to wake up Zhang Shuyao, Chen Tian went to the guest bathroom next door to wash up. After tidying up, Chen Tian suddenly felt refreshed. He came to the living room on the first floor and prepared to go to the kitchen to make some breakfast. There were quite a lot of ingredients in the refrigerator. Chen Tian picked out some that looked good and started cooking. Zhang Shuyao woke up upstairs to the smell of breakfast. I was so hard yesterday that when I woke up, I felt a surge of hunger. Zhang Shuyao wanted to get out of bed in a daze. As soon as she stood up, she suddenly felt something strange and her walking became a little deformed. After barely supporting herself and washing up in the bathroom, Zhang Shuyao was obviously much more sober. She walked to the bed, looked at the red and scratched areas, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. Many memories of last night are slowly starting to come back to me. Zhang Shuyao was so embarrassed by her own bold behavior. Alcohol was too terrible. The alcohol last night was definitely not her. However, when she remembered that the target was Chen Tian, Zhang Shuyao felt relieved. A faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She took off the dirty bedsheet and replaced it with a clean one. It was just a simple change of the bedsheets, but Zhang Shuyao felt like she had done something terrible and her whole body ached. While sitting on the bed to rest, Chen Tian just came up and was about to call Zhang Shuyao downstairs to eat. Looking at Zhang Shuyao, who had already woken up, Chen Tian went forward to pull her and said with a smile, "Come on, follow me downstairs for breakfast." When Zhang Shuyao saw Chen Tian coming up, her pretty face flushed again. She lowered her head quickly and said a little embarrassedly, "I'm in pain all over right now. It's all your fault. You didn't take it easy. You don't know how to be gentle and considerate to women at all, huh?" Chen Tian also laughed out loud after hearing Zhang Shuyao's coquettish complaints. He reached out and took Zhang Shuyao into his arms, and said with a wicked smile, "That was indeed my inconsiderateness. Do you want to do it again? This time, I'll try to be gentler." "Again?" When Zhang Shuyao heard this, her eyes widened immediately, and she quickly waved her hands, saying as if begging for mercy. No, no, no. If it happens again, I will lose my life. Looking at Chen Tian with a smirk on his face, Zhang Shuyao quickly changed the subject. Didn't you say breakfast is ready? Let's go eat. Chen Tian took Zhang Shuyao's hand and brought her to the restaurant on the first floor. At this time, the table was already filled with various delicious foods. Looking at the almost full plate, Zhang Shuyao covered her mouth in surprise and asked Chen Tian Dao. Did you do this? The delicacies on the table are all delicious and tasty, and just looking at them is enough to make one's mouth water. The exquisite index is better than some star restaurants. It was the first time that Zhang Shuyao had seen such delicious dishes. Her eyes were twinkling like stars and emitting a bright glow. Chen Tian pulled Zhang Shuyao to sit on the chair with a gentle smile on his face. Even his words were a little softer than usual. I don't know what you like to eat, so I made a little more. Come and try it first. How does it taste? Zhang Shuyao took a deep breath and immediately squinted her eyes happily and said with emotion. It smells really good. Just by smelling the scent, Zhang Shuyao could already feel the happiness coming over her. She tilted her head and looked at Chen Tian. She didn't expect that Chen Tian could actually cook, and his skills were so good. Chen Tian looked at Zhang Shuyao's smiling face, filled a small bowl of pork ribs porridge, placed it in front of her, and said seriously. You've worked so hard, eat some pork rib porridge to replenish your body. Hard? Hearing this double entendre word, Zhang Shuyao blushed immediately, quickly picked up the bowl, took a small sip and put it into her mouth. Along with a warm feeling, a meaty aroma burst into the mouth. Along with the unique fragrance of rice, I felt a warm current flowing into my stomach and then flowing through my limbs. Zhang Shuyao widened her beautiful eyes slightly, looked at the bowl of porridge in front of her, and fell into deep thought. How can there be such delicious pork ribs porridge in this world? There is not even any fishy smell of meat, and the mouth is full of freshness, and it does not take away the natural taste of the white porridge. It is simply magical. The food you cooked is so delicious. Zhang Shuyao ate a bowl of pork ribs porridge, tasted other delicacies made by Chen Tian, and couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, she felt that this was the first time in her 20-plus years of life that she had eaten such a delicious breakfast. Zhang Shuyao was very touched. She looked at Chen Tian opposite her very seriously and said, Thank you, Chen Tian. Just as Chen Tian was about to speak, he saw a curtain of light jumping out in front of him. Your home detects that the owner has experienced an important rite of passage in life, and feels very relieved. The garage automatically contributes a customized Maserati Quattroporte, a customized Pagani Zonda, and a customized Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition. Chen Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. His family was very touched and sent a garage as a reward. Why does it feel a little weird? Chen Tian took out his mobile phone and did a simple search for the 3 rewarded car models. Looking at the results displayed on the mobile phone page, he raised his eyebrows. Although the Maserati Quattroporte only costs 1.5 or 600 million, the customized version of this Quattroporte is priced at as high as 50 million. Even Chen Tian couldn't help but be surprised. How can this be a customized model? It's simply a newly built car model that just uses someone else's name, right? In comparison, the price of the Pagani Zonda custom version is much more normal. The original price of customized Son of Wind was more than 40 million. It is really not expensive to charge 80 million for such a version of top-level supercar. As for the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Custom version, it does not need much introduction. This is the ceiling level in the luxury car field. The most important thing about owning such a luxury car priced at more than 200 million yuan is that it can reflect your extremely noble status. There is no need to introduce yourself deliberately. No matter where you go, you are the most shining one. And when you drive on the road, you never have to worry about someone else driving the same model of car as you. First, it's too expensive, and second, they don't deserve it. Rolls-Royce's customization requirements for this car have reached an almost abnormally high level. It's as if this is not you spending money to buy a luxury car, but rather an interview for a 1 in 100 million opportunity. Looking at the introductions of these 3 cars, they are all top-notch luxury cars that are priceless in the market, and they are indeed pretty good. Chapter 56, Too Rich. Chen Tian was in a good mood. He looked at the time on his wrist and said to Zhang Shuyao, Come up and take half a day off today. I'll take you out to buy some things. Zhang Shuyao had just finished her meal. She nodded obediently, then walked aside and called her boss to ask for leave. At this time, Chen Tian also went upstairs to change his clothes. He sat on the sofa and waited for a while. Zhang Shuyao also tidied herself and came downstairs. Where are we going shopping? Zhang Shuyao put her arm around Chen Tian and asked with a smile. Chen Tian was immediately delighted, stretched out his hand and pinched Zhang Shuyao's nose, and said, "Just follow me." The weather is nice today, so Chen Tian plans to take Zhang Shuyao shopping for a while. If that doesn't work, they can go to 2 more shopping malls. From Chen Tian's perspective, Zhang Shuyao standing beside him had once again become a tool. Chen Tian blinked his eyes gently, hoping that this time, the tool Xiao Zhang could be more helpful. While daydreaming, Chen Tian and the other person had already arrived at Wanda Plaza. Chen Tian parked the car, took Zhang Shuyao's hand, and walked towards Wanda Plaza. They went directly to the floor that sold luxury goods and started shopping one store after another. Chen Tian once again made use of his shopping advantage. When he saw something he thought was suitable for Zhang Shuyao, he directly asked the shopping guy to pack it up. At first the salesgirl thought that Chen Tian and the other man were very young and probably didn't have much spending power, but reality soon slapped her in the face. Except for these two, take a set of other new styles according to the lady's figure. Chen Tian was thinking that for a beauty like Zhang Shuyao, he naturally should buy her more beautiful clothes to make the most of his life. Zhang Shuyao had previously sold Chen Tian real estate worth tens of billions of dollars, and the commission she received made her worthy of being called a newly wealthy woman. But I was still shocked when I heard Chen Tian's way of buying. How can you buy things like this? Zhang Shuyao quickly walked to Chen Tian and wanted to persuade him that he already had a lot of clothes and there was no need to buy so many. Unexpectedly, when Chen Tian saw her coming over, he stretched out his hand and put his arm around her slender waist and said with a smile, "You came at the perfect time. I wanted to pick out some accessories for you. It will be much easier with you as a model." Zhang Shuyao. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Zhang Shuyao was completely confused and asked 3 questions in a row. She came here to persuade people, so why was she pulled directly to the jewelry counter by Chen Tian and started choosing other things? The two of them had only visited 2 stores, but Zhang Shuyao's hands were already full of shopping bags. She looked at Chen Tian with a sad face and said as if begging for mercy, "Are we almost done shopping? If she keeps buying like this, she will be covered with shopping bags before she even has to leave a luxury store." Chen Tian looked at Zhang Shuyao's pitiful appearance, chuckled, and said directly to the Chanel shopping guide who came over, "You guys should have a delivery service here, right?" The salesgirl was stunned at first, but then she looked at the shopping bags in front of Zhang Shuyao, nodded quickly, and replied very respectfully, "Yes, sir. As long as it's within the city, we can deliver it to your door for free." Chen Tian nodded. He didn't need to be sent home, just help him send him to the car. When the other shopping guides at Chanel saw Zhang Shuyao carrying so many luxury shopping bags, they hurried forward to help her carry them. For a moment, the eyes of these shopping guides looking at Chen Tian and the others were full of envy and admiration. The total value of so many luxury items is at least millions. Chen Tian and Zhang Shuyao in front of them were still so young, and both of them were very good looking. Coupled with their purchasing power, the shopping guides served them even more attentively. Luxury goods that usually require matching goods before purchase are no longer a matter of procedure in front of such big customers. As long as the two of them like a style, there will be matching goods in different colors placed on the table for them to choose from. Chen Tian bought a lot of things for Zhang Shuyao. He watched the light screens pop up with satisfaction and felt very satisfied. After accompanying Zhang Shuyao for a while, Chen Tian also customized some clothes in the store. However, the custom model that Chen Tian chose is of the highest specification in the store, and it needs to be shipped from the headquarters, and it will take some time to pick it up. The salesgirl carefully measured the dimensions of various parts of Chen Tian's body, recorded them, and then respectfully saw the two off. Chen Tian and Zhang Shuyao walked in front, followed by shopping guides from several luxury stores. They followed behind with large and small bags, accompanying them to the parking lot to deliver the goods. When they saw the Mercedes-Benz G-Class that Chen Tian was driving, they immediately showed a look of shock. After all, I have been a shopping guide for luxury goods for many years. I have seen many luxury cars and various good things, and my eyes are very discerning. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class in front of me is completely different from the ordinary version. A shopping guide has already taken a photo of it with his mobile phone and is analyzing it using software. When the results came out, everyone was stunned by the above introduction. This is actually a bulletproof version of the G-Class, worth hundreds of millions. The shopping guides looked at each other, and the shock in their eyes was almost pouring out as if it were real. Such a young and handsome guy is so financially strong. It really broadens my horizons. Chen Tian opened the trunk nonchalantly. He gestured to the shopping guides and asked them to move the things in. Looking at the trunk that was stuffed to the brim, Chen Tian couldn't help but nodded. Today's harvest was pretty good. Seeing that it was almost noon, Chen Tian looked at Zhang Shuyao and asked with concern. It's already lunchtime. Are you hungry? Do you want me to take you out to eat something? Zhang Shuyao shook her head gently. She had eaten a little too much this morning and had also had some snacks in the store before. Now she was not hungry at all. Chen Tian nodded when he heard this. He drove and took Zhang Shuyao back to Villa No. 1 in Tianfu City. After the two got off the car, Chen Tian helped take the things to the bedroom upstairs and said to Zhang Shuyao behind him, "Just live in Villa No. 1. When going out shopping today, Chen Tian specially bought a complete set of clothes, enough for Zhang Shuyao to change here. As for other daily necessities, you can buy them if you need them." When Zhang Shuyao saw that Chen Tian was so considerate, her pretty face couldn't help but turn red again, and her little heart was beating rapidly. When Chen Tian turned around, he happened to take in this beautiful scene. He couldn't help but shook his head slightly. This girl, is she too shy? The two of them simply packed up their things. Zhang Shuyao still felt very sleepy, so she went to bed. Just lie down with me for a while. Zhang Shuyao spoke to Chen Tian in a coquettish voice, so soft that Chen Tian couldn't refuse. The two of them lay on the bed, and Zhang Shuyao fell asleep peacefully in Chen Tian's arms. At this time, Su Tianqing walked into the hospital's inpatient department carrying a thermos bucket. In the thermos was the soup he had just made this morning. When Su Tianqing walked into the ward, his old mother was leaning on the bed and just let out a long sigh. I don't know if it was because the sigh was too heavy, but the old mother began to cough violently. "Mom!" Su Tianqing called out anxiously, and hurried over to help his old mother calm down. When the old mother saw her son coming, she took a long time to finally stop coughing. Seeing that his mother was finally feeling better, Su Tianqing quickly placed the thermos on the table next to him and said cheerfully, "Mom, this is the chicken soup I made last night. It's really delicious. Come and have a taste." Although Su Tianqing had a smile on his face, he sighed in his heart when he saw his mother's aging appearance. I was able to grow up this big only because of my mother's devoted care. Although the family was not rich, his old mother still tried her best to give him the best things in the house. No matter how hard his life was, he never complained. It is precisely because of years of hard work that my old mother has suffered from so many illnesses. As she is getting older, all of the illnesses have now broken out at once and have dragged down her body. Not only am I feeling extremely tired now, I can't even walk. I need someone to support me to move forward. Su Tianqing regained his composure. He poured the cooked soup into a bowl, brought it to his mother, and coaxed her. "Mom, you must drink more soup today, I put medicinal herbs in it. It is specially used to replenish qi and blood, and drinking it is good for your body." What Su Tianqing put in the chicken soup was the ginseng that Chen Tian had given him before. He took the ginseng to the pharmacy and asked about it. The old doctor said it was a good thing that was aged and was an excellent product for nourishing the body. Thinking of his old mother's frail body, Su Tianqing had no choice but to shamelessly stew the ginseng that Chen Tian had sent him. When the old mother heard what her son said, her face immediately became stern, and she pretended to be angry and scolded him. "You silly boy, what are you doing? Your money is not easy to come by, don't spend it like this. You should keep this money and save it for marrying a wife." After she had said only a few words, the old mother began to cough again. With a sad expression on her face, she sighed and said, "Mom is really useless. She's holding you back. You were saving some money, but now, oh. As a human being, who can not cherish life? What's more, how could an old mother be willing to close her eyes before she even sees her son get married? But just trying to survive like this would obviously drain his son's savings." The more the old mother thought about it, the more upset she felt, and she almost burst into tears. Su Tianqing saw that his mother was in a bad mood, and he quickly spoke to comfort her. "Mom, look at what you said. I still have a lot of money, enough for your medical treatment, just focus on your recovery. Don't you still want to see me get married? If I don't take care of my health, how can I take care of my grandchildren?" Su Tianqing paused here before continuing. "Mom, you really don't have to worry about me. I've found a job that pays 50,000 yuan a month. 50,000? When she heard about so much money, the old mother was very happy, and her eyes were brighter than before. Every mother hopes to see her son become successful during her lifetime. But in addition to being happy, the old mother still asked two questions carefully. What kind of job is it? You didn't deliberately say that the salary was so high just to please mom, did you? Su Tianqing grinned and quickly explained. How can that be possible? You have sharp eyes, how can you be fooled by my little trick? A very good boss saw that I had some good skills and asked me to be his bodyguard. The ginseng in this chicken soup was given to me by him so that I could nourish your body. Su Tianqing quickly coaxed his mother to drink the soup while it was hot and said with a smile. You should drink more and take care of yourself so that I can go to work as soon as possible. When the old mother heard this, she nodded vigorously and drank the soup faster than before. She already felt that there was hope in life, but she also knew that her body was very weak and she needed to nourish herself. While drinking the soup, the old mother looked up at her son and said earnestly, It's not easy to meet a boss who appreciates you so much. You have to work hard under him, understand? Good. Su Tianqing agreed very readily. He picked up a tissue and wiped the soup stains from the corners of his mother's mouth. Seeing that the soup was almost finished, the doctor on rounds came into the ward. The doctor first examined the old mother's body, and then said to Su Tianqing, Follow me out for a moment. Su Tianqing quickly followed the doctor and went to the office. As soon as he walked in, Su Tianqing asked impatiently, Doctor, how is my mother's health? The doctor understood the patient's family's anxiety very well. He pressed his hand towards Su Tianqing and motioned him to sit down first. Your mother's body is severely strained and she needs to stay here for a few more days. After returning home, I will need to take good care of myself. The doctor suddenly changed the subject when he spoke here and continued. But your medical expenses are almost used up. If you continue to recuperate, the price of self-paid medicine is not cheap. The doctor's words had hinted very clearly that if Su Tianqing wanted to continue recuperating, he had to renew the subscription. Su Tianqing clenched his fists tightly, his face was troubled, and he frowned and said, Please take care of my mother first. I will go and collect the medical expenses now. After Su Tianqing finished speaking, he stood up and left the doctor's office. He was sitting in the hospital corridor, looking obviously worried. Su Tianqing had just been discharged from the military not long ago, and most of the demobilization pay he received had already been spent in the hospital. He thought about it, took out his cell phone from his pocket and sent a message to Chen Tian. Su Tianqing gritted his teeth. He was willing to pay any price for his mother's recovery. Chen Tian was not asleep. When he heard his cell phone ringing, he gently placed Zhang Shuyao on the pillow, picked up his cell phone and walked to the living room. The message was from Su Tianqing, who agreed to work for Chen Tian and hoped to meet him. Chen Tian thought about it and decided to let Su Tianqing meet him directly at his home. He had already planned to let Zhang Shuyao live in Villa Number 1, as it would be inconvenient to bring someone over to discuss matters. Thinking of this, Chen Tian directly sent his home address to Su Tianqing, and then drove back home. After Su Tianqing sent the message, he felt a little uneasy. After all, he didn't agree immediately before, and he didn't know whether Chen Tian would be angry about this, or had found other suitable candidates. Fortunately, Chen Tian's message came back quickly. Looking at the address given on it, Su Tianqing breathed a sigh of relief. He walked back to the ward and said hello to his old mother, then got on his motorcycle and drove towards Chen Tian's home. Su Tianqing looked at the scenery along the way, especially the wide road in front of Chen Tian's house, and could hardly believe his eyes. The life of rich people is different. Even the direct road in front of the house has to be built wider than the main road. But when Su Tianqing stood in front of Chen Tian's villa, looking at the building that was as luxurious as a palace, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Compared with this building, the previous road seems insignificant. Chapter 57, Miraculous Potion. This Chen Tian is so rich. Looking at his broken motorcycle again, Su Tianqing parked it aside and locked it carefully. When Su Tianqing approached the gate of the villa, he heard the barking of a bulldog from inside. Chen Tian came out upon hearing the voice. He welcomed Su Tianqing into the villa and took him to the living room. Sit wherever you want. As long as you agree to this, it'll be your turn to work from today on. Chen Tian really admired Su Tianqing's abilities, and he also understood his current predicament, so he spoke directly and generously. Su Tianqing looked embarrassed. He frowned and said with some difficulty, Brother Chen, my mother is in hospital now, can I? Su Tianqing was unable to continue. He needed to stay in the hospital to take care of his elderly mother, so he naturally had no time to start working immediately. The most important thing is that he also wants to advance some of his salary to pay for medical expenses. As soon as Chen Tian saw Su Tianqing's expression, he understood. He took out a card from his pocket and put it on the table, then said, "Here is a card with 1 million in it. Just use it first." Looking at the card on the table, Su Tianqing was very moved. He stood up excitedly and said loudly to Chen Tian, "Boss, don't worry, I will work hard in the future to repay your kindness today." Whether it is this trust or the kindness of help, Su Tianqing will never dare to forget it. Chen Tian just waved his hand calmly and said, "You don't have to be so polite. Your salary will be calculated starting today, so just focus on taking care of your old mother. I can come to work whenever I feel better." Su Tianqing couldn't believe his ears. He actually met such a good boss. This. He was even a little excited and didn't know what to say. At this moment, a light curtain suddenly flashed before Chen Tian's eyes. "I have detected that the master has gained a loyal member. I am very pleased and will reward him with an unlimited supply of physical potions." Chen Tian was stunned. Unlimited supply? Recalling the system's previous description of physical medicine, it can improve a person's physical condition. At that moment, Chen Tian looked at Su Tianqing and said, "When I have time in a few days, I will go visit the old man." Su Tianqing nodded vigorously. He looked at Chen Tian sincerely, bowed respectfully, and said, "Okay. On behalf of my mother, I would like to thank Brother Chen for his help and understanding." Chen Tian patted Su Tianqing on the shoulder and said, "It's okay, just wait here for me." Chen Tian walked into a nearby room and took out some medicine. Walking out of the room, Chen Tian handed the medicine to Su Tianqing and said with a smile, "Try this." Su Tianqing drank it without saying a word and without even thinking about it. Chen Tian looked at Su Tianqing's defenseless appearance and suddenly laughed, jokingly said, "Just drink it directly when you give it to me. Aren't you afraid that I will hurt you?" Su Tianqing shook his head directly. Since Chen Tian trusted him, he naturally had to give something in return. Only by trusting each other can we support each other and go further. Su Tianqing smiled, and just as he was about to speak, the smile on his face suddenly froze. He felt very clearly that his body was changing. A warm current constantly circulates among the limbs and bones, and wherever it goes, it is full of strength as if it has just been charged. Not only has his strength increased, but even his physique seems to have become stronger. Su Tianqing's expression changed and he was filled with shock. He immediately looked at Chen Tian and exclaimed, "Brother Chen, this is..." Su Tianqing was very sure that it was the potion that Chen Tian had just given him that caused such changes in his body. Chen Tian handed the other potion in his hand to Su Tianqing and said directly, "Take it back and give it to your mother to try. It will be good for her health." Su Tianqing naturally took it hurriedly. He had just tested it himself and had very strong confidence in the efficacy of the medicine. He was now a little impatient and wanted to let his mother try this potion. Chen Tian saw that Su Tianqing was eager to go home, so he smiled and said, "Go back first, call me if you have anything." After Su Tianqing thanked him profusely, he got on his motorcycle and drove towards the hospital. After seeing Su Tianqing off, Chen Tian had nothing to do, so he went to the garage to take a look at his new car. 3 new cars lay quietly in the garage, with the soft light from the garage ceiling shining on the cars, emitting a dazzling glow. Chen Tian's eyes fell on the extended custom version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. To be honest, it was the first time he saw this car. However, it is still suitable to hire a driver for this kind of car, otherwise the ultimate experience in the back seat will be completely wasted. The most important thing is that when you drive this kind of car yourself, you look like the driver no matter how you look at it. In the end, Chen Tian picked up the key to the customized Maserati Quattroporte and drove out. Su Tianqing had already rushed back to the hospital by this time. He first paid the hospital fees and then returned to the ward with the medicine. As soon as she entered the ward, the old mother immediately looked at Su Tianqing, and was relieved when she saw her son's happy face. Ever since she found out her son was going to meet his boss, the old mother has been worried, fearing that his boss would be angry and fire him. Su Tianqing was very excited. He took out the medicine that Chen Tian gave him and quickly asked his mother to drink it. "Mom, how are you? how do you feel? Su Tianqing looked at his old mother nervously and asked with concern. He remembered that he had a reaction as soon as he drank the medicine, and he didn't know whether his mother's body could withstand the effects of the medicine. The old mother yawned, obviously a little sleepy, and said, I feel hot and want to take a nap. Su Tianqing quickly helped his old mother lie down, and within a few breaths, she fell into a deep sleep. Seeing that his old mother was breathing smoothly and her face was rosy, Su Tianqing waited excitedly by the side. It had been a long time since he heard his mother say that she had a good sleep. Years of hard work have left my old mother with poor sleep, and it takes her a long time to fall asleep every time. I didn't expect that I fell into a deep sleep right after drinking the potion. The old mother slept for about half an hour and then woke up. She opened her eyes and looked much better. The old mother felt that her body was still warm and comfortable, and her whole body seemed to be full of strength. Mom, are you feeling better? Su Tianqing looked at his old mother excitedly and clearly felt the changes in her. The old mother hadn't felt this powerful for a long time. She tried to sit up by herself. The action that she had never been able to do before was now easily accomplished by her. Even the old mother herself was stunned by such a change. Tianqing, hold me up, I want to get out of bed and walk around. Su Tianqing hurried over to support his old mother. At first, his mother's steps were a little unstable, but she soon adapted to the changes in her body. Even without Su Tianqing's support, he can still move on his own. Just as the mother and son were overjoyed, the nurse who came in to distribute the medicine looked at the old mother, who stood up and uttered a cry of surprise. How is this possible? The old lady's physical condition is very poor. Even if she completes a full course of treatment, it will be impossible for her to regain the ability to walk. At most, it can just prolong your life and allow you to live a few more years, but you will definitely need someone to take care of you long term in the future. Seeing the old lady in such a bad condition actually stand up by herself, the nurse quickly ran to call the doctor. The doctor didn't believe the nurse's description at first, but when he saw with his own eyes that the old lady could walk independently, he was also stunned. This is absolutely impossible. How did you stand up? The doctor looked strange. He walked to the old mother and asked carefully. The old mother couldn't hide the smile on her face. She pointed at her son and explained happily. I drank the medicine my son sent me, and I felt stronger all of a sudden. I just wanted to try it, but I didn't expect that I could actually walk. When the doctor heard this, he was even more surprised. He immediately decided to take the old lady for a physical examination. After all, the doctor knew very well how bad the old man's health condition was before. This is no longer a medical miracle, but a miracle of humanity. After a full inspection, some inspection items may take several days to get the results. However, judging from the examination items whose results could be obtained on the same day, the old lady's physical condition had indeed improved significantly. It can even be said that her current physical condition makes her look many years younger. Faced with such test results, the doctor was completely shocked. He was a little unsure for a moment and started calling the heads of various departments. After all, this was the first time the doctor had encountered such a situation. The hospital's experienced supervisors arrived at the scene, listened to the doctor's report, and also looked at previous medical records and various test reports. Looking at the sudden recovery of various indicators, I was a little confused for a while. Even the dean heard about this and rushed to the ward. The dean was very experienced. When he heard that the old man had suddenly changed, he immediately looked at Su Tianqing and asked, Did you give your mother anything to eat or drink? Su Tianqing looked bewildered, and he told the truth. I gave my mother the potion my boss gave her, and she felt much better after drinking it. When the dean heard this, an excited expression immediately appeared on his face, and he asked excitedly, Where is the potion you mentioned? Can you show it to me? The dean knows that China is full of talented people, and there are countless powerful ones. Maybe this is the tonic medicine made by a miracle doctor. If I can get some of the medicine, I can definitely copy it. Chapter 58. What level is this? Su Tianqing shook his head and pointed to the empty bottle on the table and said, I finished the potion, and I thought I'd give the bottle to my boss, so I brushed it. Looking at the clean medicine bottle, in which even the water had been shaken off by Su Tianqing, the dean expressed regret. Otherwise, such medicine production will definitely be a hot-selling product. The effect is so amazing that the magic of the potion cannot be described by just the word astonishing. Although there were no medicine samples, the dean and others were unwilling to give up and began to study the old man's physical condition. They looked through the medical records carefully, and the doctor stood by to provide additional information for the leaders. Comparing the situation with the old man's current condition, the dean and others were amazed. In this case, observe for a few more days. If there is no recurrence, you can be discharged from the hospital. The dean said this with great emotion, and became even more interested in the mysterious potion. Su Tianqing heard it clearly and was very happy. He naturally understood that without Chen Tian's medicine, his old mother would have to suffer in the hospital for who knows how long. Thinking of this, Su Tianqing was even more grateful to Chen Tian. The old mother looked at her son at this time and said happily, "Tianqing, go buy me something to eat. I feel like my appetite has improved since I woke up from this nap." As she spoke, the old mother rubbed her belly. "Normally, I wouldn't feel anything if I didn't eat for a day, but now, I feel a distinct sense of hunger." The dean at the side heard this and said to Su Tianqing excitedly, "How else can I say that you took this potion well? Not only did it restore your body's vitality and promote cell regeneration, it also significantly improved your gastrointestinal function. This person's appetite must have improved. If he supplements it through food supplements, the effect will be more obvious. The most important thing is that the elderly will not suffer by doing this." Su Tianqing was extremely happy to hear this. He nodded vigorously and said loudly, "Okay, I'll prepare it for you right now." As long as it can make his mother healthy, Su Tianqing is willing to do anything. After saying that, Su Tianqing ran outside. At this time, Chen Tian was driving the customized version of Maserati Quattroporte towards the sales office. He remembered that Zhang Shuyao only took one day off in the morning. According to that girl's temper, she must have gone to work at this time. Although Tianfu City has been sold out, it is a well-known large enterprise in Jinling after all, and it still has many projects locally. Moreover, the sales office in Tianfu City is also one of their offices, so they did not evacuate. Recently, Zhang Shuyao is conducting job training for the company's new projects, especially for those new employees who have just started working, who need to be well trained. Just as Chen Tian guessed, Zhang Shuyao woke up from a nap and saw Chen Tian go out, so she packed up and came to the company. At this time, Zhang Shuyao was working in the office, dealing with the work left over from the morning. Chen Tian quickly drove to the door of Tianfu City sales office. As soon as the salesman saw the Maserati Quattroporte, their eyes immediately lit up. This car is extraordinary at first glance. Although they didn't know what model it was, they recognized the dung fork in front of the car. The salesmen were all guessing the identity of this person, and some were eager to try. Even some of the veteran salespeople present immediately had an idea and stood at the door to greet the guests. If you get to know such people, they may become your customers in the future. Chen Tian rolled down the car window at this time, and when the salesman next to him saw his face, they immediately widened their eyes in surprise. This. Isn't this Mr. Chen? The old salesman naturally could not forget this face that spent money lavishly, and the newcomers also saw Chen Tian's face through the glass door last time. They were naturally impressed by such a handsome and wealthy man. Facing everyone's hot gazes, Chen Tian's expression remained calm. He looked at the salesperson closest to him and asked, "Is your manager Zhang Shuyao here?" When he heard that Mr. Chen was looking for Zhang Shuyao, the newcomer nodded vigorously and replied with a smile, "I'm here. Manager Zhang is working in her office now. Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. I'll go call her." Mr. Chen, regardless of his status as a top-tier billionaire, is a top-tier owner that no employee of Tianfu City can afford to offend. Not to mention looking for Zhang Shuyao, even if someone came to look for Mr. Sun Deji from their real estate company, they would have to make arrangements immediately. Chen Tian stopped the salesman who was about to call someone. He got out of the car and looked at the other person and said, "No need, just give her the car key." As he customized, Chen Tian locked the Maserati Quattroporte and handed the key to the salesperson. Chen Tian came here just to deliver the car. Besides, this is where she works, so she has to maintain the refined image of a girl. After saying a few words to the salesperson, Chen Tian turned around and left. While walking outside, Chen Tian was thinking about things in his mind. He had long planned to go to Linshui City to visit his aunt and uncle. His parents passed away early, and if it weren't for his aunt and uncle, his life would have been really miserable. When Chen Tian thought of his aunt and uncle-in-law, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. They are my relatives and I treat them like my own sons. Even my uncle-in-law has never looked down on me. Although he has nothing to do with me, he has always been very concerned about me. It is not easy for them to make money, but they have never skimped on living expenses. Not long ago, his cousin Su Jishi transferred 5,800 yuan to him as living expenses. You know, Chen Tian had already graduated from university at that time. How could one possibly give him money at this time, unless he treated him as his own son? The more Chen Tian thought about it, the more excited he became, and he became more determined to go back to Linshui City. It just so happens that tomorrow is a short holiday. When I go back, I can call Su Jishi along to give my aunt and the others a surprise. But since he is going back, Chen Tian must bring some gifts with him. After thinking about it, Chen Tian remembered that his uncle-in-law liked antiques and some playthings the most. Although he liked the pictures in his heart, after all, his family had 2 children to support and my uncle-in-law naturally understood the family's conditions, so he just looked at the pictures to satisfy his eyes. Chen Tian thought that he was now fully capable of giving his family the best life, so naturally he had to give them some of his favorite things. So Chen Tian made up his mind and prepared to go to Taoyuan to take a look. Taoyuan is the largest antique market in the whole of Jinling. Some antique lovers will go there to exchange for some playthings. Especially now that antique shows are so popular, they have brought about a collecting trend. Many people set off for Taoyuan on time, then sweep the place, trying to pick up a big bargain and reach the peak of their lives. Chen Tian had often heard people talk about Taoyuan before. In Jinling, Taoyuan was comparable to Panjiayuan in Tianjin and had a very high status. Moreover, the place is big enough. Not only are there a large number of stalls for shopping, but there are also many regular antique shops there, selling a wide variety of items. While thinking, Chen Tian slowly strolled towards Taoyuan. Chen Tian could take advantage of this time to think carefully about what to buy. Chen Tian had no idea that even though he hadn't walked far, the story between him and Zhang Shuyao had already spread throughout the sales office. Everyone is going crazy over the rumor that Mr. Chen, the largest property owner in Tianfu City, is in love with manager Zhang Shuyao from the sales department. After all, many people had witnessed the scene and saw Chen Tianlai deliver the car to Zhang Shuyao. If they were not in a romantic relationship, who could have asked someone of Mr. Chen's status to personally deliver the car? When the little girls heard the news, they all subconsciously covered their mouths to prevent themselves from screaming out in envy. He's a super rich man who can spend billions at a time. Dating someone like that is not just like reaching the peak of your life, it's like riding a rocket to the sky, okay? The young girls in the new sales team gathered together and talked enviously. Didn't we see Mr. Chen last time? He is so handsome, right? To be honest, I think he is even better looking than my idol. Boys like him are simply top-notch. Our manager Zhang is not bad either. The two of them walking together are like a perfect couple, perfect for each other. So enviable, this is true love. He personally came to the workplace to deliver the car. This dog food was really unexpected. Didn't you see that Mr. Chen sent a Maserati? Such a luxury car must be a gift for his girlfriend. He is so good at dating, he is simply the best in the world. The new girls are extremely envious. When faced with such a cute couple, they really feel a mixture of love and hate. At this time, Zhang Shuyao also finished the work at hand and walked out. As soon as she walked out of the office, she saw a group of new salespeople standing in the office area. When they saw her come out, they immediately showed strange expressions on their faces. It seems that he is very envious, and has some other emotions as well. Such an expression and look made Zhang Shuyao visibly stunned. What's wrong with you? Why don't you go look at the information and wait for me here? Zhang Shuyao walked over and looked at the group of new girls, and said helplessly. The new girls still had smiles on their faces. One of them came out, put a car key in front of Zhang Shuyao, and said pretentiously. Manager Zhang. Your lover has sent you a car. Please accept it. Spouse? As soon as Zhang Shuyao heard these two words, Chen Tian's image immediately appeared in front of her eyes. She looked at the key in front of her, confusion evident in her beautiful eyes. As soon as everyone saw Zhang Shuyao's expression, they immediately understood that this was Mr. Chen, giving manager Zhang a surprise. This is what Mr. Chen just sent to you. Let us give it to you. The new girl hurriedly handed the key over again, and this time Zhang Shuyao took it. Zhang Shuyao looked at the girl's weird expressions, curled her lips helplessly, and said, Come on, come with me to check out the car. But when we come back, I'll also check your information to see how you're doing with your memorization. When Zhang Shuyao led everyone out, they saw a lot of salesmen surrounding the car, circling around. As soon as Zhang Shuyao saw the customized version of Maserati Quattroporte, her attention was immediately attracted. The burgundy body of the car is very linear, and under the sunlight, the special paint releases a different kind of brilliance, just like a diamond sparkling in the sun. Looking at such a beautiful car, many people let out a low cry. At this moment, an old salesman who was taking pictures with his mobile phone suddenly shouted, "Wow, this is actually a customized version of the Maserati president." The old salesman always felt that this president looked different from ordinary presidents. He took out his mobile phone, took a picture and scanned it, and then he knew the model of this car. But what really made him shout out loud was the value of the car. This customized Maserati Quattroporte is worth $50 million. Don't think it's too expensive, this is a super luxury car that is priceless in the market. Many wealthy people specially collect them for collection. This Mr. Chen not only drove out the luxury car, he also gave it to someone as a gift, and even said that they were in love. When everyone heard the old salesperson's words, their eyes widened. A luxury car worth $50 million was delivered directly to the company's doorstep. Was this for manager Zhang to use as a means of transportation? This. As salesmen in Tianfu City, they know very well that not many customers can afford $50 million to buy a house, let alone $50 million to buy a car. With this spending power, what level do you think their net worth is? Chapter 59, The Magical Reward of Home. The more they thought about it, the more shocked they became, and they didn't even want to say anything. Others spend so much money at once, they dare not even think about it. The gap between them is so terrifying that it's a bit scary. The salesmen were all filled with jealousy, envy and hatred, especially the veteran salesmen, who were experiencing the pain of missing out on tens of millions of dollars again. Especially the female salesperson who was ready to sacrifice herself that time, she felt so angry that her teeth were itching. If I had worked harder at that time, maybe the commission and the car I have now would all be mine. Why didn't I realize at that time that Chen Tian, who was so handsome, was an absolute rocket stock? Zhang Shuyao didn't expect that Chen Tian would give her such an expensive car. She also unlocked the car, opened the door, and looked at the luxurious interior in front of her. She was so shocked that she was speechless. This car is so beautiful. The other salesmen also looked curious and stretched their heads to look at the interior. Looking at the interior that is entirely wrapped in carbon fiber, I stared blankly again. It was only then that the salesmen realized their lack of language skills. Faced with such a top-notch luxury car, they could not think of a more appropriate adjective except wow. Zhang Shuyao took a quick look at the car, then looked at the salesgirl who had just given her the keys and asked, "Where's Chen Tian? Why didn't I see him when I came out?" The salesgirl answered honestly, "Mr. Chen saw that you were still busy, so he left the key and left first." Listening to the salesgirl's words, everyone present was extremely jealous. If an ordinary man gave you such a big treasure, he would definitely stay there to see how touched you are. But look at Mr. Chen. Giving a gift quietly and then leaving not only expresses the thought, but also reflects the person's vision and taste. This move is really brilliant. This is a luxury car worth more than 50 million yuan, and he just gave it away without even a thank you. What kind of mind does this take? Wow, that's an unexpected height. The more everyone thought about it, the more shocked they became. When they looked at Zhang Shuyao, there was nothing but envy and admiration in their eyes. We are all women, but how come manager Zhang is so lucky to have found such a top man? Zhang Shuyao felt the envious gazes of everyone and felt sweet in her heart. But when he thought of his still aching body and Chen Tian's crazy behavior yesterday and showing no mercy to women, he felt a little resentful. This bad guy wants to use a luxury car to silence himself? But in the end, that slight hatred had long since dissipated into the air, leaving only endless love and affection. A sweet smile also appeared on the corner of Zhang Shuyao's mouth. Looking at the smile on Zhang Shuyao's face, many veteran salesmen showed a hint of jealousy on their faces. What's so great about that? Isn't it just that she relied on her youth and beauty to climb up the social ladder? What is there to be proud of? But looking at the luxury car in front of him and those colleagues with flattering faces, the old salesperson's heart began to bleed. They finally understood that this was amazing and they were very proud. Okay, now that we've finished looking at the cars, let's get back to work. After being sweet, Zhang Shuyao returned to her capable look. She clapped her hands gently, greeted the salesman with different moods, and walked into the sales hall. On the other side, Chen Tian was still walking leisurely on the road. At this moment, Chen Tian's cell phone suddenly rang. He quickly took it out and saw that it was a WeChat message from Tang Sini. "Where are you? I made something for you to try." When Chen Tian saw that the message was from Tang Xinyi, he immediately smiled. Isn't this a coincidence? This time, I don't even need to call a car. Chen Tian thought about it and quickly typed in the dialog box. I'm outside. I'm about to go out. Come and find me. As he spoke, Chen Tian directly threw his cell phone over to locate the location. Chen Tian waited on the roadside for a while and saw a Mercedes-Benz G parked in front of him. As soon as the car stopped, Tang Xinyi opened the door and jumped out. Tang Xinyi is visibly refreshed and looks full of vitality today. Her long, carefully groomed black hair falls over her shoulders, showing her great temperament. Chen Tian looked at Tang Xinyi and couldn't help but joked. You look pretty good today. But it's not like that day. That day you looked like that and almost scared me. If Chen Tian had not just happened to be blessed with god-level medical skills, seeing Tang Xinyi's condition, he might have called 120 directly and had her taken away. Tang Xinyi. Will this become my dark history? Just forget it, okay? Tang Xinyi complained in her heart, but her face turned red. She was too lazy to continue arguing with Chen Tian. She was obviously bringing shame upon herself in this matter. Tang Xinyi turned around and walked to the back of the car, opened the trunk, took out the packed snacks, and said unhappily. Here, these are all for you. If I had known you were so heartless and always mentioned other people's dark history, I wouldn't have brought you so much. In order to express her gratitude to Chen Tian, Tang Xinyi really put her heart and soul into making a lot of her signature snacks. Some of the manufacturing processes are more complicated, but Tang Xinyi did not mind the trouble and has been busy since morning until now. Ungrateful? When Chen Tian heard this, his eyebrows immediately raised. He opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, smiling and saying, To show my conscience, just send me to a place. Tang Xinyi rolled her eyes and said, What does your conscience have to do with giving it to you? Besides, is this really okay for you? Tang Xinyi pouted in dissatisfaction. My goodness, do you think I'm a DD driver? Tell me, where are we going? Tang Xinyi sighed helplessly and asked Chen Tian. Chen Tian naturally couldn't hide it from the driver, so he said directly. Go to Taoyuan. Hearing this, Tang Xinyi smiled and said. There are a lot of fakes there. Can you recognize them? Just when Chen Tian wanted to speak, he saw a flash of light in front of his eyes. The owner detects that the owner is looked down upon, and feels indignant for the owner, and actively rewards the skill of discerning pearls, which can detect the quality, year, and some of the attributes of the object. Tang Xinyi looked at Chen Tian in a daze, thinking that the other party had misunderstood what she had said. In fact, Tang Xinyi really didn't mean to look down on Chen Tian, it's just that the antique business is too complicated, and without a few years of experience, it would be easy to be cheated by those old foxes. I have learned these things from my grandfather since I was a child. If you ask me for help, I can help you reluctantly. Tang Xinyi took the initiative to tell Chen Tian that she was not bragging. In addition to her amazing tea art, she was also an expert in antique appreciation. After all, in addition to running various tea gardens, the Tang family has also made considerable achievements in the antique business. Growing up in such a family environment, Tang Xinyi has been influenced since childhood, and her eyes are quite sharp. But before Tang Xinyi could finish her words, Chen Tian interrupted her and said directly. It's okay, I recognize it. Tang Xinyi, at #%. Can you wait until the other person finishes speaking? Humph, so impatient. Chapter 60 Absolutely good stuff. Tang Xinyi continued driving angrily and stopped talking to Chen Tian. But I was thinking angrily in my heart, if you get cheated, I may not help you. Although Tang Xinyi thought so in her heart, as soon as the thought came to her mind, her heart softened. After all, Chen Tian was nice to her. If Chen Tian was really fooled by someone later, she was prepared to help him take a closer look. The road was relatively smooth during this period of time, and the two people drove quickly towards Taoyuan. Tang Xinyi was very familiar with Taoyuan. She parked the car directly in the parking lot at the door and said to Chen Tian. Since this is your first time here, let's go shopping here. The so-called street stall culture, you can also feel the atmosphere here. Chen Tian nodded and got out of the car with Tang Xinyi. The two men walked through the huge market gate and saw a sea of people inside. There were stalls as far as the eye could see, packed densely together. There were many customers on the small road, constantly moving back and forth, and the place was bustling with noise. Chen Tian saw many people greeting customers enthusiastically, and there were also stalls lazily leaning on their chairs and taking a nap, but owners their eyes were staring at their goods with a slit. Looking at the various aspects of life, Chen Tian was quite interested. Tang Xini led Chen Tian inside and kindly reminded him. When you see something suitable, check it out carefully. Don't be fooled by them. Technology is very advanced nowadays, and these items have been passed down through countless hands. To be honest, it is almost impossible to find the real thing. But the dream of getting rich overnight by buying antiques is so tempting that so many people are busy running around the street stalls, fighting for their own dreams. Although there are not many good things, the merchants selling these things are becoming more and more savvy. He can turn black into white with just his mouth. He is very powerful. Chen Tian nodded, and neither of them said much. They followed the crowd and started strolling around the stalls. Chen Tian took a rough look and found that most of the products here were new products from last week, but the counterfeiting technology was quite good. They looked rusty and full of age. Unfortunately, the smell of chemicals has not yet dissipated and it is very choking. The two people walked forward while talking. At this time, a stall owner saw Chen Tian and Tang Xini, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The man and woman were well dressed and obviously looked like wealthy people. Moreover, they were so beautiful. He was sure that he had never seen them before, otherwise he would definitely have a deep memory of them. Isn't such a stranger the perfect candidate to slaughter the fat sheep? Thinking of this, the boss did not hesitate and walked straight towards the two of them. If I delay any longer and someone else spots me, I won't have any chance to escape. Two bosses, I have some good stuff here. Would you like to take a look? The stall owner moved closer to Chen Tian, deliberately lowered his voice, and spoke in a mysterious tone. The reason for doing this is all based on the stall owner's experience. Nowadays, many young people have been addicted to tune rating novels and come to the antique market just to see whether those shady things really exist. He pretended to be mysterious, and young people like this are the easiest to be fooled. The stall owner is an expert in this field, and he has cheated at least 80 people, if not 100. Those who have suffered a loss can only keep silent about it. Otherwise, if they say that they were just trying their luck to find something in the ground, wouldn't that be like surrendering themselves? Chen Tian looked up at the stall owner and saw that the man was dressed in rustic clothes, as if his clothes had just been dug out of the earth. He has shifty eyes and looks like he is up to no good. As soon as Tang Xini saw the stall owner's appearance, she immediately realized that he was cosplaying in an antique market. Pretending to be a rat? How shameless! Tang Xini hated this kind of fraudulent seller the most. She gently tugged at the corner of Chen Tian's clothes and lowered her voice to remind him. These are all tricks used by street vendors, don't be fooled. Not to mention that it is impossible for tomb robbers to occur nowadays. Even if there really were tomb robbers, would they come to sell treasures without even changing their clothes and covered in mud? This is even more outrageous than what is written in novels. Chen Tian also understood that most of these people were scammers. It is to deceive those who are greedy in their hearts, and only such people will be foolishly deceived. But Chen Tian didn't care. After all, he now had the ability to recognize pearls with a keen eye. If you want to cheat in front of him, isn't that challenging the prestige of the system? Thinking of this, Chen Tian blinked and said to the stall owner, "It wouldn't hurt to take a look." Tang Xini heard it from behind and hurried to follow, fearing that Chen Tian would be deceived. The stall owner was so happy that he quickly took the two of them to a remote corner. The three of them walked to the corner of the wall. The stall owner first looked around, and after repeatedly confirming that there was no one there, he carefully opened the package. Once it was opened, all kinds of things inside were immediately revealed. When Chen Tian saw it, he was immediately happy. The bag was not big, but it contained a lot of things. There are several porcelain pieces, as well as jewelry and some jade pieces, all covered with dirt, and they really look like they were just dug out. Chen Tianxiang tried to hold back his laughter. There were so many fakes. He must be a liar. Tang Xini was quite patient and squatted there watching very carefully. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that these things were fakes, so she quickly gave Chen Tianxia a look. The stall owner standing nearby didn't notice the interaction between the two. He was still pretending to look around, constantly urging them. These are all good stuff. If you too like something, you'd better choose it quickly. If someone who knows the value of the stuff sees it, you too will miss the opportunity. Chen Tian acted as if he didn't hear it and was still watching leisurely. Suddenly, he saw several ancient coins pressed at the bottom and was stunned. This? Chen Tian stared at two of the coins and fell into deep thought. Even though the two coins were completely covered in black mud, Chen Tian could still tell at a glance that one of the two ancient coins was the Xianfeng Tongbao, The Xianfeng Tongbao is definitely the only piece in the world, and Chen Tian can see that this one is still in quite good condition. According to the current market price, it would cost at least more than 2 million. For someone like Tang Xini who started out as an antique dealer, it is not impossible to sell their items at a higher price if they package them well. After all, the most important thing about antiques is to find an owner who appreciates its value. The other one is also quite powerful. It is the Daqing Baofu, a treasure from the Qing dynasty. This is a trial cast sample coin produced by the Baofu Bureau, and is a well-known rare treasure in the ancient coin industry. Precisely because this thing is so rare, the stall owner did not recognize it. Instead, he covered it with mud and pretended it was an antique. Considering the state of preservation of this piece, an estimated price of 3 million is definitely a conservative price. The combined value of these two coins is impossible to sell for less than 5 million. Chen Tian looked at the sly stall owner in front of him, especially feeling the other party's eyes wanting to rip off the fat sheep. His eyes rolled and he said with great regret, "I can't afford all these good things. I only have 100 yuan left in my phone. What can I buy?" 100? When the stall owner heard Chen Tian's words, his eyes almost popped out. He felt as if thousands of alpacas were galloping in his heart. These two people were dressed so well, yet they were so poor? With such a small amount of money, you still have the nerve to come to the antique market? Are you here to make people laugh? But after a sigh, the stall owner was unwilling to waste his energy in vain. After all, this bag of stuff is only worth about 100 yuan. Sell anything for $100, and just think of it as buying a pack of cigarettes. After all, it's already afternoon, so why not open a shop? Thinking of this, the stall owner said directly, $100, you can't pick the good ones. If I didn't like you, little brother, $100 wouldn't be enough for me to show you these treasures. Chen Tian raised a smile, blinked his eyes and said, I don't even dare to think about the big stuff. How about I pick 10 copper coins? When the stall owner heard this, he thought that those copper coins were not worth much, let alone 100 yuan, even 10 yuan could fill a bag. However, the stall owner was still playing tricks here. He was afraid that Chen Tian would bargain again, so he just gave a price. All of my stuff is real. I want to pick 10 for $100, but there are too many. How about this, let's just be friends and I'll let you pick 2. Chen Tian was happy, because what he originally wanted were those 2 good things. He simply took out the 2 copper coins and waved them in front of the stall owner. Anyway, it was covered with black mud, so Chen Tian was not afraid that the other party would notice anything. The scammers were so happy to see this that they couldn't even pick a clean one instead of a fake one. Do you really think that if you smear some mud on it, it will become the real thing just dug out of the ground? Too naive. Tang Xini was standing by, looking at the 2 black copper coins, also speechless. She glanced at Chen Tian helplessly. He bought 2 dirty things for just 100 yuan? But it was only 100 yuan, so the 2 men didn't take it too seriously. Chen Tian transferred the money to the stall owner on the spot. The stall owner looked at the money in WeChat and said with a smile, Okay. Next time you have a chance to come over, come find me again and I'll show you something better. Tang Xini watched the 2 people transfer the money, and there was nothing she could do. She simply pulled Chen Tian away. Would she come again next time? Will I be deceived by you again? Tang Xini pulled Chen Tian a little further away, then said to him helplessly, You were cheated by him. But luckily it's only $100, so just think of it as a lesson learned. However, what Tang Xini didn't expect was that Chen Tian actually liked these 2 ancient coins very much and kept playing with them in his hands. Tang Xini was immediately furious upon seeing this. He was deceived so easily, and now he is still addicted to it? But fortunately it was only 100 yuan. If it was more, I would have to stop Chen Tian. Chapter 61, Do I have to get a bargain? What are you doing in Taoyuan? Tang Xini tugged at Chen Tian's sleeve and asked helplessly. Chen Tian answered directly. I want to buy something as a gift, so I plan to go look at some jade or something. Tang Xini rolled her beautiful eyes and said in a long voice. Come on, I'll take you to my store to buy some. My family opened a jade store here, I'll take you around. After hearing Tang Xini's words, Chen Tian finally raised his head. He glanced at Tang Xini and said, Why didn't you say so earlier? Let's just go. I can't bear to see you being deceived again. Tang Xini glanced at Chen Tian with a sneer. Got cheated? Chen Tian looked at the copper coins in his hand. He would love it if they were all such top-notch stuff. The two people walked one after the other, passing through the long stall area and heading straight to the shop area at the back. Tang Xinyi tilted her head and looked at Chen Tian and kindly introduced. If you want to buy good stuff, you still have to come to the shops over here. I'll introduce you to two good ones. They only sell genuine goods, so even if you don't know much, you won't buy fake stuff. Chen Tian knew that Tang Xinyi had good intentions, so he just smiled and said nothing. Soon, the two arrived at Tang Xinyi's shop. The shop is decorated in an ancient style. There are two large red lanterns hanging in front of the door. Various exotic beasts are outlined on them with golden silk threads, which looks very exquisite. A huge plaque was hung on the door with three big characters inscribed on it, Boyuzai. Chen Tian looked at the font that looked like a dragon and a phoenix playing with each other and slightly. It was indeed very good. Moreover, the plaque has obviously been wiped and is spotless, and the paint color is firm and full, showing that it is well maintained. It can be seen that both the shop owner and the people working here are very particular people. The inside of the store is even more special. After crossing the high threshold, the first thing you see is a solid wood cabinet with many exquisite jades on it. Most of them are carved jade ornaments, each of which looks vivid and lively. Chen Tian took a rough look and found that Tang Xinyi's jade shop was very large. It could be seen that in addition to the 200 square meter front hall, there was obviously a large open space in the back. This is considered one of the largest stores on this street. The shopkeeper was looking at the account book at the counter. When he saw Tang Xinyi and Chen Tian coming in, he hurried out to greet them and said very respectfully, "Miss, you are here." Tang Xinyi nodded. She sat down at the table, skillfully picked up the tea set on the table, and started to make tea. Chen Tian was looking around the store. After all, he came here to pick out gifts, so he had to take a good look. After walking around, Chen Tian discovered that the carving master in Tang Xinyi's jade shop had amazing skills and the things he made had a spiritual aura. No wonder the business was so booming. Chen Tian finally picked out a large jade gourd. The color of the jade was emerald green and it had a lot of water content. It was an excellent ornament. Of course, gifts cannot be given in odd numbers. Chen Tian picked out a top-quality jade bracelet, which was excellent in both color and water content. Chen Tian looked at the things he had picked out with satisfaction and said to the shopkeeper, "Pack these two for me, please." Chen Tian was a guest brought by Tang Xinyi personally, so the shopkeeper naturally did not dare to neglect him. He quickly took down the two jade pieces and put them in an exquisite brocade box. The brocade box is padded with shock-proof foam and covered with a golden silk scarf. The packaging is definitely high-end. With the exquisite ornaments inside, it is more than enough. How much are these two? Chen Tian looked at Tang Xinyi and began to ask about the price. Tang Xinyi looked up at the jade that Chen Tian had selected, and couldn't help but raised her eyebrows and said, "You're really good at choosing. These are the best things we have." The selection of jade is not only about choosing the base material of jade, but also a test of the carving craftsmanship, as well as the use of color and aesthetics. These conditions are indispensable. Tang Xinyi recalled that Chen Tian had helped her decoct medicine and cook for her before, and her heart warmed. She said directly, "Take it, no money required." Chen Tian gave Tang Xinyi a thumbs up and praised. "As expected of Miss Tang, you are so generous." But Chen Tian would not accept other people's benefits for nothing. He thought about it and handed the 2 copper coins in his hand to Tang Xinyi. "You are so generous, I can't be bad either. I'll give you these 2 little gadgets. They are worth a lot of money, keep them well." According to Chen Tian, these 2 copper coins can be regarded as the payment for these 2 jade pieces. Tang Xinyi rolled her eyes and looked at the 2 coins with some disdain, thinking secretly in her heart, "These 2 jade pieces are worth 2 or 3 million. You gave me something worth only 100, and you acted like I earned it by giving it to you. Is that really okay?" Although she complained in her heart, Tang Xinyi still gladly took the coins. After all, it's Chen Tian's intention, and we can't hurt other people's feelings. Chen Tian watched Tang Xinyi accept it. He picked up the 2 brocade boxes and said with a smile, "Okay then, I'll take the stuff." After saying that, Chen Tian picked up his things and left. Tang Xinyi looked at Chen Tian's back as he left, but she didn't stop making tea. However, Tang Xinyi's thoughts drifted away. Thinking back to Chen Tian's appearance just now, she was so angry that she laughed. The sweet aroma of tea has spread throughout the store, and the fragrance of tea that fills the room is refreshing. Tang Xinyi sipped her tea slowly, her eyes returning to the 2 ancient coins on the table. Considering Tang Sini's wealth, these two ancient coins would not be worth her at all. However, for Tang Sini, these two copper coins do have a special meaning. This is at least the first time that Chen Tian gave her something. No matter how much it is worth, what matters most is the thought. Thinking of this, Tang Sini's eyebrows are curved, and the corners of her unconscious mouthly raised a little, looking very sweet. Tang Sini then looked at the shopkeeper and said with a smile, "Please help me get Grandpa's antique collection tools. I need to use them." When the shopkeeper heard the request of his young lady, he naturally agreed hastily and said, "Yes, miss, I'll get it now." Soon, the shopkeeper came back with a toolbox. Tang Sini took out a small brush and cleaned the black mud inside the ancient coins bit by bit. The shopkeeper was familiar with various jades, but he had not done much research on ancient coins. He only knew some of the more common ones. Looking at the two coins that Tang Sini had been cleaning, he was a little unable to recognize them. However, seeing his eldest daughter being so serious, the old shopkeeper was very pleased and served her carefully. Some places needed careful cleaning. When I saw that the tools needed to be changed, the old shopkeeper over there had already picked them out and handed them directly to the eldest lady. Most of the black mud has been peeled off, and only the details remain, which need to be cleaned very carefully. Otherwise, once marks are left on the surface of the coin, the value of this ancient coin will be greatly reduced. Although Tang Sini was not optimistic about the two ancient coins, she handled them with such attention to detail that she treated them as national treasures and handled them with great care. She would rather waste more time cleaning it than remove the natural signs of aging. While cleaning, Tang Sini did not forget to raise her nose and sniff, muttering to herself, "It's okay. There's no obvious chemical smell, and it's not obviously fake." Just as Tang Sini was concentrating on cleaning the ancient coins, an old man walked into Boyuzai. The shopkeeper had sharp ears and eyes, and when he heard footsteps, he quickly looked towards the door. I saw an old man in a royal blue tang suit. He had white hair but a youthful face, especially his eyes. They were not cloudy like those of ordinary old people, but clear and bright. The old man was holding a bracelet full of baby's breath in his hand, with a kind face. Although he didn't look very kind, his aura was very calm and it was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. When the shopkeeper saw the old man appear, he immediately came up to him with a smile. "Master, you are here too." The old man in front of him was none other than the owner of Boyuzai and Tang Sini's grandfather, Tang Mei. Tang Mei didn't seem to expect to see his granddaughter here, and his brows immediately lit up with joy. He could already smell the fragrance of tea. Tang Mei was a tea connoisseur, otherwise he would not have run a tea garden all year round. "Look, isn't this a coincidence? I was just about to drink the tea made by my eldest granddaughter, and we bumped into each other." Tang Mei laughed. Although the old man was a bit old, he was obviously very confident. The voice was so loud that even if you stood in the store and spoke, you could probably hear it clearly several meters away outside the door. Only when Tang Sini heard her grandfather's voice did she look up. "Grandpa, the tea has just been brewed. Let the shopkeeper pour it for you. I'm busy with something and my hands are dirty." Tang Sini looked at her grandfather with a sweet smile. After explaining a few words, she buried her head and continued with the work at hand. Seeing his granddaughter's serious look, Tang Mei couldn't help but raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, "I have to see what my eldest granddaughter is busy with." Tang Sini was a child taught by Tang Mei personally, so naturally she taught with all her heart. Tang Sini also worked hard and learned in an excellent manner. Because she has been immersed in this industry since childhood, Tang Sini has very high standards and ordinary things are not at all in her eyes. Now it is being cleaned so carefully, could it be some rare thing? Tang Mei also had a childlike innocence. He stretched his head to look at the black mud she had cleaned up, and suddenly laughed, "Are you going to look for something?" Tang Sini didn't even raise her head, but shook her head slightly and replied, "No, this is a gift from a friend." "A gift from a friend?" Upon hearing this, Tang Mei glanced at the coins that Tang Sini was sorting and was stunned. This. Tang Mei took a deep breath. He couldn't believe his eyes. He took the coin in his hand and looked at it carefully. Seeing that Grandpa had taken away the coin so rudely, Tang Sini looked at the old man helplessly and asked, "What's wrong, Grandpa?" Tang Sini originally thought that her grandfather was joking with her, but when she looked up and saw his serious expression, she immediately realized that the old man was serious. Thinking of this, Tang Sini was also stunned. Could it be that if Grandpa recognized it, would this coin have some value? Tang Mei didn't notice his granddaughter's surprised look at all. His eyes were fixed on the coin in his hand. Looking at the words 100 Qing dynasties on the back of the coin, Tang Mei felt like he was burning. Chapter 62. Didn't you see? This is a unique piece. A Xianfeng Tongbao like this one is worth at least more than 2 million. The most important thing is that this is absolutely a valuable hard currency in the antique market. You know, the collection of ancient coins in the antique market is a very large market. Because the value of ancient coins varies, both novice collectors and some big names in the antique world can get started. Such a rare coin is definitely a treasure. Tang Mei was so excited that he quickly told the value of this Xianfeng Tongbao. This is a rare treasure that you won't find on the market. It's called the Great Qing 100 coin. This one is so well preserved. It's much more exquisite than the one that was auctioned for over 2 million yuan before. The coin itself is very valuable because of its scarcity, so even if it is of average quality, it can still be auctioned at a very high price. But if one is preserved so well as this one, the price will definitely go up. Especially some of the more picky big collectors, in order to get a rare coin that catches their eye, they will definitely spend a fortune. Tang Xinyi listened to her grandfather's words. Her pretty face was obviously a little surprised. She blinked, handed over another coin, and said, "Grandpa, take another look at this coin. What kind of coin is it?" After hearing what his granddaughter said, Tang Mei carefully put away the Qing Dynasty 100 yuan coin, then picked up the other one and looked at it in his hand. When he saw the words Xianfeng Tongbao clearly on it, he felt his scalp tingling and his eyes widen instantly. Tang Mei felt his breathing quicken. This was the first time he saw this coin. However, with many years of experience and identification, he is very sure that this coin is the Qing Baofu, a treasure of the Qing dynasty. Not only that, this is also the rarest kind, the trial cast sample coin of the Baofu Bureau. Precisely because it is a unique piece, its value is incomparable. If the one just now was worth more than 2 million, this one must be worth at least 3 million. This is definitely the ceiling in the coin world, and it's a good thing that you can't find even if you spend money. Tang Xinyi listened to her grandfather's words and was completely shocked by what he said. These two copper coins are so valuable? Others may not know, but Tang Xinyi knows it clearly. This item worth more than 5 million was bought back by Chen Tian for 100 yuan. At this time, Tang Xinyi was even more shocked by Chen Tian's performance. Before, when they were in the car, Chen Tian said that he could see it, but Tang Xinyi thought he was just pretending. But from this point of view, Chen Tian really understands a lot. He could even tell the value of the trial cast coins that even his grandfather had never seen. What does this mean? This means that Chen Tian's attainments in the antique business are likely to be much higher than his own. Thinking about her family's training and how she couldn't compare to Chen Tian's, Tang Xinyi felt depressed. However, this emotion only lasted for a moment. The next moment, Tang Xinyi suddenly shook her head and chuckled. What is there to be unhappy about? Before, when he was in his own tea house, the tea art that Chen Tian demonstrated far surpassed his own. Even as soon as he opened his mouth, he pointed out her problem. People like this really make people jealous. After all, jealousy may arise only when the gap is small and there is a possibility of catching up. If it's a big boss like Chen Tian who can directly top people, people will just want to worship him. Tang Xinyi suppressed the shock in her heart. At this moment, she suddenly remembered the expression on Chen Tian's face. She really made a profit. After all, the jade that he gave to Chen Tian was only worth more than 2 million yuan. Moreover, the price of her jade was only the selling price. As for the cost, it certainly could not be compared with the copper coins Chen Tian gave him. Tang Mei couldn't let go of these two coins. Realizing the value of the two coins, he specially took out gloves so that he could hold them in his hands and look at them. I was afraid that my sweaty hands would have a bad impact on the currency. Tang Xinyi looked at her grandfather and felt her heart beating rapidly. She never expected that the two coins Chen Tian gave her would have such value. Thinking back to when she had laughed at Chen Tian for spending $100 to learn a lesson, Tang Xinyi wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into, hide there and never come out again. She was the eldest daughter of the Tang family and claimed that she would help Chen Tian to judge, but in the end she was taught a lesson by Chen Tian. Tang Mei finally came to his senses from the shock. He looked at his granddaughter and laughed, then started to discuss. Xinyi, you said your friend gave this to you? Otherwise, why don't you give it to Grandpa? Tang Mei really likes these two precious ancient coins. If he can get them, he can brag about them in front of some old friends. If you could get such rare ancient coins yourself, wouldn't those old friends be pissed off to death? Thinking of this, Tang Mei felt even more uncomfortable. No, we must find a way to get it. As soon as Tang Xinyi saw her grandfather's excited look, she immediately rolled her eyes. How could she not know about her grandfather's little thoughts? If it was something she collected, Tang Xinyi would definitely agree immediately after seeing how much her grandfather liked it. But this is Chen Tian's thing. Although I didn't know I had accepted it before, now that I know, I can't accept it against my conscience. Just like Grandpa said, how could Tang Xinyi have the nerve to accept such a precious thing? Tang Xinyi thought about it, shook her head and refused. No, I still have to return it. As she spoke, Tang Xinyi was afraid that her grandfather would have other ideas, so she simply took out her cell phone and called Chen Tian. Chen Tian picked up the phone quickly and asked with a faint smile. Miss Tang, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? When Tang Xinyi heard Chen Tian's voice, her heart was moved inexplicably, and she quickly said, Chen Tian, take those 2 coins back. I can't have them. When Chen Tian heard Tang Xinyi say that she wanted to return it to him, he was obviously stunned for a moment and said, You don't know the value of this thing? I thought you knew. Isn't it said that the Tang family has always been immersed in the antique business? Don't you see this? Tang Xinyi. Stop cursing, stop cursing. Isn't there an old saying that goes, even eagles have their moments of vulnerability? Chapter 63 Going to Lin Shuai to visit aunt. Chen Tian heard Tang Xinyi's depression, laughed, and said, No, what's there to return? Didn't I exchange this with you? Although the value of 2 jade pieces is not as great as 2 ancient coins, jade is something that people love to play with. Especially the carving and aesthetics of the jade gourd, which completely surpassed ordinary works. Chen Tian was very satisfied with such a good thing. So it's not a loss to exchange it. Okay, the rest can be considered as my way of thanking you for the snacks you gave me. Chen Tian said with a smile, blocking Tang Xinyi's intention to speak again. After all, the snacks made by the eldest daughter of the Tang family herself can't be too cheap, right? When Tang Xinyi heard Chen Tian say this, she was immediately happy and said, Okay, I'll take care of all your snacks from now on. This is no longer a matter of money. Since Chen Tian is so generous, Tang Xinyi naturally cannot be stingy. After the 2 people said a few more words, they hung up the phone. Tang Mei had been watching from the side, and when he saw his granddaughter hang up the phone, he quickly asked, How is it, they don't want to go back? I'm not going back. Tang Xinyi said as she shook her head slightly. Feeling Grandpa's burning gaze, Tang Xinyi took the 2 coins before the old man opened his mouth, and said to Grandpa with a smile on her face, This was given to me as a gift, Grandpa, so forget it. This was the first time Chen Tian gave her a gift, and it was so valuable. When Tang Xinyi hung up the phone, she had already made up her mind to keep it for herself. Tang Mei. Why can't you give me what you don't want? Sure enough, the granddaughter has grown up and is no longer under the control of her grandfather. It seems that this time, not only did he fail to get the ancient coins, but he also had to lose his granddaughter. The old shopkeeper standing next to him also had sparkling eyes and a face full of gossip. From what the young lady said on the phone just now, is she trying to express her feelings by giving some snacks? There is content. Tang Xinyi had no idea what they were thinking. She took the ancient coins out of the shop and prepared to buy a beautiful box to keep them well. At this time, Chen Tian was holding the 2 brocade boxes. He took a taxi and returned home directly. Just as he put his things away, Chen Tian heard a burst of barking coming from the door. He walked out and saw that it was Su Tianqing riding his motorcycle towards him. As soon as he saw it was Su Tianqing, Chen Tian quickly opened the door for him and welcomed him in. Chen Tian looked at Su Tianqing and asked casually, Why aren't you taking care of your aunt in the hospital? Is there something wrong? Su Tianqing waved his hand quickly, parked his motorcycle in the yard, walked to Chen Tian, bowed respectfully, and said seriously, Mr. Chen, I don't know how to thank you anymore. When he was in need, he was given high-grade ginseng free of charge. He had just agreed to work for Chen Tian, and knowing that he needed it, he immediately gave him a bank card with 1 million yuan. Not to mention, the strengthening potion Chen Tian gave him made his old mother's weak body get better instantly. When Su Tianqing came out, his old mother was able to walk on her own. Su Tianqing felt that he could never repay this kindness. After saying that, Su Tianqing took out the bank card and said, Mr. Chen, my mother is about to be discharged from the hospital. I'm returning this card to you. I paid part of the medical expenses, and the money I spent will be deducted from my salary. Chen Tian did not take the bank card, but looked at Su Tianqing in front of him and said directly, "Just take this money and use it." Seeing that Chen Tian actually trusted him so much, Su Tianqing was very touched. "I am so lucky to have met such a good boss." "Boss, what do you need me to do?" "Just tell me." Su Tianqing changed his tone and looked at Chen Tian with burning eyes. Chen Tian thought about it and replied, "My original plan was to have you be my bodyguard, but I shouldn't be in any danger now, so why don't you be my driver first?" Although he is a driver, his welfare benefits remain the same. Over time, your salary will increase. Su Tianqing waved his hands quickly. It was already a blessing for him to be able to work for such a good person like Chen Tian, but he didn't dare to expect too much. Besides, earning 50,000 yuan a month is a salary that Su Tianqing could not even imagine. Chen Tian looked at Su Tianqing in front of him and suddenly asked, "By the way, are there other people like you around you?" Su Tianqing nodded and replied softly, "There are two who were demobilized with me, but they probably haven't found a job either. Although they have good skills, finding a job in society is not like fighting. They cannot make use of their advantages at all and they run into obstacles everywhere." Upon hearing this, Chen Tian directly said to Su Tianqing, "Well, can you help me ask them if they are willing to work for me? As for the salary and benefits, they will be the same as yours, and I will definitely not treat them unfairly." Hearing Chen Tian say this, Su Tianqing quickly nodded and agreed. "Okay, I'll go ask when I get back and give you news then." Su Tianqing had just finished what he had said. He had to rush back to the hospital to take care of his old mother, so he said to Chen Tian, "Boss, I'll go back first. If you have anything, please call me anytime." Chen Tian walked Su Tianqing outside and watched him leave on his motorcycle. After closing the door, Chen Tian took a can of food and fed it to the bulldog. Then he took out his cell phone and called his cousin Su Jishi. Su Jishi quickly answered the phone. Knowing that it was her cousin on the other end, she immediately said happily, "Cousin, why did you think of calling me?" Chen Tian listened to his cousin's sweet and slightly coquettish voice and said directly, "Isn't tomorrow a holiday? Let's go back to see my aunt and uncle in the evening, right?" "Okay." When Su Jishi heard that Chen Tian was going to take her home, she immediately agreed happily. The little girl has wanted to go home for a long time, and she would love to take a ride back. Chen Tian couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl is still so cute. "Okay then, I'll pick you up then." After the two of them agreed, they chatted for a while and then hung up the phone. Chen Tian returned home and rested for a while. When it was almost time to finish his meal, he drove directly to Villa number 1. Driving back at this time, Chen Tian happened to encounter the evening rush hour. He was delayed for a while on the road before returning to Tianfu City. When we drove into the villa area, we found that Villa number 1 was brightly lit, just like a lighthouse in the sea that points people in the direction, emitting a reassuring light. Chen Tian looked at this scene and couldn't help but smile. This is the feeling of home, right? When Chen Tian walked into Villa number 1, he saw that Zhang Shuyao had changed into home clothes and was carrying dishes to the dining table. Seeing Chen Tian coming in, Zhang Shuyao's face lit up and she said very gently, "You're back? It's just in time. You can wash your hands and have dinner." Chen Tian felt warm in his heart. He lowered his eyes and smiled, saying, "Good." Zhang Shuyao cooks simple home-cooked meals. Her cooking skills cannot be compared with Chen Tian's god-level cooking skills, but the taste is also good and has a homely feel. After the two of them finished their meal, Chen Tian helped Zhang Shuyao clean up the dishes. The two of them hugged each other, talking and laughing in the kitchen as they tidied up everything. Seeing that Zhang Shuyao was ready, Chen Tian held her in his arms like a princess, causing Zhang Shuyao to let out a soft cry. "What are you doing? You scared me," Zhang Shuyao said coquettishly. Her voice was soft, like a soft little kitten. The little pink fist that hit Chen Tian's chest had no strength at all, it was just like scratching an itch. Chen Tian kissed Zhang Shuyao on the forehead, his voice low and hoarse. "Dry." Zhang Shuyao was stunned when she heard this, then she realized something and her pretty face suddenly turned red. This bad guy drives so fast that it's hard to guard against. Zhang Shuyao didn't have time to think about it. Chen Tian had already carried her into the bedroom and made love with her. The shouting lasted for a long time. When everything finally calmed down, Chen Tian helped Zhang Shuyao tidy up her messy hair and said, I'm going to Linchuwei City tomorrow and will be back after a while. Okay. Zhang Shuyao said very obediently. The two hugged each other and fell asleep. Chapter 64, My Cousin's Little Pony. The next morning, because Zhang Shuyao was also resting, the two of them slept until they woke up naturally. After getting up, he tidied up simply. When he was eating the breakfast prepared by Chen Tian's cell phone rang. These are the clothes that were custom made in the store before. They have been delivered and Chen Tian was informed that he can pick them up today. After the two of them finished their simple breakfast, Chen Tian took Zhang Shuyao with him to get their clothes. When Zhang Shuyao saw the customized version of Pagani's Zonda parked at the door, she was obviously stunned. This car looked even cooler and more handsome. She took some photos and got into the car. She headed towards Wanda Plaza with Chen Tian. On the way, Zhang Shuyao also searched for information about the Pagani Zonda custom version. Looking at the price of 80 million, she couldn't believe her eyes. Not to mention the bulletproof version of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth hundreds of millions, the customized Maserati Quattroporte given to him yesterday and this customized Pagani Zonda are worth 130 million. What kind of person is this former junior of mine? What kind of assets can stand such squandering? Thinking of this, Zhang Shuyao looked at Chen Tian who was driving seriously beside her. Looking at his handsome face, I had long forgotten the shocking emotions I had just felt. As long as I can be with him, what does it matter whether I am rich or how much money I have? At this moment in the Armani store, the staff were surrounded by the sets of custom-made clothes spread out, their hearts filled with shock. The store manager took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and said loudly, "All of you, cheer up and check the details carefully. Even if there is the slightest problem, you must not hand it over to the customer, understand? This is their top-level custom-made service, which is of royal grade and absolutely no flaws are allowed. The meaning of top-level haute couture lies in absolute perfection." The staff also knew the seriousness of the matter. They all nodded vigorously and began to check the clothes in front of them. Any flaws or stains are absolutely not allowed. They all wore silk gloves on their hands, but even so, they were not allowed to touch such high-end custom-made clothes unless it was necessary. Everyone's face was filled with caution, not daring to miss even the slightest detail. After they finished their own inspections, they all straightened up, their voices still full of shock. Who are the people who can afford clothes like this? He must be a rich man. And he must be one of the richest people in the world. Only people like him can treat so much money as just a number. This kind of high-end fashion is not meant for ordinary people to wear. Think about it, how can ordinary people afford to wear such craftsmanship that is only used by the royal family? At this time, all the staff straightened up, and the clothes had been checked and there were no problems. At this time, the store manager was already waiting at the door of the store, eagerly awaiting his arrival. After all, such distinguished guests must be treated with the best hospitality. It is no exaggeration to say that they are at the imperial level. The store manager had been standing there for several hours, but there was no sign of impatience on her face. The salesgirls nearby looked at the store manager and realized that this customer must be an extraordinary one. After checking the clothes, the staff members went to the front hall one after another and waited for Chen Tian's arrival. At this time, there were already quite a few customers shopping in the store, and they were all stunned when they saw the scene. Many guests looked puzzled and discussed in low voices. What's going on? Is someone from Armani's headquarters coming to inspect? Otherwise, why would they make such a big scene? Isn't the one standing in the front the manager of this store? Usually, she never comes out in person when big customers come. What happened today? Is there going to be some big spender coming over? Just like in the TV shows, shopping in a direct store? Just as the guests were talking, Chen Tian and Zhang Shuyao had already arrived at the store. As soon as the store manager saw Chen Tian appeared, he immediately took the initiative to greet him and said very respectfully, "Mr. Chen, you are here." When the other staff members saw Chen Tian and Zhang Shuyao, they were shocked by their good looks. They never expected that such a top billionaire would be so handsome. And still so young. As the staff came over, they secretly looked at Chen Tian and Zhang Shuyao, and were all attracted by their top looks. Chen Tian looked at everyone coming to greet him, nodded lightly, and followed the manager into the store. "Go and take out all of Mr. Chen's clothes." The store manager asked people to serve hot tea and snacks while giving instructions to the stunned staff. The staff members finally reacted and rushed to the office to take out the custom-made clothes one by one. Chen Tian took a quick look and found that the cut and fabric of these clothes were pretty good. The staff present looked at Chen Tian's indifferent expression, and their hearts were as if a storm was rising. They originally thought that even a top-notch wealthy man like Chen Tian would be quite surprised to see such exquisite and perfect clothes. But Chen Tian looked indifferent from beginning to end. How could such top-notch haute couture be just okay? The staff couldn't believe it. They quickly lowered their heads, not wanting anyone to see their open mouths, which was so rude. Just as Chen Tian and Zhang Shuyao were looking at the custom-made clothes, a few people who looked like wealthy businessmen walked in from outside. The clothes they were wearing were obviously handmade suits and were very expensive. Behind the rich businessman was a young girl, and judging from her address, she was the rich businessman's daughter. A shopping guide came over immediately. From the accents of these wealthy businessmen, it could be determined that they were all from other places. It is very different from the local accent of Jinling. The rich businessman's daughter was also obviously stunned when she saw the clothes on the counter. She immediately looked at the salesgirl next to her and asked, "These clothes are so pretty, are they for sale?" Other wealthy businessmen also thought the clothes were nice and looked over at the salesgirl. The salesgirl looked apologetic. She gently pointed in Chen Tian's direction and quickly explained, "Excuse me, these are custom made by this gentleman for this lady." Custom made? The wealthy businessmen and their daughters all understood what was going on, and stopped talking and continued walking around the store. Chen Tian looked at the clothes on the table, pointed at one of them, and said to Zhang Shuyao, "I think this one is pretty good, you can try it." Zhang Shuyao nodded obediently, and immediately a staff member took the clothes, followed Zhang Shuyao, and accompanied her towards the fitting room. Chen Tian found a seat and sat down, browsing the news on his phone. At this moment, Zhang Shuyao had changed her clothes and walked out of the fitting room. As she walked out, the whole store suddenly became quiet. Everyone's attention was attracted by Zhang Shuyao. At this moment, she was the brightest star here. The lake blue dress was inlaid with scattered diamonds, which shone brightly under the light. The tailoring of the clothes is very reasonable, fully showing Zhang Shuyao's perfect figure. Her slender waist is so thin that it can be held in one hand, which can fully arouse a man's desire to protect her. Zhang Shuyao's skin is cold white, and against this color background, it looks so white that it almost glows. The whole person walked out slowly, like an elf princess, mysterious and noble, making people unable to take their eyes off her. Everyone subconsciously held their breath, it was simply too beautiful. Super beautiful. Such an appearance made the rich businessman's daughter dumbfounded. There was a flicker of light in her eyes as she looked at Zhang Shuyao's clothes. The rich merchant's daughter gently shook her father's arm and whispered, "Dad, this dress is so beautiful, I want it too. Owning a skirt like this is simply the dream of every girl." The rich businessman's eyes were almost fixed on Zhang Shuyao, and there was also amazement in his eyes. Hearing his daughter's words, the rich businessman nodded vigorously and said to his daughter, "Okay, we'll customize it later. My daughter is a grown-up girl now, and she must have some nice clothes. Only such high-end clothes are worthy of your own little cotton padded jacket." After Zhang Shuyao tried on the clothes, she changed them. The staff quickly packed the clothes and handed them to Chen Tian. After confirming the number of clothes was correct, Chen Tian and Zhang Shuyao walked out of the Armani store hand in hand and headed outside. Watching the two of them leave, the wealthy businessman looked at the store manager and said, "Can we customize it, too?" The store manager modestly politely and replied in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "Of course. But because this is a top-notch high-end custom-made business, we need to verify our capital. I hope you can cooperate." When the rich businessman heard this, an unhappy expression appeared on his face. He frowned tightly and said dissatisfiedly, "It's just a few pieces of clothing. We can't even afford them. Who are you looking down on?" Upon hearing this, other wealthy businessmen also spoke up and echoed, "I've been shopping in luxury stores for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen a store that looks down on people like this. We just customized a piece of clothing. How much money can we spend? Why do we need to verify our capital? Who are you trying to squeeze? You need to give us a reasonable explanation, otherwise, we will definitely file a complaint against you." The store manager nodded slightly to the wealthy businessman and patiently explained, "Ladies and gentlemen, that outfit just now was custom made by our top design team for high-end customers. The team that does the cutting are all royal craftsmen, ensuring that every inch is sewn to perfection. Because it is so exquisite and can only be sewn by hand, the price of one piece of clothing is 5 million. Because the prices are high, their store has a rule that customers who order custom clothes must undergo capital verification. The store manager said this and smiled apologetically at the few people. I hope you can understand that this is the rule issued by our headquarters. The wealthy businessmen were stunned. They simply couldn't believe their ears. How many? 5 million apiece? So much money just to buy a piece of clothing? It's just a nice-looking dress, but it costs 5 million. Several wealthy businessmen suddenly remembered that Chen Tian and his team had just customized a whole counter. How much does it cost for so many pieces? While the rich businessman was stunned, his daughter was still in shock and did not react. Isn't this too expensive? Although their family is very rich, they have never seen such a scene. 5 million for one piece, that's too much, I can't afford it at all. The store manager greeted several wealthy businessmen and said politely, "Do you want to order more? You can come to my office to complete the formalities." The wealthy businessman thought about the sky-high price of 5 million, waved his hand quickly, and left with his daughter. The other wealthy businessmen no longer had the idea of continuing to shop and did not dare to stop. They followed the footsteps of the wealthy businessman who had just walked out. The shock in their hearts had already caused a huge wave. What is a rich person? This is what a rich person is. The little money they have is at most enough to make them poor people who have just escaped poverty. Accompanied by Zhang Shuyao, Chen Tian picked out some things for his cousin Su Jishi. Looking at the things he had already bought, Chen Tian said to Zhang Shuyao, "I'll take you back to Villa number 1 in a while, and then I'll be ready to leave. If there's anything, remember to call me." Zhang Shuyao heard this. Although she was reluctant, she still nodded obediently. Chen Tian first sent Zhang Shuyao home, and then called Su Tiancheng and asked him to wait for him at home. Su Tiancheng quickly agreed and then said, "Boss, I found 2 people for you. Can you bring them over to show you?" Those 2 people were also his comrades in arms. When they heard that they would follow Su Tiancheng, they agreed without hesitation. "Okay, bring it here. It's just right for you to go out with me." Chen Tian agreed immediately. Then he drove back home. When Chen Tian stopped the car, he saw 3 people standing at the door of his house, one of whom was Su Tiancheng. As soon as Su Tiancheng saw Chen Tian, he hurried over and said respectfully, "Boss, these are the Zheng Tianan and Lu Meng I was talking about." Chen Tian nodded and looked in the direction of the 2 people. Zheng Tianan and Lu Meng are both strong men with a powerful appearance. One of them looks cold and the other looks very honest. Seeing Chen Tian looking towards them, they greeted Chen Tian respectfully. Chen Tian nodded and said directly to the 2 of them, "Tiancheng should have told you about the specific treatment, right? I'm going out today, you guys come with me." As he spoke, Chen Tian led a few people into the yard, pointed at a few cars and said, "Tiancheng, drive this car to take me there. Tiannan, you and Lu Meng drive these 2. What Chen Tian was pointing at was the extended custom version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, as well as the Aston Martin and Pagani Zonda. Looking at the car parked in Chen Tian's yard, Zheng Tianan and Lu Meng were completely stunned. Such an expensive car, and you let them drive it right away? What does it mean to not employ people you doubt, and do not doubt people you employ? This is it. Feeling Chen Tian's trust, Zheng Tianan and Lu Meng were also moved and immediately got into the car obediently. Su Tianqing drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version, carrying Chen Tian, leading the way, with 2 supercars following behind. Although it was an extended version of the Rolls-Royce, Su Tianqing still drove it very steadily, which made Chen Tian very satisfied. The 3 cars drove straight towards Su Jishi's school. At this time, the last class in the school had just ended. Lu Lei took an ice cream and walked to Su Jishi with a flattering look on his face and said, "Sister Su, the weather is so hot, I'll give you some ice cream." In recent times, Lu Lei and his group of rich second-generation people have restrained themselves a lot. After all, Chen Tian's shock was still fresh in his mind, and Lu Lei also put away his thoughts on Su Jishi. After all, he was totally unworthy of such a cousin of a big boss. But this did not prevent them from getting along well with Su Jishi. Now Lu Lei and others are serving Su Jishi like a slave, acting like Su Jishi's little followers. As soon as the get-out of class was over, Lu Lei immediately brought ice cream to please Su Jishi. Chapter 65, He is really too rich. Su Jishi waved her hand and refused directly. "No, you don't have to follow me. My cousin will be here soon. If he sees them acting so obediently, he might think they are up to some bad intentions." Upon hearing this, Lu Lei looked directly at the two young men next to him and shouted. Didn't you hear what Sister Su said? I told you not to follow me. Su Zhishi. This Lu Lei is really enough. Why does he act like a eunuch who fakes the imperial edict? Thinking of this, Su Zhishi rolled her eyes and said bluntly. And you? Lu Lei. And mine? How could a professional like me be an eyesore? Su Zhishi's roommates nearby looked at Lu Lei's hurt expression and immediately covered their mouths and laughed out loud. At this moment, they saw from afar that the extended customized version of Rolls-Royce Phantom was driving towards them. When they saw the car appear, Lu Lei and his roommate Su Zhishi were startled. Their eyes widened instantly and they stared at it, completely speechless. This car is not for ordinary people to ride, could it be? When everyone thought of this, they looked at each other subconsciously, and each of them had a guess in their hearts. Creak! The extended customized version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of everyone, the door was pushed open, and Chen Tian walked out. Chen Tian looked at Lu Lei standing next to Su Zhishi and frowned slightly. Seeing Chen Tian frowning, Lu Lei was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Lu Lei's face turned pale, and he almost cried. He quickly explained. Brother, I'm just delivering something to Sister Su. Chen Tian's eyes were a little scary, but he really had no other ideas. After glancing at Lu Lei and making sure that he was not lying, Chen Tian looked at Su Zhishi and his tone immediately became gentle. Zhishi, shall we just go? Okay. Su Zhishi nodded happily. She looked at Chen Tian and said. Cousin, can you take me to the dormitory? I bought something for my parents. Seeing the little girl's excitement, Chen Tian's eyes were full of doting, and he said directly. No need, I have everything here, let's go straight away. As he spoke, Chen Tian stretched out his hand to protect Su Zhishi as she got into the car, and then he got into the car. Su Zhishi lowered the car window, waved to her roommates, and said goodbye. Then I'll leave first. When I come back, I'll bring you some delicious food. After saying that, the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Custom Edition started up and drove out of the campus. Only Lu Lei and his roommates were left, standing in the wind for a long time, unable to calm down. This car must be very expensive, right? A roommate asked subconsciously. She recognized the little golden man logo on the front of the car. That is the logo of the most expensive luxury car brand in the world. Lu Lei showed a smile that was uglier than crying, and replied. It's not bad, just over 200 million. Hearing the gasps of his roommates, Lu Lei added. This kind of custom-made item is not something you can buy just because you have money. It has to go through layers of review before it can be customized. If you are just an ordinary rich man, don't even think about it. Even if you have money, not everyone can customize a top luxury car. It is a symbol of noble status. I'm afraid there is no other one like it in the whole of China. The roommate stood there stupidly, shocked beyond words by Lu Lei's words. Su Zhishi's cousin is so powerful and has such a noble status? This. They just felt that their brains were a little bit paralyzed, and their internal organs and brains were all not working properly at the same time. Everyone looked in the direction where the car disappeared, with incredible light flashing in their eyes. At this time, Su Zhishi was sitting in the car, with a curious look on her face. She stretched out her arm and gently held her cousin's arm, and asked softly. Brother, you changed the car again? Chen Tian looked at the little girl's eyes that were about to shine, and suddenly laughed, and asked back. How is it, pretty? Su Zhishi nodded vigorously, and the ponytail tied behind her head kept swinging back and forth, as if she was answering along with her owner. Beautiful is not enough to describe the beauty of this car. It is simply gorgeous. Feeling the softness and comfort of the seat beneath you, as well as the various exquisite interior decorations, a pair of eyes is almost not enough. Chen Tian looked at the little girl and shook his head. He opened a small wooden door next to him, revealing a small car-mounted refrigerator. It was obviously a small refrigerator, but as soon as the door was opened, cold air immediately came out. Chen Tian took out a bottle of juice and handed it to Su Zhishi, saying lovingly. I remember you used to like this brand of juice the most. Drinking it in hot weather would cool you down. Su Zhishi looked at the juice in her hand and smiled sweetly. She knew that her cousin always loved her the most. Su Zhishi drank juice while admiring the various devices in the car. It is truly a top-level luxury car, and the facilities inside are somewhat astonishing. Su Zhishi was like playing a treasure hunting game, digging for new features everywhere and having a lot of fun. Su Tianqing was driving steadily in the front. The three cars were lined up in a row and sped towards Linshui City. Many drivers on the road spotted this small convoy of three vehicles at the first opportunity. There is no way, the extended custom version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom at the lead is really too eye-catching. Just like a hot beauty, no matter where she goes, even in the dark, it does not prevent her from releasing her unique charm. The owner of the car driving in front of the Rolls-Royce Phantom extended custom version shouted "Oh my God," and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. It's too dangerous to have such a luxurious car driving behind me. If something goes wrong accidentally, you'll have to pay for it with your underwear. While thinking about it, the owner quickly switched lanes, trying to make enough space for the extended custom version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Su Tianqing drove the car steadily. To be honest, this was the first time he had received such courteous treatment after driving for so long. Not to mention, we are on the highway now. The owner watched the extended customized version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom leave. Only then did he notice that there were actually two sports cars following behind this luxury car. One is a customized version of Pagani Zonda, and the other is an Aston Martin 177. This. The car owner almost popped his eyes out. If this wasn't a highway, he really wanted to stop the car and take a picture. This is so cool, isn't it? A customized version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom worth more than 200 million yuan, escorted by supercars worth 80 million and 50 million yuan? My goodness, what kind of person is sitting in this car? A Wuling car was driving on the highway, and the owner was proudly bragging to his girlfriend in the passenger seat. Why don't I change my car? Even those luxury cars will be beaten into pieces in front of our Wuling, the magic car. The car owner's favorite thing to do is to overtake those million-dollar luxury cars on the highway. Although our little car doesn't look very attractive, it can easily reach 200 kilometers per hour. The girlfriend in the passenger seat was young and was a little fooled by the car owner. She looked at the road and suddenly pointed at a car behind her and shouted, "There's a luxury car over there, let's overtake it." "Well, just wait and see." The car owner responded loudly while looking back in the rearview mirror. When he saw the extended custom version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom behind him, his eyes almost popped out. What did I see? Such a top-of-the-line luxury car actually went on the highway? The girlfriend beside him was still encouraging him, eager to try. Surpass him. I know this car logo, the little golden man, a top luxury car. Sweat was already beading on the car owner's forehead. He cut into the lane without hesitation and drove towards the service area below. When his girlfriend asked him in confusion, the car owner widened his eyes and answered in horror. My dear, that's an extended custom version. I've seen posts on luxury car forums, and a car like this is worth at least 200 million. What can't we do with the little money in our pockets? Why don't we buy a luxury car and let other Wuling cars surpass us? If there is any damage, even if we both get hurt, we still can't afford the compensation. It's not just this car owner who has this fear. Car owners I met along the way almost all had the same reaction. Su Jishi was sitting in the speeding car, feeling extremely happy. It was her first time to sit in a car that was driven so steadily. The shock absorption is so good that I can't feel the bumps at all. Watching the scenery on both sides of the road quickly passing by, Su Jishi took out her cell phone and started calling her mother. Lu Ling saw that the caller ID was her daughter, so she quickly picked up the phone and asked, "Jishi, what's wrong?" Hearing her mother's familiar voice, Su Jishi replied excitedly, "Mom, I'm back, where are you?" Lu Ling was obviously stunned when she heard her daughter's words, "You're back?" This girl, she called before and said she didn't have time to come back. Why did she suddenly change her mind? While thinking about it, Lu Ling said, "You should go home first. Your father, your uncles and aunts, and I are having dinner at the Linshui Hotel." Su Jishi listened to her mother's arrangements, worried that her mother would hang up the phone, and said quickly, "By the way, my cousin came back with us." "You said Xiao Tian is back too? Didn't he find a job?" When Lu Ling heard that Chen Tian was back, she was obviously very surprised, and her tone couldn't help but rise several degrees. Su Jishi laughed. She didn't say much, but answered mysteriously, "Mom, we're going to give you a surprise." Surprise? Lu Ling was very happy. Thinking about meeting her daughter and Chen Tian soon, her eyes began to light up. "You are such a suspenseful girl, what kind of surprise can you have?" Su Jishi immediately became dissatisfied and said unyieldingly while holding the phone, "Mom, if you say that, you are being a little disrespectful. How come you don't have a surprise for yourself?" Is it possible that your daughter is not surprised when she comes home during the holidays? Am I still a biological child? Listening to her daughter's coquettish words, Lu Ling couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. She looked at the acquaintances at the table and said in a low voice, "Okay, let's talk about the rest when you get home." Chapter 66, Treasure of the Store. The two of them said a few more words, and then Su Jishi hung up the phone. Looking at Su Jishi, who put away her phone, Chen Tian looked at her and shook his head gently, saying helplessly, "You are still so eccentric. But it's really hard to resist such a pretty little girl who always acts cute for no reason." Lu Ling also hung up the phone. Seeing her put down the phone, the person next to her immediately asked, "Jishi is back? Why is she back at this time? It may be because it's holiday." Lu Ling smiled as she spoke of her daughter, with tenderness in her eyebrows and eyes. The person sitting on the other side also asked curiously, "What's your nephew's name?" "Oh, Chen Tian, how's he doing? Have you found a job?" Hearing Chen Tian's name, others also started asking. "Chen Tian has graduated from university this year, right? I remember the university he attended, it seemed pretty good. I remember it was a first-class university? The first-tier universities also have to be divided by school, right? Nowadays, everyone is from 211 and 985 universities. Even those overseas students are grouped together. Where is the market? By the way, what kind of job is he planning to look for? You have to tell him not to be too ambitious and just do whatever job he has first." Everyone at the table let out their gossipy nature and talked a lot. Lu Ling had a calm expression and replied softly, "I'm not sure either. I haven't paid much attention to it. Xiao Tian has more ideas than us. Let him be." It's not that Lu Ling doesn't care about Chen Tian, but she thinks that Chen Tian is already so old after all, so it's better to let him make his own decision. Lu Ling has great faith in Chen Tian's character. She believes that such a good kid will not go astray. She had never thought about becoming a dragon or a phoenix, she just hoped that Chen Tian could live a peaceful and stable life. The others looked at Lu Ling with complicated and strange expressions. They had known privately before that Lu Ling's nephew had lost both his parents when he was young and was left alone. Lu Ling is a kind person. She has raised the child with her since he was young. He stays at her home most of the time. Lu Ling treats him as her own son. In fact, they had discussed the appearance of this child many times in private. They all felt that Lu Ling was too kind-hearted and had added such a burden to the family. If Lu Ling hadn't raised an extra boy, her family's conditions would definitely be much better than they are now. Many people looked at Lu Ling's husband Su Jiang with sympathy. "I finally have a boy in my family, but he's someone else's child. I've raised him for so long, but even his surname is different. What's the point?" However, they were just thinking these words in their hearts and it was impossible for them to say them directly in front of so many people. For a moment, the whole table fell silent. A woman put down her chopsticks and took the initiative to speak. "Ling, you have to ask your nephew to work hard. A little boy has to hold on." As she spoke, the woman reached out and patted her son's hand, then continued. "Look at Lin Feng now. He is now the director of a jade store and earns over 1,000,000 yuan a year. He just bought an Audi." Speaking of her own son, the woman was obviously talking non-stop, and her smug tone was too obvious. If your nephew is not very successful, let alone being filial to you, he might even have to rely on you. Raising a boy is hard enough, not to mention the endless money required for him to get married and have children in the future. In the eyes of women, what future can Chen Tian, a college graduate, have? Not to mention that he is unemployed now, even if he finds a job, he is not comparable to his own son. It's too far away. When the others heard this, they all looked at Lin Feng next to them with envious expressions on their faces. When Lin Feng was little, I said that this child would definitely have a bright future when he grows up. Look at what I said, and listen to his development, it's amazing. You're so young, but you've already become the director of a jade shop? You're really capable. No wonder they say heroes emerge young. An annual salary of over 1,000,000, wow, they earn in 1 year what we earn in 10 years. We are just getting older, but our skills haven't improved at all. Xiaofeng, you just bought an Audi, how much did it cost?" When someone asked about the price of his car, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with pride, but he still pretended to be indifferent and replied, "It's not a lot of money, only about 500,000 yuan. I'm just starting my career, so I don't dare to change to something too good." Let's take our time. When everyone heard this, their eyes widened. My goodness, he starts out by buying a luxury car worth more than 500,000 yuan? Isn't this great? What a nice car I want to change to. So awesome. Lin Feng looked at everyone with satisfaction and said calmly, I'm not that great, I'm just a bit lucky. The people around him all showed envy when they heard Lin Feng's words, and they all said, Xiao Feng is so amazing. He has only graduated for a short time, but he already has an annual salary of 1 million. His future development will definitely get better and better. Just look at the cars they buy. They start with an Audi. If my children can buy a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars at their own expense, I will be satisfied. There are too few young people nowadays who can make their own living. Xiao Feng is truly a role model for young people. At this time, a woman looked at Lin Feng's father, Lin Nantian, and praised. After all, as a father, brother Lin must have taken the brunt of the child's good upbringing. From now on, you two old people can enjoy your life. Even if the others were fence-sitters, they also started praising Lin Nantian when they heard someone praising him. Brother Lin, how do you educate your children? Tell us about your experience. That's right, let's learn first. This son is useless, but we can start with our grandson. Brother Lin is really lucky. Look at this kid, he is enjoying life as soon as he graduates, without having to worry about anything. Lin Nantian's face flushed with laughter. He waved his hands and said loudly, I didn't educate him much. Don't you know me? I always advocate letting children develop freely. It was mainly because of his own hard work that he was admitted to a 985 university. Then he had his own ideas and went into the jade industry. We don't lack anything at home, we just let the children make their own choices. They have their own ideas, and we adults just have to cooperate with them. As soon as Lin Nantian finished speaking, he immediately attracted a lot of admiration from people. This family is so amazing. At this time, an aunt looked at Lin Feng with a smile and said, Lin Feng, your Aunt Lu Ling's nephew has also graduated. Can he follow you? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, sat a little straighter, and asked in a condescending tone. Which school did he graduate from? Is it a 985? Lin Ling's eyes darkened, and she replied with a wry smile. No. The uncle-in-law Su Jiang next to him thought this was a good opportunity and took the initiative to speak up for Chen Tian. Although it's not a 985, it's still a serious first-class university, don't you think? Su Jiang's idea was quite simple. He wanted to join such a good company first. As for what to do, it would depend on Chen Tian himself to develop it. There was a flash of disdain in Lin Feng's eyes, and he said with a smile, Uncle, what are you talking about? All the people in our store graduated from 985 universities, and many of them studied abroad. A first-class university may not even be qualified to be a security guard. You're not even from a 985 university, and you still have the nerve to ask for help? I'm afraid I'm not even worthy of carrying your shoes. Looking at the ugly face of his uncle Su Jiang, Lin Feng didn't care at all. He just said lightly, I'm sorry, Uncle Su, I just speak bluntly. As you know, in today's society, academic qualifications are too important. It's okay to want to cross levels, but you have to have the ability and capital, right? The others were silent as they listened to Lin Feng's words. Although this may not sound pleasant, it is the truth. You can't blame anyone but yourself for not being able to get into a 985 or 211 university. Su Jiang and Lu Ling also gritted their teeth in embarrassment. Hearing their own Chen Tian being trampled on like this, they naturally felt very uncomfortable. But they also knew that what the other person said was correct. If they were to confront a young man, they would probably be even more embarrassed today. Su Jiang took a deep breath, looked at everyone, and said with a forced smile, Come on, let's eat first. He now didn't know how to get through the awkward situation except saying something else to ease the awkward atmosphere. The others also started laughing, and many of them talked to Lin Feng, hoping to build a better relationship with him. After all, young people like these have a promising future, and who knows, they might be able to help out someday. Lin Feng completely ignored Su Jiang and Lu Ling. He said very proudly, Our jade shop is doing well in Linshui City, and we are planning to expand outwards soon. Do you know Tang's jade shop in Jiling? Our shop is planning to cooperate with them soon. Tang's jade shop? Looking at the blank looks of the crowd, Lin Feng smiled faintly and began to introduce the Jinling Tang family. Speaking of the Tang family, they are one of the most prominent families in Jinling. Their main experience is in antique jade. Moreover, the Tang family also runs a number of high-end tea gardens, and the Tang family is present in the tea business in many cities. A family like theirs is a truly big business. Everyone at the table looked horrified when they heard Lin Feng's words. I didn't expect that their jade shop would cooperate with such a big enterprise. If that's the case, wouldn't Lin Feng's future development be better? Lin Feng looked at the shining eyes of the crowd and spoke incessantly. You don't know, I've been to the Tang family's store, they're the real jade masters. The shop, which is several hundred square meters, is filled with fine jades. Ordinary goods are not wanted there. What does this mean? The Tang family is protecting their reputation and their brand. Talking about the Tang family's jade shop, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a hint of admiration and expectation. If this cooperation can be achieved, then my career will probably take off in the future. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Feng continued to promote the various strengths of the Tang family. There are many treasures in their store. If they sell them casually, they will be worth millions. Lin Feng felt that words alone were not convincing, so he took out his mobile phone and showed the photos he took at the time. There are jade bracelets, jade gourds, jade pipes, and so on. Chapter 67. What kind of car is this? Lin Feng put away his phone and said with emotion. A big family like this has been in this business for decades, so they must have jade artifacts worth tens of millions, but things like that are not put on display. Good things of that level are not affordable for ordinary people. When everyone listened to Lin Feng's description of the Tang family, it felt like they were hearing about some ancient superfamily. Everyone's eyes showed admiration, and they all praised. Xiao Feng is so amazing now, he definitely has a promising future. Xiao Feng's company will definitely benefit from cooperating with such an enterprise. I'm afraid we won't have the chance to eat at the same table anymore. Brother Lin's family will take off. The entire meal was almost entirely centered around Lin Feng's family. After finishing the meal, Lin Feng stood up pretentiously and said to everyone, Everyone, take your time eating. I'll go get the car. Everyone was envious again, and they walked out of the restaurant while talking. Not long after they walked out, they saw a black Audi driving towards them. The car window was rolled down, revealing Lin Feng's smiling face. Everyone immediately gathered around, walked around Lin Feng's Audi, and praised it again. Wow, it's really an Audi. Look at the paint, it's so shiny in the sun. The interior of this high-end car is really different. Look at this big screen. It has all the necessary functions. It's really luxurious. Of course I need to explain. This is an Audi. How can our little junkie car compare to theirs? Lin Feng waved his hand gently and said in a very pretentious manner. This is my high-end S6. Just use it for simple commuting first, and I'll get a better one later. As he spoke, Lin Feng looked at Su Jiang and his wife next to him and said, Uncle and Aunt, how about I take you back? Lin Feng said this deliberately for the two of them to hear, so that they could feel how big the gap is between him and his useless nephew. Lu Ling and Su Jiang smiled kindly and refused. No need, we can just walk back. Everyone quickly ignored this topic and started talking to Lin Feng's family again. At this moment, everyone suddenly heard a noise coming from a distance. Everyone was confused and looked over here. Not only them, many people on the road looked in the same direction. They saw a black extended custom version of Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly driving towards them. Looking at the high-profile luxurious appearance and the little golden man rising on the front of the car, everyone was stunned. Just by looking at the size and shape of this car, you can tell that it must be very expensive. Everyone stared with eyes wide open. They had never seen such a luxurious vehicle in Linshui City. A woman looked at the little golden man on the front of the car and felt that the brand was about to come out, but she couldn't remember it, so she asked, What kind of car is this? Lin Feng was also stunned, and replied subconsciously, This is a Rolls-Royce. It's the top brand of cars. While introducing himself, Lin Feng suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, Fuck, I get it, this is a custom version. And the license plate, it looks like he's an important figure. Lin Feng was not particularly sure, so he took out his cell phone and searched for it. Looking at the search results above, he was even more shocked, and his voice was a little out of tune. My goodness, this car costs more than 200 million. A luxury car worth more than 200 million? Where had the people present ever seen such a scene? In their opinion, The Audi bought by Raymond Lam is already considered a luxury car. Everyone swallowed their saliva and couldn't help but exclaimed, "This car is so beautiful. I didn't expect that we could see such a luxury car in Linchue City. We are really proud of it. A luxury car worth more than 200 million, is this a joke? Just think about it, if someone can spend 200 million to buy a car, how much money must his family have? It must be an astronomical figure. This person is definitely considered a top-tier billionaire. Isn't it often reported in international news that those top-tier billionaires spend tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars on something?" Just when everyone was shocked, they saw the extended customized version of Rolls-Royce Phantom driving towards them. Then he lightly stepped on the accelerator and stopped in front of them. In an instant, everyone became nervous. Everyone looked at each other, with surprise and confusion written all over their faces. Everyone was secretly thinking in their hearts, "What kind of big shot is this?" Everyone began to whisper, wondering who this wealthy man who came to Linchue City was. Thinking that Lin Feng has made great progress now, many people looked at him and asked, "Xiao Feng, do you know if there are any wealthy people coming to our Linchue recently?" Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Such a wealthy man must be a big shot. How could a small person like him know his itinerary? Lin Nantian showed an excited look and said excitedly, "I didn't expect that big shots would also come here to eat. Is the standard of this hotel so high now?" Having said that, Lin Nantian looked at his son and winked at him. "You should try every means to get to know such an important person, it will be good for your future." Lin Feng also nodded carefully. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on the extended customized version of Rolls-Royce Phantom. Then the driver's door opened and Su Tianqing got out. Everyone looked at the strong and powerful Su Tianqing, feeling his aura, and suddenly became alert. Even this driver doesn't look like an ordinary person. Su Tianqing walked to the door and respectfully opened the car door. First Chen Tian, then Su Zhishi also got out of the car, and the two of them said almost in unison, "Mom and Dad, are you guys done eating? Aunt and Uncle, have you finished eating?" Su Jiang and Lu Ling were completely stunned when they saw their daughter and Chen Tian appearing in such a shocking manner. Chapter 68. You only care about your cousin. However, Lu Ling reacted faster. She looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "Why are you here?" As she spoke, Lu Ling had already walked a few steps to Chen Tian's side and took his hand. "This silly boy, I haven't seen him for a long time, he seems to be more handsome than before." Uncle Su Jian also reacted at this time. He stepped forward and patted Chen Tian on the shoulder, saying happily, "Good job, kid. You look much stronger. Not bad." The others stared in amazement at what was happening before their eyes, hardly able to believe their eyes. The young man in front of me is actually Chen Tian? At this time, they finally began to look at Chen Tian seriously. Chen Tian looks very young, probably in his early 20s. Both his figure and appearance are top-notch. Especially her temperament, which is unmatched. Even the stars on TV don't have the temperament like Chen Tian. Not to mention, the current Chen Tian is driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom extended custom version. Looking at this car worth more than 200 million yuan, plus the license plate that represents one's identity, it is almost unbelievable. Especially those who had just disliked Chen Tian, now they could no longer raise their heads. They just said that Chen Tian was just an ordinary college graduate and a burden. But look at them now, there may not be a second top luxury car like them in the whole of China. Compared to others, I am not even a scumbag. Lin Feng, who was standing aside, stared at the luxury car in front of him with his eyes fixed, and was completely stunned. Is this the Chen Tian that he looked down upon just now? As a result, as soon as he appeared, he killed everyone instantly. You drive a shabby Audi worth more than 500,000 yuan, and yet you show off in front of others who drive a luxury car worth more than 200 million yuan? This is such a joke. He said that the other person was not even qualified to be a security guard. Now looking at it, I am afraid that I am not even qualified to be their driver. Look at Chen Tian's driver, he is strong and well trained, he should also be working as a bodyguard. For a moment, everyone felt mixed emotions. The look he gave Chen Tian was filled with shock. Lin Nantian felt sad when he saw his son was left with nothing after being compared to him. He thought bitterly, didn't this kid's parents both die? How come he is doing so well all of a sudden? Could it be that he borrowed the car from someone? Thinking of this, Lin Nantian walked forward with a smile and asked in front of everyone, "You are Xiao Tian, right?" Is this car yours? Facing everyone's inquiring gazes, Chen Tian quietly and said. Yes, I got it not long ago. When everyone heard this, their expressions became even more horrified. This luxury car worth more than 200 million yuan actually belongs to Chen Tian. It is a miracle that such a young guy can get to this point without any help from anyone. Immediately, uncles and aunts gathered around him. They looked at Chen Tian and asked in a flattering manner. Xiao Tian, you are so promising, what are you doing now? Others did not want to fall behind, and they rushed to praise Chen Tian. Oh my, Xiao Tian is so capable now. I've said it before, Lu Ling and her husband are blessed. Look at the children they raised, they are so promising. You just wait and enjoy the good life in the future. I've said it before, Xiao Tian is an outstanding talent. Look, he has achieved such success just after graduating from college. Chen Tian didn't care about the crowd's admiration, but replied calmly. Invest. In fact, I said this deliberately for my aunt and uncle to hear, and also to reassure them. Lin Feng's father, Lin Nantian, looked at those people and quickly replied. Lin Feng, come here quickly and learn from Chen Tian. Lin Feng was stunned by what his father said. He looked embarrassed and had no idea what to say. Before, Chen Tian's aunt and uncle-in-law asked them to take care of Chen Tian. As a result, after just a short while, he was slapped hard in the face. It hurt so much. After these elders had laid a simple foundation, they all wanted to come forward and ask Chen Tian in detail about the specific ways to make money. Even if I can't take care of the children, at least I can earn some money. Just when everyone was about to speak, Chen Tian had already taken the lead and took out the gift he had prepared in advance. Aunt and uncle, this is my gift to you. Chen Tian handed over the brocade box. Looking at the somewhat surprised expressions of the two, Chen Tian directly opened the lid of the brocade box, revealing the jade bracelet and jade gourd inside. Everyone nearby came over to take a look, and seeing the exquisite jade inside, their eyes were filled with jealousy, envy and hatred. This looks like good stuff. An aunt looked at the jade gourd and praised it highly. This handle is so beautiful, but I always feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Lin Feng on the side took a breath of cold air, he recognized it at the first sight. These are the two treasures of Tang's jade shop. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he swallowed hard. These two things would cost 2 to 3 million. Everyone listened to Lin Feng's words, this was official certification. I'm in this business, and even if they say it's 2 or 3 million, it won't make any difference. Looking at the jade gourd and jade bracelet, everyone suddenly felt like they were seeing RMB. If this were changed to 2 or 3 million, wouldn't it be more shocking than these two things? Wow, he is indeed a rich man, he has great taste. The aunt just now suddenly understood something, slapped her forehead and said. Hey, I was wondering where I'd seen it before. It turned out to be a photo in Xiaofeng's phone. This is too rich. Looking at the two brocade boxes that Chen Tian placed in front of them, Su Jiang and Lu Ling took the brocade boxes at the urging of the crowd. Su Jishi looked at her parents who looked embarrassed and said mischievously. Mom and Dad, why are you being so polite to my brother? Why don't we go home first? When everyone heard Su Jishi say that she wanted to go home, they were speechless for a moment. They still have many questions that they haven't asked yet. This is such a great opportunity. Chen Tian also looked at his aunt and uncle-in-law and said with a smile. Come on, let's get in the car together. Lu Ling looked at the luxury car worth more than 200 million yuan in front of her and quickly said. It's okay, the distance is so short, we can just walk back. Chen Tian was unhappy when he heard this and said. Aunt, are you still so polite to me? Get in the car. He is living a good life now, so naturally he should repay those who are good to him. Su Jiang and Lu Ling then got into the car obediently, and Su Jishi also got into the car with her parents. Chen Tian looked at the stunned people around him, then greeted them and said. We'll leave first. After saying that, he got in the car and left. Only a group of people were left standing there indifferently, watching the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Custom Edition gradually driving away, their hearts filled with horror. Chen Tian has really made great progress. Look at the way he speaks and does things. He drives a luxury car worth more than 200 million yuan, but the gifts he gives are handheld items worth 2 or 3 million yuan. Everyone felt regretful. If they had said something nicer, or something to help Chen Tian. Even if they are not sent home, Lu Ling and his wife will definitely keep it in mind. Now, nothing is left. The uncle and aunt, who originally felt empty in their hearts, felt much better when they saw Lin Feng's family on the side. Even if they don't get any benefits, it's better than trampling on the nephew's family everywhere. Lin Feng's family's faces were filled with anxiety. As they watched everyone leave, they drove outside. At this moment, in the car, Su Jishi was directing Su Tianqing excitedly and driving towards their own community. The Su family's house is in an old neighborhood. It's not as grand and beautiful as the new neighborhoods, but it's very clean everywhere. The most common sunflowers are planted in the garden. Although they are a very cheap variety, they grow very well, have many colors of flowers, are lush and green, and are particularly beautiful. Chen Tian looked at the place where he had lived since childhood, his heart filled with emotion. After not seeing it for a few years, there have been quite a few changes here. The security guard sitting in the guardhouse was dozing off, an old-fashioned electric fan was spinning on the table. The owners living here all had access cards, and generally there were very few places where he was needed to go. Master Li, we want to enter the community. Lu Ling's call woke up the security guard, who was stunned when he saw the extended customized version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom in front of him. This. Although he didn't know what model it was, he recognized the little golden man in front of the car. In a shabby neighborhood like theirs, a Rolls-Royce actually wants to drive in? Seeing such a high-end luxury car, the security guard's sleepiness was scared away. He quickly came out to give orders, asking Su Tianqing to park the car in the property's parking space. The security guard didn't feel relieved until the car was parked steadily in the parking space. Otherwise, if something happens to such an expensive car, the compensation from their property management won't be enough. The security guard quickly notified the property manager and transferred another security guard to specifically guard Chen Tian's extended custom version of Rolls-Royce Phantom. The family returned home together. Chen Tian sat on the sofa in his aunt's house. Looking at the simple but tidy house, he felt a special sense of security. Xiao Tian, come and have some tea. Lu Ling brought out tea from the kitchen and placed it on the coffee table. Lu Ling looked at Chen Tian with a smile. She hadn't stopped smiling since he came back. You sit here, I'll go make up your bedding. Su Jiang looked at his busy lover and complained to Chen Tian. You see, your aunt is just like that. Sit down and have some tea and chat first. Why are you in such a hurry to make the bed? Chen Tian chuckled when he heard this. His aunt and uncle-in-law have always had a good relationship. They love each other and would express it in this special way. Seeing Chen Tian laughing secretly, Su Jiang looked at him unhappily and scolded him lightly. And you? You are such a fool. You didn't even tell us in advance that you had changed so much. My aunt and I were both scared outside just now. Before Chen Tian could speak, Su Jishi smiled on the side and took the initiative to explain. I told my cousin not to tell you yet. I was thinking of giving you a surprise. Surprise? Su Jiang glared at his daughter. Such a big surprise must have scared her completely. Don't you even consider your parents' psychological endurance? The three of them chatted for a while, and Lu Ling tidied up the room and sat on the sofa. She looked at Chen Tian curiously and asked, Xiao Tian, are you rich now? It turns out that investing can still make money. To be honest, when Chen Tian came back this time, Lu Ling clearly felt that Chen Tian had become different. His aura was very calm, just like an adult. Su Jiang smiled and said, I've seen since I was a kid that Xiao Tian is not someone you can easily get away with. Su Jiang and Lu Ling really treat Chen Tian as their own son, so they naturally want to see Chen succeed Tian. They were so happy to see Chen Tian being so successful. Plus, it had been a long time since they last saw Chen Tian, so the couple were extremely enthusiastic. The tea was refilled immediately after it was finished, and fruits and dried fruits were handed to Chen Tian, and he was constantly urged to eat quickly. Su Jishi, the legitimate daughter, seemed like an unknown nobody and was left out in the cold. I didn't even have a sip of tea, and I could only think about fruits and dried fruits. Su Jishi sat next to him and pouted angrily. Finally, she couldn't help but remind him. You only care about your cousin, what about me, your own daughter? Unexpectedly, Su Jiang didn't even turn his head and just said, If you want tea, pour it yourself. Su Jishi. As expected, you guys are going to confess the fact that I picked it up. Wow, the gap is too big. In the end, Lu Ling felt sorry for her daughter, so she peeled an orange and put it in the little girl's hand, not forgetting to scold her. Next time if you and your cousin try to trick your parents, I won't even give you an orange to eat. When Su Jishi heard this, she immediately raised her hand and said loudly, I was wrong, I really don't dare to do it anymore. Chapter 69. The door opened. As she spoke, Su Jishi started to betray Chen Tian, revealing everything she knew. She put her arm around her mother and said affectionately, "Mom, let me tell you, my cousin has a car, a supercar." As Su Jishi spoke, as if she was worried that her mother wouldn't believe her, she told her mother about the last time Chen Tian helped her out of a difficult situation. "You don't even know that my cousin's supercar worth more than 50 million yuan was parked there, and it scared him like a florist." Su Jiang and Lu Ling couldn't stop laughing when they heard this. With a Rolls-Royce worth more than 200 million yuan parked downstairs, the two of them became much more receptive. Hearing about the sports car worth more than 50 million, he just raised his eyebrows. He was used to it. As long as Chen Tian is doing well, they feel happy. Su Jiang looked at Chen Tian, then at his daughter, and said very proudly, "It was a good idea to let you and your cousin study in the same city. With your cousin protecting you, your parents will feel more at ease." At this time, Lu Ling suddenly saw the jade bracelet and jade gourd next to her, and muttered, "This thing is too expensive. You've just started your own business, so you should save some money for yourself." Chen Tian, however, had a stern face and said to his aunt very seriously, "Aunt and uncle, you guys take it. By the way, I have a card here with some money in it. If you need it." Unexpectedly, Chen Tian was interrupted by Lu Ling before he could finish his words. Lu Ling waved her hand and said to Chen Tian, "We don't need much money. Besides, your uncle-in-law and I have saved some money for you. Now, you don't need us anymore." Having said that, Lu Ling let out a sigh. "It's obviously a good thing that the child is successful, but I feel empty inside when I think about how I can't help him." That money was saved by Lu Ling and Su Jian for Chen Tian, intended for him to use for his future marriage. Even if it is as Lin Feng's mother said today, children nowadays are under so much pressure in life. If they want to get married, they have to buy a house, and there are many places to spend money. They don't have that much money, but they can still save up for a down payment. Chen Tian was also touched. He didn't expect that his aunt and uncle-in-law had done so much for him silently. Although the two strongly refused, Chen Tian still handed over the bank card and said, "Even if you don't need it, just consider it as keeping it for me. Is that okay?" Seeing that she couldn't refuse, Lu Ling accepted it. She carefully locked the card in the drawer and had no intention of using it. When Lu Ling came out, she saw Su Jiang holding the jade gourd, looking at it with an intoxicated look on his face. "This is a top-notch plaything. Look at how it feels, so warm and smooth, it's really top-notch." It can be said that Su Jiang couldn't let it go. Although he was quite old, he still imitated the young people and took a lot of photos with the jade gourd. After the photo shoot, he said proudly, "I have to post it on WeChat Moments to make my friends jealous and envious." Su Jishi heard this from the side, covered her mouth and laughed secretly, saying, "Dad, do you want me to teach you how to edit a picture before uploading it?" Su Jiang thought about it, shook his head and refused, and said with a shrewd look, "I'd better not do it. Otherwise they won't be able to see the waterhead, so my photo will be in vain." Before he finished speaking, the three people except Su Jiang all laughed out loud. Chen Tian also stood up and stretched, and said to his aunt and uncle, "I'm going to take a shower first." Chen Tian took a comfortable shower and just returned to his room when his door was pushed open forcefully. It was Su Jishi, who pushed the door and walked in. Seeing Chen Tian's naked upper body, Su Jishi was obviously stunned, and then she said, "Cousin, you have such a great figure. Not only do he have a lot of muscles, but he also has shark lines." Chen Tian looked at the little girl with shining eyes and couldn't help but reached out and knocked her, scolding her lightly. "You girl, you never knew to knock on the door when you came in since you were a child." Su Jishi covered her head with one hand, stuck out her tongue at Chen Tian, and said, "My mother asked me to bring you some hot milk, your stinky cousin." As she spoke, the little girl put the milk on the bedside table and walked towards the door. Just as she reached the door, Su Jishi turned around abruptly, deliberately glanced at Chen Tian a few more times, and then ran out of the room. Chen Tian looked at Su Jishi, who had disappeared with a look of helplessness on his face. This girl is still so naughty. Chen Tian simply tidied up and went to bed. The next morning, Chen Tian got up early. Pulling open the curtains and looking at the rising sun, it seems as if I have returned to the peaceful days of the past. Chen Tian took a deep breath, washed up briefly, and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He first looked at the ingredients in the refrigerator, picked out some, and started making breakfast. Chen Tian had just finished cooking the porridge when he heard the sound of the door opening. It was his aunt Lu Ling who walked out of the room. Lu Ling got up early today just to make breakfast for Chen Tian. Unexpectedly, as soon as I came out, I saw Chen Tian already in the kitchen, busy himself. Lu Ling was stunned for a long time before she reacted. She walked towards the kitchen and scolded in a low voice. "Why don't you get some more sleep, kid? Go and get some rest. I'll take care of it here. The child has just returned home, how can you let him work?" Looking at Chen Tian wearing an apron, Lu Ling felt both emotional and happy. "We haven't lived together like this for several years, but when we lived together, we immediately felt like a family. It felt so good." Chen Tian was immediately happy when he heard what his aunt said, and he quickly said, "No, just sit at the dining table and rest for a while. It will be ready soon." As Chen Tian was speaking, he saw that his aunt looked reluctant to go out, so he helped her out and pressed her in front of the dining table. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind me. "Just wait here patiently. If we keep giving way to each other, I'm afraid today's breakfast will be delayed until noon." Lu Ling looked helpless and could only let Chen Tian do it. She was secretly thinking in her heart that it was rare for Chen Tian to have such a thought, so she should just wait and enjoy it with peace of mind. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Lu Ling's face. There was also a hint of happy smile at the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. Lu Ling has even prepared herself mentally that no matter what Chen Tian does, she will cooperate with him. After all, Chen Tian is a boy and has been studying away from home. How could he have any cooking skills? Lu Ling is already very satisfied as long as she can cook the meal. While thinking about it, Lu Ling suddenly smelled a strange fragrance coming from the kitchen. When Lu Ling smelled the fragrance, her eyes widened instantly. This smells so good, doesn't it?" And Lu Ling could smell that it was the fragrance of cooked porridge. The extremely rich aroma carries the unique fragrance of rice. Lu Ling stood up subconsciously. She was attracted by the fragrance several times and wanted to go into the kitchen to find out what was going on. But I still held back. Her little heart was beating fast and her eyes were full of shock. This time when Chen Tian came back, he brought her so many surprises. Suddenly he became so rich, driving a car worth hundreds of millions, and became handsome and elegant. I didn't expect that even his cooking skills are so good. Lu Ling let out a long breath. She was really wondering now, is Chen Tian attending university or a training class for rich people? It's simply excellent. Couldn't fault it at all. At this time, my uncle-in-law Su Jiang also came out. He must have just woken up, his hair was so messy that it looked like a bird's head, but his eyes were sparkling. Su Jiang glanced at Lu Ling who was sitting at the dining table, and said with a grin, "Wife, you are really good at cooking. I woke up with the fragrance." Su Jiang was sleeping soundly at first, and was indeed awakened by the temptation of a fragrance. His stomach instantly started to growl. Seeing her husband's excited expression, Lu Ling burst out laughing, pointed in the direction of the kitchen and said, "This wasn't me, it was Xiao Tian who did it." "Xiao Tian?" Su Jiang was also shocked when he heard Lu Ling say this. "I haven't seen this kid for a while, and he has become so powerful. I don't know if it's because he just woke up, but Su Jiang's mind is very active." He looked at his aunt and said mysteriously, "It seems that making money well has its benefits. Once you become rich, even the fun of life comes out." Su Jiang subconsciously thought that the reason why Chen Tian's cooking skills improved was because he made money and learned to enjoy life. After talking to his wife, Su Jiang sat down at the dining table and waited for breakfast. When things calmed down, Su Jiang's heart began to stir. His thoughts were similar to Lu Ling's, except that he found it a little unbelievable. But after the shock, Su Jiang felt proud again. "Look at the nephew we educated, he is so outstanding. If anyone ever says that he is stupid for raising someone else's son, he will give those people a good slap in the face." At this time, Chen Tian had already prepared breakfast and placed it in front of the dining table. "Hey, Shishi hasn't gotten up yet?" Chen Tian put the casserole on the table and looked at the little girl's room door. "Should I wake her up?" Lu Ling took a large spoon and divided the porridge and the casserole into bowls. At once, the aroma of the porridge was completely released, and the whole living room was filled with the fragrance. Just smelling it like this makes people salivate. Lu Ling first handed a bowl to Chen Tian and replied casually. She is usually hard to wake up, but today. As she spoke, Lu Ling's eyes rolled and she picked up a bowl of porridge and placed it at the door of Su Jishi's room. As if worried that the smell could not get in, Lu Ling opened Su Zhishi's room door a crack. Chen Tian. Is this how you play? Is this the legendary hunger wake-up method? After Lu Ling put the bowl of porridge away, she walked back to the dining table and sat down as if nothing had happened. Su Jiang winked at Lu Ling and asked with a wicked smile. Tell me, does this trick of yours work? Lu Ling rolled her eyes and replied unhappily to Su Jiang. Zhishi is just like you, she just loves to eat. Such delicious porridge, she will come out even with her eyes closed. Chen Tian was listening nearby, feeling confused. This must be the biological mother, otherwise she wouldn't speak ill of her own daughter like this. However, what Lu Ling said was very accurate. Within a minute, a rustling sound was heard coming from Su Zhishi's room, and soon, the little girl came out in slippers. The little girl was wearing cute cartoon pajamas, with sleepy eyes, and she exclaimed as soon as she went out. It smells so good, I'm so hungry. Chapter 70. This is my nephew's car. As Su Zhishi spoke, she touched her flat belly pitifully. Being woken up by the smell in my sleep must be because I ate too little yesterday. The next second, Su Zhishi turned around and saw breakfast placed at the door. Looking at the porridge still steaming in the bowl, Su Zhishi sniffed subconsciously. That was the smell. But the little girl also figured out the reason. This must be a bad idea that her mother came up with. Su Zhishi pouted her lips angrily, like an angry little puffer fish, so cute. Not only that, she also looked at her mother with resentment, and her complaints were written all over her eyes. Chen Tian looked at the little girl, the curve of his mouth corners could not be hidden, and he said directly. Come on, let's eat. Su Zhishi quickly washed up and sat down at the dining table. The family of four had all arrived, and after greeting each other, they started eating. Su Zhishi drank a mouthful of porridge angrily, but she didn't expect that her eyes widened as soon as she swallowed it. This is so delicious, isn't it? The beef porridge is extremely salty and fragrant, with a hint of the unique sweetness of rice. It doesn't feel like porridge at all when you eat it. A fresh taste lingers in your body. It's so delicious that it's explosive. After eating such delicious food, how could Su Zhishi have time to be angry? He happily held the small bowl and drank the porridge mouthful by mouthful. Chen Tian watched the little girl just drink the porridge, picked up a pie and put it in Su Zhishi's bowl, and said softly, Try this. Su Zhishi naturally would not refuse the delicious food that Chen Tian brought her, and she took a big bite without hesitation. The juice inside the pie instantly splashes into your mouth, and the rich and fresh taste bursts out in an instant, but each ingredient can make you taste the original flavor. It's obvious that some thought was put into it. Su Zhishi's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed. Cousin, this is so delicious, isn't it? And the filling is so good, and it's juicy. When eating delicacies like pies and pan-fried buns, they must be delicious until the juice spurts out. Chen Tian listened to the little girl talking like a gourmet guest, and suddenly laughed and joked. You little girl, you have a very picky mouth. This stuffing was prepared by my aunt, so it is naturally top-notch. When Chen Tian was cooking just now, he saw some stuffing in the refrigerator and took it out to use. That was what Lu Ling prepared, intending to make dumplings for Chen Tian. Lu Ling was obviously stunned when she heard Chen Tian's words. Such a delicious filling is definitely not something you can make by yourself. Chen Tian did not explain. The filling was indeed ready-made, but Chen Tian just added a little bit of seasoning. Don't add too much, otherwise you won't be able to taste the original flavor. After the meal, the whole family was very satisfied. Some of them were so full that they had to put down their chopsticks. It was time for Lu Ling and Su Jiang to go to work. Looking at the two of them busy packing up, Chen Tian said with a smile, Aunt and uncle, shall I take you there? When Lu Ling heard this, she waved her hand gently and said with a smile, I can drive to work, your uncle-in-law rides an electric bike, why don't you give him a ride? Su Jiang heard this from the side and also waved his hand to refuse. No need. Xiaotian, you should catch up on some sleep at home. You just came back yesterday, so you should get a good rest. Chen Tian came back just to accompany them, and he would definitely not give in on something that was within his ability. He called Su Tianqing directly and asked him to come downstairs to pick him up. After hanging up the phone, Chen Tian spread his hands towards his uncle and said, You can't refuse now, right? I've called everyone here. Su Jiang was stunned, and Su Zhishi next to him covered her mouth and said with a smile, Dad, just ask your cousin to take you there. It's time for us to be high profile. Okay, I'm also afraid of tiring your cousin. Actually, I go to work every day and I've already gotten used to it. Su Jiang looked at Chen Tian with a smile and said with a look of relief. Seeing that his child is so successful and so filial, Su Jiang feels so fulfilled and happy. Su Jishi looked at her father and agreed. She touched her belly with great satisfaction and said, "It's delicious. I'm full now and I'm going to catch up on my sleep. Mom and Dad, please be safe on the road." After saying that, the little girl was about to run back to her room, but her father stopped her. "Don't sleep. Follow your cousin and see me off. Then take your cousin out for a walk." Su Shishi said oh but didn't show any negative emotion. She just smiled and went to change her clothes. Chen Tian smiled and shook his head. He looked at the time and said to Su Jiang, "Uncle, just pack up and let's go." Su Jiang was already prepared. As soon as the three of them went downstairs, they saw the extended custom version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom parked at the door. Su Tianqing looked very energetic. When he saw Chen Tian and Su Jiang, he immediately got out of the car and greeted them. Looking at Su Tianqing's capable appearance, Su Jiang nodded with satisfaction and said to Chen Tian, "My God, you are a really good driver, you have the right spirit and a clear eye. Such a child is obviously a good person and you can use him with confidence." Chen Tian responded and got into the car with Su Jiang. Su Jiang looked at Su Tianqing who was driving and asked Chen Tian in a low voice, "We don't have any extra rooms in our house. Where did you, the driver, sleep last night? He came here so quickly after receiving a phone call. Could he be living in the car?" Chen Tian was delighted when he heard this and quickly explained. He was staying in a hotel near us, so he came straight over after receiving a phone call. The two of them were chatting in low voices, and most of the time, Su Jiang was talking and Chen Tian was listening. Su Jiang did not use his uncle-in-law's airs to lecture him, but chatted with him like a friend, explaining some business principles. Looking at his uncle-in-law who was still the same as before, Chen Tian also started laughing. Chen Tian sat in the car, looking at the crowded road outside, still speechless. Even because it is a luxury car, many drivers subconsciously want to stay away from it. But this still cannot change the current situation of traffic jam. Thinking of this, Chen Tian sighed silently, thinking secretly in his heart, on this kind of road, no matter how good these cars are, they can't run. Just when Chen Tianqing had this thought, a light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. The home detects the owner's troubles, and the garage actively contributes to the ownership of Linshui Tiannan racetrack. Chen Tian was stunned for a moment and blinked slightly. Is this possible? The car was moving slowly. Fortunately, they left home early, so although there was a little traffic jam, they still had plenty of time. Seeing that they had arrived at the door of Su Jiang's company, Chen Tian stretched his head and took a look. It looked quite formal and of a good scale. Su Tianqing drove the car directly towards the company's gate. This action frightened the security guard at the gate so much that he stood there in a daze. The security guard was completely stunned. Where had he seen such a scene before? He had only seen such a high-end luxury car on the web. Look at the little golden man on the front of the car, the extra long body, and the exquisite shape everywhere. The security guard suddenly opened his eyes, his mind went blank and he was completely stunned. Seeing that the top luxury car was getting closer and closer, the security guard subconsciously opened the door and didn't even have the courage to step forward and ask a question. After all, there may not be a second car like this in the whole of China. He went to stop him? Isn't that courting death? The car entered the gate smoothly. As it was driving in, the boss who had just parked the car and walked out took a peek. The boss originally just took a quick glance, but the next second, his eyes almost popped out. What kind of car did I see? Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Custom Version? When did Linshui City have a car like this? Who is this person? The boss was filled with shock and felt his heart beating so fast that it was almost about to jump out of his chest. This is a big shot. The boss' mind is in a state of confusion. He is already thinking about how to go up and exchange contact information with the other party. Thinking of this, the boss quickly straightened his suit to make himself look more energetic. He walked quickly towards the Rolls-Royce, ready to greet the important person inside. At this time, many people were attracted by this top luxury car and looked over here. However, when everyone saw the boss coming to greet them, they naturally did not dare to get too close, thinking that it was a big client the company had just contacted. But driven by curiosity, they stood aside and prepared to see what kind of big shot it was. Especially when they found out through searching that the extended customized version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom in front of them was worth more than 200 million yuan, they were even more reluctant to leave. Here comes a top rich man. They must take a good look at such a precious person. For a moment, almost all eyes in the company were looking here. Even the glass in the office area upstairs was crowded with people. Everybody was crowding around, all looking down with their heads stretched out. Don't push. Wait until someone comes down. Can't everyone take turns to watch? You suddenly came to our office and pushed us aside. Are you polite? Can everyone have some manners? Are you the only ones who want to see what rich people look like? We want to see what rich people look like too. While everyone was talking, Su Tianqing had already walked out of the car. He walked quickly to the door, opened it very politely, and put his hand on the roof. As soon as they saw Su Tianqing's actions, everyone subconsciously held their breath. This is the big shot coming. As a foot wearing leather shoes stepped out, the mighty and domineering BGM had already sounded in everyone's hearts. Then, a familiar face appeared in front of everyone. It was Su Jiang, getting out of the car. Everyone was stunned when they saw Su Jiang getting out of the car. Even the boss standing next to the car was stunned. He looked at Su Jiang's face in front of him and said in a low voice, as if he was unsure. Manager Su? It was like a huge, pure TNT bomb exploding in their hearts, blasting them to pieces and making them dizzy. Is the person in front of them the good-natured man they often see, Manager Su? Doesn't he usually ride an electric bike to work? The contrast today is so great that it's a bit hard to accept. Chen Tian got out of the car at this time and said to Su Jiang, Uncle, we're leaving first. Su Zhishi, who was sitting in the car, also stuck her head out, made a face at her father, and said with a smile, Dad, work hard, we're going out to play. After saying hello, Su Tianqing drove the car towards the outside of the company. As the car drove away, everyone in the company was left looking at each other in bewilderment. Almost in an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Su Jiang. There was confusion in their eyes, and even a hint of eagerness, but it appeared too quickly and was hidden away. Manager Su, what car is this? The boss looked at Su Jiang and asked in a low voice. Su Jiang smiled faintly, his eyes still following the car as it drove away, and he quickly explained. This is my nephew, and this car is also his. Hearing Su Jiang's words, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. They were deeply shocked by this answer. Chapter 71 What's going on? This top-of-the-line luxury car worth more than 200 million yuan actually belongs to a young man? Isn't this too rich? After all, the boss was a man who had seen the world. He immediately realized that Su Jiang's nephew was not only rich, but also definitely not a simple person. Otherwise, the customization of such a top luxury car would not even pass the initial review. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes looking at Su Jiang suddenly changed. Even the boss next to him became enthusiastic. He looked Su Jiang up and down, and invited him with a smile. Manager Su, let's go to my office. I just have something to talk to you about. Su Jiang also clearly felt the change in the boss, but he didn't think much about it and followed the boss into the company. Chen Tian sat in the car and looked at the time. It was still early, so he prepared to go to the Tiannan racing circuit to take a look. Thinking of this, Chen Tian looked directly at Su Zhishi beside him and said with a smile. Zhishi, I'll take you to a good place. When Su Zhishi heard her cousin say there was a good place to go, she immediately rushed to Chen Tian's side, put her arm around Chen Tian, and asked with a smile. Cousin, where are we going? Let's go to Tiannan racing circuit. Chen Tian looked at the happy Su Zhishi, and his emotions were also infected, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. He did not hide anything and directly told the destination. After listening to Chen Tian's words, Su Zhishi was stunned and horrified. Tiannan racing circuit? Although Su Zhishi had never been there, she had heard of his name more than once. Tiannan Racing Circuit is the top racing venue in Linshui City. It has a huge area and has various tracks. Because it is luxurious enough, some young men and women from nearby cities often use it as their base. The most amazing thing is that it adopts a membership-based service. In other words, if you are not a member, you cannot enter and play even if you have money. Su Zhishi had heard from others that the membership fees there were extremely high. Even for the lowest level silver card, the annual fee was 100,000 yuan. Moreover, within the year, you must spend at least 100,000 yuan at the racetrack to apply for it. If the minimum consumption is not reached, his membership will be cancelled directly. It is precisely because of this almost stringent requirement that young men and women flock to it. In everyone's eyes, membership of Tiannan Racing Circuit has become a symbol of identity. Because there, you need to have money and free time to have fun. A membership fee of 100,000 a year is indeed a small amount of money, but if you want to play here, you must first have a sports car. Cousin, I heard that there are super luxury cars over there, and not only can you play with them, but they also provide various modification services. It's amazing. Su Zhishi said exaggeratedly, with a look of excitement on her face. Chen Tian just listened with a smile, nodded slightly and said, "If you like, I'll get you a membership card and you can come and play anytime." Hearing her cousin say this, Su Zhishi waved her hands hurriedly and refused. She usually goes to college in Jinling, so she doesn't have time to play racing. Chen Tian looked at the little girl's expression of rejection and was immediately happy. He looked at Su Tiancheng, who was driving in front, and said, "Call Zheng Tiannan and Lu Meng over later. We can try out the performance of the supercar there." After all, even though the cars are so good, Chen Tian hasn't had the chance to maximize their performance. "I just happened to have a chance today, so I went over to try out the car." "Okay, boss." Su Tiancheng responded very straightforwardly. He drove steadily and continued to drive towards his destination. After calling Zheng Tiannan and Lu Meng, Su Tiancheng looked at Chen Tian through the rearview mirror and asked, "Boss, there is an extended parking space here. I'll take you in and then park the car here, okay?" Upon hearing this, Chen Tian replied directly, "No need to bother, just park the car here and we can just walk in." After Su Tiancheng parked the car, several people got out of the car and walked into the Tiannan Racing Circuit. As soon as you enter the door, there is a huge parking lot. The back looks like a repair shop, which should be what they call a modified car factory. Not far from the front is a small detached building, which houses the reception desk and also provides a place for members to rest. The layout is very complete. Chen Tian led a few people to the reception desk, where they could register and then enter the racing track. Su Zhishi was jumping all the way, looking very happy, and her eyes seemed not enough as she looked around. The small building used for welcoming guests is decorated very luxuriously, exuding a sense of sophistication and luxury everywhere. The waiters at the front desk are all good-looking, with just the right amount of makeup on their faces, and they look very nice. After seeing Chen Tian and his companions coming in, a beautiful waitress came up to them and asked politely, "Are you guys here to make a reservation at the racetrack?" "Reserve?" Chen Tian frowned slightly, looked at the beautiful waitress, and asked doubtfully, "Appointment? Do I need to make an appointment? I want to go in now. Can't I do it right away?" The beautiful waitress looked embarrassed and replied apologetically, "Sir, I'm so sorry. A customer has reserved the racetrack today. I'm sorry that I can't provide service to you." Hearing that someone had booked the place, Chen Tian did not embarrass the waiter, but changed the topic and said, "Forget it, I'll go find your general manager." The beautiful waitress was stunned for a moment, and she subconsciously looked at Chen Tian and the others. Looking at the obviously different auras of these people, they can be seen at first glance as rich people. The beautiful waitress was a little hesitant. After all, the big customer who booked the whole place today was not an ordinary person. If I offend the other party, my job might be over. But the people in front of him looked even more extraordinary, especially Chen Tian. Not only was he handsome and stylish, he also had a mysterious aura. No matter how the beautiful waitress looked at Chen Tian, she felt that he was definitely not an ordinary person. After thinking for a while, the beautiful waitress made up her mind. She smiled and said, "Our general manager is inspecting the racetrack. I'll take you there." As she spoke, the beautiful waitress led a few people towards the back door. As soon as the door was opened, a huge area was revealed, which was the racetrack area. As the door opened, the roar of various engines suddenly came in, making people feel excited. "Everyone, please." The beautiful waitress spoke as she led a few people towards the racetrack. Chapter 72, Widening Network. Chen Tian and his companions immediately followed the beautiful waitress, looking around the environment of the racetrack as they walked. At this moment, several people suddenly heard a roar getting closer. They turned their heads and looked in the direction of the sound, and saw several sports cars driving towards them. Leading the group was a Ferrari A12, its bright red color was extremely eye-catching. Chen Tian took a closer look and discovered that the 812 had a license plate starting with. Following behind were several Ferraris and a McLaren 720S, all of which were supercars worth several $1,000,000. The most expensive one is a Porsche 918, which costs more than 12 million yuan and has the most luxurious configuration among the cars. Although the models of their cars are slightly different, they all have license plates starting with. These supercars surrounded them as if on purpose. Chen Tian and his companions stopped, and the car owners also got out of their cars one after another. They all look like they are from wealthy families, and they are all wearing international brands. As soon as everyone got off the car, they looked Chen Tian and the others up and down, especially at Chen Tian's handsome appearance, with hostility on their faces. The young masters looked at each other, and they saw a hint of doubt in each other's eyes. It seemed that none of them knew Chen Tian. They subconsciously came to the conclusion that since the person was someone they didn't know, he must not be a person of status. Thinking of this, the looks they gave Chen Tian changed from hostility to disdain. There was a hint of pride and scrutiny between his eyebrows. The owner of the Ferrari 812 looked at the beautiful waitress and asked with dissatisfaction, "How are you doing this? How are you leading these people inside? Didn't we book the place today? How dare you bring people in? Don't you want to work here anymore?" While speaking, the car owner kept pointing at the waiter's nose, with contempt written all over his face. In his opinion, this was just a waiter who served people and did not need any respect at all. As long as the money is enough, dignity doesn't matter. The young masters next to them also had a very bad attitude and were complaining about the waiter's incompetence. The beautiful waitress' eyes turned red, and she quickly explained, "I'm sorry, gentlemen, for giving you a bad experience. You guys are here to see our general manager, not to open the track." When they heard that Chen Tian and his companions were here to see the general manager, the expressions of these young masters softened a little. The young master in the lead waved his hands and urged, "Hurry up and handle it, and get out of here. You better think about it carefully. If you make our Master Zhang unhappy, your racetrack will be in big trouble." Speaking of Master Zhang, a hint of respect flashed in the eyes of this young master. The beautiful waitress repeatedly expressed that she understood. When they were about to reverse and leave, they heard another roar behind them. Everyone turned their heads and saw a Ferrari LaFerrari driving over. When the Ferrari LaFerrari drove in front of everyone, it deliberately did a beautiful big drift and then stopped diagonally in front of everyone. Looking at this super sports car worth 20 to 30 million, a hint of envy flashed in the eyes of the young masters. A sports car like this can truly be called a supercar. Listen to this sound, it's absolutely amazing. At this time, the door of the Ferrari LaFerrari opened and a young man walked out of the car. The young man looked to be in his 20s, but there was a purple tint under his eyes, and it was obvious that he had been drained of his body by alcohol and sex. He was wearing an Armani suit and had a studded earring on his left ear, a diamond earring that sparkled in the sun. The young man got out of the car, still looking listless. He looked like a playboy who just woke up from a hangover. As soon as everyone saw the young man appear, they immediately surrounded him and shouted respectfully, "Mr. Zhang, you are here." When Mr. Zhang saw everyone, he just nodded slightly and turned his gaze to Chen Tian and the others. He only took a quick glance and found that it was not the young master he knew, and immediately showed obvious disdain on his face. In Linshui City, he knows all the prominent young masters and young ladies. He had met many young masters and young ladies from the lower level circles, and he had impressions of many senior members of the Tiannan racing circuit. This kind of person whom I have never met before is definitely not a big shot. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiao's disdain deepened, and he asked directly, "What's going on? What are you doing surrounding a few country bumpkins?" Young Master Zhang spoke very rudely. In his opinion, these young masters were actually lowering their status by surrounding a few poor bastards. They are the young masters, and the people standing next to them should be superior people. The owner of car 812 smiled awkwardly and quickly explained, "We saw that there were outsiders here, and we were afraid that it would disturb your pleasure, Mr. Zhang, so we came over to ask. They said they were here to see the general manager and would leave immediately. They were busy trying to curry favor with Mr. Zhang, but they dared not make him unhappy in the slightest." Zhang Xiao didn't even look at Chen Tian and the others, and said directly to the waiter, "Hurry up and solve this problem. I don't like outsiders in my place." Although the other party said that he was here to see the general manager, what relationship could this person, whom he had never met, have with such a luxurious Tiannan racing circuit? Thinking about the excellent looks of Chen Tian and Su Zhishi, Zhang Xiao secretly thought that it was possible that they were just a few people who came to interview for the waiter position. Why should I give face to such a person? The beautiful waitress listened to what Zhang Xiao said and quickly replied, Okay, don't worry. After listening to the waiter's answer, Zhang Xiao snorted coldly and turned to walk towards his Ferrari LaFerrari. Take care of yourselves and don't make young Master Zhang unhappy. A young man did not forget to say this to the waiter before leaving, and then got into his car with the others. After everyone drove away, the beautiful waitress was obviously relieved. She raised her fair and tender little hand and wiped the sweat off her face. Zhang Xiao's aggressive look just now really scared her, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. At the same time, the beautiful waitress's heart was in turmoil, thinking about all the amazing things about Zhang Xiao. This Mr. Zhang is the famous eldest son of the Zhang family in Tianjin. His name is Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai was extremely famous in Tianjin. He was one of the 4 young masters of Tianjin. Just from this title, one could imagine what kind of situation the Zhang family was in Tianjin. The Zhang family is not only a large family in Tianjin, but also a large enterprise ranked among the top. Not only is he extremely wealthy, but having been entrenched in Tianjin for so many years, he also has a complex network of relationships and a wide range of connections. Chapter 73. Do you think there is no one in Jilin? In a word, his status in Tianjin is extremely high. As the beautiful waitress thought about it, she became more and more nervous. In any case, this kind of big shot is someone they absolutely cannot afford to offend. Let's go quickly. Once you finish your search, we'll get out quickly. The beautiful waitress had made up her mind. She walked quickly forward while urging Chen Tian and the others. Chen Tian just listened calmly and followed the waiter into the racetrack. The further you go in, the more panoramic views of the track you can see. Because the entire racetrack was reserved by guests today, there were not many people playing in the racetrack and many tracks were empty. But you can see that this place is very clean and there is no debris at all. From this we can also see that the management here is very strict. Such almost stringent requirements are also one of the reasons why Tiannan Racing Circuit is so famous. Soon, they saw several shadows patrolling back and forth not far away, saying something from time to time. It was General Manager Lu Mo who was inspecting the track conditions. As soon as the waiter saw General Manager Lu Mo, he immediately prepared to jog over. Unexpectedly, she had just taken 2 steps, and maybe the sound of her high heels was a little obvious, but Lu Mo's eyes happened to look in their direction. Just this one glance made Lu Mo stunned on the spot. Afterwards, Lu Mo seemed to have just woken up from a dream and ran towards them quickly. The waiter was stunned when he saw the general manager's actions. What is going on? Why does it seem like we're running in both directions? The waiter subconsciously looked to the side, totally confused as to what was going on with the general manager. At this moment, the waiter's mind was in turmoil, but after repeated consideration, the waiter still believed that he should step forward and explain the whole matter to the general manager. When the waitress was about to speak, she saw General Manager Lu Mo walked right past her as if he didn't see her. The waiter turned around subconsciously and saw a scene that left him stunned. Lu Mo walked straight to Chen Tian, with an excited look on his face and his eyes staring at the other person. The waiter may not know him, but Lu Mo, the general manager, is the one in front of him. The Chen Tian in front of him is the new chairman of their Tiannan racing track. Looking at the other person's young and handsome face, Lu Mo's heart flashed with shock. Although he had read the information before, he was still amazed by the temperament and appearance of the young chairman when he saw him in person. Lu Mo quickly collected his thoughts. He took a deep breath, bowed respectfully to Chen Tian and said, "Boss Chen, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I could have gone to greet you in person." "Mr. Chen?" The waiter was listening to the general manager's words and was so scared that he almost lost his soul. In shock, the waiter subconsciously let out a low cry. "Mr. Chen?" Listening to the waiter's mumbling questions, Lu Mo glared at her and started to introduce. "This is the chairman of our racing track, Chen Tian." After saying that, Lu Mo looked at Chen Tian attentively and suggested with a smile, "Director Chen, how about going out and having some tea at the reception desk? I'll give you a report?" According to Lu Mo's own thoughts, Chen Tian had just taken over the racetrack after all, so he must have come to check the various reports. Since receiving the news of the replacement of the chairman, Lu Mo has arranged for staff to prepare the relevant information and is waiting for Chen Tian to come. After hearing what Lu Mo said, Chen Tian waved his hand and said, "No need. I came here today just to test the car." "Why, is there anyone using it today?" Lu Mo was also stunned when he heard this, and then answered honestly. "Yes, Mr. Chen, someone does need it today, but if you want to use it, I will clear the place immediately." If someone else came, Lu Mo would refuse without even thinking about it. After all, the name of Tiannan Racing Track is here, and he can't damage its reputation. But the person in front of him was not just someone else, but his boss. The boss wants to come to his own place to play. Does he need a reason? Okay. After Chen Tian said this, he turned to look at Su Tianqing behind him and said, Zheng Tiannan and Lu Meng should be here soon, right? Let them drive in. After arranging all this, Chen Tian took Su Jishi to a chair nearby and waited with peace of mind. Lu Mo glanced at Chen Tian inconspicuously, then walked outside silently, ready to clear the area. Faced with such a situation, Lu Mo was actually quite overwhelmed. After all, today the place was booked by two groups of young ladies. One group was from Jinling, and the other was from Tianjing, who came specially. Because the situation was rather special, Lu Mo made a point of inquiring about it. It turned out that the two groups of young men and women had some dispute and wanted to settle the matter by racing. I heard that they were already in a situation where they were as hostile as fire and water. If I went to clear the place now, I was afraid that it's not easy. The most important thing is that he can't afford to offend any of the young masters and young ladies on both sides. But the current situation is that the King of Heaven has come, and this Chen Tiankai is the boss. He couldn't afford to offend his boss if he wanted to use his own place. Having offended his boss, is he still going to be able to continue working in the industry? Just when Lu Mo arrived, there were already a lot of supercars parked on the other side of the track. They had various cool shapes and the owners were standing next to the cars. Standing inside were the young masters who had spoken to Chen Tian before. Quite a few young men still drove into the venue, all of them driving supercars that started at several million, and parked opposite the previous supercars. After the cars were parked, the owners got out one after another. As soon as I got off the car, I realized that these young masters and young ladies were none other than young masters and young ladies from the top circles in Jinling. The young man leading the group was none other than Zhang Haoran. They were still as high profile as usual, wearing international brands and accessories that were all very expensive luxury goods. But there was a hint of displeasure on their faces. Especially when he looked at the young masters and young ladies opposite, he was obviously suppressing his anger. They spat fiercely on the ground and cursed. These bastards from Tianjin are so disrespectful. They come to Suzhou and Hangzhou and even want to step on our territory. They are simply lawless. Good fellow. Do you really think you are so great just because you are from Tianjin? People like this must not be indulged. We need to put a stop to their anger. You drive a broken Ferrari LaFerrari, but you don't even know your last name? How ridiculous. Do you really think there is no one in Jinling? Damn, Brother Zhang's Rafa has returned to the factory. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so arrogant. Isn't this bullying? They came while Brother Zhang's Rafa is back to the factory. Zhang Haoran listened to the indignant words of the young masters and girls, and nodded in agreement, his face looking very ugly. Chapter 74. Brother Chen is actually the boss? If these people from Tianjing hadn't been so bullying, they wouldn't have come here in person. Thinking of the conflicts with these people, Zhang Haoran felt so angry that his teeth itched. Previously, their Jinling young master organized an event, but they didn't expect that when they were having a great time, these people from Tianjing drove up in luxury cars and took over their venue. This is simply a disrespect to them and a naked provocation. Originally, the matter was over. After all, the other person's car was really good at the time, and their own LaFerrari had been returned to the factory for repairs, so Zhang Haoran and others didn't take it to heart. Unexpectedly, those people from Tianjing refused to give in. Yesterday he even challenged them to a duel at the Tiannan racing circuit. His tone and attitude were so good that his tail was about to rise to the sky. If they don't accept this, then the face of the young master of Jinling will be completely lost. Speaking of the arrogant attitude of the young masters in Tianjing, those young masters who had been trying to suppress their anger before could no longer hold back and started to complain directly. Thinking of those bastards' arrogant looks makes me angry. Didn't we ask for a fight? Let's go all out today. I didn't expect that they even knew about the Tiannan racetrack and chose this place on purpose. We have to regain our face from last time, otherwise, they will all float back to Tianjing. There was endless anger in the eyes of the young masters and young ladies of Jinling. At this moment, Lu Mo came over. Seeing him coming, both the young masters and young ladies from Tianjing and the people from Jinling greeted him. Zhang Haoran also raised his head and greeted politely. Hello Mr. Lu, how did you get here? After all, he is the general manager of Tiannan Racing Circuit. Given the scale of the Tiannan racing circuit, he has to be given some face. Lu Mo also nodded to everyone. He walked in front of everyone and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, our racetrack cannot provide you with services today." Unable to provide service? What does this mean? As soon as Lu Mo finished speaking, everyone around him was immediately surprised. The young masters and young ladies reacted quickly. They frowned and protested loudly to Lu Mo. "What do you mean, Mr. Lu? We have reserved the entire place, and now you say you can't serve us?" They were already pissed off by these bastards from Tianjin, and now even the Tiannan racing circuit is joining in the fun? Are we really bullying them because they have too good a temper? They have already agreed on something, but they suddenly changed their minds. Especially Zhang Haoran, whose temper was usually relatively mild among the crowd, but at this moment he could not suppress his burning anger. He booked the place today just to fight with these playboys in Tianjin. If the place is cleared out, wouldn't that be admitting defeat? I wonder what unpleasant words those people from Tianjin will say. This is not only a slap in the face of Zhang Haoran, but also rubbing the face of their Jinling young master on the ground. Zhang Haoran took a deep breath to calm himself down. He looked at Lu Mo and asked, "Mr. Lu, what's going on here? I think you should know that we are here today to resolve some disputes." The reason why Zhang Haoran made his words so clearly was that he knew that Lu Mo on the other side was a smart man, and when he heard him say that, he should know his attitude. Lu Mo did understand Zhang Haoran's hint, but his boss wanted to use the venue, so he had to get the job done even if he had to bite the bullet. This is his first time acting in front of the new chairman. If he can't even do such a small thing well, how can he continue working here in the future? Thinking of this, Lu Mo's expression of apology deepened, and he said in a very gentle tone, "There are indeed special circumstances. Is there any special situation?" Zhang Haoran didn't expect that even after he said this, the other party still insisted. He asked anxiously, "Who are you going to rent the place to?" This not only concerns Zhang Haoran's own face, but also the face of the entire Jinling young master circle. No matter what, he has to hold on to this place today. Zhang Haoran made up his mind. He narrowed his eyes, looked at Lu Mo in front of him and said, "Even if you have special circumstances, you can't pass the problem on to us, right? Let me tell you this, I think I still have some faith in Suzhou and Hangzhou. As long as we finish the game, you can take the place back and we will pay you. Just tell me who rented it." Zhang Haoran spoke a lot, and Chen Tian, who happened to be strolling over, heard it clearly. Chen Tian stopped right there and continued, "It's me." Hearing Chen Tian's sudden voice, many people were stunned. They subconsciously looked over here in the direction of the voice, and were all stunned when they saw Chen Tian's face. Almost in an instant, the faces of all the young masters present changed color. Lu Mo was very good at observing people's words and expressions. When he saw the situation, he immediately realized that this was not a good situation and was ready to explain. Before he opened his mouth, he heard Zhang Haoran and others around him shouting in unison, "Brother Chen?" Zhang Haoran ignored Lu Mo and walked towards Chen Tian with a surprised smile on his face. He said, "Brother Chen, why are you here too?" The other young masters and young ladies also reacted at this time. They all came over, surrounded Chen Tian in the middle, and greeted him enthusiastically. A young master looked at Chen Tian excitedly and said with some excitement, "Brother Chen, did you come here just because you knew we were coming?" Since the young master saw Chen Tian, his mood has changed completely, as if he had seen a savior, and even his mentality has relaxed. Chen Tian smiled lightly and shook his head, saying bluntly, "No, I came here to inspect." Inspection? Everyone looked confused and didn't understand what Chen Tian meant by inspection. Lu Mo, who was standing aside, looked at the young master's puzzled expressions and said with a smile, "Let me introduce you to everyone. This person is the chairman of our Tiannan racing circuit." Chairman? The young master's eyes widened instantly when they heard Lu Mo's introduction. They looked at Chen Tian in shock, unable to believe what they heard. Brother Chen is actually the boss here? The Tiannan racing circuit is the most luxurious racing circuit nearby. With such a huge area, it is truly a lucrative business. Chapter 75. Are you tired? As everyone thought about this, they looked at Chen Tian with eyes full of shock and admiration. No wonder Brother Chen is so rich, it turns out he has so many businesses behind the scenes. Chen Tian looked at the young masters in front of him, pointed at Su Jishi and introduced her to everyone. This is my cousin. She is currently attending university in Jinling. The people in front of her are all the top young masters and ladies in Jinling. It would be good for the little girl to know some of them. It might be more convenient to do things in the future. The young masters also took the initiative to introduce themselves to Su Jishi. Looking at Su Jishi's pretty little face, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. The genes in Brother Chen's family are truly amazing. Each of them looks so good, and you can tell at first glance that they are all natural, with nothing wrong with them. General Chen Tian glanced at the young masters and young ladies present and said with a smile, "You guys are in such a good mood, running all the way from Jinling to race?" It would have been fine if Chen Tian didn't mention this matter, but once he mentioned it, the faces of the young masters present instantly turned ugly. Zhang Haoran was also feeling very aggrieved. His face was gloomy. When he saw Chen Tian asking the question, he couldn't help but explain. Zheng Kai and his men took the initiative to challenge us to a duel. I didn't want to lose face for Jinling, so I asked them to have a duel here. Because he was angry, Zhang Jianghao also regarded Chen Tian as his elder brother, so he told all the grievances between him and Zheng Kai and others, and finally said angrily, "These people from Tianjing are so brazen. They actually said that we in Suzhou and Hangzhou are all barbarians and uneducated dwarfs." Zheng Haoran was a native of Jinling. How could he possibly listen to others insulting Jinling like that? Chen Tian's eyes also sank. Before he could say anything, he heard waves of noise coming from behind him. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw the young masters and young ladies of Tianjing driving over from the other side. The leader was Zheng Kai, who drove his Ferrari LaFerrari and deliberately stepped on the accelerator towards them, as if to show off his speed. The people of Jinling took a deep breath when they saw the Ferrari LaFerrari and many other luxury cars in front of them. Looking at Zheng Haoran's Ferrari 488 on his side, he suddenly felt a little discouraged. It's really frustrating. If Brother Zheng's car had not been returned to the factory, it would still be a car of the same level. A Ferrari LaFerrari costs more than 20 million, but a 488 only costs more than 5 million. They are totally not in the same league, the difference is too big. To put it bluntly, the cars they have now are not even a fraction of what others have. Looking at this reality and this blatant gap, a look of helplessness appeared on everyone's face. With such an obvious gap, is there any need to compete? However, these people in Tianjin will definitely not wait for Brother Zheng's car to come back. Just as everyone was thinking about this, Zheng Kai and others opened the car doors and got out. When everyone got off the car, they first straightened their clothes and looked at Chen Tian, who was in the middle of the crowd, and were also stunned. Didn't this guy say he was here to see the general manager of the racetrack? Why is he hanging out with those country bumpkins from Jinling? The young master who had met Chen Tian before came out. He frowned and looked Chen Tian up and down, and said impatiently, "Didn't you say you were here to do some work? Get done and leave, why are you dawdling here? You dare to get involved in everything, don't you know your own weight? These young masters of Jinling are no match for them, let alone an unknown kid." When Zhang Haoran heard that these people from Tianjing dared to curse Chen Tian, he immediately became angry and cursed. "You are blind, how dare you talk to Brother Chen like that?" After hearing this, the young masters and young ladies in Tianjin finally understood that Chen Tian was in cahoots with the people in Jinling. Seeing that the emotions on both sides were becoming more and more tense, Zheng Kai also got out of the car. He still looked nonchalant, but he seemed a little more energetic than before. Zheng Kai leisurely looked at the sports cars of the young masters and ladies of Jinling, shook his head and said, "You guys in Jinling are really not as good as Tianjing. Look at the crappy cars you have. You dare to go out and race on the track? You really waste this great place." The young masters of Jinling were very dissatisfied when they heard this. Just as they were about to retort, they saw Zheng Kai looking at Zheng Haoran and said proudly, "I know you guys from Jinling have been dissatisfied. Don't you want to race with me? But just racing is not that interesting. Why don't we add some prizes? The jackpot?" After hearing Zheng Kai's words, many people looked towards him, wanting to hear what the other party was going to do next. "My bet is not big, 5 million per game." As Zheng Kai spoke, his left open palm kept shaking, and he looked so arrogant and domineering. In his opinion, winning the game was a sure thing for him. Anyway, he has stated his request, and if the other party agrees, it would be like giving him money for free. If these people in Jinling don't agree, then it means that these young masters in Jinling are poor bastards, with no money, no car, and even no courage. The young masters and young ladies of Jinling listened to Zheng Kai's words. They all understood what he meant and were filled with hatred. This isn't a competition at all, it's just a robbery. Thinking of this, the young masters and young ladies began to look aggrieved. 5 million per game, with such a big bet, they don't have that much money to participate. In fact, money is secondary. The most important thing is that you don't even look at what kind of car other people are driving. That is a Ferrari LaFerrari, a super sports car worth more than 20 million yuan, which is totally incomparable to Zhang Haoran's current Ferrari 488. This is an absolute gap and cannot be made up by technology alone. Now they have clearly seen the gap and know that they must win, so they start saying this. Isn't this naked bullying? The young masters and young ladies of Jinling saw through this, but they could not say it out loud, otherwise the people sitting opposite them would laugh to death. They are now like dumb people eating bitter herbs, unable to express their pain. Zheng Kai looked at their expressions as if they had eaten fly shit, and the corners of his mouth curled up in pride. He just likes to see people get humiliated. When these Jinling brats who always refuse to accept defeat get humiliated, he feels even happier. However, after waiting for a while, seeing that the Jinling young masters opposite did not react, Zheng Kai showed a sneer on his face, and his attitude became even more arrogant. What? Are you scared? Weren't you still whining before? Now you don't even dare to compete with me? After saying that, Zheng Kai burst into laughter and said even more unscrupulously. I also know that I left a huge psychological trauma on you before, but it shouldn't be that scary, right? Now that the opportunity to avenge your previous shame has been delivered to your doorstep, you don't even want to seize it? I didn't expect that you Jinling people are short and so timid, huh? P.S. Everyone, my new book The School Beauty helped me sign up for a car race, and my supercar was exposed is now being serialized. Please give it your support. Thank you all. New book introduction. Urban Imagination plus System plus Super Rich plus School Beauty. Mr. Yi, not only did you flip over on your tricycle yesterday and knock me off, but you also spread rumors that you had sex with me last night? The School Beauty dragged her leg with a swollen knee to find Yi Yunzhou to settle the score, but she unexpectedly heard Yi Yunzhou and his friends bragging that he was an experienced driver who never crashed. She was thinking about the car race information that her roommate had sent her. I was so angry that I helped Yi Yunzhou sign up. Car race? Yi Yunzhou looked at the text message with a confused look on his face, and then the God-level sign and system was activated. Just participate in the car race and you will get rewards. Yi Yunzhou directly reached a gambling agreement with the School Beauty. He would participate in the competition and she would be the one to take the helm. The day of the race. The School Beauty looked at the supercar in front of her and asked, "Is this your car?" Yi Yunzhou, stop talking nonsense and get in the car. A few minutes later. Feeling the violent push on my back and the intense dizziness. School Beauty, Yunzhou. No, Dad. Dad. I was wrong, let me out of the car. As for the initial rumor. Witness A. Yi Yunzhou overturned his tricycle yesterday, and the School Beauty fell off, her knees were bruised. Messenger B. Yi Yunzhou had a car accident yesterday, and the School Beauty's knees were red, and she was limping. C. Yi Yunzhou made the School Beauty's knees red last night. D. Yi Yunzhou did that with the School Beauty last night. Chapter 76. Just go and pick it. Zhang Haoran couldn't help it immediately. He had never been bullied like this in his life. You keep saying that Jinling is not good and keep saying that Jinling is rubbish. What's the matter? Did the tomb robbers in Jinling dig up your ancestors' graves? Are you here to find mental balance? Zhang Haoran was so angry that his scalp was numb. It's just 5 million, right? I'm going to risk it all and compete again. Just when Zhang Haoran was about to lose his mind and was about to go up and fight with Zheng Kai, the young masters and young ladies nearby began to persuade him. Brother Zhang, the more times like this, the more you should not be impulsive. They did it on purpose. Seeing that your current car is not as good as their Ferrari LaFerrari, they deliberately provoked you to fall for it. We can't be fooled, Brother Zhang. Comparing your current car with the Ferrari LaFerrari, isn't that asking for defeat? Don't be impulsive. After all, you know the performance of that car best. Listen to what they said, isn't it obvious enough? This is a naked provocation. They want to beat us and they want our money. These bastards are so mean, they are waiting here to cheat us out of our money. Brother Zhang, let's calm down. Chen Tian had been listening from behind. Seeing that everyone was at a loss, he patted Zhang Haoran on the shoulder gently and whispered something in his ear. Because it was a whisper, Chen Tian spoke in a low voice and no one could hear what Chen Tian said. Instead, Zheng Haoren raised his head excitedly, looked at Chen Tian's face and confirmed. Really? Brother Chen, I'll go then. Chen Tian nodded slightly, and Zheng Haoren looked over and saw that the man had already walked towards Zheng Kai's direction. The young masters and young ladies nearby could only watch, with helpless and worried expressions on their faces. Although they were anxious, since it was Brother Chen who spoke, they did not dare to say anything more. Many young masters and young ladies subconsciously looked at Chen Tian, completely unaware of what they were saying to Zheng Haoren. Chen Tian's expression remained indifferent, and no emotion could be seen. At this moment, Zheng Kai looked at Zheng Haoren, who was getting closer and closer, raised a disdainful smile on the corner of his mouth, and said, "Oh, there are really people who are not afraid of death and rush to give money. Humph, it's a waste of 5 million that's handed to you." Zheng Haoren looked at Zheng Kai's arrogant expression, a subtle cunning flashed across his face, and he said, "It's still uncertain who will win. Until the last second, who dares to say what the final result will be? Don't know the result?" Looking at his Ferrari LaFerrari and then at the 488 on the other side, Zheng Kai almost laughed to death. "I think you Jinling people are not only short, but your brains are also shrunken." Originally, Zheng Kai saw Zheng Haoren's confident look and thought that the other party was holding back some big move. It turns out that he still couldn't get over the humiliation in his heart, and wanted to find a balance here and vent his anger. Hee, only you people in Tianjing are tall, okay? Others' brains have shrunk, but at least they still have some brains left. Your brains are just empty shells. All the materials were wasted on growing taller. Zheng Haoren puffed out his chest and challenged arrogantly. The young masters and young ladies of Tianjing on the opposite side immediately became dissatisfied and changed their expressions, obviously wanting to have a good argument with Zheng Haoren. Zheng Haoren blinked his eyes, then took a few steps forward, stared at Zheng Kai, and said loudly, "Let's make the bet bigger. If you lose, you give me the car. If I lose, I give you 20 million. You from Tianjing, do you dare? 20 million? Even Zheng Kai was stunned when he suddenly heard such a large number. But looking at Zheng Haoren's arrogant and domineering appearance, I was too lazy to think about it anymore. Zheng Kai looked at Zheng Haoren's Ferrari 488 and thought proudly in his heart, it seems that his method of provoking is quite effective. He dares to bet 20 million while driving such a broken car? After all, the difference between the cars is so huge, and the difference in performance cannot be made up by anything else. With such a bet, Zheng Kai subconsciously felt that the other party was just giving him money, so he agreed without hesitation. Hearing that the two people had reached a bet, the people nearby immediately stepped forward and took a video of them as evidence. This is how the stakes are in the circle of young masters. Everything is voluntary and no one should regret it. After all, they are the heirs of the family fortune and people of status. It is impossible for them to lose their reputation for such a small amount of money. Make a video as evidence. Anyone who goes back on his word will become the laughingstock of the entire Chinese rich kid circle in a matter of minutes. Don't even think about doing business from now on. You'll be too embarrassed to even come out and say hello. Everything was ready. Zheng Kai stretched his body and said to Zheng Haoren, "Let's get started. Let's finish this quickly so I can have enough time to count the money with my brothers." In Zheng Kai's opinion, he was sure to get the 20 million in cash. Zheng Haoren looked at Zheng Kai, who was looking very proud, and smiled faintly, saying, "Why are you in such a hurry? My car hasn't arrived yet." Zheng Kai was obviously stunned when he heard this, and looked at Zheng Haoren opposite him and said, "You don't drive this car?" Zheng Haoren followed Zheng Kai's gaze and looked at the Ferrari 488 he was driving. He suddenly smiled and replied, "Of course not this car." Zheng Kai looked at Zheng Haoren's smug look and sneered, naturally thinking that the other party was just pretending. Jinling is just a tiny place, what good cars can it have? He had already found out that the guy's car was not in his hands now. Even if this one is impressive now, it's just a supercar worth a little over 10 million, which is still incomparable to mine. Thinking of this, Zheng Kai felt relieved and waited for Zheng Haoren's car to enter with great ease. The other young masters and young ladies in Tianjing also looked at the young masters and young ladies in Jinling with a gloating look on their faces, waiting for them to make a fool of themselves. If we lose the game, when the time comes to collect the money, I'm afraid no one will be happy, right? Everyone in Tianjing became even happier and waited to see the other side's wonderful performance. At this moment, a huge sound suddenly came. Everyone was startled by the loud noise and subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. When they turned around, they saw a silver Aston Martin 177 and a black Pagani Zonda custom version driving side by side towards them. The two cars were not deliberately showing off their skills, they were just driving normally, but the noise was still like that of little wild beasts, roaring hard. The roar seemed to be ringing right next to their ears, shaking their brains. The car stopped directly in front of Zhang Haoren and others. Lu Meng and Zhang Tiannan jumped out of the car. They walked straight to Chen Tian and respectfully handed him the keys. "Boss." Everyone looked at the burly Lu Meng and the other man with a hint of surprise in their eyes. "These two men look strong and powerful, are they bodyguards?" Chen Tian looked at Lu Meng and Zhang Tiannan and did not go to take the key. Instead, he raised his chin in the direction of Zhang Haoren and gestured. "Give him the keys and let him choose." After all, Zhang Haoren is competing with others, so he can just choose whichever car he is most comfortable driving. Chapter 77 Winning. If you want to fight the Ferrari LaFerrari, both cars are more than enough. Zhang Tiannan and Lu Meng looked at Zhang Haoren, and after confirming each other's identity, they handed the two car keys to Zhang Haoren. Zhang Kai on the opposite side looked at the two cars in front of him, he was dumbfounded, his heart was filled with shock. Chen Tian did tell himself that he had cars for him to participate in the competition, but he also did not tell him that they were two top-of-the-line supercars. This. Two supercars suddenly drove in front of him and Zhang Haoren was unable to react. He simply couldn't make such a choice. The young masters and young ladies from Tianjing and Jilin nearby were also completely shocked by this scene. Such a nice car? An Aston Martin 177 costs more than 50 million, and a Pagani Zonda customized version costs more than 80 million, and they are top-notch sports cars that are priceless in the market. The young masters and young ladies in Jilin were even more shocked. Did Brother Chen buy another new car? When did you buy this custom version of Pagani Zonda? Too rich, right? A top-of-the-line sports car is worth more than 80 million yuan, can you just buy it? People in Jilin even started to calculate. Brother Chen recently bought a car and a house. He spent money like water. Even if it was gold and water, it would not be enough to make up the amount that Chen Tian had. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Chen Tian with only shock and admiration in their eyes. The young masters and young ladies of Tianjin also reacted at this time. Looking at the two top luxury cars in front of them, they simply refused to do it. Aren't these people from Jilin too immoral? No wonder they dared to raise the price to 20 million directly, it turns out they had buried a landmine here. Grandson, you actually plotted against us. A young master from Tianjin pointed at Zhang Haoren and cursed with a red face and thick neck. The other young masters and young ladies of Tianjin nodded in agreement and glared at Zhang Haoren and the others. Zhang Haoren sneered and replied directly. How dare you criticize me? Aren't you comparing yourself to me just because my car is not that good? Aren't you just relying on your car? You are only allowed to compare your car worth more than 20 million with my car worth 5 million, but we are not allowed to find a good car? Zhang Haoren stood where he was, looking at Zhang Kai and the others with cold eyes. Anyway, the video has been recorded. If the other party doesn't dare to compete, we won't lose out. Just release the video directly, and Zhang Kai and others don't have to worry about saving face anymore. The face they lost before has been recovered. Zhang Kai also understood Zhang Haoren's thoughts, and his heart was filled with helplessness. This situation was something he had never expected. Even if you want to remedy the situation now, you can't find a car more expensive than the Pagani Zonda custom version. Thinking of this, Zhang Kai looked at Chen Tian beside him, with anger in his eyes. It's all this bastard's fault. He must have instructed Zhang Haoren to set him up. His eyes wandered back and forth on Chen Tian's face, and he was determined to remember the other person's face. I have never seen this Chen Tian before, and I don't know where he came from. Zhang Haoren didn't care what Zhang Kai's mood was. He smiled and chose the car key of the Pagani Zonda customized version. This is a top-of-the-line supercar worth more than 80 million. If a car like this were to compete with Zhang Kai, it would be a complete crushing victory. Zhang Haoren actually had the same idea. He not only wanted to win, but also wanted to win beautifully. Let Zhang Kai feel what it means to fall from heaven to hell, and to fall deeply into the 18 levels of hell. The young masters of Tianjin gathered around Zhang Kai, but they were unable to come up with any ideas and looked frustrated. No matter how angry Zhang Kai was, even if he knew he was bound to lose the game, he had to force himself to participate for the sake of his own face. After spitting fiercely on the ground, Zhang Kaichu got into the car without looking back. After seeing the other party's actions, Zheng Haoran also touched the supercar key in his hand and got into the car. The angry expression on his face had long disappeared, leaving only a look of complacency. The professional starter from Tiannan Racing Circuit came forward. All the attendants at the racing circuit were very beautiful, and the starter was the best among them. She had a very seductive figure and walked to the center of the car with 2 flags in her hands. She walked a few steps so gracefully. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, I don't know how many young men would rush over and ask for her contact information. The starter signaled everyone to move back a little, then he blew the whistle suddenly, and both hands dropped. As the flag dropped, 2 supercars that were ready to go rushed out directly. Both cars are very fast, but the Pagani Zonda Custom version is clearly better. Zheng Haoran, who was sitting in the car, felt that he had not even stepped on the accelerator to the bottom when he had already left Zheng Kai's Ferrari LaFerrari behind. A strong sense of pushing on his back pushed his body straight, and that feeling of being as free and easy as the wind instantly lingered in Zheng Haoran's heart. Although he was on the competition field, Zheng Haoran's mentality was very relaxed. Although it was only a short distance, he was now somewhat familiar with the powerful performance of the Pagani Zonda Custom version. With one step on the pedal, the car, which was already as fast as the wind, rushed forward like lightning. Zheng Kai followed behind the Pagani Zonda Custom version, with a thin layer of sweat already appearing on his forehead. He kept his foot on the accelerator, but no matter how angry he was, this was his maximum speed. Even if he pedaled harder, he still couldn't catch up with the car in front. And it is obvious that they are still falling behind. Zheng Kai silently wiped the sweat from his forehead. If this continued, he wouldn't even be able to see other people's car taillights. Just when Zheng Kai was getting anxious, he saw the Pagani Zonda Custom version in front of him turn a corner and rush out again. This time, even the other person's car couldn't be seen. This is no longer a race, it's a one-sided crushing. Zheng Haoran drove leisurely back to the starting point and won the race. After watching the Pagani Zonda Custom version win as expected, all the young masters of Jinling present cheered loudly. Marvelous! Finally won! Although the victory was not unexpected, it was so satisfying to avenge my previous defeat. The young masters of Jinling had already started celebrating, and it was only then that Zheng Kai's car rushed back quickly. Looking at Zheng Kai, who had just returned to his original place, Zheng Haoran felt particularly relieved. If it weren't for Chen Tian's help, Zheng Kai would have ended up like this. He would drive back to the finish line slowly while the young masters and young ladies of Tianjin were celebrating for half a day, bringing back the shame of Jinling. Chapter 78 Action. Thinking of this, Zheng Haoran and a group of young masters and young ladies from Jinling all looked at Chen Tian standing aside, with gratitude and admiration in their eyes. Brother Chen is not here to inspect, he is here to help people in need. After Zheng Kai crossed the finish line, he took a long time before getting out of the car. After all, this was a consequence that Zheng Kai had never thought of. Before they came to fight, they had clearly investigated Zheng Haoran's situation. How could they lose so badly? Zheng Kai looked at Chen Tian fiercely. It was all this guy's fault for killing him halfway. Otherwise, Jinling is definitely dead this time. Seeing Zheng Kai get out of the car, a group of young masters and young ladies from Tianjin greeted him hurriedly. They didn't know what to say to comfort Zheng Kai now. Everyone felt like a huge stone was blocking their hearts and they were extremely upset. As the eldest sons of Tianjin, they have been blessed with glory since birth. How could they have ever suffered such humiliation? In their eyes, except for the circle of young masters in Tianjin, other circles are garbage. They are just a bunch of little trash, but they dared to cheat and steal our things. It's so infuriating. But these young masters of Tianjin also understood that they had no peace of mind at the beginning, they just wanted to use their good cars to crush these useless people from Jinling. Unexpectedly, he was pecked in the eye by an eagle while hunting every day. Not only did he fail to crush others, but he was crushed by someone who fell from the sky. Although he was extremely angry, Zheng Kai had made a gamble after all, so he could only accept the defeat. He clenched the car keys in his hand, walked up to Zheng Haoran and handed him the car keys. Zheng Haoran naturally took it. This car key looked light, but in fact it represented the face of their Tianjin. With this connection, the humiliation they had suffered before was completely over. Thinking of this, all the young masters and young ladies of Jinling present had happy expressions on their faces, and were obviously very happy. In sharp contrast to the joyful faces in Jinling was the disappointment of the people in Tianjin. They were completely defeated this time. Although they came from far away, they knew very well what had happened. Zheng Haoren and the others completely ignored the other party's emotions. He walked up to Chen Tian and happily handed over the key. "Brother Chen, this is for you." After all, this victory was achieved by using Brother Chen's car, so the prize should naturally belong to Brother Chen. For the young masters and young ladies of Jinling, being able to save their face is already a great satisfaction. Otherwise, if their reputation of being easy to bully gets out, won't anyone be able to bully them in the future? The eldest son has lost all his face, and their family business will be affected to some extent. Now that everything has been settled, everyone is too excited to think about the prizes anymore. Chen Tian took the car key of the Ferrari LaFerrari and played with it casually in his hand. Seeing Chen Tian's actions, Zheng Kai on the other side had a very gloomy face, almost as dark as the bottom of a pot. This Ferrari LaFerrari is his newly purchased supercar. Although his family is not short of money, he still spent a lot of effort on this car. To be honest, Zheng Kai was a little reluctant to just give up the task. After thinking about it, Zheng Kai walked a few steps to Chen Tian and said, "Brother, we have no grudges in the past or today. If you return the car to me today, I will give you a favor. I think your conditions are pretty good. It's impossible for you to stay in this small Jinling for the rest of your life, right? You will come to Tianjing in the future, too. It's not good to have a bunch of enemies before you even arrive. You can feel it yourself." Zheng Kai's tone was full of arrogance as a young master of Tianjing. Although he was begging for help, he still looked particularly arrogant, and there was a hint of threat in his words. "Tianjing is our territory. If you take the car today, you will offend us. Never again will you be able to set foot in Tianjing." Chen Tian was suddenly happy when he heard Zheng Kai's words. He looked up at Zheng Kai and said calmly, "Why, you can't afford to lose? You clearly lost, but you still want to rely on your face to get your car back? You're not here to race at the track, you're here to perform a joke, right? It's really funny." This one sentence stunned everyone in Tianjing. Say we can't afford to lose? Immediately, all the young masters of Tianjin reacted and glared at Chen Tian. A lackey standing behind Zheng Kai stood up and yelled at Chen Tian. "How dare you talk to young Master Zhang like that? Are you tired of living? If you were in Tianjing, you would have had your legs broken. Let's see how you can brag." Following this curse, the young masters and young ladies in Jinling were also filled with anger in an instant. "Damn it, I've been disliked by these bastards from Tianjing for a long time. So you can't lose, and if you lose you'll curse people, right? What? Just because you're from Tianjing and come to gamble with us, you can only win? What are you even comparing? Why don't you just get an imperial edict and a big golden bowl and go beg for food in compliance with the order? When the time comes, we will all give you a few cents." The young masters and ladies of Jinling looked at each other and decided not to endure it any longer. Scolding Brother Chen like that was just a slap in their faces. "My uncle can tolerate this, but my aunt can't." Before the young masters and young ladies could even open their mouths, they saw a figure passing them and walking towards the lackey. It was Su Tianqing with a gloomy face. Su Tianqing was already furious when he heard what this lackey said just now. "You dare to scold my boss? Were you thinking of threatening him just now? If we don't teach these people a lesson, I'm afraid they won't learn their lesson." Su Tianqing knew very well that there was a type of people who would not grow their brains unless they were shown how powerful they were. Chen Tian looked at Su Tianqing's back and did not speak to stop him. He just said lightly, "Tianqing, don't beat him to death." In a word, the meaning is very clear. The fate of this lackey has already been decided. Su Tianqing nodded, and his whole aura suddenly changed, with a murderous aura spreading throughout his body. The young masters and young ladies of Jinling were just watching from behind and shuddered subconsciously. This kind of aura is a bit scary. Everyone subconsciously looked at Chen Tian, their eyes full of admiration and respect. He is really worthy of being called Brother Chen. Look at his subordinates, their momentum and strength should not be underestimated. When the lackey saw Su Tianqing's posture, he was so scared that he subconsciously dodged to the back. He just came out to show off his strength. He did this many times when he was in Tianjing. Today was the first time he encountered such a dangerous situation. The more the lackey thought about it, the more scared he became. He looked at Chen Tian nervously and subconsciously memorized the other person's appearance. Isn't this person too tough? Just because of a disagreement, you call for violence? Chapter 79. Are you looking for death? He's just a little troublemaker, you can't use him to establish your authority. Zheng Kai was also very unhappy when he saw Su Tianqing's actions. As the saying goes, when beating a dog, you have to look at its owner. This Chen Tian is too much. He directly sent his own men out to beat his own dog? It was obvious that they wanted to slap him in the face by beating the dog. Zheng Kai couldn't swallow this anger. Since the other party was ready to take action first, there was no need for him to keep quiet. Thinking of this, Zheng Kai looked directly at the two bodyguards on the side and gave them a try. These two bodyguards are both foreigners, with muscular bodies and look particularly strong. Even Su Tianqing looked a little thinner compared to the other party. Zheng Kai looked at the huge gap between the two sides and couldn't help but raise a smug smile on his face. These two bodyguards of his were carefully selected by his family. They were all hired internationally and cost a lot of money every month, which is also something Zheng Kai is very proud of. The reason why my family members attach so much importance to my safety is because they are training and protecting me to be the successor, right? Two muscular bodyguards had already walked towards Su Tianqing. Although they were big in build, they were obviously agile and nimble, and it was obvious that they were martial artists. These two bodyguards used to be international mercenaries with murder on their hands. They were extremely cruel and brutal. In their opinion, Su Tianqing, who looked skinny, was here to die. The two bodyguards looked at each other. They knew the rules of China and naturally would not allow anyone to die. Otherwise they would lose this easy and well-paid job and go back to being mercenaries living on the edge of death. Stop! The two bodyguards spoke almost at the same time, using awkward Chinese to try to stop Su Tianqing's actions with words. In the eyes of the two foreign bodyguards, by doing this, they had already given Su Tianqing enough face. If the other party had been observer, they would have stopped by now and let their master start the negotiations. Unexpectedly, Su Tianqing just sneered, ignored the other party's words, and continued to walk forward for several steps. Just stop when you say stop, do you think this is your home? This is China. The two bodyguards frowned when they saw Su Tianqing's actions, and immediately felt that he was being provocative. The two of them exchanged glances, and the younger-looking bodyguard on the left came out. A skinny boy dares to be so arrogant, just deal with him. With such a small size and build, it's enough for me to do it alone. The bodyguard rushed forward and swung his big hand towards Su Tianqing's neck. Looking at Su Tianqing in front of him, a cold light flashed in the bodyguard's eyes. As long as this move hits, the opponent will be dizzy instantly, or even faint. Su Tianqing had already seen through the bodyguard's intention, and he snorted coldly. He moved as fast as lightning and chopped horizontally, hitting the forearm of the bodyguard opposite him. The two men confronted each other directly. The bodyguard was originally full of confidence, thinking that with Su Tianqing's physique, what kind of strength could he have? You can easily shock the opponent away. But after this fight, he realized that his opponent was not only as strong as him, but his hand knife was like an axe, chopping on his forearm. The bodyguard only felt a sharp pain, and before he could scream, Su Tianqing kicked him directly, hitting the bodyguard in the chest. The opponent's muscular body flew several meters like a kite with a broken string before falling heavily to the ground. Although the man could still stand up, he was obviously no match for Su Tianqing. Seeing this result, the other bodyguard was stunned for a moment, then took a big step forward. In the eyes of this slightly older bodyguard, his companion was just careless for a moment, which led him falling into Su Tianqing's trap. This time, I will definitely not underestimate the opponent and will defeat him firmly. Another bodyguard came forward and his attack was obviously much more ruthless. His first move was obviously a test, and then he made a feint and attacked Su Tianqing's chest. There was a cold look in the bodyguard's eyes. If this punch hit the opponent, at least a few ribs would be broken. Seeing Su Tianqing's chest right in front of him, the bodyguard discovered in the next second that the opponent in front of him had disappeared. What's going on? The bodyguard couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be possible? The attack was clearly right in front of him, but the other party avoided it. Such speed was completely beyond the bodyguard's expectations. But before he could figure out what was going on, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach, and then his whole body felt lighter and he started flying. The bodyguard was mentally prepared. He didn't fall badly. After rolling on the ground, he immediately jumped up. Looking at the two battles that ended quickly before their eyes, everyone present showed a look of horror in an instant. Especially the young masters and young ladies from Tianjing, who often followed Zheng Kai, naturally knew the background of these two bodyguards. Two people like this were beaten like this by one person. How strong is this person? The young masters and young ladies in Tianjin began to imagine all kinds of things, and their faces became noticeably ugly. Being able to gather such masters under his command, this Chen Tian is definitely no ordinary person. It is even very likely that there are some special identities. Just as everyone in Tianjin was thinking wildly, the two bodyguards on the opposite side were staring at Su Tianqing and swallowing hard. They looked calm on their faces, but they were a little frightened inside. Such a person is definitely a master. They could clearly feel that facing Su Tianqing's full-strength attack, even if two of them worked together, they might not be able to withstand more than a dozen moves in his hands. Not to mention, when they saw them fighting, Zheng Tianan and Lu Meng next to them also walked up and looked at them with a fierce look on their faces. They felt the same sense of oppression from these two people. Such a person is definitely as powerful as Su Tianqing. Faced with such a powerful enemy, the two men felt as if they were facing a formidable foe and no longer dared to be arrogant or presumptuous. At this time, Su Tianqing had already walked step by step to the front of the lackey. As the other party kept dodging, he directly slapped him out. The power of this slap was so great that the lackey was directly slapped away. He fell heavily to the ground, his face full of fear and his eyes almost popping out. The next second, the lackey suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a few teeth mixed with blood foam, which fell straight to the ground. Zhang Kai saw the miserable state of the lackey and was afraid that his life was in danger, so he shouted, "Stop!" Seeing Zhang Kai almost about to pounce, the two bodyguards beside him were terrified. Chapter 80 Brother Chen, why are you here? To face such a ruthless character would be like seeking death. The two bodyguards rushed forward without hesitation and protected Zhang Kai behind them. One of them did not forget to turn around and said to Zhang Kai, "Master, go." The two of them were no match for Su Tianqing at all, and the most they could do was buy them some time. If you can escape, run as far as you can. Zhang Kai looked at the two bodyguards who were facing a formidable enemy and understood what they meant. It was the first time he saw them with such expressions. Usually, no matter how vicious the person was, they always looked indifferent. The person who could defeat them must be a master that they couldn't even deal with. In this moment, Su Tianqing walked in front of the lackey again and attacked again. Bang! There was another crisp slapping sound, and this sound made all the young masters of Tianjin present shudder. It was as if this slap hit them hard in the face. The lackey's mouth was full of blood foam after being beaten, and it was unclear whether it was out of pain or fear, as his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. "Brother, I know I was wrong. I apologize to you. I won't do it again. I really won't dare to talk nonsense again." The lackey lay on the ground, rubbing his back while apologizing. His face was covered with wounds. When he spoke, not only was there air leaking out, but he also gasped in pain from his mouth. But faced with such a ruthless person, the lackey could not think of a better way except to apologize. If they were not afraid of being beaten, the lackey would have wanted to kneel down to Su Tianqing. Zheng Kai watched from the side with gritted teeth. This was his lackey. How was it different for someone else to beat him like this? Everyone at the scene knew that this lackey was treated like this just because he spoke a word in his favor. Zheng Kai glared at Chen Tian, furious, and wished he could rush forward and tear the man to pieces. The young masters and young ladies of Tianjin watched their companions being beaten and also looked at the people opposite them, feeling furious. The people on Jinling's side were also not afraid at all. When the other party glared at them, they glared back. For a moment, the emotions of both sides were tense. Even the slightest movement could lead to a war. Zhang Haoran walked forward a few steps fearlessly. He glared at the people opposite him and warned loudly. "I'm telling you, if anyone dares to touch Brother Chen, I guarantee that you won't be able to leave Suzhou and Hangzhou. If it weren't for Brother Chen's help today, the entire Jinling circle would have lost face. They have helped everyone, so how could Chen Tian be left alone to bear the anger of these people?" Although Zhang Haoran is a spoiled young man, he is still a very righteous person. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so successful in Jinling's top circles. In addition to status and position, a person's character must also be up to par. Zhang Kai gritted his teeth tightly, and his face flushed with anger. He also knew that he had lost face today, and he really wanted to compete with Chen Tian, but the reality simply did not allow it. This is not his home ground, but the territory of Suzhou and Hangzhou. No matter how you look at it, you're the one who's at a disadvantage. Zhang Kai looked at the young masters and young ladies around him who were obviously a little frightened, then looked at Chen Tian and said, "It's no use for you to act crazy here. If you have the ability, come to Tianjin and try your luck." I'll be waiting for you in Tianjin." After saying that, Zheng Kai walked away with everyone. The two bodyguards walked forward, lifted up the lackey and carried him away on their backs. The people of Jinling looked at their fleeing backs and all seemed very happy. This time, they got a lot of face. No matter how high these young masters and young ladies in Tianjin think of themselves, aren't they still defeated by Jinling? It feels so good. The eyes of everyone present fell on Su Tianqing, and they couldn't help but exclaimed, "Brother Chen, the people around you are too powerful, aren't they?" The other young masters and young ladies all nodded vigorously, agreeing with this statement very much. Su Jishi on the side let out a long breath and finally felt relieved. The tense situation just now really scared her. To be honest, she had never seen such a scene before. Seeing that the people around her cousin had dealt with those people, Su Jishi's little heart finally settled down. Chen Tian didn't seem to care much. He looked at the car keys in his hand, threw them to Zheng Haoren, and said, "You can drive it for fun. I have too many cars. Besides, this one is too low end. Not up to standard?" After hearing this, the young masters and young ladies nearby were helpless. Are these cars worth more than 20 million not high end? The cars they drive now are not even a fraction of the price of this one. Seeing that the problem had been resolved, everyone suggested that they go have lunch together to celebrate today's victory. Just when the young masters and young ladies were discussing where to eat, Su Jishi's cell phone suddenly rang. The little girl picked it up and saw that it was her best friend who opened the phone. After answering the phone, the little girl said a few simple words to her best friend and then hung up. Su Jishi looked at Chen Tian and said with a smile, "Cousin, I have to attend an event with my bestie, so I won't be going to dinner with you guys." The main reason was that Su Jishi was really not used to such occasions. It really doesn't suit her. After hearing what Su Jishi said, Chen Tian turned his head and looked at Su Tianqing beside him, and ordered, "Tianqing, drive the car and take Jishi over there." After all, she is just a little girl, and he is still worried about letting her travel alone. He felt much more at ease with Su Tianqing escorting him there. Su Tianqing agreed immediately. He went to get the car, and Su Jishi directly entered the destination on the navigation. "Go straight ahead." Under the guidance of the navigation, Su Tianqing drove Su Jishi along the road. When they were almost there, Su Jishi pointed to the spot next to them and said, "Brother Tianqing, just park the car here, I'll walk over by myself." Su Jishi did not drive the car closer to the destination, but just asked Su Tianqing to stop at a distance. Su Tianqing looked at the crowds of people gathering in the distance and had no idea what was going on. Before he could ask more questions, he saw Su Jishi get out of the car and walk away. At this time, Chen Tian was surrounded by Zheng Haoren and others, talking. "Brother Chen, why did you think of coming to Linshui? Are you here for inspection?" Zheng Haoren asked Chen Tian with a curious look on his face. After all, Chen Tian's appearance this time was really timely. She is simply a little angel sent by God. Chen Tian did not hide it and said with a faint smile, "I came back to see my aunt. What about you guys? Do you want to stay here for a few more days?" Zhang Haoren waved his hand and answered honestly, "Brother Chen, we will go back in the afternoon." Everyone chatted for a while, and after deciding where to eat, they got into their own cars. Chen Tian drove his customized version of Pagani Zonda, while Zhang Haoren drove a Ferrari LaFerrari. Chapter 81: Driving a Luxury Car Home. In his eyes, this car is not just a supercar worth more than 20 million, but also a testimony of his friendship with Chen Tian. "You must take good care of it." The team of supercars drove out of the Tiannan racing circuit and headed towards the destination hotel. Such a team of supercars immediately attracted the attention of all car owners. Especially the two cars in the lead, which made the car owners open their eyes wide in shock. This. Pagani Zonda custom version and Ferrari LaFerrari? These two cars put together are worth hundreds of millions. This combination is simply life-threatening. When most car owners see this, they immediately start to avoid it. Such behavior causes the smooth journey to become increasingly slow. A car owner following behind became annoyed when he saw the traffic slowing down. He drove his own car, squeezed in for a while, and took advantage of the fact that Zhang Haoren was some distance away from the Pagani Zonda Custom Edition and drove directly in front of him. The car owner was driving behind Chen Tian's car, and after a while, he began to feel unhappy again. Why is this luxury car in front driving so slowly? Driving such a luxury car slowly on the road, isn't it just to show off? Thinking of this, the car owner not only felt unhappy, but also began to feel unbalanced. He just pressed the horn, and it kept beeping. Seeing that Chen Tian in front of him was unmoved, he started cursing in the car. Fuck! What kind of luck am I having today? I actually ran into this kind of idiot. He just drives a luxury car, look how cool he is. You are so amazing, why don't you go up to the sky, why don't you stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? The car owner obviously had road rage, and after cursing, he pressed the DD button again. Chen Tian, who was driving in front, was very dissatisfied with this. He glanced at the rearview mirror and slammed on the brakes. The owner of the car behind had never expected Chen Tian's actions. When he saw the car in front suddenly stop, he was scared out of his wits. That's the customized version of Pagani Zonda. If it really hits me, my life will be lost. After the scare, the car owner obviously calmed down a lot. But after a while, the car owner became angry again. The car owner was so frightened just now that he didn't think about it carefully. Now that he calmed down and thought about it, he immediately understood that Chen Tian in front of him was deliberately messing with him. Damn it, I just honked you twice and you're the one who braked suddenly for me, right? The car owner became more and more angry, so he thought about overtaking directly and getting in front of Chen Tian to let the other party feel what it feels like to be blocked by another car. Unexpectedly, before his car drove out, Zhang Haoran and others behind him also saw the situation. This guy obviously has road rage. A sneer appeared on Zhang Haoran's lips. He was the best at dealing with people like him. While thinking, Zhang Haoran and a young man behind him had already driven their cars to the side-by-side seat of the car owner. The two wings leaned directly against him and then looked at him slowly and leisurely. The car owner looked left and right and realized that his car was surrounded by luxury cars. Under such circumstances, the car owner didn't dare to move at all. He could only be extremely alert and drive slowly. He felt absolutely pissed off right now. The mentality exploded. To be honest, being surrounded by such a group of luxury cars, he felt really stressed. It was not until the car drove to the entrance of the hotel that the car owner was allowed to leave. This time the car owner was too obedient. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed away. Now, he just wants to stay away from these demons. After getting off the car, Zhang Haoran was the first to burst into laughter and said breathlessly, "Now, the car owner probably won't dare to get road rage anymore. The psychological shadow area this time is definitely huge enough. Next time you get road rage, you will immediately remember the fear of being surrounded by a bunch of luxury cars." After parking the car, everyone walked into the restaurant and booked the largest private room. Zhang Haoran waved his hand and said excitedly, "To express our gratitude to Brother Chen today, let's host a dinner together and treat Brother Chen to a meal." The young masters and young ladies were naturally eager to have the dish. They ordered the signature dishes generously, whatever they liked. All kinds of seafood, bird's nest, abalone and shark's fin, as long as they are available, they will serve them to us directly without even looking at the price. After all, we are entertaining our savior Brother Chen, so anything we eat is not excessive. Seeing Zhang Haoran wanting to order more wine, Chen Tian stopped him and said, "You guys have to go back this afternoon, so there's no need to drink. We have a lot of time to go, so let's drink slowly when we get back to Jinling." "Okay." Zhang Haoran agreed very readily. After all, Chen Tian cared about them, and everyone was very happy. And Chen Tian just said that there is a long way to go, and this is what you should say to your friends. For a moment, everyone present was very excited and kept talking around Chen Tian. "Brother Chen, if it weren't for you today, our Jinling's reputation would have been ruined by those Tianjing bastards. You are our savior. It's what they deserve. Before coming to Jinling to show off, they didn't even bother to inquire about our situation. They are asking for trouble. It's really satisfying this time. Now that Zhang Kai has gone back, he has to be quiet for a while. Otherwise, he won't be able to make up for the loss of face he has suffered." Chen Tian listened to the crowd's praise and just smiled faintly without any excessive expression. After the meal, both the host and the guests were very happy and everyone enjoyed themselves. Zhang Haoran went to pay the bill, and when he came back he said to Chen Tian, "Brother Chen, if there's nothing else, we'll go back first. If you need anything, just give us a call and we'll be there right away." The other young masters and young ladies also nodded vigorously. As long as Chen Tian called them, they would set off without hesitation, even at night. After saying goodbye to Chen Tian, everyone drove back to Jinling. Zhang Haoran drives a Ferrari LaFerrari, and he lets another young lady drive his original Ferrari 488. The group returned all the way from Linshui City to Jinling. They were not as angry or hectic as they were when they came here. They played some high-energy songs all the way and went straight back home. Zheng Haorun drove his Ferrari LaFerrari directly back home. When he got home, his father was at home and had just parked the car in the yard. Chapter 82. Such a big deal? Seeing Zheng Haorun returning home, his father Zhang Bo looked dissatisfied, glared at him and said, "You little brat, you don't go to work every day, you just run around. Now you bought a new car without telling me? Tell me, how much did this car cost?" In fact, considering the Zhang family's status in Jinling, it is easy to buy a few sports cars. It's just that Zhang Bo hopes that his son can take up the banner of the family business, instead of being like other second-generation sons who only indulge in pleasure and lose their ambition. So on weekdays, Zhang Bo is not very generous to Zheng Haorun, and even wants to control everything. If a young tree is not pruned and straightened, it will grow crooked if it is not properly cared for. When Zheng Haorun heard his father asking about the price of the car, a hint of pride flashed in his eyes, and he replied very proudly, "It's not a lot of money, maybe around 20 million. 20 million is not much?" Zhang Bo took a deep breath. It seemed that he was too nice to this kid. The corners of his mouth twitched and his hand was raised, ready to pull out the belt. If this kid doesn't suffer a little, he won't learn his lesson. As soon as Zheng Haorun saw his father's posture, he realized that his father had misunderstood his meaning, and he quickly raised his hand high and shouted, "Dad, wait a minute, I didn't buy this car." Zheng Bo was stunned when he heard this, then he pulled out his belt, shook it at Zheng Haorun, and shouted angrily, "You little bastard, you're lying now, aren't you? You didn't buy it. How could someone lend you a car worth more than 20 million yuan and drive it around like that?" Zheng Haorun didn't want to eat fried bamboo shoots with pork, so he dodged and told the whole story. Zheng Bo was stunned when he heard this, his eyes flashing with incredible light. "This car is worth more than 20 million yuan, you just want to give it up? This is definitely not an ordinary work. Is this the person whose watch you borrowed last time?" Zheng Bo recalled carefully and asked. Seeing his son nod, Zheng Bo's heart was also filled with waves. This was not the first time he had heard the legend of Chen Tian. Every time he heard it, there was something new and eye-catching. Zheng Bo now remembered what Zheng Haorun had told him before about spending a huge amount of money to buy a house. He still remembers the Louis Moinet watch worth tens of millions last time. If it weren't for that watch, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to close that big deal so easily. Thinking about all this, Zheng Bo raised his head and looked at Zheng Haorun and said seriously, "You must get along well with Mr. Chen, understand? If there is a chance, invite him to our home." To be honest, Zheng Bo also wanted to meet this Chen Tian and see what kind of person this little rich man he had never met was. When Zheng Haorun heard what his father said, he also agreed with a smile. "Okay, I'll talk to Brother Chen when I get a chance." As he spoke, Zheng Haorun felt a surge of emotion in his heart. Brother Chen's name is still effective. Just by mentioning it, my dad immediately lost his temper and his attitude changed too. If I really rely on myself, I will probably get beaten today. At this time, Chen Tian, after saying goodbye to everyone, drove back home. When Chen Tian returned home, no one was at home. Chen Tian sat on the sofa, drinking tea and watching the news. Suddenly, the door opened. It was my aunt and uncle-in-law who came home from get off work. The two of them were talking and laughing. The aunt was holding a lot of vegetables in her hands. When she saw Chen Tian sitting alone on the sofa, she was obviously stunned and asked, "Xiao Tian, where did that girl Jishi go?" When Chen Tian saw his aunt and uncle-in-law coming in, he quickly went over to them, took the food from his aunt, and then answered. Jishi had something urgent to do at noon, so she went out to play with her bestie. When Lu Ling heard this, she turned her head and looked at Su Jiang beside her, with helplessness written all over her face. "This girl only knows how to go out and play, and doesn't know how to accompany you." Lu Ling sighed. This little girl has been spoiled by the two men in the family since she was a child. He has been spoiled like this since he was a child, so he will definitely be so willful when he grows up. Chen Tian looked at his aunt's helpless expression, and suddenly laughed and said, "It's okay, Auntie. Jishi just came back too. Wouldn't it be nice to go out and play? If you always stay at home, won't you become a silly girl?" Su Jiang sat on the sofa by himself, poured a cup of tea and drank it all in one gulp, then said, "See? Jishi is so willful, so Xiao Tian has a lot of responsibility." While the three of them were talking and laughing, Chen Tian's cell phone suddenly rang. Chen Tian picked up the phone and saw that it was Su Zhishi calling. As soon as he picked up the phone, before he had time to speak, he heard the little girl's voice coming from the other end of the conversation. "Cousin, come and eat quickly, we are at the internet-famous restaurant over here." Chen Tian smiled and nodded, agreeing, "Okay, I'll tell my aunt and the others and I'll be there soon." Lu Ling and Su Jiang heard it clearly. Lu Ling watched Chen Tian hang up the phone, then she spoke. "This little guy is pretty good. He even knew to invite his cousin to dinner." Chen Tian looked at his aunt and uncle, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "Aunt, are you going?" My aunt waved her hand quickly, pointing at the fresh vegetables she had just bought, and said, "You and your cousin should go eat. Since you are not here, your uncle-in-law and I will have a meal for two." After hearing what his aunt said, Chen Tian stood up and walked outside. At this time, Su Zhishi and her best friends Zhou Meng and Zhang Liuxin had already arrived at the private room. Several little girls sat together, studying the menu and talking about the guides they had looked up on the internet. Su Zhishi stretched her head to look at them, and suddenly pointed at two of the dishes and said, "I want this, my cousin loves to eat this. After all, I invited my cousin to dinner, so I must order a few dishes that he likes." Zhou Meng and Zhang Liuxin looked at Su Zhishi and blinked their eyes, as if recalling something. "Brother Chen Tian, we haven't seen each other for a long time." When Su Zhishi heard her bestie mention Chen Tian, she immediately raised her head and said proudly, "Let me tell you, my brother is so handsome now. Not only is he handsome, but his temperament is also top-notch." Zhou Meng and Zhang Liuxin looked at each other and both laughed at the same time. "You are still so clingy to brother Chen Tian." Zhou Meng shook his head and said, as if he had thought of something, and continued, "I remember when I was a kid, you were like a little follower." After Zhou Meng finished speaking, he thought Su Zhishi would jump up and hit him, but he didn't expect the little girl to be angry at all. "What's wrong with you little followers? You want to do it, but you can't do it. Humph." The girls ordered the dishes first, and after waiting for a while, the door of their private room was gently pushed open. The little girls all heard the sound, looked towards the door, and saw a super handsome guy walking in. Chapter 83 It Can't Be Done. It was Chen Tian. Zhou Meng and Zhang Liuxin stared with their eyes wide open. "Is this brother Chen Tian? Oh my god, this is so beautiful, isn't it? He is at least 1.80 meters tall and has a good figure like the handsome macho men in picture albums. That face is like a work carefully crafted by God, so handsome that people can't take their eyes off it. Not to mention, Chen Tian has a particularly good temperament." He walked towards the room step by step, and the little girls could only hear their own heartbeats. "Cousin." After all, Su Zhishi had been seeing this handsome face for several days and had long been accustomed to it. She immediately jumped up to greet him. Zhou Meng and Zhang Liuxin also reacted at this time, and stood up and greeted quietly. "Brother Chen Tian." Chen Tian nodded and walked towards them. Su Zhishi had already pounced on him, hugged Chen Tian's arm, and chattered. Zhou Meng and Zhang Liuxin standing by opened their eyes wide with shocked expressions, they could hardly believe their eyes. "Is this still brother Chen Tian? She is so beautiful, isn't she? Even if they debuted in a certain place, they could become an instant hit on the entire internet. Why didn't they realize brother Chen Tian's advantages?" Chen Tian didn't notice the expressions of the two little girls. He looked at them with a smile and asked, "How was your outing today?" When Su Zhishi heard Chen Tian's question, she immediately became unhappy. She pouted and said in a depressed tone, "Don't mention it, cousin. We were so unlucky today. We waited in line for such a long time but still didn't see our idol." Su Zhishi was very talkative and described the scene to Chen Tian. That scene was absolutely packed with people. How should I put it? It was like going on a trip during a short holiday. You could see people everywhere, but you couldn't see the scenery. Zhou Meng and Zhang Liuxin beside them also recovered from their shock and added, "There are indeed too many people. It's a good thing for your idol to be liked by many people. But with so many people like us, we can't squeeze in at all. It's actually useless to squeeze in. There are still 81 difficulties waiting for you to overcome. Before you finish the challenge, the idol has already left. What a pity." Chen Tian found the descriptions of the little girls very funny, but was still confused by the end. He looked at the three little girls in front of him with a bit of a smile and asked directly, "You guys talked for a long time but you didn't tell me who your idol is." This is because Chen Tian's comprehension ability is still good. If it were someone with lower comprehension ability, he would have thought that these little guys were going to watch the crowd. Zhou Lingyun. Zhou Meng's eyes sparkled as he was the first to answer. My family, we all have the surname Zhou. Hearing the name of her idol, Su Zhishi also became excited. She took her cousin's hand and said excitedly, Zhou Lingyun is super popular now. The costume dramas she starred in were all very popular, and her costume looks were simply stunning. She is truly a famous pure and innocent girl in the circle. Her appearance and demeanor are so fascinating. After Su Zhishi finished speaking, she nudged Chen Tian with her elbow and asked in a low voice. Cousin, you should know her too, right? Zhou Lingyun? Chen Tian thought secretly in his heart, I know this person too well. Looking at the three little ones in front of him who were still praising Zhou Lingyun, Chen Tian blinked gently. Unexpectedly, Zhou Lingyun also came to Linshui City. Looking at the regretful and disappointed looks on the faces of the little girls next to him, Chen Tian took out his mobile phone, found Zhou Lingyun's WeChat, and sent her a message. I heard you've come to Linshui as well. Want to have dinner together? Chen Tian was not sure whether Zhou Lingyun was busy. Unexpectedly, as soon as he sent the message, he received a reply immediately. Sure, where are you? Chen Tian directly threw a location over and introduced it by the way. This is a popular restaurant online. I heard the food is pretty good. Su Zhishi watched her cousin keep pressing the phone. She was clever and deliberately moved in front of Chen Tian's phone and asked, Cousin, what are you doing? Chen Tian rubbed Su Zhishi's head with his other hand and said lovingly, I'm chatting with a friend. I asked her to come over later so we can have dinner together. When Su Zhishi heard that he was Chen Tian's friend, she didn't ask any more questions and replied with a smile. Okay, let's wait for him and eat together when he gets here. At this time, Zhou Lingyun, after receiving Chen Tian's invitation, first looked at the location address and found that it was not far away from her. Then she said to her agent, Sister, please postpone the dinner for me. I have something to do and need to go out for a while. The agent originally wanted to persuade Zhou Lingyun that tonight's dinner was quite important. But seeing that Zhou Lingyun had already started packing her things, he could only sigh helplessly. After following Zhou Lingyun for so long, the agent still knows her temper very well. Zhou Lingyun looks very gentle and has almost no temper, but once she makes up her mind, nothing can change her mind. Okay, I'll try to make another appointment with the other party. But next time, don't change the plans so suddenly. It's very difficult for me to do that. The agent said resignedly. Zhou Lingyun nodded obediently and agreed with a smile. Okay, I got it. After saying that, she shook the small leather bag in her hand, put on big sunglasses and a mask, and walked outside with a smile. This internet-famous restaurant is very close to where Zhou Lingyun lives, so she strolled to the outside of the restaurant. Zhou Lingyun took out her cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Chen Tian. I'm already downstairs, which room are you in? Chen Tian glanced at the message, but did not reply. Instead, he stood up and prepared to go downstairs to greet him. After all, Zhou Lingyun is a popular star now. If she were to ask the waiter questions casually and get discovered, it could be a big deal for her and the entertainment company. You wait here for a while, I'll go downstairs to pick someone up. After saying this, Chen Tian walked outside. The little girls all knew that someone was coming, but they didn't take it seriously and were still chatting and laughing. Su Zhishi put her little face on the edge of the table and said listlessly, When I think about not seeing Zhou Lingyun, I feel so sad. No mood, no appetite, no desire to live. We didn't even get to meet each other, let alone take photos or get autographed photos. Zhou Meng and Zhang Liuxin on the side also looked unhappy. Their original designs were quite good, but unfortunately, now none of them could be completed. Chapter 84 The Stars Arrive. If I were to meet Zhou Lingyun, I would definitely take 2 more photos together as revenge. Look at what you've accomplished. Not only do I want a photo with you, I also want an autograph. What are you doing? I still want to talk to Zhou Lingyun, and then ask for her autograph and take a photo with her. I'm better than you. Since the little girls can't see their idols, they can only rely on bragging to ease their sad mood. As they were talking, they suddenly heard 2 knocks on the door of the private room. The little girls were stunned, and then they saw Chen Tian walking in with a person who was wrapped tightly. Su Zhishi and others stood up and looked at the friends brought by Chen Tian. The tightly wrapped man took off his hat first and said to Chen Tian, It's really hot in this weather. Su Zhishi originally wanted to say hello, but when she heard the voice, she froze in place. This. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Sujishi subconsciously looked at her two best friends and saw that Zhou Meng and Zhang Liuxin were also looking at her in shock. The little girls looked at each other and were completely stunned for a moment. Only Zhou Lingyun slowly took off her sunglasses and mask, revealing an extremely pure face, and greeted the little girls. Hello? Looking at Zhou Lingyun, whose eyebrows were as long as the distant mountains and whose eyes were full of affection, the little girls felt as if their heads were buzzing and were completely stunned. The person who appeared in their box was indeed the real Zhou Lingyun. Seeing their idol looking at them with a smile, the little girls almost screamed. The next second, the three little girls rushed to Zhou Lingyun and talked to her very enthusiastically. Sister Lingyun, is it really you? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? This must be Sister Lingyun. You can't be unable to recognize your idol, right? Sister Lingyun, can I take a photo with you? It's okay if taking a photo is inconvenient, an autographed photo will do. If that doesn't work, I have a notebook here, can you write a few words for me? Several little girls instantly turned into little fans, looking at Zhou Lingyun eagerly, looking extremely cute. In the end, Su Jishi was the one who got the hang of things and quickly called out to Zhou Lingyun. Sister Lingyun, let's take our seats first and talk while we eat. As they spoke, several little girls surrounded Zhou Lingyun, came to the dining table, sat down, and chattered. No one noticed that Chen Tian was still standing there without moving. Chen Tian. These little girls, are they completely ignoring my existence? Just want the idol, not brother Chen Tian? Humph, this is what it means when the relationship fades. Chen Tian was just complaining in his heart. If he was really jealous, he would never have invited Zhou Lingyun over. He just felt so sorry for the little girls and wanted to make them happy. The little girls were a little reserved at first, but after a brief chat, they found that their idol was even more approachable than they had imagined. Especially the friendly temperament on her body, which makes people want to get closer to her. Zhou Lingyun also liked Su Jishi and the others. She looked at Chen Tian with a smile and said, I didn't expect you to have such lovely sisters. Each one of them is a little beauty, one more beautiful than the other, especially Su Jishi, who is extremely sweet and lovely. To be honest, she wanted to recommend such a good talent back to the company. This kind of condition, if cultivated, will definitely have the potential to become a big hit. Chen Tian was listening on the other side and felt very upset. He felt uncomfortable listening to these words. Why can't he have such a lovely sister? I am so outstanding that I am the most qualified to have a lovely sister. Several girls gathered together, chatting. Zhou Lingyun had a gentle smile on her face. She looked at the little girl beside her and said with a smile, Want to take a photo? Let's take a photo first before we eat. After all, if you eat something, your lipstick will most likely be rubbed off, and then you won't look beautiful when taking photos. Okay. Su Jishi and the others' eyes lit up and they responded immediately. They never dreamed that the peak of their lives would come at this time. They were clearly the ones chasing stars, but they actually heard their idols take the initiative to ask them if they wanted to take a photo with them? This feeling is so beautiful that it feels like it's about to explode. Several girls took out their cell phones and kept taking photos. This is not just a polite photo between an idol and a fan, but they really took many photos together as if they were good girlfriends. Zhou Meng looked at the photo on his phone, and suddenly looked at Zhou Lingyun nervously, asking in a low voice. Sister Lingyun, can we not upload these photos we took, and can't let others see them? After all, Zhou Lingyun is a big star, different from ordinary people like them, so they must be careful. Looking at the nervous expressions of the three little girls in front of her, Zhou Lingyun felt touched. It was really nice to have a sister who cared so much about her. Zhou Lingyun smiled brightly and said, You can send it out after we get back in the evening. After night? Su Jishi and the others looked at each other, and no one understood what Zhou Lingyun meant. What is going on? Zhou Lingyun covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Seeing that the little girls really didn't understand, she started to explain. If you post it now, and some sharp-eyed netizens recognize it, won't we be unable to leave? But when I got back home at night, I just posted a group photo, it was fine. Su Jishi and the others were very happy to hear Zhou Lingyun say this. They returned to the dining table, sat down and prepared to eat. Zhou Lingyun took out a few autographed photos from the small bag she carried with her and said to the little girls. If you don't mind, these autographed photos are for you. As big stars, Zhou Lingyun and others are used to putting some autographed photos in their backpacks when they go out. Just in time, a few little girls wanted some, so Zhou Lingyun gave them all to them. There were not many photos, and each person only got 2 or 3, but the little girls were very happy. Su Zhishi kissed the photo several times and said coquettishly, "Sister Lingyun, you are so kind." Chen Tian looked at the girls, shook his head helplessly, pointed at the food on the table and said, "Why don't you guys start eating? If we delay any longer, it will get cold." Only after hearing Chen Tian's reminder did they remember to eat. Chapter 85, Super Rewards at Home. Su Zhishi first picked up a large shrimp and put it into Zhou Lingyun's bowl, and said enthusiastically, "Sister Lingyun, the prawns here are our signature dish. Try them. They are not only delicious, but you won't get fat from eating them." Zhou Meng and Zhang Liuxin were not willing to be outdone and picked up some food for Zhou Lingyun. Chen Tian on the side gently shook his head again. He could only pick up the food himself with great difficulty. At this time, Su Zhishi laughed on the side, picked up 2 large shrimps and put them into Chen Tian's bowl, and said in a flattering manner, "If it weren't for my cousin, we would have regretted it so much today. Thank you, cousin, you've worked hard. I'll give you 2 shrimps to replenish your body." Although Su Zhishi is very happy that her idol is in front of her, she can't forget her cousin, right? Zhou Meng and Zhang Liuxin on the side followed suit and quickly put some food in Chen Tian's bowl, their mouths as sweet as honey. "That's right, brother Chen Tian has really worked hard. You should eat more." Finally, even Zhou Lingyun joined in the fun. She also put some food into Chen Tian's bowl, winked at him, and said, "Thanks to Mr. Chen, I have the opportunity to meet such a lovely sister." The meal was finished quickly. Su Zhishi and the other little ones were extremely satisfied. Today was like a roller coaster ride, so exciting. Chen Tian was about to pay the bill, but was unexpectedly stopped by Su Zhishi. The little girl said righteously, "My cousin has made such a great contribution today, how can I let you treat me to a meal again? I'll do it." After saying that, the little girl paid the bill resolutely despite Chen Tian's objection. Chen Tian. This little girl really doesn't know how to live. It's just a small amount of money, what's wrong with letting my cousin earn some money? Chen Tian looked helpless and said to them, "Let's go, I'll take you home." Zhou Lingyun took the lead and waved her hand, rejecting directly. "No, I live nearby and can walk back." Zhou Meng and Zhang Liuxin also looked at each other and said quickly, "We don't need it either, thank you brother Chen Tian." After saying that, Zhou Meng and Zhang Liuxin walked in another direction. Su Tianqing had already driven to the door and was waiting. Chen Tian and Su Zhishi waved at Zhou Lingyun and got into the car. Looking at the extended custom version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom gradually disappearing in front of him, Zhou Lingyun's face, wearing sunglasses and a mask, was full of shock. She definitely couldn't be mistaken about such a special car, it was actually a customized extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. A luxury car worth more than 200 million. This Chen Tian is really becoming more and more mysterious. Think about what Sun Deji said in the restaurant last time. People who spend billions on real estate. A strange look flashed in Zhou Lingyun's eyes, and she turned around and walked towards the hotel. At the same time, Zhang Kai and others were driving towards Tianjing like defeated roosters. Because Zhang Kai's car had been left in Linzhuwei, he could only temporarily get into someone else's car. Zhang Kai had a gloomy face all the way. He directed his companions beside him and parked the car in the service area. The young masters and young ladies behind also followed. When they got out of the car, they also looked unhappy. The arrogant look from before is no longer visible. Don't tell anyone about this matter, understand? Zhang Kai swept his eyes across everyone's faces and gave orders in a low voice. If this kind of thing gets out, Zhang Kai will lose all his face, and these people will also be in a bad situation. Zhang Kaido had already spoken, so these young masters and young ladies naturally agreed without hesitation. But with something like this happening, and with so many people at the scene, how could it not leak out? While their car was still speeding on the highway, many people in Tianjing had already known about this matter. At this time, inside a courtyard in Tianjing. The courtyard is neither big nor small, but it is very neat. Everything in it exudes an ancient flavor and ancient charm. There are 2 persimmon trees in the yard that are growing very lushly, creating a lush green environment. A young man in a white shirt and white trousers stood under the tree, his elegant temperament naturally pouring out. He lowered his eyelids and listened quietly to his subordinates' reports. Zhang Kai brought a group of young masters and young ladies from Tianjing to the Tiannan racetrack near the water, racing against the young masters from Jinling. Zhou Hui listened quietly to his subordinate's reports, with no waves in his heart. The discord between Zhang Kai and the Jinling Young Masters Circle was known to everyone in Tenjing's top circles. Zhou Hui had also heard many people talk about it, but he didn't take it seriously. His eyes narrowed until he heard that Chen Tian's subordinate Su Tianqing beat up Zhang Kai's subordinates. But he knew that the people under Zhang Kai were quite capable. Anyone who has worked as a mercenary abroad for a few years must have lived a life on the edge of a knife. I heard that kind of person can only sleep with one eye open. Chen Tian's men could easily take down such a person, so the other party's ability must be even stronger. And from what his subordinates reported just now, it seems that the young masters in Jinling treat this man with great respect. This feeling immediately made Zhou Hui feel alert. Could it be that some figure has risen in Suzhou and Hangzhou? Or are they descendants of several major Chinese families? For a moment, even Zhou Hui couldn't figure out what was going on. He thought about it and started to pay attention to Chen Tian. Speaking of the families in Jinling, the Shangwan family has developed well, especially in the past 2 years. The momentum is still very strong. Zhou Hui talked to himself, he raised his hand to send his men away and walked into the house. At this time, Chen Tian had already brought Su Zhishi back home. Looking at his aunt's clean and tidy house, he still had some thoughts in his mind. I've lived in this house for so long, it's time to change it. In fact, as soon as Chen Tian came back, he had an idea. He planned to buy some more houses and improve the living conditions of his aunt's family. But whenever I think about it, if my aunt and her family knew that I bought the house, they would definitely be unhappy. After all, they really treat him as their own son, so how could they be willing to spend his money? At this moment, a curtain of light suddenly popped up in Chen Tian's eyes. The owner detected the host's entanglement and took the initiative to contribute to the ownership of Xin Yuan Group. Xin Yuan Group? Chen Tian took out his mobile phone and searched for information about Xin Yuan Group. Xin Yuan Group is extremely famous in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and is the leading real estate company here. Such a large real estate company has considerable strength even in the whole of China. Chen Tian checked the market value of Xin Yuan Group, which was nearly 100 billion. Looking at the introduction on the phone, Chen Tian was also stunned. Such a big group? Chapter 86 Super Beauty. Just when Chen Tian was in a daze, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number, and the region displayed on the phone was Suzhou and Hangzhou. Chen Tian thought about it and answered the phone. The person on the other end of the phone was Feng Xian, the general manager of Xin Yuan Group. After Chen Tian answered the phone, Feng Xian immediately introduced himself enthusiastically. Mr. Chen, is it convenient for you? Can I visit you? After Feng Xian finished speaking, he waited nervously for Chen Tian's reply. After all, none of them had ever met the new chairman, and they didn't know his preferences and temperament. Unexpectedly, Chen Tian said very kindly. Sure, I'll send you my address later. After hanging up the phone with Feng Xian, Chen Tian hadn't put down his phone yet when another unfamiliar number called. Chen Tian looked at the strange phone number that kept flashing on his phone, and couldn't help but shook his head and chuckled. What's going on today? So many calls at the same time. Although he thought so in his heart, Chen Tian still answered the phone. A female voice immediately rang out from the other end of the line. Hello, is this Mr. Chen? I am Shang Wanyu, the president of Suzhou and Hangzhou Bank. Chen Tian quietly listened to the female voice on the other side, which sounded like the sound of an orchid in a valley, and was very pleasant to the ear. After a brief pause, the girl on the other side continued. Because you are the top VIP of our Suzhou and Hangzhou Bank, we have prepared some gifts and would like to pay you a return visit. Would you mind giving me an address? Shang Wanyu said very politely that this customer Chen Tian had deposited a large amount of cash in their Suzhou and Hangzhou Bank, and it was a current account. It was precisely because of such top guests that Shang Wanyu's attention was attracted. Whether for her own performance or the future of Suzhou and Hangzhou Bank, Shang Wanyu must keep such a top client. Shang Wanyu instructed her assistant to prepare some gifts and planned to visit Mr. Chen in person to negotiate with him. Chen Tian replied very kindly. How about this, add me on WeChat and I'll send you my location. Shang Wanyu naturally would not refuse. Her original plan was to establish a good relationship with this big client. So Shang Wanyu added Chen Tian without hesitation. Chen Tian quickly received a friend request. He clicked on Shang Wanyu's profile picture and was stunned for a moment. Shang Wanyu is extremely beautiful. The photo was taken in the wild. Although the original lens was used, Shang Guanyu is naturally beautiful and there is no flaw on her beautiful face. He's so young, and he's already become the president of the head office? It seems that the president of the head office either has a powerful family background or is an extremely talented genius. At the same time, Shang Guanyu, who was at the head office of Suzhou and Hangzhou Bank, was handling daily affairs. While Shang Guanyu was waiting for Chen Tian to contact her friend, she was checking the data for the day. Her skin was extremely fair and she wore light makeup on her face, which made her already outstanding facial features appear even more three-dimensional and profound. Her long black hair was well groomed and hung lightly on her shoulders, showing the temperament of a lady from a noble family. Ding dong! A crisp text message alert drew Shang Guanyu's attention to the phone. She picked up the phone and saw that it was Chen Tian calling. Shang Guanyu opened it and took a look, and was stunned. This place is not a high-end community. However, the assets in the other party's account are clearly there. Shang Guanyu didn't think too much about it. She pressed the internal call and instructed her assistant. Take the things I asked you to prepare, we're ready to go. The two men walked out of the office and got directly into a luxury car. The assistant was ready to leave with a gift box and some other gifts. Shang Guanyu gave the address to her assistant, and the two of them went straight to their destination. Soon, they arrived outside the community where Chen Tian was located. Drive slower, Shang Guanyu said to the assistant, and began to look around the neighborhood. This community is a new type of low-rise building, and the property management seems to be very attentive, with everything well maintained. But if you say that a person with a net worth of hundreds of billions lives here, I'm afraid few people would believe it. Isn't this a bit too low-key? The assistant's eyes widened, obviously in disbelief, but he still followed Shang Guanyu obediently. Passers-by subconsciously looked at the two of them, because Shang Guanyu was too beautiful, especially her gentle and capable temperament, which was too lethal. At this time in the room, Chen Tian walked into the living room and said to Su Jishi and his aunt and uncle. Aunt, we have guests coming to our house soon. Guest? When he heard that Chen Tian had guests coming, my uncle-in-law immediately stood up, walked into the room mysteriously, and soon took out a tea can. The uncle-in-law shook the jar towards Chen Tian as if he was presenting a treasure and said, Xiaotian, see this is the fine tea that I have collected. Today you, the guest, are in for a treat, let me let you have a taste. Chen Tian blinked his eyes at his uncle's tea can. He also shook the tea can in his hand and said with a smile, What a coincidence! This is the good tea I forgot in the car, and I asked you to take it out and let everyone taste it. The uncle-in-law didn't care. He came over curiously, looked at Chen Tian's tea can, and asked doubtfully, You don't have any words on it, let me see what kind of tea it is. As he spoke, my uncle-in-law had already opened the lid. As the gap opened, a rich fragrance instantly wafted out. The fragrance goes straight into people's noses and is particularly intoxicating. Su Jiang couldn't help but raise his nose. He opened the sealed bag and saw that the tea leaves all had very delicate gold edges. Looking at such beautiful tea leaves, Su Jiang opened his mouth unconsciously and murmured, Is this tea? I would have believed you if you told me it was a work of art. What kind of tea is this, Xiaotian? I haven't even seen it before. As Su Jiang spoke, he took a deep breath and said with a chuckle, Such good tea leaves make me want to try my hand at brewing it. Let me brew this tea. After all, he was a manager in the company, so he actually studied how to make tea so that he could entertain customers. After a few times, he actually figured out some tricks. It is precisely because of this that Su Jiang is very confident in his tea ceremony. Chen Tian smiled faintly, waved his hand and said, No, I'll be there in a minute. Su Jiang looked at the tea in his hand. Although he didn't know what kind of tea it was, just by smelling it, he knew it was not an ordinary tea. If you don't brew it properly, it will be wasted. Chapter 87 Top Gifts. Su Jiang widened his eyes, looked at Chen Tian with some disbelief, and asked doubtfully, Can you make tea, Xiaotian? At this time, Su Jishi, who was sitting on the sofa, also raised her hand and said to Chen Tian in a very firm tone, Cousin, my dad is really good at making tea. You'll know when you try it. Su Jishi happened to go to her father's company again and had a drink once. She was surprised at that time. Lu Ling listened to her lover and daughter's boasting and couldn't help but join the battle, saying lightly, Hey, who are you two looking down on? Let me tell you, my family has a fine tradition. Xiaotian is my sister's child, so his qualifications must be good. The family members were talking to each other, and it seemed like they were arguing, but in fact they were just playing. Chen Tian listened on the side. He first went to the kitchen to wash the tea set, then boiled some hot water and prepared to start making tea. Seeing Chen Tian's well-prepared preparations, Lu Ling was even more proud and showed it to Su Jiang and his daughter. See? This is my family's craft. I've had it since I was born. Su Jiang and his daughter. We have no opinion on the Chen family's genes. We have just made the preparations, is there any need to brag about it so much? If you don't handle it well, you will be slapped in the face. While they were chatting with each other, Chen Tian had already started making tea. In Chen Tian's hands, the tea set was like an obedient soldier. He quickly washed it and placed it on the table. Chen Tian used tongs to take some god-level tea leaves and put them in the teapot. His action made Su Jiang hold his breath. It seemed as if he was worried that his heavy breathing would knock over the tea can. Chen Tian's movements were very quick. The hot water had been poured into the kettle, and in just 1 or 2 seconds, it was poured out. In fact, for top-quality tea like this, it is okay not to wash the tea. Many people say that doing so will take away the tea fragrance. But Chen Tian still liked the taste of the washed soup, so he kept this step. After all, in front of Chen Tian's god-level tea art, the tea fragrance that can be taken away must be caused by improper operation. These operations seemed to be integrated into Chen Tian's blood. Everything was done as smoothly as flowing water, dazzling the onlookers. The 3 members of the Su family stared with their eyes wide open. This. Chen Tian's performances were so beautiful that even the tea ceremony performances on TV were not as beautiful as them. Not to mention, with Chen Tian's movements, the entire living room was filled with the aroma of tea, making the people in the room swallow their saliva subconsciously. Just smelling this smell is enough to make your mouth water, and the aftertaste lingers. If you really drink it, wouldn't it be wonderful? When they were a little more sober, the 3 members of the Su family suddenly realized a very serious problem. When did Chen Tian learn tea art? This craft is not something that ordinary people can do. At the very least, it would take countless years of hard work to hone it bit by bit. Lu Ling subconsciously looked at Su Jishi, and Su Jishi also shook her head blankly, with a look of confusion on her face. She also didn't know where her cousin had honed his skills. Just as the family was in shock, suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside. Here I come, wait a moment. Su Jishi responded loudly and then walked towards the door. She thought it must be her cousin's guest who had arrived, so she jumped up and ran to open the door. Please come in. Su Jishi opened the door, and before she could say anything, she was already frozen in place. This. What did she see? I saw a very beautiful girl standing outside her door. That girl was like a star in the dark night, so bright that it was impossible to ignore her. Su Jishi was stunned and could hardly believe her eyes. Such a beautiful girl, with a gentle and capable temperament, is too eye-catching, right? Shang Guanyu looked at the little girl who came to open the door. She was also amused by her cute look and asked softly. Hello, Mr. Chen Tianchen, do you live here? Su Jishi nodded vigorously, her eyes lingering on Shang Guanyu for a few seconds before she reluctantly moved away and shouted towards the living room. Cousin, I'm here to see you. When Chen Tian heard Su Jishi shout, he also stood up and walked over, inviting Shang Guanyu. Come in. Looking at the beautiful Shang Guanyu in front of him, a hint of surprise flashed in Chen Tian's eyes. To be honest, when Chen Tian saw the profile photo before, he already felt that the photo was the peak of the other person's appearance. But now that I see it, Shang Guanyu is much more beautiful in person than in the photo. Especially her temperament, which is even more eye-catching. Chen Tian did not expect to have such a young and beautiful president of the head office. At the same time, Shang Guanyu, who saw Chen Tian, was obviously stunned for a moment. She never expected that Chen Tian would be so young. Looking at the young and handsome face in front of him, Shang Guanyu was shocked. She has seen many handsome guys, but one who is so handsome and has such a good temperament is extremely rare. To put it bluntly, Chen Tian is the most elegant person she has ever seen. After all, he was the president of Suzhou and Hangzhou Bank. Shang Guanyu quickly reacted and introduced to Chen Tian and the others. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Shang Guanyu, who spoke to you on the phone earlier. This is my business card. As she spoke, Shang Guanyu signaled the assistant beside her to present the gift. After receiving the signal, the assistant immediately understood and presented the gift in his hand. Mr. Chen, this is a little gift from our head office. I hope you like it. Su Zhishi, who was standing by, took it in amazement. She casually opened the gift box and took a look, and found that neatly stacked inside were commemorative coins made of pure gold. Not to mention the collection value of the commemorative coins, the pure gold material alone and the fact that there are so many of them are of great value. Next to the commemorative coin, there lay a black bank card, which was the black card of Suzhou and Hangzhou Bank. Seeing this black card with a gold edge, several people present gasped. Is this the legendary black card? Black cards are legendary and only a few exist in the country. According to statistics from the Suzhou and Hangzhou Bank's head office, even with Chen Tian's number, the total did not exceed the size of a palm. The more such numbers there are, the more it shows how valuable the card is and how strict the review is. It can be said that this black card is a symbol of a person's identity. Only the richest people in China who have made great contributions to Suzhou and Hangzhou Bank can get this black card. Chapter 88, Is this company Chen Tian's? Lu Ling and Su Jian looked at the pure gold commemorative coins and politely declined. We can't accept this gift, it's too expensive. A gift of this value is indeed a bit too grand. Lu Ling and Su Jiang not only did not feel surprised, but they were frightened instead. Shang Guanyu looked at her aunt and uncle who kept declining, and said with a smile. Compared to Mr. Chen depositing tens of billions in our bank, this trust is worth a fortune. This gift is nothing to talk about. Even with all these things in hand, Shang Guanyu still felt that she was being a bit disrespectful to the big customer. Tens of billions? Hearing this number, Su Jiang subconsciously scratched his ears, thinking he had heard it wrong. Numbers like tens of billions are a bit too unfamiliar to Su Jiang. Normally in the company, an order worth tens of millions is considered a super large order. Hundreds of billions, or cash in banks, how much money is that? Now the president of the head office actually said that his nephew is the top billionaire? This. Su Jiang only felt a loud bang in his brain, as if a cannonball suddenly exploded, blowing him dizzy. Lu Ling and Su Zhishi were even more stunned. They knew that Chen Tian was rich, but they didn't expect that Chen Tian was so rich now. Hundreds of billions. If all converted into cash, it could probably at least fill up half a building. Everyone's mind was in turmoil, only Chen Tian remained calm. He raised his hand towards Shang Guanyu and said, "Please take a seat." After saying that, Chen Tian sat back in his previous seat and started pouring tea. He first poured tea for his aunt and uncle-in-law, then poured a cup for Shang Guanyu and Su Zhishi, and finally for Chen Tian himself. Lu Ling and Su Jiang were still immersed in shock, but the fragrance of a cup of tea brought their consciousness back to their bodies. The rich and sweet smell seems to have a magical power that makes people's mood become more peaceful. The fragrance of tea flows through every part of your body, as if you are bathing in fragrant tea, and your whole body is filled with the fragrance of tea. This smell is so fragrant. Under the temptation, Su Jiang and Lu Ling have already drunk a whole cup of fragrant tea and are constantly savoring its sweetness. Shang Guanyu looked at the clear tea in front of her and did not rush to drink it. Instead, she appreciated the hot steam rising from the tea. She could smell a very strong tea aroma in her nose, it was so fragrant. As for Shang Guanyu, she has drunk a lot of good tea, but this is the first time she has encountered one with such a strong flavor. Just smelling it like this makes me feel like my whole body is bathed in the fragrance, it's magical. Shang Guanyu picked up the teacup while thinking. The white and tender fingers like scallions form a very obvious contrast with the purple clay teacup, and the picture is very beautiful. Shang Guanyu took a sip very gracefully, and her whole body was refreshed. This. A gleam of light shot out from Shang Guanyu's eyes, and those beautiful eyes were filled with shock and surprise. It was just a mouthful, but the taste was even richer and sweeter than her grandfather's imperial tribute to Hong Pao. There is actually a tea that is more fragrant than Yugong de Hongpo? You know, imperial tribute to Hongpo is already the best tea in China. Shang Guanyu had only been lucky enough to have a few sips over the years. Today, she really had her eyes opened. Mr. Chen, this is really good tea. Shang Guanyu spoke truthfully. Because she drank such delicious tea, even her eyebrows and eyes became softer and showed a hint of smile. Chen Tian smiled faintly, he looked up at Shang Guanyu, chuckled and said, "It's impolite if you don't reciprocate. Since I accepted your gift, I have to show some sincerity." As he spoke, Chen Tian took out a few leaves of tea for Shang Guanyu, wrapped them in a small box, and handed them to her. Requite. This kind of god-level tea is a rare treasure, and it is much more valuable than the things the other party sent. Shang Guanyu was flattered by Chen Tian's actions and quickly accepted it. She had a strong feeling that this was definitely not an ordinary item. Shang Guanyu carefully put the box away and said very seriously, "Mr. Chen, thank you for your gift." Chen Tian just smiled disapprovingly and poured Shang Guanyu another cup of tea. Shang Guanyu took it with great pleasure. Such delicious tea really came today. Just as everyone was enjoying the fragrant tea, someone knocked on the door again. Su Zhishi got up and opened the door, and saw Feng Xian and others standing at the door. She asked politely, "Excuse me, does Mr. Chen Tian live here?" Su Zhishi laughed when she heard that. It was really lively today with so many people coming to see her cousin. "Come in." As she spoke, Su Zhishi welcomed the others into the house, and at the same time looked at Chen Tian, who was drinking tea, and said, "Cousin, these people are here to see you too." Shang Guanyu glanced back casually and saw Feng Xian standing in the front. As the president of the head office of Suzhou and Hangzhou Bank, Shang Guanyu has dealt with Feng Xian many times and is naturally very familiar with him. "Hey, why is President Feng here too?" Shang Guanyu raised her eyebrows and asked in a joking tone. Feng Xian was also startled when he saw Shang Guanyu here and then replied, "I'm here to see Mr. Chen." "What are you doing?" "I'm here to see Mr. Chen, too." "Mr. Feng, you're not here to ask for a loan, are you?" "I can't give it to you then." Shang Guanyu looked at Feng Xian opposite her and said with some caution, "As the leading real estate company in Suzhou and Hangzhou, Xinyuan Group has made some significant moves recently. I heard that they recently bought several plots of land at record prices. I guess they have expanded rapidly in a short period of time and their capital chain is tight?" Thinking of this, Shang Guanyu subconsciously looked at Chen Tian. Could it be that Feng Xian knew about Mr. Chen's amazing financial resources and came here to solicit investment or discuss cooperation? Feng Xian listened to Shang Guanyu's words on the opposite side, chuckled and shook his head, and answered directly, "President Shang Guan, you are joking. It's not true." As Feng Xian spoke, he looked at Chen Tian and said respectfully, "Mr. Chen is our boss, we are here to discuss things with him." "Boss?" Feng Xian is the general manager of Xinyuan Group, so isn't Chen Tian the chairman of Xinyuan Group? Shang Guanyu looked at Chen Tian in shock. This young man in front of him actually owns such a big group? That is the leading real estate company in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and the person at the helm is actually a young man in his early 20s. This is incredible. You know, Xinyuan Group has expanded very rapidly and with great momentum in the past 2 years. Shang Guanyu narrowed her eyes, looked at Chen Tian and asked, "Are you the boss of Xinyuan Group?" Shang Guanyu's words and Chen Tian's indifferent nod instantly caused everyone present to gasp. Not only Shang Guanyu, but even my aunt's family was shocked. That's a very famous company in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but it's Xiaotian's? Chapter 89. Aunt, you can just live in this house. Shang Guanyu suppressed the shock in her heart. She was also wondering in her heart whether Chen Tian was a member of one of the major families. At such a young age, he has achieved such success. Not to mention, Chen Tian has such a large amount of liquid funds in their bank. Such a person must have an extremely unusual background. Shang Guanyu quickly regained her composure. She thought to herself that there was no one with the surname Chen in the major families, and there was no such person. Chen Tian's temperament is so good that it's impossible for an ordinary family to cultivate it. Shang Guanyu was thinking about it while being concerned. Chen Tian looked at Feng Xian and the others who were still standing, and greeted them directly. "Come and sit here, and try the tea I just made." "Thank you, Mr. Chen." Feng Xian and others came over happily and sat on the sofa. Smelling the tea in front of them, their eyes lit up. This smell was so fragrant. It was a tea fragrance they had never smelled before. Especially when you swallow it in one mouthful, the taste is even more amazing. Chen Tian watched them finish their tea and patiently refilled it for them before asking, "Do we have any good houses in Linshui?" "Good house?" Feng Xian thought about it carefully and immediately replied, "Mr. Chen, Villa number 1 in the Shangshutai Villa district is still there. Shangshutai number 1 Villa is the best villa in this community and is the undisputed king of buildings. For a man of Mr. Chen's status, this is probably the only place that can accommodate his status." As the general manager of Xinyuan Group, Feng Xian has great confidence in his company's houses. If the houses of their Xinyuan Group are not pleasing to Mr. Chen, then the other houses are even more unworthy. Upon hearing this, Chen Tian directly said to Feng Xian and others, "Okay, take me to see it." After saying that, Chen Tian looked at Shang Guanyu, who was standing beside him, and asked, "President Shangguan, are you interested? Do you want to go and have a look together?" Originally, Chen Tian was just being polite, thinking that the other party would immediately leave as soon as he brought it up. Unexpectedly, Shang Guanyu lowered her eyebrows when she heard Chen Tian's invitation and said directly, "Okay, I heard that's the top villa area in Linshui City. I just want to go and feast my eyes." Chen Tian blinked and called out to everyone in the room, "In that case, let's go together." Chen Tian called Su Tianqing and asked him to drive over. When Chen Tian and others went downstairs, Su Tianqing just drove up. "Boss, here I come." Su Tianqing looked at Chen Tian, parked the car immediately and got out, respectfully opened the door and welcomed Chen Tian in. Looking at the extended custom version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom in front of them, everyone present widened their eyes. Feng Xin and others were shocked, even Shang Guanyu had the same shocked expression. They are all connoisseurs, so they naturally recognized the ceiling in this luxury car at a glance. A luxury car worth more than 200 million for transportation. This. Everyone subconsciously looked at Chen Tian, their eyes filled with shock and respect. Such a young man is absolutely brilliant. Chen Tian didn't take it to heart. He first helped his aunt and uncle into the car, and then said to the others, "Please lead the way, Mr. Feng. President Shangguan, just follow behind my car." Everyone nodded, got into the car, and drove towards the Shangshutai Villa area. The natural environment around Linshui City is very good, and the Shangshutai Villa district is surrounded by mountains and water, enjoying good feng shui. As we drove towards Shangshutai, the scenery became more and more exquisite. Chen Tian looked at the scenery outside with satisfaction. He used his mobile phone to check the location of the Shangshutai Villa area. It was closer to his aunt and uncle's workplace, so it would be more convenient to live there. Lu Ling and Su Jian didn't know Chen Tian's plan. They sat in the car, excitedly looking at the beautiful scenery outside, and praised, "This is the new district, the environment is really different. Look at the beautiful lake. The opposite side should be the Shangshutai Villa district, right?" After all, Lu Ling and Su Jian have lived here for decades and are very familiar with many places here. Sure enough, as soon as the car turned around, it arrived at the gate of the Shangshutai Villa. After all, it is a high-end project done by a big company. The gate is extremely tall, with delicate carvings made of wood on it, which looks very luxurious. Feng Xin rolled down the car window, said a few words to the security guard on duty, and then drove several cars directly into the villa area. The environment in the villa area is very good, the flowers are in full bloom, and the clusters are very beautiful. The car drove all the way to the center position, and Feng Xin and others' car stopped first, and several people got out of the car one after another. Su Tianqing drove the car and stopped behind their car. Chen Tian and others also got out of the car. Feng Xin and others came over and pointed to the largest villa in the middle and said, "Mr. Chen, this is Villa number 1. Villa number 1 is very large and is a French-style building that looks very beautiful." The exquisite door had been pushed open. Feng Xin bowed to Chen Tian very respectfully and said, "Mr. Chen, please go first." Chen Tian supported his aunt and everyone led into the gate of Villa number 1. As soon as you enter the door, you can see an exquisite garden. There are many precious flowers planted in the garden. Now that the sun is shining, the flowers are blooming. Many people were attracted by the beautiful scenery before them, their eyes full of amazement. Through the garden is the main body of the villa. Feng Xin hurried forward and opened the door, and everyone walked directly into the hall. The lighting in the hall is very good, and the villa is decorated in French style, exuding a romantic atmosphere in the luxury. It is not as luxurious as European decoration, but it has more charm. The villa has 3 floors above ground and 2 floors underground. The first underground floor is used as a gym and audiovisual room, while the second underground floor is a huge wine cellar and tasting room. Feng Xin stood beside him and introduced enthusiastically, "This villa has all the functions. In addition to the garden, there is also an open-air swimming pool at the back." Chen Tian looked around. Although it was not as luxurious as Villa number 1 in Tianfu City, it was still considered a top-notch residence in Linshui City. "It's okay." Chen Tian was quite satisfied with this place. He looked at his aunt and asked with a smile, "Aunt, what do you think of this place?" After all, this will be my aunt's home from now on, so I must get her approval. Lu Ling looked around and felt that one pair of eyes was not enough. This house is so beautiful. Hearing Chen Tian's question, Lu Ling nodded without hesitation and said in a very affirmative tone, "It's really nice here." Chapter 90: The Old Man of the Shangwan Family. When Chen Tian heard his aunt say that she liked him, he smiled and said directly, "Aunt, this villa is for you. Just move in here." When my aunt heard this, she was stunned at first, then she shook her head vigorously and refused. "No, no, you have money and it's yours. Your uncle-in-law and I have a place to live. Besides, we are used to living there." Although Chen Tian is making money now, my aunt is still reluctant to spend Chen Tian's money. The child must have suffered a lot to be able to achieve this, and I didn't help much, so how can I just sit back and reap the benefits? Chen Tian naturally knew what his aunt was thinking. He directly held her hand and said sincerely, "Aunt, just keep it. You've watched me grow up since I was a child. I'm almost like my mom. The grace of raising a child is greater than heaven. This is not my biological mother, but she is better than my biological mother." Lu Ling looked at Chen Tian with a sincere face and her eyes reddened slightly. She is very relieved that the child is so sensible. Chen Tian finally convinced his aunt. At this time, Feng Xian walked towards Chen Tian and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Chen, there will be an auction of a piece of land tomorrow. If you have time, why not go?" Chen Tian thought about it, and since he had nothing to do tomorrow, he agreed directly. Shang Guanyu, who was standing next to him, happened to hear Chen Tian's words and also kept them in mind. Feng Xian was very happy to see Chen Tian agreed. He immediately told Chen Tian the time and place of tomorrow's auction. Chen Tian nodded, and then said to Feng Xian, "Okay, give me the key to Villa number 1, and contact the property management to help me arrange the check-in procedures. My aunt's house is indeed a little small. I happen to have some time today, so I moved my family there." After admiring the Shangshudai Villa number 1, Feng Xian and Shang Guanyu also came forward to say goodbye to Chen Tian and prepared to go back. Chen Tian sent them to the door, and looked at the villa with his aunt's family. Chen Tian said to his aunt, "Let's go back and move in a bit. I'll find some people to help us and try to move in today." Lu Ling and Su Jian looked at each other. They didn't expect that Chen Tian was still an impatient person. However, seeing that the child was so persistent, they did not raise any objections. After all, this is Chen Tian's sincere intention. If they are always hesitant, Chen Tian will probably think too much and feel that they treat him as an outsider. The property manager came over quickly because all the projects that Xin Yuan Group was doing were high-end projects, so it had its own property management company. Only in this way can we truly improve service quality and provide owners with the best living experience. "Mr. Chen, I heard that you are planning to move immediately. Do you need me to help you arrange a car?" Feng Xian had specifically reminded the property manager before he came. If your boss has needs, you should naturally do your best to satisfy them. If there is no need, find a way to create the need. Chen Tianyi raised his eyebrows, glanced at the property manager, and asked casually, "Does our property provide moving services?" "No, Mr. Chen." The property manager shook his head slightly. "The property does not provide moving services, but in order to ensure the safety of the owner's property, we will recommend some qualified moving companies. After all, there is this level of referral relationship. As long as the property manager makes a call, the other company will send a car over immediately. It is much more convenient and no need to wait." Chen Tian thought what the property manager said made sense, so he nodded and agreed. The property manager immediately helped contact the moving company, and Chen Tian also returned home with his aunt and her family. Although the new house has everything, my aunt and her family still need to bring some familiar things with us. Su Jishi was very fond of Shangshutai Villa number 1. She smiled like a blooming flower and said very proudly, "The house is so well equipped, so I won't bring anything with me. Just some clothes and personal belongings. As for the decorations in the room, they must be placed here. Just leave more things here, and when you need them, you can come and get them." Lu Ling and Su Jiang are not so casual. For them, there are too many things they are used to using in daily life. If any one of them is missing, they will feel uncomfortable. Everyone went home together, and Lu Ling directed everyone to start packing up the things at home. Soon the moving company's vehicle arrived and the workers enthusiastically helped with the moving. Everyone was busy until the evening before they finally finished cleaning up. After Chen Tian sent the workers away, he saw his aunt and several others collapsed on the sofa, looking extremely tired. Chen Tian raised a smile and said softly, Aunt, you guys are tired too, take a shower and go to bed early, we'll clean up tomorrow. After getting the response, Chen Tian went straight back to his room and prepared to take a shower and go to bed. Lu Ling and Su Jian leaned on the soft sofa, looking at the new home in front of them, their hearts full of emotion. This nephew is really loved in vain. Wife, did you see back then that our Xiao Tian would have a promising future? Su Jiang spoke with a smile. He was very excited, this was something he had never expected. As a husband, Su Jiang knows Lu Ling very well. Everything today means that good people will be rewarded. As Su Jiang was thinking, he stood up, stretched out his hand towards Lu Ling, and said, "Let's go back to the house, take a shower, and go to bed." Lu Ling let Su Jiang pull her, and her heart moved deeply. Now that Xiao Tian is here, his sister and brother-in-law can rest assured. At this time, Shang Guanyu had already returned home. After she changed her shoes at the entrance, she walked into the living room and saw the old man writing calligraphy at the table. The whole person exudes a majestic aura, which clearly shows that he is in high spirits. As the old man let out a long breath, he put the pen in his hand aside. "Xiao Yu is back? Come quickly and see how Grandpa's handwriting is." He heard it as his granddaughter came over. The words had just been written. The old man straightened his body, put his hands behind his back, and looked at Shang Guanyu with a smile on his face. Shang Guanyu walked over with a sweet smile. In front of her grandfather, she was no longer the president of Suzhou and Hangzhou Bank head office, but just a girl in her 20s. She looked down at the words her grandfather had written, slightly, and commented. "Grandpa's handwriting is as light as floating clouds and as graceful as a startled dragon. It is also like iron writing and silver hook, unrivaled in ancient and modern times." Old man Shangguan Sini burst into laughter when he heard this. "This granddaughter really knows how to make me happy. He looks so serious and yet says such obviously flattering words, it's really cute." Shang Guanyu listened to her grandfather's laughter with an innocent expression on her face. She spread her hands and said, "Grandpa, you can't blame me for this, can you? Your calligraphy has already reached the ceiling, how can you make further progress?" Shangguan Sini knew that his granddaughter was just trying to flatter him, but he was extremely happy. He looked at his granddaughter's quirky appearance, shook his head, and said with a smile, Yeah, please make a cup of tea for Grandpa." When Shang Guanyu heard about the 2 tea leaves, she immediately thought of the box in her backpack and said excitedly, "Grandpa, don't you think this is a coincidence? I brought you some good tea." Chapter 91 So much cash? If Grandpa hadn't mentioned it, Shang Guanyu would have forgotten about it. The fragrance of the tea that Chen Tian brewed today still makes my mouth water when I think about it now. The sweet and mellow taste seems to be right in front of me. While thinking, Shang Guanyu subconsciously licked the corner of her lips. The taste was truly unforgettable. Shangguan Sini simply didn't believe it. No matter how good the tea was, how good could it be? He looked at Shang Guanyu in front of him, then looked at her sparkling eyes, and waved his hand, saying generously, "Okay, go get Grandpa's imperial tribute to Hong Pao and let's drink it." Shangguan Sini is in a good mood today. Speaking of good tea, the best is the imperial tribute to Hong Pao. Imperial tribute to Hong Pao is a rare and good tea that most people dare not even think about. The fact that the old man was able to get some of it shows his identity and status. Shangguan Sini looked at Shang Guanyu happily. Although it was difficult for her granddaughter to give her a surprise, she could still make her happy. However, Shang Guanyu did not rush to get the tea leaves. Instead, she took out the box from her bag with a proud look on her face and said with a very firm tone, "Grandpa, my tea is much better than your imperial tribute to Hong Pao. The taste is richer and completely different." Shangguan Sini naturally didn't believe it. After all, his de Hong Pao was of imperial tribute grade. It was the finest tea produced from 3 mother trees on Mount Wui. Although everyone has different tastes, no one would say it is bad if they have tried Yugong de Hong Pao. After all, top quality stuff has a special taste. Shangguan Sini thought about it while looking at his granddaughter. Ye was raised under his personal guidance. Although we cannot say that she grew up drinking Yugong de Hong Pao, she has drunk it several times. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to say anything better with such confidence. Shangguan Sini narrowed his eyes slightly and did not continue speaking. Shang Guanyu, who was standing aside, looked at her grandfather's expression and knew that the other party didn't believe it. She opened the small box directly, and instantly, a special fragrance emanated from the box. Almost in an instant, it reached Shangguan Sini's nasal cavity. Shang Sini raised his nose and his brows furrowed involuntarily. This fragrant smell was indeed a tea flavor he had never smelled before. Show it to me. Shang Sini spoke as he moved closer to observe the tea leaves. There was a very obvious circle of gold edge on the tea leaves, which made the old man's eyes widen. He had never seen this kind of tea before. Shang Sini was obviously stunned for a moment before he said to Shang Yu, Yeah, brew this tea and try it. Such a refreshing fragrance is indeed the best. Shang Yu readily agreed. She took Grandpa's arm and said with a smile, Come on, Grandpa, let's go to the tea room and drink slowly. The Shang family lived in a very large villa, so a tea room was built on the first floor near the floor-to-ceiling windows. There are a wide variety of supplies inside, and drinking tea here is even more fun. The grandfather and grandson sat down at the tea table, and Shang Yu began to make tea. After all, she is a lady from a noble family, and Shang Yu has studied the art of tea seriously since she was a child. Moreover, Shang Yu has been a top student since childhood, so no matter what she studies, she seems to be extremely talented. Even Shang Yu's parents are no match for their daughter when it comes to making tea. It was precisely because of this unique talent that Shang Yu was extremely favored by the old man, who taught her step by step. Shang Yu was very skilled and quickly prepared the tea set and started to make tea. She carefully put the tea leaves into the pot and quickly washed the tea leaves, imitating what Chen Tian did during the day. The old man next to him smelled the fragrance brought out by the heat and his eyes lit up instantly. He closed his eyes slightly and said with great emotion, This tea smells really like a type of tea I've never tasted before. The taste seems very heavy, but it has a rich and refreshing fragrance. Seemingly contradictory, but extremely impactful. While Shang Sini was thinking about it, Shang Yu had already made the tea after a smooth operation. She respectfully poured tea for her grandfather, and then poured herself a cup of tea. Shang Sini couldn't wait to pick up the teacup. He was not in a hurry to drink it, but instead raised his nose to smell the aroma of the tea. Being so close, the aroma was extremely strong. With a sense of shock, Shang Sini took a sip of tea. A warm current rushed into the mouth, and then the mouth was filled with the aroma of tea, like a missile explosion, completely covering the entire mouth. Everywhere is fragrant. The aftertaste is very strong, but there is not a trace of bitterness. The whole taste is simply excellent. Shang Sini was completely shocked. The texture and taste were even richer and more delicious than his imperial tribute to Hongpo. In this world, there is actually better tea than you going to Hongpo. Shang Yu was not as excited as the old man because she had already drunk it once. She tasted the exquisite tea and said with some regret, Alas, compared to that Chen Tian, the brew is still a little worse. Shang Sini came back to his senses and just heard what his granddaughter said, and was stunned. He knows his own child best. Shang Yu has been very proud since childhood. When will he admit that he is not as good as others? This. Just like the appearance of tea leaves, his usual thoughts were shattered. Shocked, Shang Sini first drank some tea to calm himself down, then asked Shang Yu, Yeah, who is the Chen Tian you are talking about? When it comes to Chen Tian, Shang Yu seems to open up and starts talking, constantly introducing some of Chen Tian's situation to her grandfather. In fact, I didn't know this person at first, until my staff discovered that he had a huge current deposit in his account. Shang Yu told the story slowly. She looked at her grandfather with an expression that clearly showed that she wanted her grandfather to guess how much money was in the other party's account. Seeing his granddaughter's expression, Shang Sini smiled helplessly. This little girl still wants to test her grandfather? But the old man did start to think about it. If it was just a few $100 million in cash, then as the granddaughter of the head office president, she naturally wouldn't take it too seriously. Such customers will naturally be handed over to the branch president, who will then work hard to maintain them. For a bank, such a scale is not something to be taken seriously. Is there billions in cash? When thinking of this, the old man raised his eyebrows slightly. You know, when we talk about some large companies nowadays, their market capitalizations are often in the hundreds of billions or even trillions. But market value is not equal to value, nor is it equal to cash flow. Billions of dollars lying around in one person's account is indeed an astonishing number. Chapter 92, Among the families in the open, there is no Chen family. Shang Yu listened to what her grandfather said, but shook her head. She knew that even someone of her grandfather's level would not be able to guess the specific number. Taking a deep breath, Shang Yu tried to calm herself down and said, He has tens of billions of cash in his account. Tens of billions? Such a number really surprised the old man. Shangguan Sini narrowed his eyes, looked at his granddaughter, and moved her to continue. Shangguan Yu nodded and continued. I visited him today and found out that he is actually the chairman of Xinyuan Group. As you know, Xinyuan Group has been gaining momentum in the past 2 years, so I went to give him some advice. Do you know what car he drives? A Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Edition. It costs more than 200 million yuan. Anyone who can own such a luxury car must be extraordinary. At this point, Shangguan Yu pointed at the teapot in front of her with her chin, her tone full of aftertaste. He gave me some of this tea as a gift in return. You don't know, his tea-making skills are amazing. With my level of skills, I may not even be considered an elementary school student in front of others. The most important thing is that this Chen Tian looks to be only in his early 20s. Shangguan Yu frowned slightly, and the image of Chen Tian had already appeared in her mind. Although she had only met him once, he left a deep impression on her. That look and temperament are really unforgettable. The old man looked at his granddaughter and understood a little. He narrowed his eyes and looked at his granddaughter and asked, You said he is only in his early 20s? Hiss. It is indeed extraordinary that such a young boy has such wealth and financial resources. Shangguan Yu nodded rapidly, her beautiful eyes slightly widened, and she looked at Grandpa and asked, Grandpa, do you think he is from a certain family? Apart from the family and the aristocratic family, Shangguan Yu really couldn't imagine what kind of family raised such a young man. Shangguan Sini listened to his granddaughter's words, shook his head gently, and said very carefully, Not necessarily, but on the surface, there is no Chen family. There are some relatively low-key families, but under uncertain circumstances, the old man cannot speak out casually. Shangguan Yu looked at Grandpa, thought for a moment, and suggested, He will be auctioning a piece of land tomorrow. Grandpa, do you think you can join him? A sly light flashed across Shangguan Yu's beautiful face. If I had my grandfather to help me check it out, I would definitely gain a lot. Shangguan Sini looked at his granddaughter's bright eyes, and suddenly laughed and said, What's the point of me going to your little guy's place? This little guy is really powerful. How about this, I'll ask Dashan to go there, and you can accompany him, how about that? Shangguan Yu had long guessed that her grandfather would not go in person, but she was still frightened when she heard what he said. He actually asked Uncle Dashan to go with him? You have to know that Zhou Dashan is my grandfather's right-hand man. For so many years, my grandfather has hardly ever been in public, and all matters have been handled by Uncle Dashan. Uncle Dashan has excellent connections and work ability. His eyes were famous for their sharpness, and having him go along would really help me a lot. Thinking of this, Shangguan Yu naturally became happy. She approached Grandpa, took the old man's arm, and said sweetly, Grandpa, thank you. Shangguan Sini shook his head gently, looked at his granddaughter lovingly, and said lightly, Hurry up and finish your drink, and go to bed early. The next morning, Chen Tian got up early. Although he changed his bed, Chen Tian slept well. After opening the curtains and feeling the morning sunshine, Chen Tian went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The ingredients were all brought by Lu Ling from home yesterday. After all, they were all fresh ingredients just bought, just right for making today's breakfast. After everyone in the family got up, they sat around the dining table and had a happy meal. Although the dining table has become bigger, the family atmosphere is still as good. Everyone praised Chen Tian's cooking skills. Lu Ling patted her belly with satisfaction and said to her daughter Su Zhishi, Don't play all the time when you have time. Learn from your cousin. If you can't even cook, you'll never get married in the future. Su Zhishi rolled her eyes nonchalantly. She looked at Chen Tian and said cheerfully, That's easy. I'll find a man who can cook like my cousin, and then I'll have everything. Lu Ling choked when she heard this and was immediately speechless. Just at this moment, someone rang the doorbell of his house and Su Zhishi hurried to open the door. When I opened the door, I found that it was Su Tianqing. Su Tianqing was holding a few bags in his hands, which contained several sets of clothes that Chen Tian had asked him to bring back from his home in Jinling. Su Zhishi brought Su Tianqing into the villa. After Chen Tian took the bag, he went straight back to the room. Chen Tian directly picked one set and put it on. Seeing that it was almost time, he went downstairs. Su Zhishi's family were sitting on the sofa and talking. When they heard Chen Tian's footsteps approaching, they all looked in his direction. Just one glance and everyone who saw it was stunned, some even gasped. This. Isn't it too handsome? The excellent fabric was cut to fit Chen Tian's body perfectly, adding a touch of nobility to his entire temperament. Su Jiang secretly smacked his lips and muttered to himself. This is so beautiful. They say that gold makes the man, and today I have finally seen it for myself. Lu Ling heard it clearly. She rolled her eyes and snorted coldly. Come on. He looks good, isn't it because Xiao Tian is good looking enough? The subtext is that those who are average looking should not even think about buying clothes. Su Jiang. You are really my dear wife. You choked down my idea as soon as it sprouted. Chen Tian didn't hear the bickering between the two. He walked to the first floor and said to his aunt and the others. Aunt, uncle, I'm going out for a while. After saying that, he took Su Tianxing and prepared to set off for the auction. Today, Linchuwei City is preparing to auction several plots of land. Because one of them is a king-sized piece of land in the urban area, it has attracted the attention of many companies. The auction venue is extremely lively today, which can be seen just from the parking lot at the entrance. Normally there would be only a few junky cars parked there, but today it was filled with all kinds of luxury cars. Bentley, Maybach and Rolls-Royce are also prominently displayed, standing out in the parking lot. Many of the CEOs had smiles on their faces. They stood at the door of the auction house, chatting and laughing while greeting each other. Chapter 93. Who is this person? I didn't expect you to come here in person today. It seems that you are also attracted by the Land King? It seems that you are determined to win today. To be honest, the Land King only means the price is high. But the location of that piece of land is too good. Whether it is for real estate or company headquarters, not only is the area large enough, but the most important thing is that the feng shui is good. I'm afraid everyone present today is here for this piece of land. Xin Yuan Group is also very interested in this piece of land. They have visited the site countless times. When everyone heard that Xin Yuan Group would also be present at the auction, the smiles on their faces froze. After all, Xin Yuan Group is something they can only look up to. That is the leading enterprise in the real estate industry of Suzhou and Hangzhou. If such a large group competes with them, their chances of winning this land will be very small. But that piece of land, both in terms of price and location, was perfect. Although everyone was a little scared, they still wanted to fight for it. While everyone was talking to each other, Feng Xian and others also arrived at the auction site in luxury cars. As soon as Feng Xian's car appeared, it was immediately recognized by the people around him. Many people gathered around Feng Xian's car and greeted Feng Xian, who had just got off the car. Boss Feng, you're here too. Although they are competitors, they are also businessmen after all, and they have to get along well on the surface. Besides, no one here dares to be an enemy of such a large group. Even if I dare, I won't be willing to make enemies. Feng Xian also knew what these people meant, but he didn't care about it and talked to everyone enthusiastically. When you go out to do business, harmony brings wealth. As long as they don't provoke the Xin Yuan Group and don't do despicable things, he welcomes normal competition. At this moment, someone next to me suddenly gasped. Everyone noticed something was wrong and looked in the direction the man was looking. I saw another car driving over, and everyone present was stunned when they saw it. Isn't this President Shang Guanyu's car? For a moment, everyone looked at each other, and no one knew why Shang Guanyu came to such a place. Could it be that she is also interested in this land? The bosses had gathered together and started whispering. Of course they were afraid of Shang Guanyu's identity. After all, if they offended such a big shot, it might be difficult to get loans in the future. But what really makes these people nervous is the Shangguan family behind Shang Guanyu. After all, if one bank fails, there is always another. But if you offend the Shangguan family in Suzhou and Hangzhou, you will really be in trouble. That was the Shangguan family, which was comparable to other big families in China. How could they afford to offend them? These bosses were startled and suddenly thought, could it be that Mr. Shangguan was interested in this land? If this is the case, they must be cautious in their next actions. Xin Yuan Group can compete, but we cannot fail to give face to Mr. Shangguan. The more the bosses thought about it, the more nervous they became, and they even broke out in cold sweats. If one fails to make a good decision, the possible outcome is that the whole family will be kicked out of Suzhou and Hangzhou. How can they not be afraid? After all, the power of the Shangguan family is here. If the old man just knocks on his crutch at home, all the bigwigs in Suzhou and Hangzhou will have to keep their tails down. What about them? Just when everyone was terrified, Zhou Dashan also got out of Shang Guanyu's car. Looking at the muscular Zhou Dashan following behind Shang Guanyu, no one dared to question that he was a bodyguard with brute force. Zhou Dashan had a look of indifference on his face, and everyone was shocked when they saw him. No way, even Zhou Dashan came to the auction in person? This must be the old man's idea. Who is this Zhou Dashan? He is Mr. Shangguan's right-hand man and the person he trusts the most. In the past few years, the old man has hardly appeared in the public eye, but Zhou Dashan has become the old man's spokesperson. So even if the old man doesn't come out, his reputation has always been looming in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The presence of such a person at the auction today simply shocked everyone. After everyone reacted, they walked forward and greeted Shang Guanyu and the others. President Shangguan, you are really getting more and more beautiful now. When you appeared just now, it was like a star from the sky falling into the earth, lighting up this land. Mr. Zhou is here too. I have long heard of your great name. It is such a great honor to meet you here today. Since Mr. Zhou is here, we know what's going on. As long as you say the word, we will never dare to compete with you. Everyone was praising Shang Guanyu and Zhou Dashan. After all, they still wanted to find out indirectly whether the old man was also interested in this land. This is what they care about most. Even Feng Xian and others on the side felt overwhelmed. The Shangguan family's status in Suzhou and Hangzhou is obvious to all. If Mr. Shangguan also wants it, it would be really difficult to do. Xinyuan Group has been eyeing that piece of land for a long time, and has even been thinking about the planned project for a long time. It is really hard for them to give up now. Feng Xian gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. How about this, let's wait and see what happens. Mr. Chen will be here in person today, so we can see his attitude. Zhou Dashan simply nodded in greeting to everyone, and then said, the young lady and I are here to return the gift. As for the rest, let's wait and see. Return gift? When everyone heard what Zhou Dashan said, a look of confusion appeared on their faces. However, Zhou Dashan did not say it clearly, so they naturally did not dare to ask. Just when everyone was full of doubts, they saw a customized extended version of Rolls-Royce Phantom driving in the distance. When they suddenly saw such a luxury car appear, everyone present showed shocked expressions. Such a customized extended version of Rolls-Royce Phantom is worth more than 200 million. Money is secondary. The most important thing is that it is a symbol of status. If these people present suddenly submitted a car order application to the Rolls-Royce headquarters, there is a great possibility that they would be rejected. Because they are not people who have made outstanding contributions in China, nor are they top business tycoons, so don't even think about it. In order to maintain the prestige of their car brand, only the most distinguished guests can customize such super luxury cars in their company. Thinking of this, there was a hint of shock in the eyes of everyone present. Who is this person? I actually managed to reserve such a top-of-the-line luxury car, and it appeared at the door of the auction house in Linxue City. Chapter 94 Nodding. All of a sudden, many CEOs present began to feel confused. Who is sitting in this car? At this moment, these bosses suddenly saw Feng Xian and others move. When they saw the extended custom version of Rolls-Royce Phantom, they immediately showed expressions of surprise and strode towards the car. Under the gaze of everyone, Feng Xian was the first to walk to the side of the Rolls-Royce and opened the door very respectfully. Feng Xian's movements were standard and cautious, and every move was filled with endless respect. Everyone looked at his actions and were shocked again. Feng Xian is the general manager of Xinyuan Group. He is absolutely second to none. In Suzhou and Hangzhou, who doesn't give him some face? Even in China, he is a well-known figure. Now, he is actually opening the car door for someone? Who on earth is sitting in this car? The bosses' mouths were slightly open, as if they could swallow a fist. They couldn't even imagine the identity of the person in the car now. Under everyone's expectations, Chen Tian walked out of the door. Chen Tian looked at Feng Xian, who was standing next to the car door, raised the corner of his mouth slightly and nodded slightly. When everyone looked at Chen Tian's appearance, the entire auction hall fell silent. What is the identity of this person? So young? Not only does he have a top-notch luxury car, but Feng Xian also opens the car door for him. Looking at the beautifully tailored clothes on Chen Tian, people would believe that such a young man was a descendant of the royal family. He is so noble that he can easily attract people. To be honest, standing in front of such young people, they really feel ashamed and can't even raise their heads. Mr. Chen, you're here. I'll take you in. Feng Xian had already walked to Chen Tian's side at this time, like an old British butler with perfect etiquette, and was extremely respectful. Seeing Feng Xian's expression, some of the CEOs who were familiar with Feng Xian immediately asked, "Boss Feng, who is this?" When they heard someone asking the question, almost everyone pricked up their ears and waited earnestly for Feng Xian's answer. Feng Xian smiled faintly and answered directly. "This one is the chairman of our Xin Yuan group." Chairman of Xin Yuan group? When everyone heard this, they were stunned for a moment. They looked at Chen Tian's tall back and could hardly believe their ears and eyes. Such a young guy is actually the new chairman of Xin Yuan group? This. Isn't this amazing? You know, Xin Yuan group is a top-ranked enterprise in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Such a group is much larger than theirs. With such an identity at such a young age, his future development will naturally be smooth sailing. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes when they looked at Chen Tian were full of respect and envy. If such a young chairman takes drastic measures, Xin Yuan Group may continue to move forward. For a moment, everyone looked at Chen Tian with excitement in their eyes. While everyone was still immersed in shock, Shang Guanyu and Zhou Dashan walked towards him. Shang Guanyu wore a white suit today, which made her look very capable. However, her whole temperament was like that of a stunning fairy, a beauty that no one could ignore. Looking at Chen Tian in front of her, who had a strong aura, and was completely different from his kind appearance at home yesterday, Shang Guanyu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. "Mr. Chen." Shang Guanyu raised the corner of her mouth and took the initiative to greet him. When Chen Tian saw Shang Guanyu, he still smiled and said calmly, "Don't be so polite, President Shang Guan, just call me Chen Tian." Shang Guanyu smiled, lowered her eyes slightly, and spoke in a voice as clear and melodious as an orchid in a valley. "In that case, you can just call me by my name." Everyone was obviously stunned when they saw the relationship between Shang Guanyu and Chen Tian. President Shang Guanyu is a representative figure of young and promising people in Suzhou and Hangzhou. He has the ability to work there, otherwise, even for the old man's sake, he would not be able to take the position of president of the head office. With such power, coupled with Shang Guanyu's family background and beauty, there are countless young masters surrounding her. When have you ever seen her communicate with others like this? That's all official business, no one should be kept away. Shang Guanyu would naturally serve with a smile, but that was also out of politeness. It was the first time they saw someone smiling so innocently like he did towards Chen Tian. It doesn't matter what Shang Guanyu said to Chen Tian anymore. What's important is her attitude towards Chen Tian. With this attitude in mind, the bosses at the door were all smart people and they immediately understood what was going on. The new chairman of Xin Yuan Group is probably a big shot that they cannot afford to offend. At this moment, Zhou Dashan, who was standing behind, also walked over and looked at Shang Guanyu beside him. Shang Guanyu understood, and she began to introduce Chen Tian. "Chen Tian, this is my uncle Zhou, my grandfather's right-hand man." Zhou Dashan had been looking at Chen Tian, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. The young man in front of me is really promising at a young age. For a man, it is enough to have a decent appearance, but temperament is very important. Zhou Dashan has been in the circle for so long that his eyes are extremely bright and he can judge people very accurately. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to become the old man's right-hand man. He clearly felt that Chen Tian had a powerful aura and a noble air. Such a child is really great. Shang Guanyu then briefly introduced Chen Tian to Zhou Dashan. Chen Tian took the initiative to extend his hand to Zhou Dashan and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Zhou." Zhou Dashan had a good first impression of Chen Tian. He also came over to shake hands with Chen Tian and replied very kindly, "The old man drank the tea you gave him yesterday, and today he came to ask me to return the gift." As he spoke, Zhou Dashan took out 2 brocade boxes, one large and one small, and handed them to Chen Tian. Zhou Dashan took the initiative to open the lid of the brocade box. The brocade box made of rosewood had a special fragrance, and the gift inside was revealed. In the small brocade box lay a piece of mutton fat jade, which was white and translucent, and looked like a little lamb, very lovable. At first glance, it is the finest of mutton fat jade. Inside the large brocade box, there was a scroll. Chen Tian walked forward very naturally, took the scroll in his hand and gently unfolded it. There are 4 big words written on the scroll: "Tranquility leads to far-reaching results." With every stroke, there is a majestic aura between heaven and earth, rushing towards the viewer's face. Chapter 95. No One Bids. Chen Tian stood there calmly, his eyes full of admiration, and said with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness, old man." This calligraphy is really great. It exudes vigor and vitality. The old man has already surpassed the realm of a master. Zhou Dashan looked at Chen Tian's natural expression and was stunned for a moment. Most people who see the old man's handwriting will be shocked by the aura in it. This child remains so calm from beginning to end, he is definitely not an ordinary person. Just when Zhou Dashan felt surprised, the bosses nearby were even more stunned with shock. This. So the return gift that Zhou Dashan mentioned was for this young man? This is the old man's handwriting. Look at the signature and private seal above, they are absolutely authentic. As business owners in Suzhou and Hangzhou, they knew that the old man's calligraphy would not be given to others easily. Even the top leaders in Suzhou and Hangzhou would be eager to have it. Don't even think about it for anyone else. Even the old man's door won't let you in. But today, the old man actually took the initiative to write something and gave it to this young man. How much importance does this show? There was a flash of horror in the eyes of the CEOs. Not to mention, this young man is also the chairman of Xinyuan Group. Xinyuan Group is a leading enterprise that they cannot compete with, and they were all worried. Chen Tian naturally put away the old man's calligraphy and handed it to Su Tianqing next to him, asking him to keep it for him. Then I'd like to trouble Mr. Zhou to thank the old man for his kindness on my behalf. Chen Tian said to Zhou Dashan very politely, with an attitude neither humble nor arrogant. Zhou Dashan nodded indifferently, but he had more appreciation for Chen Tian. At this time, Feng Xian looked at the time and saw that the auction was almost about to start, so he began to call everyone to enter. The auction venue here is a special venue for land auctions, so it is somewhat different from general auction venues. Although the area is not large, there are tables for placing documents, which is very convenient. All the seats are high-quality sofas, which are very comfortable to sit on. Feng Xian led Chen Tian all the way, and brought everyone directly to the first row, saying very respectfully, "Mr. Chen, this is our location." Xinyuan Group is the leading real estate company in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and is also a major land buyer and seller. Their position is naturally well-deserved in the first row. Chen Tian nodded indifferently. He looked like this from beginning to end and was very calm, which made Zhou Dashan look at him with even higher regard. "Everyone please take a seat." As Chen Tian spoke, he had already sat down. Feng Xian and Shangwan Yu sat next to Chen Tian, followed by Zhou Dashan. There was still some time before the auction officially started, and Chen Tian and the others were talking in low voices. At the same time, preparations were being made in an orderly manner backstage at the auction. Because this piece of land is extremely valuable, a top auctioneer was invited to this land auction in order to make a big profit. After all, this piece of land is really great. It is unlikely that such good land will appear again in the next few years. This opportunity is something you can only encounter by chance. I just went to the front to take a look, and all the newly arrived companies are here, with everyone here. A staff member hurried in and said happily. When everyone heard this, they all smiled and felt very proud. That's right, don't you see the quality of our land this time? If Linshui wasn't a small place, I'm afraid this tiny auction hall wouldn't be able to accommodate everyone. The auctioneer, who was sitting on the side drinking water, also looked confident and said loudly to everyone, "Everyone, rest assured, this time, we will definitely bid a sky-high price." Since he is a top auctioneer, he has a strict control over the pace of the auction. As long as he pays attention to the rhythm of fanning the flames, he is not afraid of those bosses and will not fight. Once you get angry, are you still afraid that the price won't go up? Fighting spirit is already burning in the auctioneer's eyes. This time, the bosses of Linshui City realized how powerful he was as a top auctioneer. Humph, just wait and pay the money obediently. Soon, it was time for the auction to officially begin. The auctioneer walked onto the stage with confidence, and after a brief opening speech, he entered into the theme of this auction. In order to mobilize everyone's enthusiasm, they put the Land King at the forefront of this auction. The auctioneer began to introduce the information of the land. As he spoke, a detailed introduction to the land appeared in the projection behind him. I believe you all already understand the advantages of this piece of land. Therefore, the starting price of this piece of land is 19.8 billion. The auctioneer spoke passionately, and his eyes when he looked at the CEOs present were also full of passion. As long as these bosses bid one more time, his commission today will be a little higher. These are not bosses, they are his bread and butter. The auctioneer paused deliberately. After all, he was a top auctioneer. He was in control of the emotions of the audience. Then he spoke. Okay, now everyone can make an offer. Then, as the auctioneer finished speaking, the whole audience remained silent. The bosses seemed not to hear the auctioneer's words. They all turned their eyes to Chen Tian. Although they were looking at Chen Tian, no one opened their mouth to bid. All of them remained silent. The entire auction hall was quiet, almost silent. Such a scene made even the top auctioneers dumbfounded. What is going on? Where is the promised Land King? Why don't these CEOs even take a look? The auctioneer felt as if he had been hit hard. When had he ever experienced such a cold reception? Even at his first auction, where the property being auctioned was a particularly remote piece of land, the crowd was much more enthusiastic than this time. Normally, for a piece of land like this, it should be these big guys who would fight to the death for it. The big guys in our Linshui city, do you value peace so much now? Or this piece of land, what's the problem? Why is no one bidding? There was obvious sweat on the forehead of the top auctioneer. If no one was willing to bid for such a good piece of land, would this piece of land probably be left unsold? Did you not hear my voice? Never mind, let's start over. Now, the auction of this piece of land officially begins. This time, the top auctioneer tried his best, but no matter how passionately he spoke, no one raised a bid. Faced with such a situation, even the experienced top auctioneer was a little panicked. Do you want to shout again? But if I call out again and still no one bids, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Chapter 96 Rebate of more than 100 billion. Just as the auctioneer was struggling with himself, Zhou Dashan looked at Chen Tian's unhurried manner and the corner of his mouth twitched. How can you keep calm like this? To be honest, if Zhou Dashan encountered such a situation, he probably wouldn't be able to hold it in until this moment. After a while, there was still no one holding up a sign. The entire auction hall was silent, and even the top auctioneer began to wipe his sweat on the auction table. Feng Xian is also a seasoned man, so he naturally understands what everyone present means. At that moment, Feng Xian looked at Chen Tian and saw Chen Tian nodded slightly. After getting the chairman's permission, Feng Xian raised his sign and offered a minimum price. When the auctioneer saw that someone had finally raised a paddle, he seemed to be revived and his eyes almost glowed. The opportunity has come. Okay. Our Xinyuan Group has made an offer. Xinyuan Group has a keen eye for such a top-notch piece of land. I wonder if there are any other CEOs like Xinyuan Group who are ready to take over this piece of land? This piece of land can not only be used for real estate, but also as a company headquarters. Such an excellent location is simply too rare. In fact, the reserve price we offered is really very low. The value of this piece of land has already far exceeded the reserve price. Unfortunately, no matter how the auctioneer encouraged them, the bosses in the audience remained silent. Even some CEOs were annoyed by what they heard and have closed their eyes, deciding to turn a blind eye to it. This auctioneer certainly didn't understand the CEO's feelings. Of course they wanted such a good piece of land. But if we argue today, we won't give face to Mr. Shangguan. How can they survive in Suzhou and Hangzhou in the future? To be precise, if you offend Mr. Shangguan, you will have a hard time in the whole of China. Isn't the purpose of them buying land to develop better and better? If they offend such a great man for a piece of land, they can withdraw from the business circle. The Xinyuan Group alone is not something they can deal with. Instead of this, everyone chooses to be humble and give in to keep themselves safe. Looking at the quiet scene, the auctioneer was already in despair. Still nothing? This. Fortunately, this time, Xinyuan Group is there to back us up and offer the lowest price. 198 billion, for the first time. 198 billion, for the second time. 198 billion, for the third time. After repeated reminders, the auctioneer finally brought down the hammer heavily, finalizing the deal. After Chen Tian took over the land, he stood up and nodded to the bosses around him. He accepted the favor this time. Then Chen Tian looked at Shangguan Yu and Zhou Dashan again, with a warm smile on his face, and said lightly, "Thank you both for coming to my rescue. Please also thank the old man for his kindness." Shangguan Yu and Zhou Dashan both nodded with a smile, especially Zhou Dashan, who had a very high opinion of Chen Tian. After Chen Tian briefly greeted a few people, he took Feng Xian and others and walked towards the office area behind the auction house. Now that the land has been auctioned, it's time to take over. Looking at Chen Tian straight back, Zhou Dashan nodded gently, his eyes full of admiration, and exclaimed, "This person is incredible. Whether it is his aura or his way of dealing with people, this kind of indifference is even more rare." As he spoke, Zhou Dashan also stood up. People have seen it, and what needs to be done has been done. It's time to leave. Zhou Dashan and Shang Wenyu stood up and walked outside. Watching the two men leave, the bosses present all breathed a sigh of relief. These two great gods are finally gone. If they stay here all the time, they don't know whether they can sell the next plots of land. However, many CEOs also have some concerns in their minds. It seems that I have to try my best to have a good relationship with Xin Yuan Group in the future. Judging from the situation today, these two great men are definitely here to protect the new chairman. It would have been fine if Shang Wenyu had come, but even Zhou Dashan, who was beside the old man, came. Isn't this obvious enough? This is incredible. They must have a good contact with Mr. Chen in the future. Chen Tian had no idea what these bosses were thinking. He brought Feng Xin and others to the office area of the auction house. The person in charge looked at Chen Tian helplessly and said with a wry smile, "I was wondering why our auction today was not going so smoothly. I asked around and found out that it was the chairman of the Xin Yuan Group who was present in person." Chen Tian smiled faintly, stepped forward and shook hands with the person in charge, and said very politely, "You are joking. Today, I am just showing my kindness to you, my colleagues. Let's go through the formalities now." While talking, Chen Tian took the initiative to hand over his bank card. Feng Xin watched from behind and whispered to Chen Tian, "Mr. Chen, we have also prepared the check." After all, it was such a big deal, and Xin Yuan Group had made a budget in advance. But I didn't expect that when Mr. Chen came today, he actually bought this piece of land at the reserve price. It's such a pleasant surprise. Chen Tian directly rejected Feng Xin's idea of using a check. Why did he come here today? Wasn't it just for this? If he is not allowed to swipe the card, what's the point of him coming here? Accompanied by the staff, Chen Tian completed the handover procedures and paid the fees as usual. As the payment was successfully completed, a light screen popped up in front of Chen Tian's eyes as he wished. Detected that the host just spent 19.8 billion, triggering the 10x rebate skill, rebate 198 billion. A curve finally appeared on the corner of Chen Tian's mouth. The money has arrived, so relieved. He turned to look at Feng Xin and others, and said with a smile, "You have all worked hard today. Go back and take a rest. You will be busy from now on." After all, when a new plot of land is acquired, meetings must be held quickly with various departments to begin studying the previous plans to determine which one is more suitable. After talking to Feng Xin and others, Chen Tian also walked out of the auction venue and prepared to go back. At the same time, news that the land had been settled began to spread, and it was the Xin Yuan Group that had acquired it. But the news was just a few words, and the little things that happened in the conference hall naturally could not be heard by the media. It's not that I don't want to spread it, but I simply don't dare. If the Shangwan family knew that it was them who spread the scandal, they would be dead. Therefore, this kind of media only knew that this piece of land fell into the hands of Xin Yuan Group, and they knew nothing else. The journalists heard the news and came, but they waited until the end of the auction and did not see the top executives of Xin Yuan Group show up. Chapter 97 So handsome? Little did they know that Chen Tian, along with Feng Xin and others, completed the formalities midway and left. These journalists are unable to interview senior management at all and are feeling very frustrated. Finally, an experienced old man stamped his feet and said directly, "Go back. It's obvious that he doesn't want to be interviewed. Instead of wasting time here, why not go back and get the press release from the Xin Yuan Group?" At this time, Chen Tian had already returned home. My aunt and uncle-in-law have gone to work, leaving the little girl alone at home. Seeing Chen Tian coming back, the little girl was very happy. She kept talking around Chen Tian like a clever little lark. Chen Tian looked at the little girl and felt soft in his heart, and said directly, "Come on, I'll show you around." Su Zhishi nodded vigorously and said with a sweet smile, "Okay, I heard there's a park near us that's really nice, let's go and have fun." After all, she had just moved into a new home, and Su Zhishi was now full of interests in this area. Chen Tian agreed happily. The little girl took Chen Tian's hand and walked outside. The two of them planned to take a walk nearby, so they didn't drive, but strolled through the villa area and headed towards the park. Su Zhishi looked at the exquisite landscape in the community and couldn't help but sigh. "Cousin, to be honest, the scenery in this community is better than that of ordinary parks. There are many beautiful trees and flowers, and they are very well maintained. You can tell at a glance that they have been carefully cared for." Chen Tian reached out his hand, touched the little girl's hair, and said with a chuckle, "As long as you like it." Su Zhishi giggled. She not only liked it, she liked it too much. Her parents are even more so. They have been brainwashing her every day these past 2 days, telling her that she must study more with her cousin. The two of them went to the park, chatting and laughing. The park was nearby and was very beautifully decorated. Many people took photos and group photos here. Chen Tian looked at the beautiful places, took some photos and posted them on his moments. Not long after the announcement, Chen Tian heard a soft ding-dong from his cell phone. When he opened it, he saw that it was Lu Ruyan who sent him a WeChat message. "Chen Tian, are you in Linshui?" Chen Tian answered directly. "Yes." Just now Chen Tian mentioned the name of the park, and people living near the water can recognize it at a glance. Lu Ruyan replied quickly, "I just returned to Linshui as well. I brought Ruyu back with me to see Grandpa." Chen Tian looked at Lu Ruyan's reply and understood everything in his heart. Lu Ruyan's parents have been working hard in Jinling, and Lu Ruyan grew up in her grandfather's house when she was a child. It was this special arrangement that made Chen Tian and Lu Ruyan become childhood friends. Just when Chen Tian was stunned for a moment, Lu Ruyan sent another new message. "I'm also going to give a speech at school. My former class teacher asked me to go. He said that he wanted me to talk to my juniors about what college life is like and inspire them." Chen Tian looked at the message, a smile appeared on his lips. When he was about to reply, another message came from the other side. "Will you come with me? My university is not as good as yours, you go ahead." Chen Tian replied directly. Although Lu Ruyan was rejected, she obviously did not want to give up and continued. "Let's go together. Yours isn't bad either. Just think of it as going back to take a look. It's been a long time since you've been back to your alma mater, right? Let's go take a look together." Since Lu Ruyan said so, Chen Tian was moved and agreed. Chen Tian looked down at his clothes and realized that he didn't need to change. Thinking of this, Chen Tian took out his cell phone and asked Su Tianxing to pick him up at the park gate. They would also pick up Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyu. Su Tianxing quickly arrived at the park entrance. After Chen Tian asked about Lu Ruyan's location, he drove towards them. On the way, Lu Ruyan also sent a message to Chen Tian. You're not driving a supercar, are you? If that's the case, Ruyu might be unhappy." "Naughty." Chen Tian recalled the first time they met, and suddenly he was happy and quickly replied. "Don't worry, Ruyu will definitely have a place this time." After receiving the news from Chen Tian, Lu Ruyan immediately handed the phone to Lu Ruyu and said with a smile, "See? This is official certification. I'm not kidding you, am I?" Lu Ruyu was happy now. She was lively by nature and said with a smile, "Sister, I'm just afraid of being abandoned. Now that I see you and brother Chen Tian saying this, I feel relieved. After all, they have exactly the same face, but I have to take a taxi every time. How could my sister possibly understand this kind of blow? So sad." Soon, Chen Tian arrived downstairs at Lu Ruyan's house, and he saw Lu Ruyan in a snow-white dress at a glance. Lu Ruyan was wearing a white dress with a waistline today. The waistline was specially designed to make her waist look so slender that it could be held in one hand, which made her look very pitiful in the breeze. Lu Ruyu next to her was also wearing the same white dress, but when the little girl put it on, it exuded a different temperament. She is just like the little sister next door who has not grown up yet, so playful and cute that makes people want to reach out and rub her little face. Chen Tian looked at the girl with the same face but completely different style, smiled and waved, saying, "Ruyan, Ruyu, here." Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyu heard Chen Tian's call and immediately looked in his direction. When they saw Chen Tiankai walking up in his customized extended version of Rolls-Royce Phantom, their beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Lu Ruyan was relatively calm, but Lu Ruyu, who was standing beside her, widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Wow, brother Chen Tian changed his car again? This time, it's a Rolls-Royce." Although Lu Ruyu didn't recognize the model of the car, the little golden man on the front of the car kept waving at him. Lu Ruyu's little mouth opened abruptly, and there was a loud bang in her little head, which was blown to pieces. Her brain had long been on strike and she could no longer think. This. Rolls-Royce is a top luxury car brand. A car like this must cost several million, right? Brother Chen Tian has really become rich. Lu Ruyu instantly recalled the luxury goods that Chen Tian had given to her sister. She quickly took out her mobile phone and took a picture of the extended custom version in front of her. At least she has to understand what kind of car this is, right? Lu Ruyan, who was standing aside, had her eyes fixed on Chen Tian, somewhat reluctant to look away. Chen Tian today seems a little more handsome than last time. Especially the clothes he wore, which were tailored very appropriately, showing off the advantages of his figure to the fullest. Chapter 98 Changing the car again? Chen Tian is as dazzling as the sun in the sky, and no one can ignore his existence. At this moment, Lu Ruyu's exclamation brought Lu Ruyan back to reality again. Sister, please take a look. Lu Ruyan looked at her sister helplessly. She didn't know how to change her easily startled temper. But when Lu Ruyan saw the car introduction on the mobile phone screen, her whole body trembled slightly as if it was clicked. This extended custom version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom in front of me actually costs more than 200 million? What's more, not everyone can buy it. Do you need to go through an inspection before buying a car? Do you have to be so awesome? Lu Ruyan subconsciously looked at Lu Ruyu and saw a hint of shock in each other's eyes. It's been such a short time since we last met, and Chen Tian is even more powerful than the last time we met. This is like riding a rocket. Chen Tian looked at Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyu in front of him, who were startled, and suddenly laughed and joked. Are you two okay? Should we go to school together or take you both to the doctor? When Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyu heard this, their faces immediately changed. The two girls rolled their beautiful eyes at the same time, glared at Chen Tian, and scolded. Bah, we are both normal. Yes. Let's go. Chen Tian chuckled, and without arguing with the two girls, he said with a smile, let's go, it's almost time. Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyu got into the car together. They were shocked by the extremely luxurious interior. Lu Ruyu looked at the powerful Su Tianqing in front of her and whispered. Good fellow, you are worthy of being brother Chen Tian. You even have a full-time driver. This is so awesome. Lu Ruyan was also shocked, but she was much calmer than Lu Ruyu. There was just a hint of surprise in her eyes, and her eyes were full of inquiry when she looked at Chen Tian. Soon, they arrived at the school gate. The security guard was shocked to see such a luxurious car and quickly came up to say, Sir, I'm really sorry, there are no more parking spaces in our school. Chen Tian naturally would not embarrass the security guard. He took Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyu out of the car and said to Su Tianqing, There's a paid parking lot outside, just park your car there. Su Tianqing agreed immediately. After they got off the car, Lu Ruyan took out her cell phone and called her class teacher. At this time, on the other side, many people surrounded a young man. The people next to them are all high school teachers and school leaders. However, on their faces, there is no trace of the seriousness that a teacher should have, only flattering faces. Oh, you must tell your juniors about your success story today. This is a very rare experience for these kids. That's right. After all, you are one of the few students in your class who was admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. A top student like you must have a lot of little tricks for studying, right? You are my senior brother after all. Just teach them a few tricks. It will be enough for them to study hard in the future. These children are also lucky to hear your speech. The young man laughed heartily. He waved his hands to the teachers, looking embarrassed, but the pride that occasionally flashed in his eyes exposed his true feelings. Surrounded by a group of teachers, the young man walked into the school. Sisters Chen Tian and Lu Ruyan waited for a while at the school gate, and then they saw a middle-aged man in a jacket walking quickly towards them. Looking closely, it was their homeroom teacher. Chen Tian looked at his head teacher's slightly surprised eyes and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Time is really a butcher's knife. When I graduated a few years ago, their class teacher was still a handsome uncle in his 30s. Now he is a little older. It seems like I've gained some weight. Although his figure has changed slightly, the head teacher is still as enthusiastic as he was back then. He immediately smiled when he saw Chen Tian and the others. The head teacher first looked at Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruyu and exclaimed, Look at our sisters, they are getting more and more beautiful. Looking at the handsome Chen Tian again, a trace of disbelief flashed across the head teacher's eyes, and then he punched Chen Tian on the shoulder, not using much force. You little brat, you have to be invited by a beautiful lady to come here? Is the teacher's words useless? Feeling the teacher's soft fist, Chen Tian smiled helplessly and said to the head teacher, Teacher, you are joking. The people you invited are all those who did well in the exam. I am just at the passing level. You are too embarrassed to invite me. The head teacher laughed. He didn't really look down on Chen Tian's grades, but the school said that it would only be enough to invite 1 or 2 representatives. After all, there are too many invited people and the students can't listen to them all. When you come back this time, you must give a good talk to your younger classmates. The head teacher led the way. He said hello to the security guard and took the 2 of them into the campus. The head teacher first took the 2 of them to see the changes in the school. Although it had only been a few years, the school facilities were much better than before. The playground has long been replaced with a plastic track, and the library, which was not open before, has now been officially put into use. Lu Ruyu looked at the changes in the school and smiled, saying, I saw a video saying that schools always have benefits that can't be matched. Look at this huge library. I envy my juniors now. The head teacher was stunned for a moment, as if recalling. So you guys didn't make it? That's such a pity. The collection of books here is quite rich. It's a pity that Chen Tian and his friends are no longer students of the school and have lost the qualifications to enter. The head teacher took them directly to his office and pointed to an empty seat inside and said, Hurry up and sit down and take a rest. After Chen Tian and his companions came in, they saw a burst of laughter coming from inside the office. They were the teachers who had walked in together with the young people. The teachers surrounded the young man, constantly saying all kinds of good things and praising his current achievements. By the way, have you found a job now? A teacher leaned towards the young man and asked curiously. When the other teachers heard this, their eyes lit up and they looked towards the young man. The young man nodded and said modestly, I just graduated and joined Fengrun Group. With my qualifications, I am just an ordinary white-collar worker. I am really embarrassed to report to the teachers. Chapter 99, Disdain. Fengrun Group? When the teachers heard this, they all gasped. Fengrun Group is a very impressive group. It is Linshui City's own real estate group. Although their city is not big, it is a real estate group after all, so its scale is also very large. When a teacher heard that it was Fengrun Group, he immediately asked, Are the salaries and benefits of a real estate company like this good? It's just average. My salary is only 300,000 yuan a year. Although there are still opportunities for promotion and development, the salary is just average. The young man was also an old Versailles person. Although he spoke in a normal way, every word he said pierced people's hearts. Sure enough, the teachers sitting opposite immediately became nervous. This guy had just graduated and his annual salary was already 300,000. With this salary level, it's definitely a petty bourgeois lifestyle. And haven't you heard people say that there will be opportunities for promotion in the future? If one gets promoted at such a young age, his income will probably increase greatly. When the teachers thought about it this way, they were even more amazed. He is just in his early 20s, but he already has such an income. A child like this has great potential for future development. Especially the head teacher who invited the young man to give a speech, his face was bright and his voice was a little louder. Oh, you have a promising future. I think among all the graduating students, you are the best. It seems that you still need to study hard, knowledge can change your destiny. The young man just waved his hand and said very modestly, I'm really just starting out. Although Fengrun Group is also a real estate group, it's still a little behind Suzhou and Hangzhou's Xinyuan Group. But it's not much worse. A teacher laughed and responded very promptly. Suddenly, everyone started laughing again. After all, although Xinyuan Group is better, they can't get in. At this time, a teacher seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly said, I read the news today and it seems that I heard that Xinyuan Group just acquired a new piece of land this morning. Other teachers also saw the news and responded. That piece of land is incredible. Ever since it was put up for sale, it has been a hot topic. I don't know how many companies have been eyeing it. Unexpectedly, it was finally acquired by Xinyuan Group. It's obviously a big deal, but there are very few news reports about it. It's pitiful. They basically just mentioned it in 1 or 2 sentences, only saying that it was sold, but not even the price of the auction. What's so strange about this? I guess the auction price is too high and it's not convenient to say it directly in the news. As the teachers spoke, they fixed their eyes on the young man. They thought it was simple. After all, they were all in the real estate industry. Maybe he had heard some inside information. The young man was obviously stunned when he heard what the teacher said. Then he spread his hands, made an expression of helplessness, and said with a smile, "I don't know about that. After all, it was a decision made by the top management of Xinyuan Group. Not to mention him, even if their general manager was present, he probably wouldn't be able to explain it." However, since we are talking about Xinyuan Group, a hint of envy and yearning appeared on the young man's face. He smiled and said, "I will work at Fengrun Group for 2 years and strive to become a manager. I will see if I can switch to Xinyuan Group in the future. After all, the scale over there is larger, and future development may be better." Listening to the young man's talk, the head teacher sitting on the side smiled so hard that his mouth almost reached his ears, and said to the other teachers very proudly, "No wonder he was so good at studying back then. Look at his planning ability. He is so different." The young man's head teacher looked at the teachers around him and suddenly stood up. He clapped his hands lightly and called out loudly, "Are all the students that our other teachers called to give reports here? Everyone, please tell us which school you graduated from, so we can rank them so that we can go on stage later, right?" At this point, the young man's head teacher patted him on the shoulder and said very proudly, "I called a classmate here today, but he graduated from Peking University or Tsinghua University." After asking this question, the other class teachers called over were basically students who graduated from 985 universities. Chen Tian and Lu Ruyan went to different universities. One is an ordinary first-class university and the other is a 211 university. When the young man's head teacher heard this, a very obvious expression of disdain appeared on his face, and he looked at the head teacher with great contempt. "Look at the people that other colleagues have called, most of them are graduates from 985 universities, but this is all you have called? If there are only students like this in the class, is it necessary to call them to give a live speech? This is not to save face for yourself at all, it is clearly to embarrass yourself." The young man's head teacher became more and more proud as he thought about it. He looked at the students who were called over and said in a very pretentious manner, "The fact that you can come here today shows that you have feelings for your alma mater, and it is also a blessing for you. This student of mine is now an employee of Fengrun Group. You all know about Fengrun Group, right? You can all get in touch if you have time. After all, we are all alumni, and maybe we can help you in some way." In the eyes of the young class teacher, the one who can help is naturally his superior classmate. At this time, the school leaders also had smiles on their faces, looking at the young man in front of them and praising him with lavish words of praise. "After all, the children who graduated from our school are extraordinary. I hope that one day when you reach the top, you will not forget the cultivation of your alma mater. That's for sure. Look at our students. They took time out of their busy schedules to come to their alma mater to give speeches. This shows how much they care. When you give your speech later, you must talk about your past study methods and your current achievements. Stimulate the students' progressive thinking." After hearing what the school leaders said, the other class teachers also stepped forward and talked to the young man. They are nothing more than words of praise and envy. Chen Tian's head teacher couldn't stand this kind of scene. He curled his lips and said directly to Chen Tian and the others, "We've made a lot of changes in the back of our school. Let me take you for a look." Chen Tian and others also went there happily. After all, such a scene was indeed uncomfortable. The head teacher treated Chen Tian and his classmates very warmly. They kept looking around in the playground at the back, feeling very emotional when they saw the school, which was completely different from before. Chapter 100, Sharing Experience. Let's go. I'll take you straight to the auditorium. The head teacher raised his wrist to check the time. It was almost time for the speech, so he took a few people and walked towards the auditorium. At this time, the school auditorium was already full of students. Everyone sat upright, waiting for the speech to begin. The principal and a group of school leaders stepped into the auditorium on time, looked at the students in the audience, and nodded with satisfaction. As the school's top leader, the principal first gave a brief opening speech, then made a sharp turn and directed the topic to the students who were giving reports today. "I won't say anything more. I will just invite our protagonist today to come on stage and give a speech to everyone." The first person to appear was naturally the young man who graduated from Peking University and Tsinghua University. Following the principal's introduction, the students' eyes lit up when they heard that he was a senior who graduated from Peking University or Tsinghua University. After all, Peking University and Tsinghua University, as the highest institutions of learning in China, are the dream of all students. Now when I actually see the graduates there, my eyes are filled with envy and admiration. Seeing the young man walking up to the podium with full energy, all the students couldn't help but sit up straight and look towards the stage eagerly. The students showed great interest. They listened very carefully in the audience and applauded from time to time. What this senior said was really great. Our school should have invited more seniors like him back to teach us some of their experiences in taking the college entrance examination. After all, he was once a top student who was admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. Can the experience he imparts be the same? Why didn't I bring a recorder or something? These experiences should be recorded carefully and listened to several times when I go back. Look, our monitor is taking notes. When you go back later, borrow his notes and copy them. It will definitely help improve your grades. What a coincidence! Several teachers who taught this senior are now our class teachers. As long as we work hard, we may be able to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. The young man's speech ended quickly, but the students were still not satisfied and were discussing it in low voices with each other. The next people who came up to give speeches were students from ordinary 985 and 211 universities. They also talked about their own learning experiences at the podium. With the speeches by young people from Peking University and Tsinghua University, the students' enthusiasm was obviously not as strong as before, but these were key universities after all, so they listened attentively. It was not until Lu Ruyan took the stage to give a speech that another small climax was created. Although Lu Ruyan only graduated from a 211 university, she is so beautiful. And she has such a good temperament. The boys who were watching widened their eyes, and the female students in the audience also looked envious. This senior sister is so beautiful. To be able to get into a 211 university, her academic performance must be great. Such a girl is so outstanding. It's okay that she's pretty, but this senior sister also has such a good temperament. This is what we strive for. A woman with a wealth of knowledge is naturally elegant, this is how she is described. A pretty girl cannot be without brains. She must be well-rounded to be admired. The students were talking in low voices in the audience, their eyes revealing a kind of yearning. The school leaders watched and slightly. As long as the speech guided the students to study hard, it would be the best speech. The invited students gave speeches one by one. Chen Tian was arranged to be the last one because he graduated from an ordinary university. Before each student goes on stage to give a speech, a leader will introduce the school they graduated from. When the students in the audience heard that Chen Tian only graduated from a top university, they immediately lost interest. The students looked at each other, hardly able to believe their ears. What's wrong with the school? They actually hired an ordinary student to give a speech. Is he here to serve as a negative example? By now, many students were already tired from sitting in the audience. After hearing Chen Tian's introduction, they became even more impatient. They don't care about politeness now. An ordinary graduate from a top university dares to go on stage to give a learning speech. Is he polite? Will this speech meeting ever end? Why hasn't it ended yet? All kinds of people can come up and say a few words. What are our school leaders doing? It's just a waste of time. That's right. Listening to speeches by people like this will not only fail to improve our academic performance, but may even make it worse. Wouldn't it be better to go back and do some mock tests with this time? I'm really tired after sitting here for so long. I don't want to listen to these people's nonsense anymore. I'm going to tell the teacher and leave first. The students had completely lost their patience, and some even left directly. Even if their class teacher called out to them softly, it was of no use as the students had no interest in this at all. In their opinion, they could do better than Chen Tian in any test, so why should they listen to his report here? Is it just because he is old? In fact, not only the students were impatient, even the teachers and the principal looked tired and were too lazy to listen to what Chen Tian said. Even many school leaders looked at head teacher Chen Tian with some dissatisfaction, thinking that the students he had found were really not up to par. Those who come to make study reports must be from key universities such as 985 or 211. Who is inviting us back? It's as if our school has no outstanding graduates. It's so embarrassing. Even the students who had just given speeches were sitting in their seats leisurely, with expressions as if they were watching a show. There was undisguised disdain in his eyes. Such classmates can only serve as supporting roles for them at best. An ordinary first-class university? No different from those graduates from second-rate or third-rate schools. Among the crowd, only Lu Ruyan looked at Chen Tian on the stage with joy and listened to him quietly. In the huge auditorium, it seemed that there were only Chen Tian on the stage and Lu Ruyan in the audience. The two of them, one talking seriously and the other listening seriously, seemed to completely block out the irrelevant people around them. Chen Tian did not intend to talk too much, and the content of his speech had nothing to do with learning experience. After all, the previous classmates have said enough. Chen Tian mainly focused his speech on how to relax the mind. Every student taking the college entrance examination needs to face the hurdle of overcoming psychological pressure. Many students actually have good academic performance, but their mental state is not good. They always fail easily in exams and cannot perform at their best. So Chen Tian briefly talked about some of his own experiences, such as ensuring adequate sleep before the college entrance examination, not overusing the brain, and maintaining the best mental state.